The Swordsman called the Countless Swords Sorcerer ch 67-120. Chapter 67. Edited by Felix Summer. Ardis, who agreed to meet up again with Ted and the others the next day, returned to the forest where Nia and the twins were waiting. Although it's a forest full of danger, it's nothing more than a refreshing walk for Ardis. Since he wanted to let Nia know that he's coming back, he didn't bother killing his presence as he headed back to the house. It's her after all. Ardis's presence had probably been detected long ago. While fending off the carnivorous beasts that appeared occasionally, Ardis eventually caught sight of the aptly named "My Home." The roof of the house, which was made lower to not stand out in the forest, the firewood and storage shed that were made as dummies, the once empty fields that were now magnificent vegetable gardens, and the playground that had swings, slides, seesaw and a vaulting box that hadn't been there before. It was Ardis' my home, which always changed considerably every time he returned from a trip. As soon as he arrived, Ardis smiled and said, "Somehow, there were more things now." Nia, who was sitting in the middle of the garden for some reason, didn't seem surprised in the slightest, replying, "I'm glad for your safe return, my master." Her gentle smile was like that of a young maiden welcoming the person she was waiting for. "Ah, it's Ardis. Welcome back." Ardis. The twins, who had been doing something behind Nia's back, suddenly raised their voices when they saw Ardis arrive. That moment, the sound of something being cut was heard. Fluttering like the leaves on the trees, something fell to the ground softly. Rihanna and Philia, who saw it unintentionally, let out a noise. Following the gazes of the twins, Ardis's eyes fell on the ally's blue object. Unintentionally, Ardis let out a similar noise, but Nia stood up as if nothing had happened as she bowed to Ardis. "My master, it's still a little early, but shall I prepare the meals?" If only her words were better. There's nothing to complain about her abilities or her attitude as a servant. Raising her face, she had a smile which would have made any immature man crumble. Looking past her smiling face, it was only a part of her long straight hair that had been ruined. That the ally's blue hair that had been flawless before was now ruined because of the imperfection, made Ardis feel strange. "Nia, sorry, Nia, are you fine?" "Pain?" It was Philia who was holding the scissors while crying as she desperately apologized to Nia. Beside Philia stood Rihanna, teary-eyed. What was going on here?" Ardis asked, looking between Nia's hair and the twins alternately. "What? It's nothing. The children said they wanted to cut my hair, and so it became something like trying to learn barbering." "Well, She picked up her hair that was scattered on the ground, and said as if it wasn't anything important. "They were probably too excited to see Master that they forgot about their hands." Putting her hand on Philia, who is still apologizing desperately, Nia lightly patted her. "No need to be so upset, Philia. Hair will grow back if you leave it be." But then, removing her hand from Philia's head, Nia swung it towards the ground. Without a chant, just with a single motion of her hand, a small flame manifested, and burned the hair on the grass into nothingness. Ardis, who saw that, let out another noise. Seeing the ally's blue hair burn up, Ardis recalled the conditions of the female merchant in Reighton. "What's the matter, my master?" Because of the question his servant asked with a straight face, Ardis started explaining the weird situation that had happened in Reighton. Moving back into the house, after explaining everything, Nia nodded with a icy dot. It was a house that had quite the lively atmosphere since the last time he seen it. The 4 seats were all filled, cheerily steaming. In front of them were 4 cups of fragrant grass tea. "In short, you need my hair to get information out of that female merchant?" "Of course. I won't do it if Nia is against it." "Even if it's hair that will grow back, it's still unsettling to have someone using it for unknown purposes." "It's natural for anyone to feel disgusted at that prospect." Ardis wants to know something from Mariida, but that's still merely Ardis's personal request. It's not like Ardis wants to know so bad that he will force Nia. Fume. Nia, who heard about the story, stood up, and took out a dagger hidden in her pocket. Then, under the stares of the other 3 people, she grabbed a bunch of her hair and sliced it off without any hesitation. While Ardis is still speechless in shock, Nia tied the hair together with some thread and offered it out to Ardis. "If so, take it. It's just some hair, since it's not really important to me. Use it as you wish, but you didn't have to cut that much off. Just 1 strand is enough." Seeing Nia had cut a lot of her own hair off expressionlessly, Ardis explained awkwardly. "There's no need to worry. It'll grow back soon enough. It's not bad to feel the breeze at my neck for some time. Is that so? Nia's long hair were cut slightly above her shoulders. Ardis, who had only seen her with long hair since they met, was speechless, seeing the different impression his servant gave than usual. But, I have two conditions that I wish Master to agree to. Nia suddenly leaned out from her chair, and made a serious face. The conditions are? You need not worry, it's nothing difficult. After taking a breath, Nia took a sip at the herbal tea she poured herself. The first, I wish Master to share the information that is obtained by trading my hair. It's not like I desire to dig out Master's past nor the intentions to force Master. But, it's the information that is traded for my hair. Shouldn't it be reasonable that I know what it is as well? Although it's already been half a year since he met Nia, there are still mysteries surrounding her. But Ardis hasn't bothered to investigate about Nia. Unless Nia wanted to talk about herself, Ardis didn't have any intentions to ask her about it, whether in the past or the future. That's because that Ardis didn't want her to ask about his past, that was the main reason. It wasn't that Ardis doesn't trust Nia. If he didn't trust Nia, then he wouldn't have let her take care of the twins. But Ardis himself isn't clear if he should talk about himself. After all, he isn't really clear what had happened to him either, so he's hesitant to explain it to Nia. That's why he had been secretly glad that Nia had never asked about it. Although he doesn't know if Nia felt the same way, she hadn't been asking Ardis about it at the very least. But just like what Nia said, it is information that is exchanged for her hair. She naturally has the rights to learn it. Got it, I will do that. And the other condition? After nodding at Ardis's answer satisfactorily, Nia raised the other condition. It's in front of Ardis, who is having a serious face. The servant smiled as her eyes narrowed. To have my hair cut? Yes? Ardis asked for confirmation as he didn't get what Nia was talking about for a moment. Nia said, while touching the portion of her hair that was now cut slightly above her shoulders. Isn't it too messy to leave it as is? Since the twins had their hair cut, I might as well have Master tidy up my hair. That's the second condition? That's right. I don't really mind if it's just that, but after all, it's a simple matter to solve with wind magic. Eager to start, Ardis, who was about to manifest blades of wind, was stopped by Nia. Hold your horses, my master. Could you cut my hair without using magic but scissors? Isn't it a matter easily settled with a wind blade? That would be too uncaring. It wouldn't be interesting if it was not taken care of with heart and patience. Saying that, Nia handed over the scissors they had used before, and went to the garden together with the twins. Cutting with the scissors someone else's hair? I haven't done that in years. A voice was heard from outside the house, rushing Ardis, who was still hesitating somewhat in his seat. My master, what are you spacing out for? Even if it's still early, there's still preparation for dinner yet to be done. Hurry up, would you? All right. Ardis, being the one ordered around for a change, took the scissors and went to the garden nervously. It took him an hour before he was finally free. Chapter 68. Nia's hair styled by the inexperienced Ardis was a short cut like the twins. Nia, we're a match. Together, same. Seeing their cool-headed female guardian got the same hairstyle as them, the twins were happy. The bluish white and silvery gold color, with the three people together, it looked like they were sisters. Well, it's not my expertise. Forgive me if it isn't satisfactory. Not a problem. It's perfect, my master. Nia replied happily, even though Ardis seemed a little unconfident. The servant who doesn't show much emotions usually seems to be smiling a lot today. Well then, tea's about the right time. I shall be working on our meals for the night. My master can rest well. Even her footsteps were light as she entered the house. Just like what she said, the sun is just a while before it starts setting, but there's still time for them to take it easy as they waited for dinner. In this house with the two twins, no one stays up late into the night. After washing away their fatigue and dirt in the bath, Ardis rested on the sofa in the living room along with the twins as they waited for dinner. It's all done. Beckoned by Nia's sudden voice, Ardis arrived at the dining table along with the twins. Thanks to the spices Master brought back, today's meal is prepared perfectly. Although it's easy for houses in the city to get ingredients from general stores, it isn't like there are any stores in the forest. Having said so, Nia couldn't possibly leave the twins by themselves in the house to visit the capital. Fortunately, they were able to make do with hunting in the forest and foraging for vegetables. Although it's still too soon for a harvest, the garden is also expected to produce fresh vegetables for their meals. But there's a need to purchase wheat for baking bread, and spices that are difficult to get by themselves. Also, it's not required but dried seafood or eggs are only available in the town. As for the eggs, even if I buy some when I return from the capital, it's not like they can last long. It would be good if we reared some chickens and have some stable produce. Hearing Nia's satisfaction of being able to prepare a good meal with enough ingredients, Ardis muttered, Rihanna wants some chicken toot. Rihanna, don't speak when you're eating. It's unethical. And Philia, it isn't a herd but brood. Animals san but not a herd? Philia seemed a little confused as she had thought that every animal can be used with that collective noun. For chickens, it's brood. Remember that. HNN. Weird. It would be fine even if they're the same. It seems that Philia still wasn't quite getting it as she replied. Right at that time, Rihanna, who seemed to be finally finished chewing the food in her mouth, joined the conversation too. Rihanna too. We will take care of the chicken san. Your help will definitely come to be useful. With that, my master, would you mind getting some of them here? Well, that's fine, but wouldn't that attract carnivorous beasts? Although he didn't have any opinions against the idea, it would be troubling if it brings danger. Need not worry. I will prepare a stone coop for them to rest in the night. Even if they do attract other beasts, I shall guarantee there's no chance the children will be in danger. In the end, having no choice under Nia, who had a super confident face, and the twins who were excited at the chicken san, Ardis put a reminder in his heart to get some chickens the next time he returns from the capital. Then let's start working on the coop immediately tomorrow. Need not worry, my master, I shall construct it with strength that will withstand even demonic beings. Ardis could only reply with a bitter smile at his servant, who was tough-headed for some reason. I don't think you have to make it that strong. After taking a good night rest, Ardis departed for the capital, ran after being saw off by Nia and the twins. It was to meet with the members of Bright Stars of White Knight. Since Ardis is joining Ted and the others to Reiton, they have to discuss about the schedule. As the first person passing through the gate in the morning, Ardis headed to Sesragi, and immediately where Ted and the others are currently staying in. Even under the damp chilly morning breeze, there were many citizens who are heading to the market and merchants who are riding carriages on the main street. Although the gate to outside the capital had just opened for the day, the streets are already crowded. While surrounded with the bustling atmosphere of the street despite in the early morning, Ardis entered Sesragian, his frequented inn. In the dining hall that's on the first floor of the inn, there were many figures of mercenaries or merchants already prepared to depart for the day. But what was strange was there wasn't even a single one of them eating breakfast. Welcome. Isn't it Ardis-san? Seeing the new guest was Ardis, the signboard girl, Mila greeted energetically. Thanks for bringing guests to our inn yesterday. After Ardis left yesterday, it seems that Ted and the other two had stayed in this inn just like that. For the inn, it's probably like Ardis had brought new customers for them. I have some business with them, but are they still in their rooms? Nope. They're sitting right at the table over there. When Ardis asked for the three's whereabouts, Miller pointed towards a table in one corner of the dining hall. Ardis, who looked over, saw the three figures on the round table. But, somehow, they were all stretched out on the table. With a question mark over his head, Ardis thanked Miller before making his way to the table. Yo, Ted, what happened? Hangover? What came to Ardis's mind first was they might have drank a lot yesterday after Ardis left. But if so, there's no reason why Norris would be in the same shape. Different than Ted, who drinks without thinking, and Orphelia, who becomes weird with alcohol, Norris knows well how much he can handle. Ardis couldn't recall a time when he became totally drunk, or any occasion he had a hangover. Ardis. Ted, who raised his face, had a very bad complexion. You look really unwell. Doesn't seem like a hangover. Yeah, it's not alcohol. Then what could have? Disgusting. Ardis got an unexpected answer of a single word from Ted. What do you mean by disgusting? Did something happen? No, it's super disgusting. The food. It's all super disgusting. It's so bad that it's on the level of harassment. What is this? Is this even food? With a pale face, Ted yelled loudly as if facing his nemesis. Except the nemesis was the plate of breakfast on the side of the table. Bread with some unknown filler, salad that is strangely colorful, and a white soup that gave off a really sour smell. Having witnessed the lineup of food, Ardis finally understood the reason. It looks like a normal menu item at a single glance, but, if one paid enough attention, the food gave off a sinister aura somehow. Considering they're the members of Bright Stars of White Knight, they wouldn't possibly have not realized it. But they probably thought that since it's an inn that's doing business, there's no way, right? It might be that they've put trust in Ardis's recommended inn and took the world's end weapon, Miller's breakfast, of Sezragi, and right into their stomach without thinking twice. Yuga. The disgusting smell is still lingering in my breath. Ted closed his mouth and endured. Ahaha. As expected of something like Ardis's frequented inn. It's the embodiment of extreme. Norris made a dry smile, then seemed to have a melancholic gaze. As expected of the capital. It had a disgustingly powerful punch to it. I have to feed it to everyone too. Orphelia, who was in a sense the hunter of bad food, was savoring the aftertaste and muttering some disturbing plans of hers. Hey, Ardis-san, don't you think they're all so mean? They said the dishes I made with my all are bad and disgusting, Miller complained after hearing Ardis's conversation with the other three. Mean? That's what we want to say. If you're charging for this, ain't this a crime or something? Ted's voice was unusually soft. Meanies. Even Ardis-san said it was delicious, right? Ardis-san. Although Ardis have not a single recollection of him saying it was delicious, it's not like there's anyone else in the capital who can eat Miller's food without raising a single complaint. For Miller, that was probably enough for her to interpret it as a delicious remark from Ardis. Ardis-san haven't had his breakfast yet, right? No, I ate before I will whip something up, so sit tight. Without even hearing Ardis's reply, Miller had rushed back into the kitchen. It seems that Ardis couldn't avoid the fate of eating her specially made breakfast. Sighing lightly, Ardis sat down with Ted and the others. "NN, what's the matter?" Ardis, who sat down, was met with three gazes that it was as if staring at something out of this world. "You, that guts of yours, challenging that willingly, a hero? That's amazing, Ardis." I feel like I've come to respect Ardis a lot more. Coming to think of it, Ardis had extraordinary palate. As expected of him. It wasn't like I chose to eat it happily. As Ardis thought about that in his mind while frowning, he received the weird compliments from the three silently. Eventually, after the Miller's Special Series breakfast full course made its way to their table, Ardis silently started working on it, and for the short period that was spent on finishing the breakfast, Ardis was under Miller's bright smile, along with Ted and the other two's gazes of incomprehensibleness. Chapter 69. Heading for Eighton, Ardis departed together with the members of Bright Stars of White Knight. It's just about before noon. The departure schedule was delayed because Ted, Norris and Orphelia needed time to recover from the damage caused by Miller's breakfast. Even for them, who are trained mercenaries, they couldn't muster any energy to move after having a round of Miller's specials. The highway that led to the west, the blue sky stretched from the horizon to their back. A refreshing breeze was blowing, along with the weather that wasn't too hot accompanied them. Thanks to that, their paces were lighter. With this pace, we will probably arrive at Reighton in 4 days. Just like Ophelia said, the distance to Reighton is about 4 to 5 days walking from Gran. If there aren't any troubles that happen along the way, they would arrive in the afternoon of the 4th day. It's also thanks to the security of the highway that connected Gran to Reighton. Attacks from bandits and beasts are rare. There were only figures of caravans or mercenaries that they passed by along the way. The smooth sailing continued for the first 2 days. On the 3rd day, dusk, something changed. Just before the sun completely sets in the horizon, when the sky is dyed in a shade of dark red, Norris noticed something strange ahead. "Hey, they're getting attacked?" At Norris's words, Ted narrowed his eyes as he peered. "It does look like it." "A caravan?" "Seems like it." "Attacking them are ... beasts?" "What are those?" What reflected in Ardis's eyes were 3 horse carriages that were surrounded by 10 or so escorts. And the assaulting shadow. There was only one attacker. Its size clearly indicated that it wasn't a human, but its silhouette wasn't something they saw before on the grasslands. "They seem to have their escorts. Do they even need our help?" "No. That doesn't seem to be the case," Norris said after judging that they shouldn't be in trouble based on the presence of escorts, but Ardis was against that. Certainly, there were armed escorts there, but they didn't seem very strong. One attack from the assaulting side made 2 of them collapse. "Then, I guess, lend a hand." At the same time Ted said that. He started running, followed by the rest. Even as they were nearing the scene, they could see casualties of the escorts are increasing. Couldn't it be a Rukta? As they reduced their distance by half, when they could finally see the figure of the enemy clearly, Orphelia inferred, Rukta? There's no way. Wait, It does look like a rooster. Ted seemed to not believe it at first, but changed his opinion a bit later. The opponent of the caravan was a gigantic purplish snake. Its torso was about a barrel in diameter. Its length was longer than the 3 carriages of the caravan combined. It's a rooster of the Courser's forest that they're familiar with. Why, here, a rooster. Beside Ophelia, who was stuttering from confusion, Norris added on. Well, there's no use pondering about that. No matter what kind of opponent there is, it's the same what we have to do. Although it's still at a range where Ted's sword doesn't reach, it's close enough for Norris's arrows to hit. Norris, who stopped to a stance, took aim with his bow at the target, and released. The arrow released by Norris flew through the air in a straight line, piercing the rooster. Since the range was still far, the damage given is quite shallow. But, at the very least, Norris succeeded in distracting the rooster from the caravan. Although Ardis couldn't possibly make out the rooster's expression, its head that turned around slowly was evident of irritation. Ardis, need your support. Ted, who took the front, yelled, drawing his sword as he rushed towards the rooster. The burning flames that is the proof of mind strength, graced. Fireball. Ardis chanted a short aria and manifested a small fireball from his finger steps. The moment the finger pointed at the rooster, the small fireball expanded suddenly to half a meter and flew through the air quickly. At its enemies who appeared suddenly, the rooster hissed threateningly, and at that, Ardis's fireball struck its face mercilessly. To not drag the caravan into it, at the same time the fireball struck, the flame covered the rooster's entire body and burned. The rooster's entire body is burning. It had already determined that the prey in front of it is not a priority. Its emotionless pupils are staring at Ardis. Rather than the mercenaries that are surrounding it, it had determined that Ardis's party is more dangerous. That judgment was definitely not wrong. But, it was just too late. The moment the rooster decided to change its target, Ted, who was swinging his bastard sword, is already well within range. As if splitting firewood with an axe, the chunk of heavy metal was swung down by Ted. Jaya, together with the drying shriek of the demonic's being, its heavy head fell onto the ground with a dull thud. Good work. Ardis, who caught up, praised Ted. What? It's nothing much. Truthfully, with Ted's power, 1 or 2 roosters aren't a problem at all. He probably wouldn't have needed Ardis's help and still have enough leeway to deal with the rooster. But of course, that's because Ted is an experienced veteran mercenary. Roosters are fearsome enemies for most mercenaries. We are saved. The mercenaries barely held on to their lives because of Ted and the others' intervention. Anyone's hurt? I'm fine, but, there? Ted asked the mercenary in front of him. The mercenary replied while looking at the bodies on the ground. Some had their abdomen gouged out with teeth marks, some had their heads bit off. There were quite a few that was obviously unsavable. They probably never thought of encountering rooster on the highway, not even in their dreams. From their stories, it seems that the escorts had expected encounters with beasts from the grasslands, but a battle with rooster was totally out of their imaginations. Roosters, which are usually living in the forest, wouldn't come out of it normally. It might be that the rooster mistakenly lost its ways and exited the forest, or chased after a prey into the grasslands. Although they didn't know the exact reason, it's definitely an irregularity that they met a rooster here. If it's just grass wolves or coyotes, then we would have been fine if there aren't groups of them. Even for mercenaries who normally hunt near towns to earn would accept escort requests for this highway occasionally. After all, there isn't any dangerous beasts or demonic beings that appears near the highway, so it's quite the norm for them to finish the request without ever drawing their swords. If they are aware of their surroundings to not be ambushed by bandits, it's a good request for them to accept. From what the mercenary says, it seems that they've accepted the request this time without thinking too much as well. To think that something like this would happen, although seeing companions die would be hard to endure normally, it doesn't seem like they knew each other from the start. They're just mercenaries who teamed up temporarily for the request. Of course, it's still a little regrettable since we've been together for a while, but isn't it a normal occurrence of being a mercenary? Well, that's true. Ted seemed to understand that as he agreed while making a bitter expression. Ardis and the others who received grateful words from the mercenaries and the merchants of the caravan continued the journey together to Reiton. Since we are going the same way, helping them out a little won't hurt, right? There wasn't anyone against Ted, although the 3 silvers a day of escort fees per person isn't even enough for them. It's not like they would have any inconvenience accepting them. On top of that, The beasts that appear in the plains, they're not life-threatening for them anyways. Just like what Ted said, it was truly the same way. And since they had saved the caravan let them ride on the carriage. Since they can take it easy and sit in the carriage for the rest of the journey and would even get escort fees, it wasn't a bad deal for them. Ardis and the others who rested for the night along with the members of the caravan departed as soon as the sun rose. Is that so? You all are from Nagrez, huh? As Ardis was taking it easy inside the shaky carriage, he was talking with the merchant who was holding the reins. And how about you guys? Truthfully, Ardis is not very well versed in speaking idly like this. But, since they were allowed to ride on the carriage, Ardis thought that it would be petty to not speak. That's why he replied occasionally. Ted and the others are on another carriage. If Norris or Ophelia is around, then he could have just left the conversing part to them and take a nap. While thinking about being an escort in his mind, Ardis desperately held back his sleepiness. We are from a small town near the forest in the north. We came here to sell our products. You're carrying wood, and this smell, it's herbs. Yeah, that's right. You know well. After all, the entire carriage was stuffed with wood. But, mixed together with the unique nature smell of the wood, there was also fragrance of herbs of the forest. Since any normal person would have not caught the slight difference in smell, Ardis's sense of smell could be said as extraordinary. Leaving the herbs aside, aren't the wood heavy and bulky, and not really profitable? It's normally like that, but wood and herbs can now be sold in Riatan for a high price. If you take it to the association called Jimbarol, they will buy it multiple folds the normal price. Although what they are using it for isn't clear, the merchant added on. Since it seems like there's a shortage for wood around Riatan because of that, recently, there were many merchants like us from afar who would transport wood there. That's quite a workout. Few are. Ardis didn't hide his loud yawn at all, as he rubbed his sleepy eyes. Ha ha ha. The shaking of the carriage is like a cradle after all. Seriously. While agreeing in his mind, Ardis started half dozing. Together with the shaking of the carriage, whenever the wheels of the carriage bumped into a small rock on the road, Ardis would wake up a little. While replying the merchant in his half-asleep state, Ardis let himself rest. Even when he was like that, the carriage had certainly moved towards the west. Without ever getting ambushed by any bandits or assaulted by any beasts. They've all arrived at Riatan in the evening. Chapter 70. Chapter 70. Thanks to Essex for supporting the translation on Ko-fi:/v Coalition, Riatan in the night. The time is already well past midnight. There aren't any houses around that still had their lights on. Even for this town where it's busy in the day, other than the taverns serving alcohol, the town is dominated by silence. In the middle of the street, the main street that weaves through the center of the town, all the buildings that are lined up in the main streets are famed merchant association. As expected, in the night, the first floor stores are all in darkness, but most of the merchant association uses the second floor as office and worker dorm. The rooms thought to be used as offices are still bright. In one of those buildings, a room in a certain association with two men. The starlight that shines through the window is too weak. The room is mostly illuminated by the lit lantern. The man in his 30s that is sitting in his chair was looking at documents. The long dark brown hair he was tied up to not get in his way of doing job. It would help Rovl. The man who finished reading the documents commented while frowning. Yes, Rovl contacted us the other day. They said they are returning all of the loan. After investigating, it seems that the lit had moved. The old man in the middle of the room standing opposite of the man in the chair replied, "Don't joke around." The long-hair man slammed on the desk angrily. Then our efforts in crushing the Rovl would be meaningless. The man's frustration is justified. The plan that was to obtain Ellie Rovl as his mistress, causing the Rovl to lose its successor, and then slowly consume their association would be all for naught. On top of that, it wasn't cheap to make the Rovl Association go under and get its only daughter, Ellie, as well. Exactly because that they could obtain Rovl Merchant Association that had been standing in Riatan for many years, that they have put in this much investment into it. To think that Rovl would return the money in full that the man thought they would never be able to return. Worse, the man couldn't do anything since the loan was returned well before the deadline. Lit's intervention wasn't expected. The old man said so unimpressed. Even if Lit is successful now, to think they would risk their business to carry Rovl's debt. We knew that Lit's president is friends with the daughter from Rovl, but her actions were unexpected. Of course, the little miss at Lit. Was it Mariida? She's an annoying bug, but Her senses as a merchant aren't fake. She should have suppressed her feelings to not risk her association, but she might be unexpectedly an emotionally driven person, the long-haired man thought while crossing his arms. What will be the course of action, Julius Sama? It's infuriating, but there's no time to be caring for that now. Holding in his disappointed expression, the long-haired man called Julius sighed deeply. We will just look for another opportunity to acquire Rovel. Since Lit intervened, their finance should have taken a hit. The order is reversed now, but we should absorb Lit first. Depending on the scenario, we might even get Rovel as a bonus. Correcting the plans in his mind, it seems that he had come to a conclusion. If the Lit's little miss is as emotional as we think, then it'll ease our operation in the future. Julius, who was smirking, suddenly thought of something and asked the old man. There was someone in Lit, right? Can we still use him? Yes, we still have someone in Lit. He's one ambitious person. Depending on the situation, he might be able to deal a final blow. I see. Then leave it as is for now. We don't have time for them right now. Yes, just like what Julius said, their plan that had been in the works for quite a while is nearing its end. There's no time or resources for them to divert to something else. Julius, who took a breather, asked the man for the current situation. How is the situation with buying up all supplies? Stone and wood used for construction, catalysts needed for maintenance of tools and weapons, herbs used for medicine. All of them are bought smoothly according to the plan. Good. Continue without letting the others find out. What about the mercenaries? Half done, is what I suppose. As expected of famous mercenaries, most of them wouldn't move unless it's a high price. Freedom Cloud, Dragon's Pawns, Spirit's Guidance had arrived yesterday. Bright Stars of White Night is scheduled to arrive this evening. Tomorrow will be another 2 parties. It would have been good if we managed to get the sword magic user of the recent rumors. Although we had confirmed sword magic users frequented in, our informant reported that he couldn't be contacted easily as he is not always in town. There's no helping it. It's just one fewer person. There's no need to be bothered over that. It's a little less than what we expected, but there were at least 10 of them, right? Yes. All of them are mercenaries that are famed for their feats in their respective areas. They're different than the useless lot in Riatan's taverns. They are sure to execute their jobs perfectly. The verification of the effects of demon attracting incense. We have had mercenaries tested it. It seems to have worked successfully. Using it in a secluded forest, we successfully baited demonic beings that normally resides in the valleys. The consequences were the failure of stopping it in the forest, and it caused harm to travelers on the highway or a nearby village was victimized. It was details that the old man left out. It's because that even if he reported it, the man called Julius probably wouldn't be impressed. Rather than that, Julius would probably reply with what's wrong with that instead. Good. The plan is unchanged. Continue working. At Julius' words, the man bowed deeply, before excusing himself from the room. Ted and the others who arrived at Riaton went to find an inn to stay the night immediately. The next morning, after separating with Ardis, who has his own matters to attend to, Ted, Norris and Orphelia headed to Gimberel Merchant Association. The reason why they've came all this way out from Thoria is because that they've received a personal request from Gimberel. The request was to gather materials in the valleys. They were to gather a specific flower to concoct a special medicine. Since the flowers only grow deep in the mountains, we can only request mercenaries with strong abilities. There's a high possibility that we will encounter dangerous beasts or demonic beings along the way. Having a friendly smile, the man with the long hair, Julius explained. The way he speaks gently and politely, his attitude of keeping composure even when dealing with someone rude, he gives off an impression of a cheerful young man. The reason why we invited Bright Stars of White Night all the way from Thoria is exactly due to everyone's strength. Ted and the others who visited the Gimberel Association were guided into the building's reception room on the 2nd floor. They were welcomed and seated in a luxurious sofa with various decorations, and the person opposite of them is the young president of the association. That's quite the flatter. You even called for Dragon's Pawn and Crimson Three-Bladers, right? Quite generous of you. Ted's face seemed like he wasn't quite happy. Because of their skills, they received a nominated request and came all this way. That wasn't the point. The requester seemed to have nominated other mercenaries party that are active in other areas as well. In other words, it wasn't that they were invited specifically. They were just part of a list the requester considered to invite. Of course, Ted couldn't be quite happy at that. Please don't take it in the wrong way. The materials we need are not just a few. Certainly, We have hired other parties as well, but that's not because we underestimate the strength of everyone in Bright Stars of White Night. It's because that we are short on time, so we had to have more escort parties to collect the materials in different places at the same time. Well, we are professionals. If you pay the compensation well, then we have no complaints. The travel fees are paid in advance after all. Thank you very much. I appreciate ever, but whether we accept this job is a different matter. Overwhelming Julius, who had a smile on his face since the start, Ted leaned out and clarified. The letter for us had please decide whether to accept the request after hearing the requirements of the request in writing, right? Yes, exactly so. There's no problem if you give your response within 3 days. Even if you don't accept the request, please be assured that we will cover the travel fees that you use to write. Hearing that, Ted sat back on the sofa. Got it. Then let us hear your details. 1 hour after that, the members of Bright Stars of White Night left the Gimbrel building. On the road back to their inn, Ted spoke about the contents of the request that they've heard just a while ago. How is it? The compensation is good. The conditions aren't bad too. The conditions of the request by Gimbrel Merchant Association. It would be a good deal even if they toned it down. What they are supposed to get are the petals of a flower named Blue Tulip. The compensation for successfully getting the petals is 100 gold coins. A single petal is worth about 5 gold coins. If they are lucky and find a field of them, then it's no difficult matter to earn more than 200 or 300 gold coins in one go. The period is within 10 days. There's no penalty if failed. Even the fees used for traveling wouldn't need to be paid back. The inn fees during the period would be paid by the association. On top of that, injuries during the request would be treated for free in the clinic that the association has a connection to. On the other hand, you don't seem quite impressed? Ophelia, who had her red hair hidden in her hood, smiled teasingly. That ain't true. That is true. What's that face? You think you're pretending strong with a poker face, but you're just making it look pathetic. Ted, who was being pointed out by Ophelia, received another hit from Norris from the side. Ted, the request this time. Are you going to accept it? I don't like it. As if hiding away from the gazes of the two, Ted muttered. The compensation and the conditions aren't something to be complaining at. But I don't like the requester. The requester? But Gimbrel is supposed to be quite the big name in Riordan, right? And the president person, Julius, didn't seem like he's someone strange. Ophelia recalled the person, Julius, that they've met just a while ago, while her index finger was at her lips. Ahaha. I'm on the same page with Ted on this one. Even Norris thinks so. I mean, it's strange, right? What's strange? It's not clear what they need the materials for, but didn't they put out nominated request for parties from afar like us? Yes. There are too many types of materials they need to collect, and the area is also wide. If they had just hired one party to do that, although it will take longer, they can save on the expenses. That guy said that's why they hired multiple recognized parties from all over the place to do the collection at the same time. But in the first place, they had waited for us all to arrive at Riordan. Wouldn't it be a better idea to just hire the mercenaries in Riordan? Didn't he say that since it's a dangerous place, we need to hire strong mercenaries? But wouldn't there be parties that will succeed if lucky? It's not like monsters will definitely appear if they went in the mountains. After all, their request states that the compensation is only given if the procurement is successful, so it wouldn't hurt them even if the mercenaries failed, right? Rather than calling out to mercenaries from afar like us, I would hire the local mercenaries if I was him. That's true certainly if looking on their benefits. Well, also, whether we accept the request or not, we have to decide it in 3 days. That's quite the generosity they have. Now that you said it, what about Ted? Ted, who was asked of his opinion, stopped walking, crossed his arms, pondered for a while before opening his mouth. It's hard for me to say it in words. You know, it's like their motives aren't clear. He didn't seem like he's serious in having us complete their request. Yeah, that too. Somehow it felt it would be fine either way if we accepted or refused his request. Having received the two men's opinion, Ophelia had a difficult expression. If the both of you say so, then should we give up on this request? Well, fortunately we have quite some time before the deadline. Let's think about it for tonight and leave the decision for tomorrow after we gather our opinions. Ophelia and Norris agreed at Ted's suggestion. and such. The three continued their advances back to their inn. Chapter 71. Chapter 71. About the time when the members of Bright Stars of White Night left Jimbril Merchant Association's building, Ardis sat down on the sofa in Lit Merchant Association's reception room, and faced against the association's president, Mariida. Well, Ardis-kun, have you come to deliver what I've requested? Putting down the cup of tea he'd been served on the table silently, Ardis looked straight into the woman's eyes and replied shortly, "Yeah, then that's good. Shall we take a look at the item immediately?" The woman had a lovely merchant smile as she stretched her hands. It was like a child getting excited at her favorite candy, but she's a capable merchant that had brought her association this far. Getting fooled by her acts would result in pain. Before that, with a sharp gaze, the black-haired young man said, "I will have my conditions." Conditions? At the sudden demands, the woman's smile collapsed. "Right, conditions. I certainly have the stuff you want. But, whether I would hand it over or not depends on you. Specifically, what kind of conditions? First you will tell me everything you know. If what you have make enough sense to me, I will only then hand it over." Ardis is basically demanding that Mariida show her hand before Ardis does. "Isn't that too disadvantageous of me?" "I have heard your demands and brought it before the deadline. That's already my compromise. Isn't it time for you to do the same?" "Oh my, Ardis-kun, are you trying to negotiate with someone whose occupation is a merchant?" "Sorry, but I'm not that straightforward of a person to take what anyone says at a face value." Although Mariida's still seemed to be smiling, her eyes evidently had the will of trying out Ardis. Mariida crossed her arms and lied back onto the sofa. "Anything else?" "You said that it was something indispensable for calming the sword, right?" That's right. Let me stand witness when you use it. If you are planning to use it for something bad, then I won't be handing it over. If you can't agree to these two conditions, then the deal is no more." The conditions that Ardis had demanded wouldn't change the end result. No matter the order, Ardis would get the information he wanted, and Nia's hair would be handed over. But just that the fact that Mariida would have to hand over the information first to Ardis increases the risk that she will take by multiple folds. After all, if Ardis decided to go against their deal after he got the information, she would be the only one incurring losses. Unlike something tangible, you can't take back information once you've told someone. The fact that Ardis wanted Mariida to tell him first is proof that Ardis didn't trust her. Mariida must put trust in Ardis and honor his promise if she wants to accept the conditions. After all, it's information from someone who he wouldn't even trust at all. Ardis couldn't be more careful. For Ardis, if she wouldn't agree to even such conditions, what she was for Ardis shouldn't be anything trustable. Untrustable information aren't something Ardis needs. Even if Ardis decides to call off the deal, he wouldn't get hurt in any way. Phew. Well, I guess there's no way. A deal is formed only when there's trust, right? Lightly sighing, Mariida muttered as if given up while shaking her head lightly. Her gray hair shook along. "Understood. Those conditions are fine. I will compromise for the first condition, Yon. For the second one, it didn't matter if it was there or not. After all, the plan is to have you with us." Mariida raised her hands as if surrendering. "I'm praying for Ardis-kun to show his honesty, Yon." Narrowing her eyes, her conduct suddenly changed as she smiled widely. "Then, the deal is on now. Following your conditions, I guess I should tell the story first. I will answer everything I know without hiding anything, Yon." "What's your question?" Ardis immediately asked Mariida, who seemed ready for the first question. "You'll have to answer this or the topic won't advance." Pausing briefly, Ardis asked, "Who are you?" At Ardis's simple question, Mariida looked at the ceiling. That's quite the vague question." "What are you referring to?" "You're not looking for my name, age or my family background or my 3 sizes, right?" "Of course." What Ardis wants to know isn't those kinds of irrelevant personal details. Mariida understood that as well. She seemed to be pondering for a while to think of a way to explain. "Ardis-kun dreams too, right?" That, of course there will be times I dream." "What about that?" "I also dream, but I guess it's a little different than other people, right?" "Different?" What other people normally sees in their dreams are things that already happened, or just imaginary scenes, but my dreams shows me incidents that are going to happen. That's something like a foresight. A little different. Rather than what I see in the dreams becoming reality, it's more like what I chose in the dream affects the reality. How is it different? Wrinkles formed on Ardis's forehead as he had a confused expression. It was because that he couldn't quite understand what Mariida had said. I guess it's easier to understand if you take it as a rewind. What happens in the future, and what kind of choices I make causes what kind of result. If the same scenario happens in reality, the result will be the same if I make the same choice. Isn't it still a foresight? In my case, I see the same dream multiple times. The result changes if I take different choices in the same dream, right? For example, there's a stone on the street and I kicked it away in my dream, and somehow it hit a stray dog, and I was chased after. Then, the next day I would see the same dream again, right? This time, I would just ignore the stone, then the kids from behind would kick it and it would hit me, hurting me. And, sometime later, the same scenario would happen in reality. Mariida took a sip at her tea as she paused. And if I take the same actions in my dreams, the reality's result will be the same with my dreams. If I kicked the stone, the dog would chase me. If I ignored it, I would get injured. It happens accordingly to the dream. It was an absurd story, but that's the same for Ardis. Even if he understood what happened to himself, he wouldn't know if anyone would trust his story. That's why Ardis hadn't trusted nor distrusted Mariida's story. He had just continued to listen silently. In other words, you can make the future to whatever you like, huh? It's not as good as you think, Yon. Mariida's smile had a shadow to it. The dreams aren't guaranteed to have things I want to see. Recently, my dreams were only me in an unfamiliar place. And I wouldn't know if that scenario would happen tomorrow or how many years later. Of course, there are times that the dream's timeline can be predicted to a certain degree. So the fact that your association is flourishing with you at that age is thanks to that too, huh? I guess it can be said that it's thanks to this ability, or maybe it's exactly because of this ability, huh? The woman merchant shut her eyes and muttered in a weak voice. So the reason why you've spoken to me like you knew who I am is because of that ability? Yup, that's right. Alright, I understand your ability now. But having known that, what is your purpose? To instruct Kyril to get the sword. What's your purpose in getting the sword? Ardis still didn't know what's the woman's purpose in doing all this. Her reaction when she got the sword from Kyril and her interest that she showed in Ardis, all of them didn't show what motives that Mariida had. My purpose. There were 3 for this time. First is to get the sword, then the next is to meet with Ardis Khan, and finally, to let Kyril Khan meet with Ardis Khan tilde, I suppose. Mariida answered as she counted with her fingers. Me and Kyril, 2 out of the 3 is still understood by Ardis. But Ardis didn't understand the meaning of letting Kyril meet with him. What do you mean? Is there any point in me meeting with Kyril? Sorry, I honestly don't know why, but I just know that it's the correct choice. After all, I saw Ardis Khan is with Kyril Khan in all the versions of the dreams I saw, and that's the choice I made to let the dreams end. Meaning? I explained it just now, but the dreams I see isn't just a single time. The result depends on what choices I make, and that will just keep repeating. Even meeting Ardis Khan this time, it's my effort after repeating many mistakes, you know. I've only seen Ardis Khan for the 2nd time here, but I've talked with you for more than 100 occasions in my dreams. That's why it probably didn't felt like I've met you the first time before, Yon. Mariida laughed a little. Returning to the topic, there's only 2 possibilities for the dream to end. The first is out of time, and the second is to obtain the result that I think is the best. Mariida faced Ardis, she said while raising her index finger in order. This time, I stopped seeing the dreams for this scenario about half a year ago. In other words, it is the best choice that I could have made for me. That best choice and whatnot includes the act of sending a kid like Kyril to Corsa's forest by himself. There are no other choices. I tried sending other people at first, even people from my association or mercenaries. All of them failed without encountering with you. If I headed them myself, the association would get taken out by the other association. I tried tens of patterns, but only Kyril Khan could encounter Ardis Khan. Even so, wouldn't it be better if Kyril knew about it at the very least? Of course I've tried it, although he didn't trust it. In the end, Kyril Khan wouldn't agree to go out. Well, speaking from experience, nothing good happens if I said about the dreams. Most people wouldn't trust me, and even if they did, the result wouldn't be desirable. If so, isn't it a problem if you told me about it now? HNN. It's an exception this time, It isn't a bad result even if I told you about the dreams. It's unbelievable for me too. It seems that Mariida is honestly surprised as well. Her facade smile on the outside softened for a little, showing her true feelings under. In any case, Kyril Khan needed to be the one to go, or else there wouldn't be a good result. If I put escorts on Kyril Khan, they would be wiped out by some demonic beings that appears on the highway for some reason. Then I've put more escorts and Kyril Khan managed to arrive to the capital safely, but would still be wiped out when they entered Corsa's forest. Even for the travel funds, you know, Kyril Khan would be robbed by some thugs in Gran if I gave him enough. If he had just enough to get some decent escorts to enter the forest, he would never meet with Ardis Khan and arrive at the ruins. Then, they would fail at not discovering the hidden staircase. Then, I've tried to not have Kyril Khan any travel funds, but, naturally, after he arrives at Gran, he could do nothing there. Mariida sighed deeply and continued. Do you even know how many times I retried? It might not be over 100 times, but the choices that were found to be the key after about nearing that number of attempts was to not tell Kyril Khan about the real purpose, to support the Roval Merchant Association, and to have Kyril hold on to the bare minimum of travel funds. And finally, Kyril Khan can return safely, and bring the sword and you together in tone. T/L, the dialogue. Man, it was long. Chapter 72. Chapter 72. Ardis folded his legs, then with his arm rested on it, he supported his head. He continued to stare into Mariida's eyes as he tried to digest her story. After all, what Mariida had just said wasn't anything believable. But he can't ignore the fact that she had been taking actions as if knowing the future. To determine if the woman's story is believable, Ardis threw out the deciding question. The card in the letter that you gave to Kyril. What is the meaning of those words? Why do you know that? The words written on the card. Our swords are for the sake of victory. Our hearts are for the sake of our comrades. Here we advance, with glory in our flags. They are words that Ardis is very well familiar with. Words that should have only been spoken by Ardis's countless deceased comrades that had fought along with him. And if there are anyone who knows about it, then it means that there's someone who pulled through the hell of death and made it here like Ardis. It doesn't matter who it is. No, anyone is fine. It might be Ardis just wants to know that if he's really the only one. Who did you hear it from? Is that person still alive? Where is he now? At Ardis's serious question asked with a sharp gaze, Mariida replied while seemingly a little troubled. Those words? I saw them in my dreams. Dreams, right, in the dream. My dreams aren't the same thing always, although there are times when I see the same dream consecutively, they're mostly different every day. The dream this time had already ended, but there's Ardis Khan in other dreams too. And one of them, I heard those words from Ardis Khan yourself. That's why, sorry, but I don't really know about it as well. That was very far from an answer that Ardis was hoping to get. Without showing the disappointment in his mind, Ardis continued the questioning. That's how far in the future? With Ardis Khan's appearance there, it probably isn't in 1 or 2 years. I guess it's probably much longer than that. I don't think it's 10 years, but I guess 5 years. Anything else you know from that dream? The surrounding scenery, or the people around? It took place on a small hill. There were many soldiers and mercenaries, and Ardis was giving out orders. And beside you was a girl about 17 or 18. She had lice blue hair. And opposite of you was another beauty slightly older with blonde hair. Then a swordsman with ash blonde hair, a swordswoman with her lavender hair tied in a ponytail, and another tough man that looks to be a mercenary. About that, I guess. Is that so? That scenery wasn't something Ardis was familiar with. Of course, he wouldn't know anything about it. But it's unlikely Mariida is just spouting total nonsense. The deciding factor is if Ardis can trust Mariida. There are possibilities that she is lying, or someone behind her commanding her to give fake information to Ardis. But even if whatever she said based on I saw it in my dreams is fake, it's certain that what she knows are related to Ardis somehow or another. If so, he will just have to make the best use of it. Ardis arrived at such a conclusion. There's no need to trust Mariida needlessly. Even if this woman is plotting something, it doesn't mean anything if only Ardis himself is on the receiving end. Fine. With many meanings in that single word, Ardis threw out the final question. This is the last question. You called me by some other name before, right? Countless Sword Sorcerer tilde. Yeah, that. What's the meaning behind that name? Who knows? Mariida tilted her head, and replied immediately without even thinking. Are you messing around? No, sorry, I really don't know about it. That's also what I saw in my dreams. Ardis-kun was referred as that by the other people around. Wouldn't Ardis-kun know more about it than myself? Don't know. There had been no occasion someone called me by that. Then that name is probably given to you in the future. Mari-Ida muttered softly as if uninterested. That's quite the useless ability you have. In the end, the only information that Ardis had gotten was Mari-Ida's ability. Certainly, with that ability, she had arranged Karil with Ardis, and the reason why she speaks as if knowing the future is now clear. But in the end, Ardis couldn't get the information he wanted about the words on the card. Although he did feel disappointed, it became words of irony from Ardis's mouth. Sorry, but I've said it countless times before, I have the intentions of becoming Ardis-kun's friend. If I know more from the dreams, I will tell you. Friend, right? Trying to befriend me? What merit is there for you? Is that also a result of your dreams? Right. At the very least, if Ardis-kun is on my side, my association would become successful, and I wouldn't have to die. What if you made an enemy out of me? Well, please don't make me recall. It seems that she had already experienced the fate of antagonizing Ardis in her dreams. Her ever-standing smile suddenly disappeared, replaced with a pale face. Her voice trembled along with her heart. At the very least, I fully know well what kind of monster are you, and I'm not suicidal enough to do that. If she were to antagonize Ardis, even if she's a merchant with no combat power, or a young woman, Ardis didn't intend to show any mercy. But leaving aside whether his life is targeted at, if he doesn't have any reason to chase down his enemies to wipe them away from the face of the earth, Ardis didn't have any bad habit to trample on weaklings. If she's only trying to deceive Ardis with fake information, he would only threaten her like Chesed to stop her from doing it again. I don't think I have any bad habits. No. Even if you think you aren't that bad, being on the receiving end is traumatizing. With all of her composure from before now gone, she shook her head furiously as she retreated to the limits of the sofa. At the sight of her actions, Ardis unintentionally blurted out to laughter. Somehow that's quite a different image than when I first met you. You were quite haughty at first. Mari-Ida, who was laughed at, made a pouting face and averted her gaze as she complained. That can't be helped. If I didn't act like that, Ardis-kun would always do something unexpected. Know that you've troubled me a lot. Probably reassured that the scenario is proceeding like in her dreams. Her facade as the impenetrable merchant fell. Ardis felt like it was the first time that he saw Mari-Ida's true face. Seeing Mari-Ida, who had dropped her weird speech pattern, Ardis loosened up a little. Well, it's fine either way. For the time being, I will put some trust in what you said. That's more than enough for now. Either way, it isn't possible to get full trust from someone like Ardis-kun after all. Although he was complained at, it's not like her perception of Ardis is wrong. So Ardis couldn't say anything back to that. Anything else you want to know? Once again, Mari-Ida confirmed after plastering on her merchant's smile. Rather than replying, Ardis took out the bundle of hair from Nia and placed it on the table. It's the promised item. As we said just now, you will let me witness when you use it. Certainly, it's the pretty color of Alice blue. I like that hair color too. Taking the bundle of hair, Mari-Ida added on her personal opinion. But didn't I say that I needed a strand, right? No matter how I see it, this isn't even at the level of just a strand, but about the entire shoulder width. It wasn't me who cut it. Before Ardis could even speak, half of just one strand is enough. Nia had cut off her long hair without any hesitation. Well, there's no problem if there were extra. Mari-Ida seemed to have a really awkward and guilty expression. Since a girl is willing to go so far, wouldn't you buy her a gift as an apology? Should we prepare some kind of accessory for you? No, I don't need it. It would be troubling if it's some item embedded with detection magic. I'm really untrusted. While retorting that's a given in his mind, Ardis deliberately watched the figure of Mari-Ida lamenting without saying anything. For the time being, Ardis judged that she wasn't an enemy, but it's still too early to decide whether she's a friend or not. Leave that kind of small act after I leave. You're quite bad at playing along, huh? So? What are you going to do with that? Ignoring Mari-Ida's words, Ardis pointed to the bundle of hair from Nia on the table with his gaze. I guess let's move to the room with the sword. It will have to be brought to that room after all. Mari-Ida grabbed Nia's hair and stood up from her seat. Just like that, Mariida guided Ardis out of the reception room and moved to the room in the basement from before. Where they arrived is the room that Ardis had set foot in before. The first thing in sight after entering the room is the drawing that looked like a magic circle on the ground. The sword that's placed right in the middle, and the threads of light extended by the magic circle holding down the sword. It was the same as before, but Ardis felt that the threads of light seemed to be thinner than he last saw them. The effects would expire tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Well, I'm glad that we made it in time, Yon. So, where will the hair come in hand? Don't know. Mariida once again let out an irresponsible reply, and Ardis, who had received that, let out a voice that was loud enough to echo in the room several times. I know that we need it in my dreams, but I don't really know where to use it. If only everything was in my dreams, I wouldn't have to go through so much pain, right? Oi. Then what are you going to do? I guess there's no choice other than to try adequately. Leaving behind Ardis, who was shocked at her irresponsibility, Mariida walked to the middle of the magic circle, and placed down the bundle of Alice blue hair softly. Hey look, there's a reaction, Yon. Just like what Mariida said, the sword in the middle of the magic circle started to let off a soft light after reacting with the bundle of hair. A crimson light started to search the surrounding as if longing for something. Eventually, when the light found the bundle of hair, it moved across the ground as if it was a pool of liquid. The light that slowly arrived expanded slowly as if to cover the bundle of hair. As if reacting with it, it slowly moved the bundle to the sword. The sword, is the hair going to cover it? Just like what Ardis described, the bundle of Nia's hair that scattered around covered the sword as if concealing it. It's just like a cocoon. The sword that was fully covered in the hair gave off an impression of a cocoon. I guess that's done, probably. I guess what they say, an attempt is sometimes easier than expected, is right. And so, what's the situation now? Who knows? You are just. It's not like I have a choice. If I didn't see it in my dreams, even I wouldn't know. If I didn't have this ability, I'm just a young miss of a merchant association. What isn't known isn't known. Even if you trouble yourself with what you don't know, it isn't like you can solve it. Mariida suddenly turned cheeky. There were now wrinkles between Ardis's eyebrows. Since it looks like a cocoon, will something be hatching soon? I wonder. Something. What? I wonder. It'll be good if it's not a demonic being though. Mariida, who seemed to have taken her facade off, is now even more headache-inducing than expected. It's much better than the irritating first impression, but Ardis only continued to massage his temple with a look of seemingly unable to speak his troubles and worrying over it. Chapter 73. It had been 3 days since the sword from the ruins was wrapped into a cocoon by the bundle of Nia's hair. Ardis had situated in Riaitan for the time being if something happens to the sword. During that, the sword only continued to glow red without showing any changes. According to what Mariida had said about her dreams, it's imaginable that some kind of change will manifest. But what kind of change isn't known in the slightest. In Mariida's dreams, there aren't many details regarding that. Since she cannot control what she sees in her dreams, they can only make do with whatever small pieces of information from her dreams and infer from that. What she knows from her dreams are only the two facts. Nia's hair is used to calm the sword and the calming of the sword is successful. Of course, Ardis doesn't have the responsibility to see it through the end. But since that he's related now as well, it'll be a lie if he's not bothered about it. It's a little unthinkable, but the possibility for something bad to come out of that isn't nil. In the end, Ardis, who had nothing on hand, decided to stay in Riaitan for a while, visiting the lit every day to check on the sword, then getting welcomed by Rovlas, Kyril and Mary. Then the president, Mary's father. Any left-over time after that is used to accept Beast's subjugation request near Riaitan. Today as well, Ardis went out from Riaitan to hunt in the grasslands for a few hours. But, unusually, Ardis is not by himself today. He has 3 companions with him today. Ardis, it's about time the sun is going down. Should we return? Ted, who is wiping away the bloodstains on his bastard sword, asked Ardis. I guess so. Let's return after we get this guy's skin off. Ardis pointed at the corpse of the Rukta that assaulted them with his broadsword. Even for the members of Bright Stars of White Knight, they have decided to stay in Riaitan for a while. In the end, it seems like they've rejected the offer from Jimbril Merchant Association, and after knowing that Ardis is staying in Riaitan as well, they have decided to do so as well, saying them we should do that as well. After finishing dismantling the skin from the Rukta swiftly under 20 minutes, Ardis and the other went on their return trip back to Reiton. While walking down the highway that splits the plains, Ardis talked about the fact that Ted and the others rejected the offer from Jimburil. "Hey, Ted, you all come all the way to the coalition, but you wouldn't accept the request? Aren't the conditions good?" The requester was smelling funky. "Frankly, I don't like him," Ted said, his reason with a grumpy face. "You rejected it with that kind of reason?" Even if they didn't have to pay for the travel fees, it still took them 10 days to come from Thoria. They still rejected the request. Despite that, even toning it down, Ardis can only say that it was a waste of effort. If the reason was only because that the requester is fishy, it's too much of a loss that they have to bear. Ardis said so as a matter of fact, but what replied him was the three faces of utter shock. "Of all people, you're the one saying that? Ahaha. Ardis, you ever heard of something called a boomerang?" Really, I didn't want to hear it from Ardis. After all, Ardis was the one who rejected many requests just because he didn't like the requester. It can't be helped that Ted and the others are biting back at him. Well, it ain't that bad to hunt together like before. Fortunately, there's still a bunch of subjugation requests in Reiton. The fact that there are piles of subjugation requests, doesn't that mean that there are many victims of beasts or demonic beings? Isn't it a little irresponsible to say it's fortunate? But Ophelia, if you say so, aren't our existence who lives on subjugation rewards irresponsible? Geez, no one said something like that. In the first place, that logic doesn't make sense. That's too far of a correlation. Ahaha, you knew? As they continued on the road back to Reiton, there were light exchanges of laughter and jokes. Huh? What is that? Suddenly, Norris stopped. What's the matter? There's a demonic being or something? No. We're heading to Reiton, right? Why is there a sandstorm on? Ted followed Norris, putting up his hand to cover his eyes from the sun and narrowed his eyes to peer further. Can't see anything. Ardis, you see anything? Don't be ridiculous. I can't see anything with this much distance. Even for Ardis, his mana detection only extends to a radius of about 500 meters. Although it's really useful in an area dense with buildings or in the forest, it isn't like it's much useful when the target is too far out. Everyone should see it too if we get a little closer. At Norris's words, the party picked up their pace on the highway back to Reiton. Eventually, Ardis and the others started seeing the situation in Reiton as well. That's true, that's quite a sandstorm. Did some kind of out-of-season wind blow through? The party's eyes had caught onto the irregularity. As for Norris, who has the best eyesight in the party, he reported new information. There were a lot of shadows around Reiton. Are those people? As they got closer, their figures started to become clearer to the party. The countless shadows surrounding the city wall, and the dusts they raise in their wake, it was the reason why it seemed like a sandstorm manifested near Reiton. Oi, don't tell me there's some kind of war going on? No way, right? Ted, who frowned as he muttered, was met with the skeptical Ophelia. No, they don't look like figures of people. More like an army of beasts. There's some demonic beings mixed in there as well though. Army of beasts? That? Naturally, Ophelia would be surprised. Normally, beasts wouldn't even form groups. Even if they did, 10 is probably the max for one group. It's an unimaginable scene to even see more than 100 of them to be together. On the other hand, what's currently happening in front of their eyes, their numbers are in the thousands at a single glance. On top of that, there were demonic beings mixed among them. There's no doubt some kind of irregularity is happening. Oi, look there. Ted's voice beckoned them to look at their side. There were a few grass wolves running not quite far from them. It's about 50 meters of a distance to the party. Normally, it wouldn't be strange if the wolves headed straight to them and attacked at any time now. But the grass wolves wouldn't even spare a single glance at them, only running towards Reiton. What the heck? Ted muttered at the incomprehensible behavior. The grass wolves ignored people. They wouldn't come and attack nor run away. It's like they only had their eyes on Reiton. Did something happen in Reiton? Dunno. But let's hasten. The party increased their speed further at Ted's instructions. As they got closer and closer, they started to see the entire situation clearer. The east gate is no good. Let's circle to the west gate. The walls surrounding Reiton had two entrances, the east and west gates. Even from afar, they could see that the east gate had already been buried by the army of monsters. There weren't any beasts heading to the west gate yet, but in their place were people who wanted to flee inside the city, and the soldiers who was at the side of the gate. Good. The west gate is still open. Leaving behind the army of beasts, Ardis and the others made haste to the west gate. Chapter 74. Chapter 74. Quickly go. Quick. Hey, that's my stuff. Don't you dare touch it. Hurry. The gate is closing soon. Just give up on the baggage and get inside. Mercenary-san. That's impossible. I would go bankrupt if I left these here. My wife. I don't see my wife anywhere. Wait up. Stop messing around. What if the demonic beings came here? It was the pinnacle of chaos by the time Ardis and the others arrived at the west gate. Farmers who stopped their work in the fields desperately trying to get into the city. Merchants who wanted to get their carriage into the city no matter what. Mercenaries who hurried the people as they wanted to shut the gate quickly. The situation where people pushed each other, and slurs being thrown at each other. Although there weren't many, there are people who exited the west gate and ran westwards, contributing to the mess. Phew, we made it in time, huh? Ted let out a relieved sigh as they arrived at the gate. Although the situation at the west gate is the worst, the gate is still open at the very least. Even if they are experienced veteran mercenaries, they probably can't do anything if the gate shut before they entered. It didn't seem like the beasts or demonic beings can enter the town when the gates are shut, but since there are many people in Raiton, they would have to sustain themselves with whatever supplies they have in the town. Bad. The gate is about to shut. Let's hurry, Ted. Yeah, there were some small groups heading here already. Usually, they're here already, huh? As Ardis prompted, Ted, who looked behind them, cringed. They probably came here after the east gate was overflowed with monsters. There were figures of four-legged beasts running towards here. The mercenaries who were guarding the gate realized that as well, as they formed a formation to meet the attack. But, behind them, there were still people queuing, trying to get into the city. At this rate, it would be dangerous for them who has no means of fighting. Get ready. Never let them pass. Hold up until the people evacuated. A slightly older soldier who seems to be the commander shouted loudly. But Commander, with just ourselves. The soldier beside him didn't finish his sentence. After all, there were less than 100 soldiers that was dispatched to evacuate the people. On top of that, different than the mercenaries who are fighting almost every day, Raiton, which had been peaceful for a long time, didn't have any experienced soldiers on the fields. Certainly, compared to the small group of beasts heading this way, the soldiers have more numbers. But guarding the defenseless people from the group of beasts isn't as simple as just winning. On top of that, the numbers of beasts coming this way looked to be increasing by the minute. If more than 200 of them came at once, the results need not to be said. Don't say it, Commander. I understand what you're saying, but we are all part of the proud Raiton army. If we are not going to protect the people, then what in the world is the reason behind our existence? The commander looked at his soldiers once. The soldiers all had pale faces. Right. Since you all act high and mighty all the time, it's a good occasion to demonstrate your power. It was the leader of Bright Stars of White Knight who suddenly threw in an extra provocation. Ted with his excess meddling again. Behind him, Norris spoke with a smile that didn't suit his fed-up tone. Mercenaries, huh? The soldiers who were beside the commander looked at Ted as if surprised. I would appreciate if you lend us a hand, but there isn't any request from the country. You guys wouldn't move if there aren't any compensation after all, right? Well, don't lump all of us together. We will at least help to buy some time. Ted's words were seemingly incomprehensible for the soldiers as they had round eyes. After all, a mercenary is saying that they will take action without payment. As far as the soldiers knew, mercenaries weren't a species to say that. Again, with that kind of prejudice, even Orphelia was frowning at the soldiers. Of course, Norris and Orphelia had agreed to help already, and they weren't against Ted's decision in the slightest. A violent man at first glance, but their leader who wouldn't do something despicable like abandoning weaklings or the people in troubles. He was their pride. That is the party known as Bright Stars of White Knight that Ardis knew. What do you mean? Could you be willing to lend a hand in fending off the beasts? Behind the soldiers who still seemed to have unbelieving faces, the commander came out. Of course, we don't intend to become sacrifices, but at least we will help till the gate closes. I don't have a single coin on me though. As if trying to grasp Ted's intentions, the commander confirmed with him just in case. It's fine. But surely you can treat us to something good later? That way, huh? Fine. There will be excellent wine treated. The old commander had a smile on his wrinkled face. All right, that settles it. Norris, Orphelia, Ardis. So, since that's the case, it's a slight exercise before entering the town. The tough-faced man turned around to his comrades. "Ahaha, there's no helping it, right? What, since that's the case? Seriously, you could have at least asked for our opinions first." "Got it." The three had different replies to their kind-hearted leader. "Sorry for the inconvenience. You have my thanks. If we have mages on our side, it's much more reassuring." Looking at Ophelia and Ardis's stature, the commander thought they were mages. "So how much time should we buy?" Ardis asked the commander. Even as they are talking, the beasts were getting closer. There wasn't any time left for them to spend idly. "Another 15 minutes, I suppose." Seeing the crowd at the west gate, the commander judged. "Got it, 15 minutes, yeah." Since there wasn't anything else to confirm, Ardis turned around. Looking forward, the beasts had gotten quite close, with fast carnivores like grass wolves and coyotes taking the lead. Behind them followed snatches and green knives. It was about 200 beasts with a single glance. Seeing the numbers of shadow keep on increasing, there were probably more beasts gathering than what they saw at the east gate. The army of beasts that could no longer fit the east gate overflowed and circled around the walls to the west gate. "Ardis will take the left, and Ophelia take the right." "Okay, got it." Ted swiftly gave out instructions to the members of the party. "Norris will take care of the leftovers that survived the magic. And me, don't even think of rushing in. It's only buying time till the gate closes after all." "Yeah, I know." "Rather than me, Ardis. Don't overdo it. It's just buying time, remember that." Hey, what kind of person does Ted think? "Ardis, spare the idle talk. They're here." Ardis, who was shut up, clicked his tongue lightly, and turned around to meet the beasts that came here. "It's still at a range arrows don't reach, but it's well within range of magic attacks." The fierce crimson that is the miracle of flames born of the ancient dragon's breath dash. Ferno Ristaganov, flames of purgatory. The flames manifested by Ophelia headed straight to the pack of coyotes. Without ever having the chance to avoid the scorching flames, the coyotes burned into black lumps and crashed into the ground one after another. Amazing. That's the power of advanced offensive magic. The soldiers who saw the destructive power of such magic spell for the first time were surprised. Of course, there were magicians in Raitan's army too, but it's not like they have a chance to show it off in the peace times. Different than practicing swords and arrows, shooting offensive magic at each other for training isn't a good idea. For the many soldiers here who probably never engaged in a real fight before, leaving aside basic magic, it's probably normal that they've never seen advanced offensive magic. The dance of eternity of the shining deep green in the color of imaginary land and the silence. Trusius Fote. Storm of the North. Then it's Ardis's turn to follow up with a blizzard that freezes everything. The intense storm of snow assaulted at the grass wolves. The grass wolves, which were running out of control just a moment ago, only twitched sideways on the ground as their limbs were frozen. Just like that, their body got covered more and more in ice before they stopped moving completely. With that, although it was an overwhelmingly disadvantageous situation, the soldiers who were gloomy a moment ago brightened. But the beasts continued coming without having any signs of stopping. The second, third wave were all somehow dealt with by Ardis and the others, but eventually Ophelia showed fatigue. I suppose it's almost my limit. I guess another advanced spell is the last." "It's fine." Everyone had almost gotten inside the city. "Only one more minute," the commander shouted loudly after verifying the evacuation situation. Surrounding them were the soldiers with their swords and spears in hand, dealing with the beasts that didn't get caught in the magic spells. Even if it's advanced offensive magic, it's difficult to cover a wide area. Although Norris is continuing to shoot down the beasts that avoided the effects of the magic spells one after another, there was still a small number of them that made their ways to the soldiers. "Don't let the beasts get near the mages." The soldiers took a formation surrounding Ardis and Ophelia as they kept protecting the people evacuating. Occasionally, there were Beast King that breaks through the soldiers' defensive formation, but they were all swiftly sent to the grave by Ted. Thanks to bright stars of white night, the soldiers were able to hold out against the seemingly unending waves of beasts. "Good. The evacuating is done. We will withdraw." It seems that the people behind them had finally finished evacuating. In accordance to the commander's retreat order, Ardis and the others withdrew as well. Ardis fired off another flames of purgatory as a parting gift, before swiftly joining the soldiers, retreating back into the city of Raitan. Dealing with the beasts that pursued, When the west gate was finally shut by the mercenaries, the sky in the west was already stained a deep shade of red. Chapter 75. Chapter 75. The surrounding was noisy even after entering the gate. The people who hurried into the town under the fear of the beasts, all of them seemed listless and depressed. Thanks for the help. There would have been casualties for sure if not for your help. Just like what the old commander said, although there were some injured soldiers, there wasn't any casualty. Since it's an emergency, I shall thank you properly again sometime. After getting Ted and the others' names and their in, the commander took the soldiers and seemed to head for the castle. Well then, for the time being, we will have to find out what's Ardis-san. Just as Ted was about to voice out his plans to the other members of the party, a young boy's pre-adolescent voice was heard from the crowd. Kyril. The owner of the voice is the familiar Kyril from Roval Merchant Association, the young boy who accompanied Ardis when he came to Rhiannon the first time. The small-statured 12-year-old boy weaved through the crowds of adults and arrived in front of Ardis and the others. Ardis-san, you're safe. I was worried since I heard that you went for a subjugation request this morning. As you see, I'm fine. But Kyril, what happened? We just went away from Rhiannon for half a day and quite the situation it has become. That, it's still not clear. It was all normal until the afternoon. But suddenly it became like this. Kyril's anxiety showed in the trembling of his dark blue eyes. Ardis-san, do you know what's happening outside? According to what the people say, there's a huge number of beasts heading towards the town? Yeah, an army of beasts. It was quite the surreal number that surrounded Rhiannon. There were more than thousands of them when I saw them at the east gate, but there might be even more now. Thousands. Kyril was speechless at the unexpectedly large number. Isn't that more than the entire army of Rhiannon? Of course, the most of them are just insignificant beasts like grass wolves, but there are some rare ones like the beast kings that Ted dealt with just a while ago. They are probably too much for the soldiers to handle. On top of that, although they were still far away, Ardis confirmed the presence of demonic beings as well. It might be too much for Rhiannon's hands. There will probably be requests for mercenaries to participate too. Ted voiced out Ardis' thoughts after guessing what he's thinking. In any case, let's return to the inn first. Leaving aside if there will be any request or not, we should prepare as much as we can. Yes, it's just as Norris said. Beside Ted and the others who was talking about their plans, Kyril said after seemingly remembering something suddenly. That's right, Ardis-san. Mariida-san was looking for you. It's fine if you return to the inn first, but please visit the Lit Merchant Association later. Mariida? Yeah, alright. I will definitely swing by. Kyril, what about you? I will be going to oversee stock. Since the soldiers are occupied with the threats outside, it seems like some ill-intentioned people would take advantage of it and cases like riots and burglary would happen. Because of that, merchant associations would try their best to watch their supplies, sending all their capable men to guard their warehouses. That's what the merchants call oversee stock. Looking closely, there were a few tough-looking men behind Kyril. It's probably Kyril's job to guide them to the Roval's warehouses. Is that so? Sorry for holding you up. You need to hurry for stuffs like that after all. Yes, then I will be going. Please don't forget to go to the Lit later. Leaving that behind, Kyril went to the baggage unloading area together with the men. Alright, we will head back to our inns first then. Ardis, what about you? I will be stopping by Lit Merchant Association first before I return to the inn. Got it, see ya later. After saying goodbye to Ted and the others, Ardis headed towards Lit's building. The main street that's normally peaceful was different today, although it's not filled with angry cries like at the West Gate. It's evident that the voices of the pedestrian are lacking their usual liveliness. Is Mariida around? The first thing that Ardis saw when he entered the Lit's building was a disastrous place akin to an emergency medic outpost of a battlefield. I don't need to know that. Rather than that, find out what all the upper echelon is thinking. Aren't all the nobles supposed to do something after benefiting from us so much? What are you planning to do? Not use that now. Prioritize the coal, charcoal and the oil. Food. The country will control sales for those in no time, right? Don't buy so much that we attract attention. In the first place, it's the worst idea to get on the people's bad side. Huh? There's no one guarding our warehouses yet. Even the Roval had sent people long ago. What are you all doing sitting around? Quickly get 2 or 3 mercenaries to do that. Ardis gun. You came at just the right time. Mariida, who was giving out instructions left and right, finally noticed Ardis's arrival. We need some capable mercenaries. The pay will be 1 gold a day. Interested in working for us? Rejected. Why? A straight answer immediately. Is your matter only that? Then I will be heading back. Wait a little. Not that, there's something else. For the time being, get inside first. After handing over the site to the middle-aged man, Mariida pulled Ardis up to the 2nd floor. Oi, is that fine? It's coming from an outsider, but wouldn't it be a bad idea if the leader left the site? Well, of course it couldn't be good, but it's not something they can hear anyways. After closing the door behind after entering the reception room, Mariida got to the point immediately without taking a seat on the sofa first. How much do you know about the current situation? Well, only about the fact that there's a bunch of monsters outside surrounding Reiton. I just returned a while ago. I dealt with some of them before entering the west gate, but it's strange how they would come towards the town in a straight line without thinking anything else. In the first place, why is there an army like that attacking suddenly? Unusually. Mariida nodded, agreeing. It's like that, but could it be the sword that's the reason? You mean the red sword Kyril brought back? If it's a sword that Ardis Khan and I know about, isn't it obvious it's that? Who knows? Even I don't know much about that sword. Something like this happened just a few days after it became a cocoon. It might be related after all. Certainly. When Ardis got it from the Corsair's forest, there were strange humanoids that attacked during the night. It can't be blamed that she suspects that it's the culprit. Just like what Mariida said, the timing matches the time when the sword is covered and became a cocoon. Is there anything in your dreams? I said it before, but if my dreams was that convenient, there wouldn't be any troubles. It was unexpected this time, Mariida added on. Seriously? What an unusable ability. Could it be that I'm regarded useless? Ardis muttered what he thought, but it seems that it had dealt some damage to Mariida. How about verifying it if you're concerned? If it's because of that sword, then it's better to dispose it somewhere remote. It would be good if the situation gets better just by that. Is that fine? It would be troubling Ardis Khan though. Although Mariida hesitated at first, leaving aside whether to dispose it, they just have to see if any of the beasts react to the sword. Then, let me have it for a while. Don't worry, I will properly return it. In the first place, there's no guarantee that it's the culprit after all. He left those words as if comforting Mariida, before taking out the cocoon sword and left the association. Well then, it would be easy to get out of the town if the sentries weren't around. Ardis, who got on the main street, looked around the town walls that surrounded Reiton. There wasn't a gap between the fire posts on top of the walls, and beside them were people holding torches. Although there were people stationed on the town walls normally, but it seems that there are more now since it's now an emergency. I guess flying the sword is the only way. Flying above the walls of Reiton is an easy feat for Ardis. But now that there are people looking out the sky for flying monsters, even if the night comes, there's still a possibility he might get spotted by someone. In fact, there are some who are even intercepting the flying beasts on top of the walls right now. Ardis climbed one of the highest towers in Reiton, and peeked outside the walls. There were more now. What reflected in Ardis's eyes was the same army of beasts outside the Reiton walls. Although Ardis knew their numbers were in the thousands before, but it seems like they have increased again. The walls aren't so weak that it crumbles under the beasts. But there's no telling what might happen if the army of beasts continues pounding on it. Even worse, there were some strong demonic beings mixed in the army as well. Immediately, Ardis took out the sword in question and used his magic to send it flying outside the walls without getting seen by the sentries. He tried changing the direction, height, and moved the sword around the beasts for a while. He sighed shortly after. Nothing. The beasts didn't show a single reaction to the moving sword. They just mindlessly continued crashing into the walls of Reiton. Ardis tried shoving the sword right into the army of beasts, but nothing happened as well. Eventually, when the night had completely fallen, Ardis decided to recall the sword. How was it? When Ardis arrived back at the Lit Merchants Association, Mariida asked expectantly. It doesn't seem like the sword is related. They didn't show any reaction at all. Ardis replied while looking at the cocooned red sword. Mariida showed an unusual difficult expression. Here, I returned it as promised. No, It's better than Ardis holds onto it. Yon. Ardis offered the sword back, but Mariida waved her hands. What? You're getting scared holding onto it now? It's not like that. It was the plan to give it to Ardis anyways. Mariida said it as a matter of fact, and Ardis narrowed his black eyes. The plan? I don't know what time it was, but that's something Ardis should have, probably. From what Mariida said, it might be that she saw Ardis with the sword in her dreams. Is that so? Then I will hold on to it. But, if something weird comes out of the cocoon, I won't hesitate to throw it away. Go ahead, Mariida replied while smiling widely. With the sword still in his hands, Ardis left the Lit Merchant Association. Although it feels like something troublesome had just been pushed onto him, it's true that Ardis himself is intrigued by the sword. After all, it's the sword that he got from the ruins in Corsa's forest, and there's Nia's hair on it too. After all, Ardis had stayed in Riatan for the sake of looking over the sword, but, if he is it, then there's no need to stay around. Of course, hunting daily with Ted and the others is not a bad routine, but it's about time he returns home. I guess cleaning up the lots outside will be first, huh? Muttering softly, Ardis headed towards the inn where Ted and the others are waiting. Chapter 76. Ardis, who returned to the inn, was greeted by Ted and Orphelia waiting on a 4-seat table. In this inn, which serves as a tavern and a sleeping place for mercenaries, it would be noisy even if it's late in the night. However, it was different today. It was noisy, but, rather than liveliness, it felt like awkwardness filled the tavern. It was probably because no one had mugs of liquor in their hands. Norris? Ardis took a seat at an empty chair, and asked the two. Norris is currently out to gather information. It's a mess everywhere now. Doubtful there's any useful information to gather though. It seems they have been exchanging information with the innmaster and their mercenary friends as well. But, it's not like the other mercenaries had witnessed the situation outside by themselves. So, it didn't seem like what the other mercenaries know are more than hearsay. Sorry. It took a little longer than expected. Just when Ardis was ordering some food and drinks, Norris returned. Norris finished the cup of water on the table as he sat down before catching his breath. Good work out there. As if awarding his hard work, Orphelia poured some fresh water into the cup and offered it to Norris. After downing the second cup of water, Norris, who finally settled down, started his report. It seems like the people managing Riatan are in a mess too. But, at least they're fast. It seems like they're planning to move at dawn. The Riatan army, those green pawn soldiers we saw? That's true. Wasn't it 500 people or something they have? Even if the threats are mostly just beasts, with that number to oppose the army of beasts. At Ted and Orphelia's suspicion, Norris answered as if he was expecting it. There were 500 novice soldiers. On top of that, from what we saw at the West Gate, there were also demonic beings mixed in the army of beasts. Even if it was just beasts, beast kings might be dangerous for them too. That's why there will be requests for us mercenaries too. Well, something like that is expected. But look, I don't know how many mercenaries is in Riatan, but, even if there were a lot, wouldn't it amount to 100 or 2 at most? It's not like they have thousands of mercenaries here. Even if it's just against beasts, even for us, that much is impossible though. Well there, every cloud has a silver lining. Coincidentally, there were strong mercenary parties from other lands gathered in Riatan now. Norris counted one by one: Freedom Cloud, Dragon's Pawn, Spirit's Guidance, Crimson Three Blades. All of them were famous mercenary parties that are known in their home country. 500 from the army, 100 from mercenaries. If they just draft some citizens, wouldn't it be easy to pass the 2,000 mark? It's Riatan with more than 50,000 population after all. Even if they aren't mercenaries, there are sure to be some tough people among them. Drafting them would surely increase the number of combatants significantly. Of course, since there isn't much time to spare for preparation, there wouldn't be any kind of training of issuing of equipment. But, if the beasts managed to break through the town walls and entered the town, only the death of their families and loved ones awaits. Since it's a battle that even the normal citizens couldn't afford to lose, their morale is very high. We will take care of the demonic beings, the army will take care of the beasts, and the remaining drafted soldiers will use numbers to suppress the remaining. I guess it's something like that. It's just as what Ardis said. The town seems to be planning it that way as well. The participation compensation for mercenaries like us will be 2 gold coins per person, and there will be an extra of 3 gold coins per demonic being dealt with. It's 3 gold coins per demonic's being. It's a high price considering normally. Since the failure of the request would mean the destruction of Riaton, it seems that the town wouldn't save on the compensation. But there's no knowing how many demonic beings is out there. If there are 10 or more of them, it'll cost the government quite a lot to compensate. But hey, if the employer of those mercenaries wouldn't care, then wouldn't it be useless? Certainly, weren't Dragon's Pawn and Crimson Three Blades hired by that? What name was it again? Jim something Merchant Association. It's Jimbarrel. Yeah, that. Didn't they come because of the request from Jimbarrel Merchant Association? It's as Ted said. Mercenaries only moves on the request from their employer. It's the norm for mercenaries to be forbidden to take up on another request during the period of the request they are currently in. For the employer, it would be bad if the mercenaries left just because the compensation of the other request was better. For mercenaries who are regarded as ruffians by the society, by abiding the contract is what barely allows mercenaries to have citizenships. Of course, there are some bastards amongst mercenaries who would go against contracts without hesitating. But the parties that Norris pointed out just now were all famous ones. They're probably different from the other thug mercenaries out there. They probably wouldn't neglect the contract. On the other hand, it just means that their actions are bound by the contract. If their employer is someone who would only guard their own benefits, they would prioritize their own lives and fortune rather than allowing the mercenaries to participate in the subjugation squad. Well you see, I'm glad you asked. Norris was giving such an impression as he started talking. It seems that the Jimbarrel Merchant Association had gotten the situation under control. They requested the mercenaries to participate in the subjugation. By the way, it's not just Dragon's Pawn and Crimson Three Blades. It seems like Freedom Cloud and Spritz Guidance were all called to Riaton by them. Originally, Ted and the others, Bright Stars of White Knight, also came to Riaton under Jimbarrel's request. It's not strange that they have called out to other parties other than Dragon's Pawn and Crimson Three Blades. So it's only possible since that Jimbarrel agreed to cooperate in the subjugation. If they refused, then it would be probably impossible to win. Orphelio explained. The beasts can be dealt with somehow by the army and other mercenaries, but, for the demonics beings mixed in the monsters' army, it would be a little difficult for them. Even if Ted and the others are strong, it's not like they can be around everywhere to deal with the demonic beings. On top of that, it seems that they would be the one to provide weapons for the drafted soldiers and the materials to repair the town walls. The country and the army are praising the Jimbarrel Merchant Association highly because of that. What about the other merchant associations? Ardis recalled the messy situation in the Litz building. Who knows? I didn't really hear much about the other associations. But wouldn't they be lost in their actions, since they're not clear about the situation? Exactly because of that the Jimbarrel Merchant Association looks really good now. Well, amazing people, aren't they? Norris laughed seemingly with irony. After all, it's only half a day since the emergency happened. There probably isn't anyone else other than the upper echelon of the country that would know about the situation clearly. And in the midst of that, to decide to cooperate with the subjugation so quickly is too unnatural. On top of that, considering the restricted circulation of information now, it seemed like the Jimbarrels know something about the current situation. Although they can just dismiss it as their competence of being merchants, it couldn't just be Ardis who is feeling skeptical at their actions. It seems like Norris has also noticed it. Even without saying it aloud, it's evident that he's not really fond of the Jimbarrel Merchant Association. Well, if they are saying that they're willing to help, there isn't any disadvantages to us. First would be dealing with the army of beasts. Yeah, just as Norris said. I don't like that fishy merchant, but, at the very least, having the chance to win is good. Ted seemed to understand Norris's feelings, as he was appreciating their decision, albeit a little reluctantly. What? Ted and Norris, you two are still saying something like that? Could it be that the Jimbarrel's president stole the glory and you two are jealous? As if. Definitely wrong. Orphelia's critic was met with furious objections. Ardis, who have never met the president in question, ignored the small quarrel that had started beside him and started working on the food that was served. The warm soup that took away all his fatigue, and the crispy bacon sandwiched in the bun. The saltiness together with the meat juices fulfilled Ardis's hunger. Since Riaton is a town of trading, with ingredients from the west and east gathered. There are many dishes Ardis had never seen before. Leaving aside Ted and the others who are still quarreling, Ardis silently devoured the dishes that was put on the table. The taste is reasonable, at the very least. It was the difference of heaven and earth when comparing to the annihilation weapon, Muller's cooking, of Sezragi. Well, in the first place, it's questionable to even categorize that as food, as Ardis gave his opinion that he would never speak out loud. When we were still talking, you have been enjoying the food comfortably, huh? Seeing Ardis who was enjoying his food, Ted and the others who were quarreling foolishly before stopped and started their meal. It was an hour later when the soldiers went around the taverns in town to recruit mercenaries for the subjugation squad that will move out in the next morning. Chapter 77. Chapter 77. Return of the Dawn. The morning streets are filled with fresh morning breeze, and the peaceful liveliness signified the start of a day. However, it wasn't like that today. The smell of blood filled the air and cries of beasts came from outside the town constantly. On top of that, the huge group of people fully armed on the streets standing in line. It was an unusual morning for Eitan. 400 soldiers from the army, about 1,500 drafted soldiers, and another 100 or so mercenaries who responded to the request to participate formed the entirety of the subjugation squad. Of course, Ted and the others are also participating as the bright stars of White Knight. Ted was in the squad that's going to rush out on foot to meet the Demonix beings. Orphelia and Norris are joining the squad providing support from the top of the walls, and Ardis, who is thought to be a magician, is the same. Originally, it would be ideal for mercenary parties to move together as one, although there are certainly mercenaries who are strong on their own, but normally, mercenaries can perform better if they are together with their comrades that they had fought together with on countless occasions. That kind of relationship isn't something that can be built in a day or two. It's only possible for party members who had survived through life and death, that they can sync together well. But certainly, since it's expected to be a full-out brawl, it would be dangerous for magicians who are unfamiliar with close-quarters combat on the battlefield. A magician's attack often dictates the outcome of the battle after all. On top of that, they're against beasts that are grouped together tightly without any leaders or chain of command. There's a huge potential in magician's offensive spell in this situation. Even if it's a brawl, the strategy of letting the mercenary parties fight together should work too. But since there's the option of raining down attacks from the walls safely after all, there's no way they aren't going to take advantage of that. The commander of the army had judged that rather than having the magicians engaging in the battle recklessly, letting them shoot down offensive magic into the groups of monsters from the walls is more effective. As for the archer Norris, he's alright with close-quarters combat to a certain degree, but since he was to prioritize intercepting any flying monsters, he was stationed on the walls as well. Your role is to deal with the beasts from above the walls, and to intercept anything that tries to fly into the town. Before the battle commenced, the vice commander of the army gave out instructions above the walls. The first volley will be from the magicians. Try to maximize the area and decrease their numbers as much as possible. For the first 5 minutes, we will keep shooting out magic. During that, archers are to intercept any flying beasts. Protect the magicians during this time. There will be a signal to halt the magic attacks. The main unit will head out of the east gate that time. After that, judge by yourself to support the main unit suitably. May I interrupt? When the vice commander's explanation had paused, a thin-looking magician raised his hands. What is it? Certainly. You're from Freedom Cloud. I'm Hyel from Freedom Cloud. The strategy is simple enough. I don't have any problems with that. But, rather than supporting from the walls after the main unit heads out, wouldn't it be better to join the battle on the ground? But wouldn't that be too dangerous? Excuse me. But wouldn't magicians be easy targets for the beasts in such a messy brawl? The main unit wouldn't have any leeway to defend the magicians after all. I know that. But, leaving aside the beasts, it would be hard for the main unit to deal with demonic beings without the direct support of magicians. We can't provide good enough support from here. After all, our roles as mercenaries this time is to deal with the demonic beings, right? The mercenaries agreed one after another. But even if he understood what the mercenaries were saying, the vice commander was hesitating to allow the magicians to directly participate in the battle. Wasn't the plan to blast them with magic at the beginning to avoid it being a messy brawl? If their numbers decrease enough, the danger will decrease for the magicians as well. Then it'll be up to our own judgment according to the situation, right? Another magician voiced out his opinion to the vice commander. The idea he proposed that meant that they would be the one to judge the situation and take care of their own lives themselves. It was truly the thoughts of a mercenary. If you say so. After the main unit heads out, you all are to judge the situation by yourself. But we can't be leaving the skies open as well. Some must stay to deal with the flying beasts. The vice president seemed to have approved of the plan. In the end, it's decided that there will be 10 mercenaries staying on the walls to intercept any flying beasts, and the others will be heading down to the ground to support their comrades. As for Bright Stars of White Night, Norris and Orphelia decided to stay on the walls. After all, if it's just despairs, Ted wouldn't need any support from them, and even if there are opponents that he can't win against by himself, he's not that stupid to challenge them by himself. Ted would be able to judge when to retreat by himself. As for Ardis, needless to say, he would be joining the battle on the ground. Finishing their preparation, everyone took on their position. The silence before the battle, there wasn't anything like that. Their opponents are monsters. During the time they got the briefing, rather than that, the beasts had already been attacking the walls for the entire last night. While hearing the sound of monsters crashing into the wall, the roars and howling of the beasts, everyone was waiting for the signal to commence. Eventually, the vice commander raised the commanding wand high, swinging it down along with the order, "Attack." Along with that command, the magicians started chanting. Eventually, massive violence manifested from the mana of the magicians. The burning flames that is the proof of mind strength, graced. Fireball, the tune of rupturing winds played by the pristine shrine maiden Selway. Wind blades, the penetrating pebble of the unwavering heroism of the night dash. Tissel. Earth, the striking bullet that is the vanguard of the noble winter spirit dash. Felt. Ice block, pale white of judgment that severs the sins of the far emptiness dash. Stige helmet, blades of fierce strike. The magicians let out devastating offensive spells one after another. The flame spells burnt the grey wolves, the earth spells buried the snatchers. As for the advanced offensive spells, they left behind a huge puddle of blood on the ground after rupturing the beasts in its area of effect. The fierce crimson that is the miracle of flames born of the ancient dragon's breath dash. Furnace Taganov, Flames of Purgatory. Orphelia as well released her most familiar advanced offensive magic spell. The Flames of Purgatory devoured the beasts in the area, leaving behind black lumps on the grasslands outside the east gate. Where they grouped up the most is there and dash, there, and there, I guess. They really gotten more than yesterday. Ardis confirmed the numbers of beasts in the surrounding area. Although no one knew what is causing it, it's evident that more beasts gather as time goes on. It's wondrous where they all came from. Their numbers had already increased well past 3,000 with just a single glance. The dance of eternity of the shining deep green in the color of imaginary land and the silence. Trusius Fote. Storm of the North. Simply chanting a short aria quickly, Ardis brought out the world of snow. The temperature in the area dropped significantly suddenly, even the water vapor in the air condensed and formed white mist. That blizzard assaulted at the creatures, first freezing their breaths, then their furs, and finally the water content in their bodies. Eventually, when the winds had dissipated the thick freezing mist, the people on top of the walls were noisy. What was that? I heard about Storm of the North, but that's too much. The area and its damages. Could it be my imagination? It looked like even demonic beings were done in by that one spell. Just by looking, about 20% of the entire army of monsters were frozen into ice blocks in an instant. The monsters which were just out of control a moment ago, there's now an obvious ovular area where all the monsters are covered in a layer of bluish-white ice. Well, the area of effect of the spell being ovular is one thing, but the usual Storm of the North shouldn't have had this wide of an area. Whose magic? The magicians all seemed to have forgotten the battle, as they were deeply intrigued by who casted that. Without giving a second thought to their gazes, Ardis moved on to the next chant. Thou, the Valkyrie who winds precious death, bluish life and reddish joy, I wish for the definite folds of the miracle of fate, touch and hold, tremble and shake, shoot and penetrate, show the promised path to all who follows the covenant. Lit Kyuel burn. Bow of the rainbow. A rainbow-colored glowing ball manifested above Ardis's head. Under the silence gazes of many, The glowing ball only continued to expand while exuding its intense presence. It enlarged to the point it would easily tower over anyone, and its surface started to waver. When the trembles had calmed down to the point of unrecognizable, it suddenly changed. The slight trembling formed small waves, and the next moment, spikes formed on the surface of the ball, becoming long arrows of light, and pierced the beasts on the ground in the next instant. That scene was akin to a synchronized volley from archers. What was different was the fact that the arrows went in a straight line to its target. Its power was incomparably more devastating, and the fact that it was all done by a single person. The magic arrows manifested by Ardis mercilessly penetrated the bodies of the monsters, robbing them of their lives. There was no one who knew the exact number, but everyone there was convinced that the magic spell just now took down at least 100 of them. There was guaranteed death for those who was targeted. Getting shot in their vitals, they became corpses in an instant by the spell. Amazing. It's my first time seeing someone who can use Bow of the Rainbow. No, wait, that's too strange. Isn't Bow of the Rainbow only capable of firing 10 shots in a single spell? He looks just like a kid though. Who's that magician? After all, Bow of the Rainbow is a magic spell that's extremely difficult to control. There aren't many who are capable of using it. It's natural for any magicians to be interested in the one who used it. But, for Ardis, such things didn't matter at all to him. The spell he casted just now, in fact, it wasn't Bow of the Rainbow at all, he was just imitating it. Of course, he could have used it without any chance. Ahaha. It's Ardis's natural talent to make even his comrades confused. Seriously. It's cheating. How can he use that kind of magic without running out of mana? It's the normal half-given-up reaction from Norris and Ophelia. It's scary to have a magician like that as an enemy. But now he's on our side. That's very reassuring. But even I won't lose. It was Hyel from Freedom Cloud who got motivated after seeing Ardis's magic. Then, he shot out a flames of purgatory that wouldn't lose to Orpholia's, decreasing the numerical advantage of the monsters even more. The other magicians who saw that remembered their roles as well, as they shot out magic spells one after another. 5 minutes after the signal to attack, the army of beasts that had suffered a bunch from the magician's attack had already lost half their numbers. Good. Stop the barrage. Support the main unit and intercept any flying beast hereafter. At the vice commander's order, the attacks from above the walls stopped. Opening the gate. The east gate opened slowly along with a loud creak. Go. It's time to go, everyone. Don't be slow. The main unit, which were saving their strength till now, raised a loud cry before rushing out the gate like a broken dam. The advantage in numbers switched sides. But, there were still demonic beings in the opponent's side. If they were all beasts, the army and even the drafted soldiers wouldn't have any troubles. However, with the presence of demonic beings, even the vice commander seemed to be anxious. Well then, Vice Commander San, we will be going to help out our parties. I wish you all luck in battle. Starting from Hyel of Freedom Cloud, the other magicians all headed down the walls to group up with their party. Well, I will be going too. Norris, Ophelia, it will be up to you guys here. After receiving the replies from the both, Ardis started walking the opposite direction from the stairs. Oi, you're going too? That's not where the stairs are at though. The stairs are over here. Ignoring the soldier who's confused at Ardis's action, Ardis stood at the edge of the wall and looked down. It was the main unit below who are fighting against the monsters. He saw and grasped the entire battlefield in an instant. It seems fine to leave him alone for now. As for areas that are lacking, it was his monologue. Hey, even if the beasts wouldn't shoot arrows at you, it's dangerous to stand there. Quickly, get back, The soldier who called out on worry to Ardis let out a surprised noise. After all, Ardis, who was standing at the edge of the wall, leaned forward without any hesitation and gave himself to gravity. Chapter 78. Ardis, who threw himself over the walls, used mana to kill his momentum just before hitting the ground, safely landing in the middle of the battlefield. There were quite a few who noticed his absurd entrance. Drawing skies of myriad colors from his waist, Ardis started running towards the area that seemed to be on the brink of getting overrun with monsters. He continued slashing at the beasts around him as he proceeded, the area he was heading to have a group of drafted soldiers surrounded. Crap, we're surrounded. Aren't there too many here? My legs. They can't move anymore. Someone. Support please. We need help. It seems like there were not more than 10 people there, and surrounding them were more than 30 beasts. Looking over the entire battlefield, there were more humans than beasts. But since the beasts are just instinctual creatures that have no order, it's natural that their distribution isn't even. Letting loose springtime mist and moon's blizzard, Ardis advanced. The pure white and pale yellow swords flew through the battlefield with a ripping sound. The flying blades struck the beasts that surrounded the people from their backs. The first two beasts, they fell onto the ground after losing their heads without even noticing the approaching danger. The next two, the moment they realized something was wrong, their torso was pierced through. Another two. By the time they turned around and bared their fangs, the blades were already at their necks, severing it off. Realizing that 6 of their own kind had been slaughtered in just a few moments, the remaining beasts were aware of the new threat. What? Support? Seeing the beasts collapse suddenly and the absence of the perpetrator anywhere, the saved drafted soldiers didn't seem like they understood the situation either. From where the 2 floating swords came, a purple shadow with cut through the beasts. Following behind the 2 swords, Ardis continued disposing the beasts around with skies of myriad colors as he proceeded in a straight line. Whenever Ardis swings his sword, another beast would get split into 2. Rather than fighting, it felt more like a light workout for Ardis. From the amateur drafted soldier's perspective, every time Ardis swung his sword just like what they did in the training session, another beast would fall. The 30 beasts that were around were cleaned up in less than a minute. Are you alright? Why yeah. Thanks for the help, Swordsman. Magician-san. After all, Ardis's handling of the sword in front of the beasts proved that he was a proficient swordsman. But it seems like they were a little confused at Ardis's light equipment. After all, Ardis wasn't wearing any heavy armor nor equipping any shields. He only had a purple robe on him. At the very least, the robe didn't look like it can serve any purpose in defense. Even after correcting themselves to refer Ardis as a magician rather than a swordsman, it seems that they still had some hesitation referring Ardis as a magician. The injured should retreat and get treatment. Get help from someone. The others should continue fighting against the beasts. Make sure you have more than twice the opponents before you engage. I will take care of areas that have more beasts. Without really directing it to anyone, Ardis went away to deal with the other beasts without waiting for a reply. For Ardis, who still looks like a kid, it probably didn't seem pretty for the drafted soldiers to get orders from him one-sidedly. But since Ardis was the one who showed overwhelming power, they could only do what he says. After all, age didn't matter on such a battlefield. The melody that severs thine mind and the beckon to Maharoba, Molten sheep sleeping haze. While swinging skies of myriad colors and surrounded by the flying springtime mist and moon's blizzard, Ardis threw out a sleeping spell in all directions. With swords and magic, the beasts were incapacitated one after another. I leave finishing off the sleeping ones to you. The soldiers who were given such order from Ardis suddenly gave their replies and started stabbing the beasts that were under the sleeping spell. In just a few moments, the situation around the area with the most beasts turned around. With this much done, I guess they can handle the rest. Ardis, who confirmed the surroundings, decided to scout for the next spot to head for. And there he saw mercenaries in the front lines having an intense fight with a demonic being. Ardis, who set the demonic being as his next target, followed behind the 2 swords and joined the fight with the mercenaries. The roars and cries of human and demonic being, the dull sound of the demonic being's claws clashing with the mercenaries' weapons, and the chants accompanied with the ground-shaking explosion sounds. During that, it felt like a faint sound of something cracking was heard. The mercenaries at the front lines were engaged in an intense fight with the demonic being, the despairs of the grasslands, despairs and whips, the top predator in the forests, and the feared demonic being which appears in the valleys, Dron, and finally, hounds which are on par with Drons in a pack. Any one of them is dangerous demonic being that can't be underestimated. There are even creatures from the forest and valleys. Leaving aside the despairs which live on the grasslands, Ardis frowned at the sight of demonic beings which lived in the forests or valleys. It wasn't a battle that the soldiers, whether drafted or not, can handle. After all, the danger of fighting against beasts compared to facing against a demonic being incomparable. Even the despairs and whips, which are said to be the weaker demonic beings, are unreachable existence for most mercenaries. However, The mercenaries engaging them weren't normal mercenaries either. They were all famed mercenaries from the parties: Freedom Cloud, Dragon's Pawn, Spritz Guidance and Crimson Three Blades. All of them are parties known in their countries. Whether their opponents are demonic beings or not, it didn't seem like they were having troubles. A big-statured mercenary waving around a heavy-looking axe chopping off the tail of a whips in a single strike, and another tall mercenary who pierced the mouth of a despair. Some of them confused the demonic beings with their agile movements, and some of them bound the movements of the demonic beings with their spells. They were all people who are used to fighting such creatures. Of course, the demonic beings wouldn't quietly get beat up just like that. The powerful jaws of Tron broke the arm of a swordsman, and the claws of a hound slashed another mercenaries that wore leather armor, causing blood to spill. It wasn't just mercenaries around that can fight on equal footing with the demonic beings like the ones from Freedom Cloud. There were some mercenaries who are completely overwhelmed by demonic beings, and some who are trading deadly blows with them. Ted seems like there's no problem, huh? Then I would be better off. HNN. Ardis, who saw the figure of Ted and confirmed his safety, had his attention caught by one mercenary. It was a swordsman in a leather armor. That swordsman was dealing with 3 despairs by himself. Pikin. Only his dark green hair and thin body showed from his back figure. The swordsman took swift and light steps towards the despairs. Share. Without paying mind to the despairs that hissed threateningly, when he was finally in 1 step distance to the despairs, the figure of the swordsman blurred. Gah! The sword that was brought down without any notice in advance cut the despair in half. The diagonal bisected body slid apart and turned into lumps of meat. Share. The despairs from left and right attacked the swordsman, who stopped his movement after swinging his sword. The swordsman retreated 2 steps without showing any panic at all. Then, he bashed against the left despair's head that came for the attack with the shield fixed on his left arm. The despairs seemed scared. How much power was hiding in that thin body? He stopped the attack from the left despair with just a single arm, then severing its neck with just a single swing. Then, he turned his entire body around with the momentum, and dealt a blow to the last despair that came at him face on. Jaeger, raising its last cry. The despairs were all finished off. The green-haired swordsman dealt with 3 of the demonic beings named as despairs of the grasslands easily. Of course, there were several capable mercenaries around on the battlefield. There was a heavy swordsman from Dragon's Pawn scattering around demonic beings with raw strength, and another female mercenary from Crimson Three Blades who was dealing with the demonic beings with light steps. But, the green-haired swordsman stood out amongst all of those capable mercenaries. After all, the other mercenaries were on the battlefield as a party. Even if all of them are veteran mercenaries, there aren't many like Ted that can deal with demonic beings on their own. A swordsman that can deal with 3 despairs in just a few moments stood out from all the other mercenaries who gathered here. It might even be that he's stronger than Ted. Interesting. Ardis has an interest in that swordsman now. It was because that his swordsmanship was cleaner and prettier than other mercenaries. After all, most mercenary sword styles are mostly self-taught. Of course, there are a few mercenaries around who seem to have sword styles from proper schools, like the assassin that attacked Ardis before. It was because most mercenaries originate from the youngest child of a farmer family, orphans or poor families, or those that have no jobs. Mercenaries either get taught by their seniors in career or get their own self-taught sword style if that isn't possible. Ardis had never learnt a proper sword style as well. The basis of his swordsmanship was taught by his foster parents who are mercenaries, and techniques stolen from seeing his comrades' sword styles. But the swordsmanship that Ardis saw just now was obviously a proper school of sword style. He seems proficient as well. Could he be a former soldier? Nevertheless, the monsters rushed in without regard to Ardis's circumstances. Towards the swordsman that dealt with 3 despairs just a while ago, another 2 despairs and 4 whips came. It would be harsh to deal with them all by himself. Skillfully adjusting his position to not get surrounded, the green-haired swordsman showed signs of retreating. Ardis, who judged that he needed some help, grasped skies of myriad colors in his hands and headed towards him. The swordsman over there. You need some help. Chapter 79. Chapter 79. The swordsman over there. You need some help. Yes, please. With the bounty on the demonic beings in place, it would be rude if Ardis decided to barge into the fight by himself. That's why he yelled towards the green-haired swordsman just in case. And he replied immediately without looking back, the tune of Rupturing Winds played by the pristine shrine maiden Selway. Wind blades. At the same time Ardis heard the reply. He used wind magic while sending springtime mist and moon's blizzard to the demonic beings. The wind magic that imitated wind blades stopped the movements of the despairs for a moment, to let the other wind blades sever their head. What? The green-haired swordsman probably thought that wind blades could only be used to stall the demonic's beings. He was so taken aback that he turned around to look at Ardis. And during that, the two whips came and attacked. Without losing his composure, Ardis's springtime mist and moon's blizzard cut off their heads. Wah! Under the gaze of the speechless swordsman, Ardis with skies of myriad colors in his hands finished off the remaining whips. The despairs over there will be for you. Got it. Leaving the remaining despairs to the green-haired swordsman, the moment Ardis entered the range of the whips, he swung his sword at its torso horizontally. Wah! The whips let out a cry of anguish before collapsing on the ground. The last remaining whips had probably instinctively realized that Ardis is a formidable opponent. Fuo, oa fuo o fuo, fuo oa fuo, o fu, fuo, oa, fuo. It was the whip's special ability, Silent Song, trying to rob Ardis of his consciousness. However, its cry that's dangerous for any normal mercenaries is just a normal roar to Ardis. Ardis glanced back to check on the green-haired mercenary, but it seems like it was unneeded worry. If you like to sing so much, then sing till you die. Ardis, who confirmed the safety of the swordsman, mercilessly severed the neck of the whips. Fuo, with no chance of avoiding the swift and deadly strike, the whips let out its last verse before its breath stopped. Looking at the swordsman, it seems that his fight with the despairs are over too. Getting closer to the hunted preys, he stamped the subjugation mark on its head. Ardis did the same, stamping what is called the subjugation tag on the whips' heads. The tag is a magical tool that is used to prove the belongings of mercenaries or soldiers in a fight. The one who stamped or removed it would be recorded, and their identity can be determined with some steps. It seems that anyone who tore it or burned it would be recorded by the magical tool as well. It's a magical tool widely used in such battlefields to reward the deserved ones and to stop people from stealing others' work. It was only used by the mercenaries at first, but, having proved its usefulness, it seems that the army uses it now too. After stamping on the tags, the green-haired swordsman came to Ardis. Kin, thanks for the help. I thought escaping was my only choice there. Huh? Didn't we meet before at Mrs. Place? The swordsman had a leisured tone that didn't fit the fact that they were in a life-threatening place confirmed with Ardis after taking a good look at his face. Ardis felt familiar at the swordsman's appearance as well. He seemed to be in his 20s, although he had a thin stature. His stance revealed his proficiency as a swordsman. Even when he's facing Ardis, his pupils of the same color with his hair were constantly surveying the surrounding to grasp the battlefield. It was the bodyguard that was around when Ardis met Mary-Ida for the first time in the Lit Merchant Association. You're certainly Mary-Ida's bodyguard. The name is. It's Nicole. Well, even as a bodyguard, I was chased out of the room quickly though. Ha ha ha, Nicole laughed. In a battlefield where life and death are separated by a thin line, he was acting too leisurely. Ardis was impressed than anything at his attitude. As thanks for helping me, let me treat you to some drinks if I make it. That's quite cheap of a life. Wouldn't it be more extravagant if you want to thank me for saving you? Of course, Ardis didn't have the intentions to be benefiting from him after saving him, so he wasn't being serious. It was Ardis's impulse to retort Nicole, who seemed to take the defense battle too lightly. It would be better if my life is cheaper. After all, it will take my all just to treat someone to some cheap liquor for a night. It seems like he has some kind of circumstances. As Nicole laughed, seemingly self-depreciating, Ardis had unintentionally spoken too much after getting caught in Nicole's pace of degrading his own life. The compensation is 3 gold coins per demonic being subjugated. It was totally different from the soldiers who would only get salary even if they betted their lives on it. Mercenaries who only prioritize money wouldn't live long. No matter how great of a cause money is for mercenaries, they cannot only fight because of money. Needless to say, selling out your own comrades because of money, or betraying with bribery, mercenaries who only looks at money would be avoided by other mercenaries and discriminated against. Mercenaries are people who live on their own abilities, but they aren't that invincible to live alone in the society. Nicole's words, which seemed to suggest his view of money, might even cause strife with other mercenaries. But, They're in the middle of a battlefield. There isn't much time for them to be talking idly. For the time being, dealing with that bunch that comes this way is first. That's quite a lot. I know you're strong, but aren't they too much? They both had their gazes on a group of demonic beings of various sizes. It seems like there aren't many mercenaries around here. It was a blind spot in the front lines. Nicole had been holding this part of the battlefield by himself somehow with his prowess of 5-person, but, with more than 5 demonic beings coming, as expected, it would be hard for him to deal with them. The dark green-colored pupils were gazing at the group of demonic beings approaching as he suggested retreating to Ardis. If it isn't more than 100, I can deal with them somehow. I knew it. You are someone that mustn't be angered. Ardis, who said so blankly, was replied by Nicole with a dry smile. After all, the demonic beings that was approaching were about 15 or so. Any mercenaries would have run long ago without thinking twice at that number. Dealing with those that are faster would mean that we don't have to fight with them all at once. You two can handle 2 or 3 of them, right? One acquaintance of mine can at least do that much though. Is it alright if I run if it looks bad? Yeah, go ahead. If it gets bad, that is. Nicole drew his sword as if given up. As for Ardis, he started controlling Springtime Mist and Moon's Blizzard once again, before running towards the demonic beings with skies of myriad colors in his hands. Pick and pike first, crushing the balance of the despair that was at the forefront, then crashing ice blocks from its back with ice magic. Beside him was Nicole, who was dealing with the hounds. The way he bisected them with a sword style that didn't show any openings was a way of fighting that revealed his abilities. But, what, you a bodyguard? Shouldn't you be with Mary Ida now or something? Ardis parried the blow from a demonic being as he asked. It was from the miss. Don't mind about guarding me and just go subjugate the demonic beings, Nicole answered as he stabbed at the second hound. When the situation was made clear, she didn't seem too bothered about the association. Business and profit are important too, but it wouldn't mean anything if we died. Rather than guarding me or the warehouses, Nicole should join the subjugation squad. Well, hunting demonic beings that have a high price for its material would be helpful too, she said. Nicole reproduced Mariida's unique speech quirk. With your strength, you can even escape Riiten together with Mariida, right? With Springtime Mist in the air and holding skies of myriad colors, Ardis asked as he killed the Tron that was his next target in an instant. Well, of course that might be possible, but Miss didn't seem like she wanted that, so that's why I'm here fighting. Nicole shrugged. Even while fighting, that Mariida would. She's a young lady with a weird way of speaking, but at least her heart is decent. If she's someone who would only think about herself, even I wouldn't be willing to be her bodyguard. Even while conversing, both of them finished off demonic beings one after another. Ardis had long forgone trying to imitate a chant for his spells. With flame magic spewing out from a single swing of his sword, Ardis dealt with the demonic beings that lost their footing with skies of myriad colors. Actually, I can't tell if you're a swordsman or a magician, with that kind of fighting style you have. Not knowing if he's aware of the fact that Ardis is using chantless magic or not, Nicole gave his opinion at the unfamiliar sight of a fighting style that Ardis used. I didn't really gauge myself to others. It's not like I have to follow how a magician typically fight, right? Nicole was quite a veteran himself. He would have noticed that Ardis's swordsmanship wasn't average. Ardis didn't really mind if Nicole knows that his fighting style was originally only with a sword, but it's not like Ardis would reveal his hand to someone who he might go against in the future by himself. After all, it would be a big advantage for Ardis in a personnel fight if the opponent misunderstands him as a magician. That's why, even while splitting apart demonic beings, Ardis gave a vague reply. They had more than enough leeway to be talking with each other even while fighting. Nicole, who was expectedly tired after the fight, looked around and muttered, that was quite the workout. Aren't all the demonic beings around here subjugated? Did you bring enough stamps with you? I can lend you some if you don't have enough. No problem. I have brought 100 of them in a bundle after all. I see. If you have that much, then NN, oi, could it be the reason you said, as long as it isn't over 100 just now, is because of that? Having a mix of surprised, admiration and amazement, Nicole was looking at Ardis. Well, the 3 gold per demonic being is too profitable to pass on. It was Ardis's reply as he stamped the tags on the demonic beings. Chapter 80. Chapter 80. The time when Ardis was fighting the bunch of demonic beings with Nicole, The vice commander was looking over the entire battlefield from the walls of Reitan. It seems that we can win somehow. There was a voice that came from his back. As he turned around, there was a man with long brown hair with a friendly-looking smile. Although that man was wearing leather armor on him, it didn't seem at all that he's someone who knows how to fight. With a frail-looking body seemingly in his 30s, there wasn't any signs that showed he had experience in fighting. He was obviously not suited for the current location. That was the sentence best to describe him. Yeah, fortunately. The vice commander gave the shortest reply he could have given. He would have wanted to complain to him about it, but there's a reason why he can't do it. The man's name is Julius. He's the president of one of the biggest merchant association in Reitan, the Gimbrel Merchant Association. Of course, it would be fine that Julius came to participate as a drafted soldier, but the reason why he's here wasn't to participate in the battle, but to oversee it only. The armor on himself is only for the fact of protecting himself. Even if he had armor equipped, it's still inappropriate for a non-combatant to be here. But the Gimbrel Merchant Association was the leading association that had given their full cooperation in the subjugation this time. Not only providing supplies for the subjugation army, they had also allowed their contracted mercenaries to participate in the battle willingly. On top of that, all of their contracted mercenaries are strong and known in their countries. The reason why the humans are advantageous in the battlefield is also brought about by their presence. In fact, the mercenary parties, Freedom Cloud, Dragon's Pawn, Spirit's Guidance and Crimson Three Blades are all called by the Gimbrel Merchant Association. If they haven't come to Reitan on this timing, or if Gimbrel didn't allow them to participate in the subjugation army, it didn't seem likely that it's a battle that can be won. That's why he couldn't do anything to Julius's self-centered actions. The surrounding soldiers and mercenaries had a similar bitter expression as well. They were probably irritated to have someone who wouldn't even fight be on the battlefield. Having said so, the army in Reitan is in debt to Gimbrel's cooperation. On top of that, it wasn't clear who leaked the information, but the efforts of Gimbrel Merchant Association contributing greatly to the subjugation attempt was known widely in Reitan, and they are praised highly by the citizens. The voice of praising would probably grow upon the victory of the defense battle. Although he was an eyesore to everyone in the area, they could only endure it without chasing him away. It seems that the mercenaries are doing their job well. I'm also thankful to you for cooperating with us. But the vice commander continued his sentence in an attempt to hint him. Even if there isn't many flying beasts around, it's dangerous here. Why not leave the fighting to us and return to the town? It's fine, don't need to worry about me. I do think I'm being a bother, but I want to witness the outcome of the battle no matter what. And I have my escorts here too. Julius glanced at the man behind him. That man was probably a mercenary. Unlike Julius, he had the aura of a fighter oozing out of his body. In a battlefield, there's no such thing as extra combatants. Even if there's one extra mercenary participating, that would mean lesser casualties from drafted soldiers and the army. Rather than having an escort, Julius would be better off staying docile in the safe town and letting the mercenary participate in the subjugation army. That was what they thought but couldn't say out loud. After all, the Gimbrel Merchant Association had let their contracted mercenaries participate in the subjugation army despite at their own inconvenience. On top of that, all their contracted mercenaries were strong. If they forced him to cooperate, it will just make the citizens think bad of the army. It seems like the demonic beings are almost cleaned up completely. Yeah, seems so. As Julius said, the direction of the battle was already set. Almost all of the demonic beings were subjugated, and the beasts were also suppressed by the army and the drafted soldiers with numbers. Of course, there are casualties on their side, but there would be unimaginably more casualties if the monsters made it into the city. It's natural that the vice commander could finally take a breather. But the fight didn't end as he thought. Having defeated many demonic beings, the mercenaries from Spirit's Guidance who seemed to have no threatening foes in their ways, when an unfamiliar demonic being appeared in front of them, the vice commander who was confident of winning looked like he had witnessed something unbelievable. The demonic being looked like a bipedal reptile, and its shape was similar to an enlarged despair. Its body is in bluish-gray hue. There aren't any front limbs in sight, but he could see that there was something on its neck. The swordsman who thought that taking the first move would be advantageous rushed towards the demonic being, but in the next moment, crimson flowers made from human blood blossomed. Even from afar, The confusion in Spirit's guidance was evident. They didn't have the time to reform their formation before getting caught by the demonic being, and more blood splattered. It was a painting out of a nightmare. The mercenaries, known for their strength on the continent that had already killed countless demonic beings in this fight, were all killed one-sidedly. Everyone would have thought it was their imagination, but no matter how they rubbed their eyes, or peered further, the same scene was reflected in their eyes. What? How? Spirit's guidance was one-sidedly. Someone's disbelief mutter reverberated atop the wall in the silence. Julius seemed anxious as well. It was an unexpected development even for him. Julius was a son of a famed magician that had no talent in using magic. Although he was treated a failure by his father, his wisdom is in business. After he left his house and came to Reiton to start a business, it bloomed quickly and had now become one of the largest merchant association in the entire Reiton. His father's collection, which he took without permission when he left his house, also helped him out greatly in starting up. He wanted to prove his father's wrong in ascertaining him. He wanted to get back at his father and look down on him who only judged Julius with the narrow standard of magic. That was the only motivation that supported Julius. In Reiton, Julius's Gimbrel Merchant Association was a name no one would not know. It's still only a large merchant association now, but its position can be set in stone if the association gets even more support and fame in Reiton. For that, a special occasion is needed. That's why Julius thought up of the plan this time. The tool that he brought from his house, demon-attracting incense, was apparently something that his father found from an ancient ruin in his young age. The demon-attracting incense works just like its name, an incense. It attracts beasts and demonic beings with the special scent it releases. However, the scent is too weak to be picked up by any human. It was practically undetectable by humans since it emits little to no mana at all. With the large numbers of beasts attracted by the incense, everyone in Reiton would be in a mess. And there, letting the mercenaries that he hired beforehand for another request to participate in the subjugation army, under the image that the association willingly did so. The more contribution the mercenaries gain, the more praise the Gimbrel Merchant Association would get. On top of that, providing supplies and equipment without charge, it would undoubtedly give another boost to their association's fame. The loss incurred by providing them for free can be retrieved by reselling the medicines, burning fuel and herbs that they've stocked up in secret. There are countless ways to sell them to the market without exposing their name. Even if they couldn't recover their loss, the plan still had an enormous value. After all, they had already negotiated with the government officials to get preferential treatment than other merchant association, and even the army and Reiton wouldn't be able to ignore them hereafter. Eventually, Gimbrel would absorb Lit and Rovel Merchant Association to form a giant association, and the plan was to extend their reach to his hometown state after that. What happened? Julius muttered, barely inaudible to the escort just beside him. The scenario proceeded as Julius wanted till now. The mercenaries that Julius had hired performed incomparably outstanding compared to the other mercenaries or even the army, easily subjugating the demonic beings that other mercenaries would have troubles with. They were the core pillar of the entire subjugation army, and those mercenaries were all scattered to death by a single demonic being that appeared suddenly, in a corner of the battlefield, where the blood of Spirit's guidance spilled. Julius could only do nothing but stare stunned. No, not just Julius. The vice commander, mercenaries and all the other soldiers had an expression of disbelief on their faces. Amidst that, the first that moved was Dragon's Pawn, that was fighting near Spirit's guidance. Judging that it isn't an opponent that can be left alone, they slaughtered the demonic beings they were fighting against immediately and prepared to intercept the Grey Demonic's being. Under the spectating gazes of the people on the walls, the end was determined quickly. The Grey Demonic being didn't budge from any attempts of attacking by Dragon's Pawn. Another one-sided slaughter started again. Swords were deflected, and Fireball didn't seem like it was effective at all. On the other hand, the demonic being killed off the mercenaries of Dragon's Pawn one after another. With agile movements that didn't suit its large body, it easily toppled over the members of Dragon's Pawn, turning them into corpses one after another. Realizing the situation, Freedom Cloud and Crimson Three Blades were hurrying to join the battle, but it didn't seem likely that Dragon's Pawn can hold out until they arrive. It's getting worse. All his plans would have for naught if it continues. While everyone is still stunned, Julius had already disappeared from the walls together with his escort. Julius hadn't had the slightest intention to attract something like that here. What he needed was a situation that mercenaries can deal with, and one that can't be dealt with if there aren't mercenaries. He didn't need a situation that mercenaries can't handle. The demon attracting incense calling something like that is unexpected. Without showing the slightest anxiety in his heart, Julius hastened back to Gimbarul Merchant Association's building. The plan to make the presence of Gimbarul known and increase its prestige was already successful enough. But if Raitan's defense battle fail, it would mean nothing at all. He needed to stop the effects of the demon attracting incense quickly. The demonic being just now was, while heading towards the warehouse behind the building. He asked the mercenary who was his escort. "Who knows? I was a mercenary for a long time, but it's the first for me to see something like that too." The mercenary's answer was totally useless. "Can you win if it's you?" Julius wanted to ask that. It's true that this mercenary is skillful, but the mercenaries that participated in the subjugation army aren't small fries as well. It's an opponent that Spirit's Guidance and Dragon's Pawn couldn't touch. It's a waste of time to even ask him that. In any case, the demon attracting incense must be extinguished quickly. Damn, it was all according to plan till now. Together with the escort and the old man that he left behind to manage to association, Julius headed into the warehouse behind the building where the incense was being kept with rough steps. Chapter 81. Chapter 81. It was when Spirit's Guidance was wiped out and Dragon's Pawn was engaging the unfamiliar demonic being that Ardis and Nicole noticed the irregularity. After all, the atmosphere of having victory in sight just a while ago had all but vanished, prompting Ardis to reconfirm the battle situation. "What's that?" Nicole noticed the change as well, and saw the demonic being that was likely the reason. "That's one unfamiliar demonic being." Ardis saw what Nicole was seeing. It was a demonic being with a strange shape that was over 3 meters in height. Standing on 2 feet, the thick and long tail that balanced its body, it seemed to be a reptile-modeled demonic being like a despair. But different than despairs, it didn't have front limbs. Its body could probably easily pass 5 meters if it was stretching out. The body is in a bluish-gray color. Mane-like hair grew from its head till its spine, ending at its tail. Even though it had a huge body, it was agile while keeping the mercenaries in check with its tail. The long neck extended at the dragon's pawn. Every time the demonic being took a step, someone would get blown away. Every time the demonic being's neck reached out, there would be blood scattered. "That looks bad. Doesn't seem like it's any normal demonic being." The mercenaries who lost their numerical advantage looked anxious. "Pikin." Ardis advanced with the intention to help, but it was already too late. By the time when Ardis arrived in front of the abomination, everyone from Dragon's Pawn had already grumbled under the demonic's being. This is quite horrible." Nicole, who came a beat later, exclaimed after seeing the surroundings. Standing amidst a pool of human blood was the demonic's being. The surrounding mercenaries had gathered around, spectating the demonic being from afar. "That can't be helped." Spirit's Guidance and Dragon's Pawn, the two mercenary party that was said to be the strongest in the subjugation army, were slaughtered one-sidedly. With that, anyone can comprehend that the demonic's being's strength was abnormal. "So, are you intending to fight with that?" The demonic being that Nicole pointed towards was looking for its next prey while its head turned left and right. Attached to the demonic's being's neck was an object Ardis didn't expect to see. It was a skin-colored small egg-shaped spherical object. There was 2 holes on its side. The middle had a protrusion, and under that was a slit. It was as if imitating a human's face. On top of that, there was 2 limbs that were slightly further away from the face. The limbs were skin-colored too, unlike the demonic being's bluish-gray body, and there were 5 fingers on the disproportionate thin arms compared to the demonic being's body. Those are probably the demonic being's front limbs. That was why they couldn't see them before. It was a figure best described when a human who was eaten by the demonic's being witnessing his final moments. The pupils on the human face was glaring at Ardis. It seems like the eyes on the face aren't just for shows. From the fact that there aren't any eyes on its body, the human face is probably the demonic's being's real face. Ardis raised Springtime Mist and Moon's Blizzard with his mana, and spoke to the green-haired swordsman beside him. "You can refrain if you don't feel well. I can do it by myself." "Well, I can't do exactly that, right? Excuse me from opposing it frontally, but if it's just restraining it, then do as you like." Ardis left a cold reply as he headed towards the demonic being. Pekin, with the 2 swords ripping through the air, They flew with the intentions of severing the demonic being's 2 feet. However, the demonic being showed agility unbefitting of its size. Leaping sideways to avoid springtime mist, it used its tail and struck down Moon's blizzard like a whip. There was a small amount of frost formed on the surface of its tail, but it melted a moment later. Ardis, who closed the distance during that, swung his sword horizontally together with the momentum of his rush. Unexpectedly, the demonic being, which had even avoided the swift strike of skies of myriad colors, moved its neck in an attempt to attack Ardis. The demonic being let out some kind of noise from the mouth of its human face, and reached out with its limbs. While avoiding that, Ardis went on another attack as he aimed at the human face with skies of myriad colors. It was at that time when the human face that was almost stabbed tore into 3 pieces, and behind that revealed an oral cavity. Wow! Ardis lost the feedback of his sword that he was expecting. An unrest expression formed on Ardis's face. The blade of skies of myriad colors was swallowed by the mouth that appeared behind the human face, and the countless teeth inside that didn't let go of the sword. Ardis quickly let go of the handle and leapt backwards. The next moment, the gigantic tail of the demonic being swiped past where he was at a moment ago. Don't forget, I'm here too. Nicole let out an attack from the sides at the demonic being which was chasing after Ardis. The sword magnificently landed on the demonic being's torso, but what was dealt was only a slight cut. Hey, that's cheatingly tough. Nicole retreated in a hurry as the demonic being seemed like it was about to change its target. Although the attack wasn't effective, it helped Ardis to get a breather and correct his stance. When the demonic being paused for a moment to let go of your weapon in the middle of a fight, it would be preposterous normally. But if Ardis chose to grasp onto the sword, he would have definitely received an attack front on from the demonic being while he didn't move. Any normal mercenary would be in a pinch losing their weapons, but Ardis still had the 2 swords in the air. So it isn't what it seems like, huh? Recalling Moon's blizzard to his hands, Ardis started chanting without letting his alert down. With his hands outstretched towards the demonic's being, Ardis manifested hardened rock by wrapping his arm in mana, the penetrating pebble of the unwavering heroism of the night. Tissel, earth. Conforming to Ardis's will, several tens of rocks flew towards the demonic's being. It was similar to the earth spell, which normally only forms a single rock, but it was a totally different magic. The demonic being tried to avoid it, but, as expected, it wasn't able to dodge all of them. Several of the rocks impacted in the bluish-gray body, causing it considerable damage. The demonic being spat back out skies of myriad colors, before raising a cry. I will have you return that. Ardis swiftly retrieved the lost skies of myriad colors. Then he immediately switched back to it with his right hand, and returned the moon's blizzard into the sky. Although the 2 swords flew towards the demonic beings again, Ardis was still lacking power. He had enough power to bisect any normal demonic beings in half, but it was only enough to deal scratches to the demonic being ahead of him. The demonic being is in a totally different league than the others, as Ardis judged and heightened his caution. The radiance that pierces through the abyssal darkness, marble path that leads to the world within, invisible domain that blocks the way, that is the curtain of the sage who had forgotten his roots. While keeping the demonic being at bay with the flying swords, Ardis started chanting. A dazzling ball of light manifested at the end of his outstretched palm. Pierce through the empty space. Unleash thyself, fallen one who lost thine wings. To the foolish us who struggle for the unreachable, grant us the sliver of hope. Teal Selk voice. Dazzling light. The glowing ball continued to grow in size. When it grew to about 50 centimeters, it shrunk in a few moments and started spinning. It was as if the expanding power was forcibly suppressed and compressed into a single spot. Eventually, when the ball of light shrunk to about fist-sized, it paused there for a moment, before getting shot out towards the demonic's being at a speed that can't be seen by eyes. The shockwave from its speed came in the next moment, causing an intense gale to blow in the surrounding. The demonic being's body shook with its anguished cry. The light shot out penetrated the demonic being's body, causing critical damage. Ardis was aiming for that gap as he closed the distance with skies of myriad colors in his hand. Too. The pupils on the human face glared at Ardis with killing intent as the demonic being raised its neck. Ardis had closed in under the demonic's being, and dealt another blow following the dazzling light's damage. It seemed like it was effective as the demonic being screamed and twisted round. Even while doing so, The demonic being's attack didn't stop. The thin arms attached on the two sides of the human face reached out to Ardis as if to catch him. Severing one of its arms with skies of myriad colors, Ardis continued dishing out attack onto the human face while avoiding the other arm. Just like what happened before, the human face split into three and the mouth of the demonic being was revealed. If you know the trick, then it's just a show. The next moment, the sword that was caught in the demonic being's mouth wasn't skies of myriad colors in Ardis's hand but springtime mist that flew in. He was making a feint to attack and used springtime mist as a decoy. It'll be the same. Ardis, who turned around in an instant, leapt upwards from the ground and used Moon's Blizzard, which was beside him, as another foothold as he leapt once again higher in the sky. Ardis, who performed a double jump into the air, aimed his sword at the neck of the demonic being as the blade flashed. As long as I reinforce it with mana, a half-assed slash would only give a shallow wound. Ardis coated skies of myriad colors with his mana to reinforce its sharpness and swung it with his all. As expected, the demonic being couldn't stand the sword strike that Ardis put his all into. The thick neck was severed from its body. The head that had the human face attached on it fell onto the ground with a dull sound. Meekin. Silence came after that. The mercenaries who was overseeing the fight eventually regained themselves and the surrounding became noisy all of a sudden. Oi, it was done in. Seriously? That kind of monster. Even though the people from Spirit's Guidance and Dragon's Pawn couldn't do anything to it by himself, he subjugated it by himself. Amazing. Who's that guy? Eventually, the voices turned into celebratory ones. Yells from all around rejoiced at the end of the subjugation and victory started to be heard. Oi, you really did kill it by yourself. Walking to Ardis, who was about 10 steps away from the fallen demonic being, it was Nicole, who seemed to be both in shock and impressed, that praised Ardis. I knew you are strong the first time we met, but really glad I'm not your enemy. But Ardis didn't turn around. He continued staring at the demonic being. What's the matter? It's a hard-fought victory after all. Why not be happy and celebrate? If the victor is so tense, the others would get awkward too. Almost all of the demonic beings around were hunted. The subjugation battle had already gone into the final stage of cleaning up the remaining monsters. Without the signs of any new demonic beings and beasts appearing, there wasn't anyone who doubted the victory of the subjugation army around. But the neck was certainly severed. But why is that body still standing straight up? At Ardis' words, Nicole looked at the demonic being's giant body. The body that had lost its head was still standing on its 2 feet. It was the truth that the body was standing straight. Even though the head was severed, the 2 feet had stood on the ground firmly. Couldn't it be the body stiff? Nicole's conjecture, which was made with common sense, was proven to be false the next moment. Shin. A heavy sound reverberated. With the heavy weight of its entire body on its 2 feet, the 2 feet that looked like it belonged to a reptile's moved. The head was severed though. An unfamiliar mercenary that was near Ardis let out a yell. Meekin. Chapter 82. Chapter 82. Oi. What kind of demonic being is that? It's still alive after losing its head? Nicole had a strained smile. Well, who knows? There's no knowing if it's alive at all, but, as if reacting to Ardis's words, the demonic being's tail swiped. An intense gale was produced by the tail ripping through the air. At the very least, it's still moving. Ardis once again recognized it as a threat to be defeated. Controlling springtime mist and Moon's Blizzard, Ardis shot them towards the demonic being's neck in a straight line. There was some kind of liquid flowing from the stump at the demonic being's severed neck. But it wasn't what a creature normally spills. Blood. It felt awfully similar to the tree sap that flows out when a tree is cut. Pekin, facing against Ardis's 2 flying sword, the demonic being that lost its head performed equally to when it still had its head. But there was something decisively different. The demonic being's bluish-gray body had been a natural shield that deflects any half-assed attack, but the stump at its neck was different. Even if it had a hard and tough body, if its flesh is exposed, its defense does not matter anymore. Ardis's judgment was correct. The flying swords that couldn't do anything before easily cut through the flesh. The demonic being which had lost its means to even cry could only writhe in pain. It's your loss the moment your weakness is revealed. Ardis, who rushed forward merciless, stabbed skies of myriad colors into its neck. The demonic being which was split from its neck to its torso collapsed on the ground as if looking like a dried fish. This time, the outcome was certain. Under such circumstances, The mercenaries were surprised for the third time. It can still move, huh? Ardis was also confused. With its neck cut off, and its body is split into two halfway. If it was any normal creature, it would be doubtful that it even has any consciousness left. A troublesome one. Albeit that, Ardis calmly swung his sword for another time, splitting the torso further, severing the thick tail halfway, and slashed deep into its ankle. Every time Ardis danced with his sword, the demonic being would get more wounds, the demonic being would get a part of it sliced off. But the demonic being still wouldn't stop moving. Its feet were still firmly standing on the ground. Even the shortened tail would still try and swipe at Ardis. It was almost like a marionette controlled with puppeteering. Could it be? Ardis's gaze turned to the severed head on the ground. The demonic being's head that had features of a human. The head is still in good condition other than the fact it's severed. Is that the main body? If the demonic being's head is the main body, and the body that Ardis was fighting against was just a dummy, then the current situation would be plausible. It's like the coachman of a carriage. It might be that the body is just an extension of the head that it can control. To verify that, as he dodged the attacks from the demonic's being, Ardis let the two swords towards the head. Springtime mist and moon's blizzard couldn't penetrate the demonic being's hard skin. Ardis threw the swords out with intentions of hoping the head might react in some way, but what happened was unexpected. The two swords that was expected to be deflected stabbed into the demonic being's head easily. What? With more confusion added on, Ardis used the two flying swords to dice the head. While dodging attacks from the torso of the demonic being, Ardis looked at the head. Even when a head was receiving slashes from the two swords, it showed no reaction. It was just cut into more pieces one-sidedly. In other words, it's not a situation that the torso would stop even if Ardis did something to the head. What should I do? For the first time after Ardis came here, there was impatience on his face. Peekapakin. Burn it? No, some mediocre magic can't do that. The demonic being's body didn't show any signs of stopping even if its feet and tail are severed. Pikin. Not just that. There were even signs that the severed body parts would reattach themselves back and heal. It might work if I cast the best flames, but making the area around a barren land would be bad. Pekin. It would be bad to leave the fight go on longer. Even if it's Ardis, fatigue would pile up and his limit would come eventually. No choice. Lure it away to some other place and burn it. Full power should do it. The moment when Ardis decided to do so, one sword that was hanging on his waist let out a high-pitched sound before its cocoon cracked. It was the crimson sword that Ardis retrieved from the ruins deep in Corsair's forest with Kyril. It was the culprit that caused Ardis to come to Rhiannon as well. What? Unusually, Ardis's eyes widened with surprise. It was because the cocoon that was made of Nir's hair had unveiled itself at the edge of Ardis's sight. The cocoon surrounding the crimson sword shattered and flew in all directions, and inside revealed the pretty decorations covered by the sheath. Ardis took some distance from the demonic being before stopping. The sword still had the same design and color from when he found it in the ruins. Although nothing seemed to change, the unpleasant feeling radiating from it before was totally gone. But now is not the time for that. Ardis judged that dealing with the demonic being ahead must be prioritized. As he returned his gaze forward, the sword drew itself out of its sheath. Wow! It wasn't Ardis who drew it. The sword came out of the sheath by itself. The blade was crimson. Although it was crimson, it was incomparably different from the color he saw before. It was not like the ominous crimson which resembled clotted blood before. It looked more like a noble symbol of life now. The sword aimed at the sky and floated to about 2 meters above the ground in front of Ardis slowly. The next moment, Ardis immediately took a stance. The handle of the floating sword was grasped by someone's hand. Since when? As his gaze lowered back down in surprise, there was a young woman there, and looking at her face, Ardis was shocked once again. Near, the silky long hair that flowed down her back, her sharp eyes and her face which gave off a graceful impression. It was the splitting image of Near which should have been staying in the forest of Nagra's kingdom. Why is Near here? Wait, it couldn't be Near. Ardis immediately had his doubts. The woman had a splitting image of the Near that Ardis knows. However, there was a few points that was evidently different. Her hair is dark red, and her pupils is flaming red, and the black robe that was on her too. They were all suggesting that she isn't the Near that Ardis knew. On top of all, the woman was smiling at Ardis. Near doesn't show emotions normally. It isn't like Near doesn't smile at all, but Nia's smile always seemed modest and gave off an impression that she is suppressing her emotions to not be shown. However, the woman here had a smile that was similar to the warm and bright smile of a child. Although they look the same, she's a different person. It wasn't according to Ardis's logical thinking but rather his instincts. "You, who?" Replying Ardis with a silent smile, the woman who looked just like Nia flew up gracefully like a feather fluttering in the winds. With her dark red hair fluttering, the woman flew over Ardis's head. "Wait." Ardis reached out to her foot in an attempt to grasp her, but his eyes widened again when his hand passed through her. An illusion. Completely forgotten the fact that he's facing against a demonic being, Ardis turned around. The woman rode on the winds gracefully, and landed at the place where the head of the demonic being was on the ground. That is when Ardis finally noticed that the woman's body is kind of translucent. The walls of Rhiannon was visible through the woman. The woman faced the demonic being's head, before crouching down slowly and stretching her hands. And as if embracing it, she stabbed the demonic being with the sword. It was like a scene out of a fairy tale. "Oh, look!" The demonic being, a mercenary from somewhere, raised his voice. Looking back as he was prompted, the demonic being's body, which didn't stop moving even though it was cut countless times, collapsed to the ground slowly. Along with a dull sound, the demonic being fell and shook the ground. And just like that, it never moved again. Did that woman do that? Ardis, who hurriedly turned back around, met eyes with the woman who was standing with the sword. The woman smiled once again to Ardis, but this time it seemed to have a little sadness in it. Wanting to say something, but didn't know what to say, Ardis was speechless. And looking away from such Ardis, the woman turned around and started flying upwards. The woman who gracefully flew disappeared into Rhiannon while the mercenaries were still occupied with the demonic being's defeat. Chapter 83. Chapter 83. Jimbaril Merchant Association. A room in the warehouse that even the servants rarely approach. There was the figure of Julius Jimbaril. In front of Julius is a metal pot that was about the size of a head. The lid of the pot was half open. Inside it was something translucent with a reddish tint that was bubbling. That was the demon-attracting incense. Julius doubted the suspicious item's effects at first. But now, Julius no longer held a sliver of doubt at its effectiveness. To think that it's even capable of calling something like that here. "Oi, shut it off quickly." With a grumpy mood, Julius ordered the old man who was wearing a servant uniform. The servant did what Julius said. He walked towards the pot and closed the lid. That should have been the end of the case. However, when the three people in the warehouse including Julius turned around and left, there was a clattering noise came from their backs. "What?" Julius, who looked back without thinking much, saw the pot of the demon-attracting incense. The lid that the servant should have closed tightly, it has popped open and the pot is opened again. "Huh? Weird. I thought I closed it well." The servant man tilted his head as he walked back towards the pot. But another clattering sound was heard suddenly. In front of the servant man, who was confused, the lid fell on the ground. Julius felt goosebumps at that unnatural phenomenon. He had an ominous feeling. His instincts are telling him to run immediately. However, neither of his legs nor his gaze moved. Under the 3 stairs, something happened to the demon-attracting incense again. The translucent something that filled the pot, even though the pot wasn't tilted at all, it started spilling out of the pot. It was obviously a phenomenon that ignored gravity. A completely ghastly scenery was unfolding in front of them. What? The red gel-like object flowed out onto the ground and formed a translucent red mount. Under the gazes of the 3 whose expression hardened, the gel slowly rose higher, and eventually formed the shape of a person. The translucent red humanoids gave off an impression of a woman with long hair. Could it be a demonic being? The mercenary spoke of Julius's most feared outcome. Demonic being? Don't kid me. If they know a demonic being came out of our warehouse. Even Julius was scared in the presence of the creepy creature. But, the moment when he realized its influence to the association, he started panicking in a different sense. Quickly deal with it. It was natural that Julius quickly ordered the mercenary to subjugate it. Although the hired mercenary was confused by the unknown opponent, he couldn't ignore his employer's wish, although it looked like it was harmless as it just stood there without moving. But the mercenary felt danger at its appearance. It might get dangerous. Please get in the corner. After saying that to Julius, the mercenary unsheathed his sword and stood in front of the demonic being. It looks like some kind of liquid. Rather than sword, magic would probably be more effective. Unfortunately, the mercenary man wasn't blessed with the ability to use magic, What he can use was only his sword. The man took a stance at the demonic being which didn't even show signs of moving at all, before swinging down with all his strength. The moment the mercenary thought that the sword would split the demonic being into two from its head, the sword was unexpectedly deflected away with a high-pitched metallic sound. What is this toughness? The mercenary's eyes widened in surprise, and the figure of the red humanoid creature who started moving suddenly reflected in his pupils. The demonic being that suddenly moved showed unimaginable flexibleness even though it had the toughness to deflect a metal sword, wrapping around the mercenary. Hot. The demonic being gradually wrapped around the mercenary's body. Only the cries of despair from the mercenary reverberated in the warehouse. Eventually, his face was covered in the red gel. Even his scream died down and silence came. What is that? The demonic being reacted at Julius, whose voice was trembling. Go away. Without knowing whether the red woman humanoid was targeting himself or the servant, it slowly walked towards them with splashing sounds. Even when fear filled his mind, Julius revolved his brain desperately to find an escape route. The exit is just 5 meters away. It would only take a few seconds if he ran. But it's doubtful that the monster would let him get away without doing anything. Depending on the situation, he can use the servant as a decoy. Such thoughts passed through Julius's mind. Julius, who was confirming the location of the exit, saw something unbelievable fly in. Cutting down the door that was locked up, a woman with a crimson sword in hand came into the warehouse. What now? The intruder who came into the warehouse without notice to the owner was a young woman in a black robe. A long dark red hair flowed behind her back. She was a beauty, holding a crimson sword in her hands. After her pupils of the same color glanced at Julius for a moment, she directed a sad gaze towards the humanoid demonic being. The black-robed woman drew closer to the demonic's being seemingly without the influence of gravity on her, all while a single word wasn't spoken. Unlike running or flying, her steps was too quiet. It gave off an illusion of sliding on ice. The black-robed woman with the crimson sword closed the distance in an instant, before severing the demonic's being's neck. Without ever being able to catch up with the chain of events, it took his all to ask a question that no one would ever answer. The woman who swung the sword didn't move at all, her posture frozen after her swing. On the other hand, the demonic being didn't move at all too, as if bound by something. A short moment when the warehouse became totally silent came. Then, it was the demonic being who started moving once again first. But it was not because of the demonic being's will, that is, if the demonic being had a will in the beginning. Its neck tilted, and eventually its head slid off the neck. The demonic being's head, which the mercenary man could deal no damage to, fell onto the ground with a thud. It was almost like a ripe fruit fell from a tree. A beat after that, the demonic being's body collapsed on the ground, accompanied by a sound that resembled a bucket of water spilled on the ground. After watching over that, the black-robed woman turned around and left the warehouse without sparing a single glance to Julius and the servant. Having no time to ask for her identity nor her motive, Julius felt like he had just witnessed a nightmare. It was when the seconds hand had turned twice around the clock when Julius and the servant who was sitting there blankly finally regained themselves. We were saved. It seems to be the case. Sound finally returned to the warehouse that was silent before. Julius recalled the sequence of events that unfolded just a while ago. It isn't a dream. The demonic being and the black-robed woman who defeated it both never spoke a single word. Julius doubted his eyes at the events that seemed detached from reality, but the aftermath on the floor of the warehouse was undeniable proof that it was reality. The mercenary's unbreathing body which had burns on his skin, the floor wet with a red liquid, and the head of the demonic being that can get mistaken with a head carved out of a red crystal. What shall we do? The old servant asked for Julius's judgment. Hearing that, Julius was prompted to start thinking again. He thought about what he should do desperately. This is bad. The mercenary's death can be covered up with all kinds of excuses. But having the existence of demon attracting incense known would deal unrecoverable damage. Of course, it isn't known that the incident this time is due to the demon attracting incense, but at the very least, the black-robed woman knows that an unknown demonic being existed in the warehouse of Gimbrel Merchant Association. Although the black-robed woman is the one who saved Julius, at the same time, she could be the one who destroys Julius's life. It's bad, very bad. After all, what Julius did was obviously a huge crime. Even if he planned perfectly for the subjugation army in advance, The fact that he was the culprit who invited the army of monsters to Rhiannon doesn't change. There were definitely many injured people and casualties amongst those who joined the subjugation army for the defense battle. On top of that, Rhiannon's deficit was huge. On top of the supplies used to form the subjugation army, Rhiannon must also pay a large sum hiring the mercenaries. Above all, there was the effects of closing the city gates and shutting down all trades to Rhiannon, albeit temporarily. For someone who doesn't do business, they would scoff at the mere 2 days of inactivity, but they would probably go green after hearing the amount of loss due to the mere 2 days. There's the matter with Rhiannon's reputation as well. Even if they won the defense battle, it would be known to other countries that an army of monsters came to attack Rhiannon. The fact that they had no choice but to hole up behind the walls because of the beasts, if someone spread that kind of rumor, the reputation of the army would fall to the ground. If that happens, no one would be willing to travel to such a dangerous city. After accounting such demerits, Julius had planned perfectly for the Gimbrel to be benefiting and controlled the situation from behind the scenes. But what if the plans were to be leaked to outside? He had dealt a lot of damage to the city. On top of that, the city would have been destroyed by the demonic beings if even a single mistake occurred. If so, the city would most definitely charge him with terrorism. Under Rhiannon's law, it is unavoidable for him to get the death sentence. Somewhere safe first. Passing by the servant beside him who had an anxious face, Julius quickly left the warehouse behind. Chapter 84. Chapter 84. The city-state, Rhiannon. 2 days after the defense battle, the city that had succeeded in fending off the beasts and demonic beings thanks to the mercenaries and soldiers had a festive mood every night. Surrounded by such lively atmosphere, inside the reception room of the Merchants Association were 2 people sitting on the sofa and 1 standing. So then, in the end, it flew away by itself, and came back by itself. I totally thought it was you who was controlling it though. Nicole continued after Mariida. I didn't do anything. This guy moved on its own. While sending glances to the crimson sword on his hands, Ardis had an inexplicable expression. A woman with red eyes. Huh. Nicole saw her too. She was unbelievably beautiful. That's quite the not useful information. Add Nicole who was standing behind herself who added on happily. Mariida retorted with a smile. Do you really not know about this sword? I said it before. I had told you everything I knew about the sword. There isn't anything I know more than that. Mariida's answer wasn't the one Ardis hoped to get. After all, the sword moved by itself without his influence and even managed to stop the immortal demonic being somehow. It flew off somewhere by itself, and came back to Ardis's hands by itself sometime later. On top of that, the illusion-like existence that looked like Nier. The sword that was originally already an unfathomable object had gotten itself a new incomprehensible property. Keep in mind we don't accept any returns. It's not like I bought it from you though. Ardis frowned at Mariida who joked with a teasing tone. To be honest, Ardis thought that the crimson sword is something that shouldn't be handled carelessly. Even if Mariida asked him to return it, he probably won't do it. Depending on the situation, it might even be better to dispose it somewhere no one can ever get to. The only saving grace is the sword didn't have the ominous aura like before. Even for the past few days, there weren't any sorts of red humanoids appearing. It seems that the curse-like thing had been dispelled. Miss, shouldn't we get into the real topic by now? He totally seems like he has the face of if there's nothing else, I will leave now. Nicole who appraised Ardis's expression had wonderfully made out what he was thinking. Geez, Ardis Kun is still cold as ever huh? It's because your idle talk is too long. So? Why calling me here? I really want to have something for lunch now. Currently, Ted and the other members of Bright Stars of White Night is supposedly enjoying the meals of a tavern known for its delicious menu. The first day when the army of beasts attacked Rhiannon, Ardis, Bright Stars of White Night had fought together with the soldiers to hold out until the evacuation finishes. During that, the old commander of the soldiers had promised to treat them to some nice meals in place of compensation. After the aftermath of the defense battle had been cleaned up, when they all finally had a chance to take it easy, the commander had invited Ardis and the others to a famous tavern today, and Mariida had interrupted that and called Ardis. Why is it always a troublesome timing that this woman has something to do with me? Ardis had more than enough reason to see Mariida as an annoyance. Actually, Ardis wasn't grumpy because he couldn't make it to the free food and liquor treat. It's just that he didn't like how the grey-haired merchant in front of him acted. and the fact that his sleepiness wanted him to dive into a bed now. And regarding why you're here, Ardis Gun, you've subjugated demonic beings on an absurd level this time. So, absurd is over-exaggerating it. I just did somewhat moderately. No number. If that's what you call moderately, then what are the mercenaries including me been doing there? Nicole retorted immediately. In the defense battle, Ardis had dealt with a total of 87 demonic beings. Although he never did use finish all his stamps, his contribution would not amount to only 100 demonic beings if totaling the ones he killed when he was shooting magic down from the walls. Of course, for the demonic beings that was defeated by his magic, he didn't get to stamp them, so he couldn't get the compensation for those. But even so, 87 demonic beings amounted to 261 gold coins. And there, the demonic beings that Ardis Khan subjugated. Won't you sell them to us and maybe throw in a friend discount? No, why do I have to discount to sell it to you? Wouldn't it be the other way around? In the first place, since when were we friends? Hey, did you hear that, Nicole? That rude attitude. The treatment he would give to a friend who had shared his pain and hardships. Miss, did you hear what he said properly? In the first place, even if you say he's being rude, wasn't he like that from the beginning? Mariida, who turned around to get support from Nicole, was met with a cold jab. Huh, that's true. The short-haired woman who stood back up easily continued the talk as if nothing happened. Fine, we will buy them from you at market price. That's why I'm saying, why are you acting so high and mighty? Even though she's only offering to buy them at market price, Mariida had an entitled tone. While Ardis didn't even try to hide his irritation, Nicole interrupted. Having said so, how are you going to retrieve that much demonic beings? Not just retrieving them, you have to dismantle them too, right? I'm telling you, but there's no mercenary or even citizens around that you can hire for getting the materials even if you pay. Majority of the monsters that were subjugated are beasts. Since it will cause disease to spread if they were left to rot, they must be incinerated and buried as soon as possible. But before that, retrieving the valuable parts of the beasts is something that anyone can think of. Even if their value is lower than a demonic being's, the fur and fangs can still be sold at a high price. On top of that, the number of beasts weren't normal. The soldiers and drafted soldiers didn't have the stamps like the mercenaries. Naturally, the ownership of the beasts fallen outside the city wasn't clear to anyone. It's probably more appropriate to say that it's finders, keepers now. As such, the people were rushing to dismantle the beasts to get the materials. There were even some who brought their entire family including their children to help. Although there were damages caused by the army of beasts and the stopped trades, the value of materials of the demonic beings and beasts could probably more than enough make up for that. Riaitan, who had now gotten a mountain of materials like never before, is booming more than ever. There were people out there retrieving materials on their own as well, and mercenaries who are hired to dismantle are also there. I don't really think there were anyone in Riaitan now having difficulties in finding a job. Even the soldiers are working hard to get some pocket money. The soldiers are given the task to burn the corpses of the beasts outside the city. But soldiers are also people. It can't be helped that they are holding dismantling knives out there on their rest day to enrich their fortune. If it's our association, then we have many employees that you can hire temporarily on. How is it? Mariida had a business smile as she proposed. The subjugation tag doesn't last forever too, right? Certainly, you're strong. Your capability in killing demonic beings are overwhelming. But that doesn't mean the same in dismantling, right? Nicole suggested. Certainly. Ardis wouldn't sweat in dealing with demonic beings. But dismantling and recovering the materials are different. Although Ardis had the basic necessary skills to do so, his speed and precision wasn't anything better than other mercenaries. Having said so, that's not something Ardis would be impatient about. If he just froze them and buried them deep in the ground like he did in Thoria, he can take it slowly and work on them one by one. The dismantling will be fine. Then, the selling? Where are you going to sell the materials to? It's not like you are the only one doing business here. That might just be the case. A merchant association that can buy the huge amount of materials that Ardis can have, it might be only us around Yon. An unexpected answer came from Mariida. Huh? What do you mean? Aren't there loads of merchant associations in Riaitan? Well, there are many smaller ones. It was Nicole who answered Ardis's question. There's 4 merchant associations that can be said as giant associations in Riaitan. Needless to say, Arlet is one of them, and another one was Rovral, but where Kyril is? Yeah, that since Rovell failed on a big business recently, they are now in the process of getting back up after borrowing funds from us. Of course, they wouldn't be able to do any big purchase now. Then the other two? Yeah, that's the problem. One of the four, the Gimbrel Merchant Association, which had the most prowess in recent years. You've heard its name before, right? The association that contributed a lot in this incident, right? Yeah, them. Actually, they fled. Huh? Ardis, who didn't get what Nicole was saying for a moment, let out a noise. They fled. And Nicole repeated it for him. They fled. What do you mean? It's literally that. The president, Julius, suddenly vanished. During the defense battle, he was last seen there, but his whereabouts after that is totally unknown. It seems like when the fight was over, they were already gone. Every one of the upper managements of the association, including Julius, ran. I heard it was a huge mess that Dana. The employees are still desperately trying to run the business, but it seems like Julius had withdrawn a large sum of their funds, so they probably would be hitting a wall very soon. While shrugging, Mariida revealed the information only merchants would know about, and so they wouldn't be able to buy as well. I'm glad you understand. Then, the last one is the Roshia Merchant Association. They're also in quite the predicament. After all, they had been expanding their business by cooperating with the Gimbrels, but now that the Gimbrel is in this state, they would probably have to bear the responsibilities. Since everyone in Riitan pretty much thinks that they're on the same side with Gimbrel, the president there is probably panicking now. It seems like Nicole has some debts with the Roshia Merchant Association, as he cursed them. Serves you well. And so the other merchant association are too small to be able to afford a huge amount of demonic being materials. In the first place, I think they're already all out from what has been recovered from the battle by now. Ardis-kun. The only merchant association around in Riitan that can afford to buy all your materials is pretty much only us. That's what she said, but our lady here is offering you because she's worried about you though. Having acted like a villain, Mariida, who gave her verdict, was interrupted by Nicole and flustered. Hey, what are you saying, Nicole? Just like what she said, there's only Lit that can buy the large amount of materials flowing in Riitan now. On the other hand, there's still a load of materials outside the city sitting around to be recovered, right? The materials market will surely be saturated if it continues. Hey, Nicole, Mariida protested. If that happens, there will be too much stock in the market and no one buying it. Its value would plummet when that happens. In other words, you can only sell them at a cheap price if you're too late. Don't speak extra. Mariida tried to stop Nicole from speaking any further no matter what, but, after all, her opponent was someone who could easily defeat 3 despairs at once. Her hands only missed her target every time. It looked like a kitten trying to jump at a cat. Even now, the materials from the beasts are already affected. The price of grass wolf's fur had dropped by 2/10 compared to a week ago. Since there were not that much demonic being materials circulating compared to the beasts, their prices haven't dropped that much, but they were definitely affected as well. Why not take up on Mrs. Kind offer to buy your materials before their prices go down? Mariida, who finally realized that her attempts at resisting is futile, had faced away pouting. Her ears had the same color of Orphelia's face when she's drunk. Having seen this clumsy side of Mariida he never seen before, the irritation that Ardis had a while ago vanished. It was Ardis who unintentionally blurted out rudely before, but after his irritation went away, he replied with a bitter smile. Fine, I will discuss about it with my comrades. In the end, it's decided that Ardis would depend on the Merchant Association for manpower for dismantling and buying them. There wasn't any choice other than that, but having affected by Norris's appraisal of, so in short, it's just that Ardis can't really stand this Mariida person, right? Certainly if he excluded his personal judgment against Mariida, it wasn't a bad offer. After that, Ardis and Ted, together with the other members of Bright Stars of White Knight, stayed in Riitan for a little while more to finish all their matters. After getting their compensation and selling all their materials, it was 10 days after the defense battle that they've left Riitan, returning to the capital Gran. Chapter 85. Thanks to op_magician for supporting on Patreon. Ardis and the members of Bright Stars of White Knight arrived in the capital of Gran. After finishing his errands around the town, he went to the market to fulfill his promise with Nia, to buy some chickens and other daily supplies. Fortunately, since he was together with Bright Stars of White Knight baggage holders, he was able to purchase more. They have come to the capital on the occasion after all. Ardis decided to invite Ted and the others to the house. That's why he bought more than usual and let them hold on to them. Having Ted and Norris carry a mountain of items, they headed into the Sorcerer's forest. So you've built a house in the forest, huh? Since there's no way to hide the twins from people's eyes in the town after all, Ophelia, who asked on the way, was replied by Ardis. But if it's safe in the forest, then it might be a better choice. Her name was Nia, right? She's staying in the house, right? Yeah. I can be outside here like this is thanks to her too. It's exactly because the three already knew that Ardis is taking care of the twins and they've met with Nia as well that he can invite them to his house. If it was anyone else, Ardis wouldn't have the slightest intention to even let them near his house. And so, Ardis noticed it. What's the plan? Those behind Ardis, whose name is known in the capital, is always under everyone's gaze. Some meant good, some meant ill, and there will surely be some curious people who suspects Ardis when he's buying that much daily supplies and doesn't stay in the capital for long. Because of that, there were some occasions people would tail Ardis. We will lose them when we enter the forest. Got it. What Norris meant was the small group of mercenaries tailing them a little behind from them. Whether they were hired by someone else or on their own accord, the group had been following them behind ever since they left the capital. It would be fine even if we leave them alone. They aren't people who can fight the demonic beings in the forest after all. Just like what Ardis predicted, they gave up after encountering beasts right after entering the forest. After that, about 3 hours spent walking in the forest, they had finally reached the house where Nia and the twins are staying. My master, a lively return it is. Good work looking after everything here. Must likely detected Ardis's return in advance. Nia had been waiting at the front of the house while standing gallantly. Philia, Rihanna, I'm back. Welcome home, Ardis. Welcome home. The twins, who would have normally leapt out and clung onto Ardis by now, was hiding behind Nia. They're probably nervous at the appearance of the unfamiliar three-person. You too. Remember, we've met with them at Thoria, right? Ardis tried to help the twins to not be so tight towards the others, but the twins nodded without saying anything. It seems like they weren't afraid but just couldn't act like usual. Isn't it because of Ted's gaze? It's because of Ted's scary face. Definitely. It's my fault, Ted cried out in protest after having his party members turn on him. The twins seemed to be more cautious than before. He had worsened the situation by yelling angrily. After all, well, leaving that aside, these chickens, where should I put them? Norris asked while he held out the cage. Ted was still protesting beside him. It's not something to be left aside, but there was no one listening to him. It's fine if you leave it at the coop. That? Seeing what Nia pointed to, Norris blinked his eyes. That's natural. After all, what was there wasn't a building that could be called as a chicken coop. Having 3 layers of fences made of hardened rock surrounding it, the building itself is made with magic reinforced rocks blocks. The appearance and the aura it exuded didn't seem a single bit like something domestic animals live in. Even just its defensive ability is probably better than some fortress out there. It looks like a miniature military base though. Am I really seeing the right thing? Ophelia asked in shock. Of course. It's built with the notion of withstanding demonic beings. The structure is specially designed to not break easily. No beasts around can ever destroy it. Nia, who replied, seemed smug. Ardis expected it to a certain extent, but Nia, who didn't know restrain at all, still made Ardis's cheeks twitch. That's all fine, but let's get something to eat first. Since we've got some liquor too, today will be a drinking fest. As if repelling the weird atmosphere, Ted carried the baggage into the house. Ha. I guess it's a house befitting of Ardis. That's true. It's Ardis's house after all. Oi, what do you mean by that? Because it's Ardis. It was an ambiguous reason that somehow had enough persuasion behind it that made everyone convinced and decided to move on and carry the baggage into the house. It was something that left Ardis with a question mark on his head. But having felt the tugging at his robe, a smile natural came to his face. Let's eat first. Philia, Rihanna. The dinner that day was unusually noisy. There was the fact that there were 7 people around, but the presence of the liquor also contributed to the noise. Ardis was always someone who doesn't get very drunk. He wouldn't get drunk even if he drank. And Nia, who wouldn't change her behavior no matter how much she had. Her alcohol tolerance prowess was truly abnormal. The problem is at the guests today. What are delicious? So delicious that it's no fun. Isn't it great to be tasty? Tasty dishes and good liquor. Nice one. Near. You have good skills. It's really good. I was a little curious at what kind of food is in Ardis's house, but it exceeded my expectation in a good way. I bought some snacks in the capital, but there's no need for that. It was the gathering of 3 people who blabbered away whatever they liked loudly. Norris is like Ardis. He's fine since he refrains from drinking too much. Although Ted drinks more than anyone else, he still isn't any more drunk than in the usual tavern. His voice would get loud and his tension would rise, although he's being a slight bother for the others around. But here's not a tavern in the town after all. There's no one around to pick a fight with him. In any case, the most he was doing is just singing and laughing loudly. That much is more than enough of a bother for everyone else in the town, but, fortunately, there's no one else around other than the people present here, so there wasn't any issue. But the most troublesome person around here isn't anyone but the red-haired female magician whose affinity with alcohol is the worst. Kaya, so cute, smooth hair, matching eyes. The cheeks are squishy too. Ophelia, who was totally drunk at this point, had caught the pitiable twins. The red-haired woman had scooped up the twins with both her hands, and was kissing the platinum blonde hair and rubbing her cheeks on their faces. Fuelia-chan is so cute. Rihanna-chan is also cute. How can you two be so adorable? Funya. Anisan is almost bleeding from her nose. The drunkard was patting the twins while repeating her chants of cute. Her dark red pupils no longer had a sense of reason in them. Rud, if you fair, let me live here too. I shall refuse with all my respect. Then let me have one of them. Leave your sleeping talk when you're sleeping. Meanie. No, Reef. Ardif is so mean. He's so cold. No, Ophelia. You would be troubling Ardis asking for the impossible. Even Norif would say something like that. Hick hick. Fine. I still have these girls, right? Fulia-chan, right? Rihanna-chan. The twins, who had their cheeks attacked once again, desperately reached out to Ardis for help. With their experiences so far, skin contact was probably something they didn't have a good memory of. On top of that, it's a drunkard who's doing that. Even any normal children would have hated that. Their light greenish-blue eyes were starting to become wet. Ophelia, it's time that you let go of them. Nevia, we will be together the whole day. We will sleep together. This woman is beyond saving. Ophelia, who had apparently completely regressed into a selfish kid, had stunned Norris. I see, then there's no choice. You will sleep by yourself first. For Ardis, the signal from the twins' gazes weren't something he can ignore. Even if his opponent is his comrades, he didn't have intentions of holding back. After poking Ophelia's forehead with his index finger, the next moment, Ophelia seemed to lose all her strength and collapsed outstretched on the chair. The twins, who managed to squirm their way out of Ophelia's arms, hurried back to Ardis's side. Nia, can you carry Ophelia to the room? Acknowledged, my master. Nia carried Ophelia, who was letting out peaceful snores, up and brought her into a room. Norris, who saw that, calmly analyzed the situation. A magic that can knock out someone with just touching them? No. Is it a sleeping spell? Ardis only answered Norris's question with his gaze. Even if she's totally drunk, to neutralize Ophelia, who's a first-rate magician, so easily. Ardis is interesting as usual. Can you use that in a fight? At Norris's question, Ardis had a creepy smile. Want to test it? No, I will refrain. Powerlessness isn't something I like to taste often. With a short silence in between, Norris redirected it lightly. Hey, Ardis. There's still more to drink now that Ophelia is gone. Ted pushed out a bottle of liquor from the side and blew away the weird atmosphere. That's true. Since Ardis wouldn't be back to Thoria anytime soon, right? There's no knowing when we'll meet again. Let me accompany you to the end today. Got it. Let's do as you wish. Finishing the glass in his hands, Ardis stretched out the now empty glass to Ted as if challenging him. Chapter 86. 2 months had passed since Riaitan's defense battle. It was already a hot topic in the capital by the time Ardis had returned, but now that 2 months had passed, it had died down considerably. Even for Ardis, who had been living a slow life after returning home, started accepting requests again about a month ago. Ardis replied shortly. In Sesragian of the capital of Gran, there were 2 people sitting at the same table in the tavern. One of them is Ardis, the other is a familiar man who recommends jobs for mercenaries. Please don't be like that. Jean, who was Ardis's familiar contact, had a stunned look. I mean, I knew you aren't on good terms with the church, but, since it's a nominated request, Shouldn't you go and hear them out at the very least? I will refuse anyway even if I went. It's only a waste of time. At Ardis's answer that didn't budge, Jean had a troubled expression. It'll be bad news if you just refuse their offer without any reason. I also have my reputation to care for. It's not any difficult job. The compensation is alluring as well since it's nominated. Why not consider it? Saying so, Jean handed over the letter of the nominated request. Rather than that, it was more like Jean forced it upon Ardis. It's an escort request. The escorted person seems to be around the same age as Ardis, and above all it's a cute girl we're talking about, you know? That sounds like it's more trouble than ever. Ardis's expression seemed to have showed his fed-upness as he magnificently ignored whatever Jean said. On top of that, she's the famed future saintess, Sister Salt, you know? Wouldn't Ardis benefit from such a contact? Rather than that, it's enviable that you have a chance to do so. Salt. Ardis, who was yawning and saying no so far, suddenly reacted to the name. Salt. You mean the one with a small stature and cherry blossom hair? What? Even though you're saying that you don't want anything to do with the church, you had your eyes on Sister Salt? Jean asked with a teasing tone. Nope. I met her before in one of my requests. Hearing Salt's name, Ardis recalled when he was still in Thoria, the request he accepted together with Ted and the others. It was to rescue the Mariule's Academy students that had entered the Corsair's forest, and one of the students was a girl with the name Salt. Certainly, she said that she entered the academy with the permission from the church, albeit she's a sister there. Ardis recalled vaguely the request details mentioned that she has tremendous talent in healing magic, albeit still young. Amongst the 5 students that are in the forest, the only 2 that stood out was the noble young man with his stubborn pride in Salt who could give proper response. The request from church and Salt's name had resurfaced that piece of memory in Ardis. Acquaintance? Then you have no reason to refuse, right? It says that it's from the church, but I'm pretty sure that the person herself wishes so as well. The person herself? Here, look at the signature of the employer. Ardis looked at the request letter that was forced onto him. Certainly, the employer section was written it was from the church, but the signature on it was Salt's. It's unlikely that she would have been the one to sign a request from the church in the normal procedure, since it's from someone you know, and it's a paying job as well. It's not good that you keep up that animosity forever, my honest opinion. And now it suddenly became a scenario where Ardis can't refuse easily. In the end, Ardis settled with I'm not set to accept it yet. I'll decide after hearing from herself, and went back. Normally, if it's a request from the church, Ardis would have done his all to refuse. But since it's from someone that he is not entirely unfamiliar with, and the impression that he got from Salt wasn't that bad at all, that was the main reason that Ardis decided to compromise the least. The next day, Ardis headed towards the church that he would never get close to. Located in a lot in the heart of the capital. It was a building a street away from the center of the town. It's built entirely out of selected white rocks. A church built 200 years in the past. Albeit the simple design that had no decoration on it, it still had a sense of majestic that would imprint its overwhelming presence on others' memory. Although the front door is wide open for anyone to enter and pray as they wished, they still had guards stationed that are Barony ruffians, someone like Ardis. After telling his business to the guard, Ardis waited for a while before a priest with plump ears came out from the church. Sorry for the wait. You're the mercenary who accepted our request, I suppose. I'm sure Sister Salt would be joyed. No, it's not decided that I will accept your request. That's after I hear your demand. I see. Ardis's answer was probably unexpected. The priest seemed to have doubted his ears for a second but regained himself and continued a beat later. Well, please come this way. Sister Salt will explain the details of the request directly. Guided by the priest, Ardis set foot in the church. After going past the corridor, the space widened. Facing the entrance right in the middle situated the statue of the goddess carved from pure white marble. There were many people around on their knees facing that. Ardis glared at the people praising the goddess seemingly with an expression of hatred. What seems to be the matter? No, it's nothing. At the priest who seemed to be startled, Ardis suppressed his emotions. If you'd like to, why not pray afterwards? The praying session for today is over already, but we can make an exception for someone who are here to accept our request. It would be quite selfish of us to do so, but I'm sure the great and generous goddess would forgive us. No, That woman is the creature furthest from the concept of generous and great. Ardis swallowed the words that almost came out unintentionally. Instead of the words he swallowed, another sentence that is still considered blasphemous came out. Is she really that amazing? That goddess you speak of? That's a given. The goddess was the one who protected the world from the evil god's army in the War of Gods, and the one who granted us the wisdom of magic. The reason why we are born in this world and can live peacefully is also thanks to the blessing of the goddess. That's why everyone should thank and praise the goddess. And that is our task, to spread the teachings of the goddess. The priest's volume increased as he continued his preaches. Contrary to the priest's heated explanation, Ardis's mood only grew worse. At the same time, a sense of anger swelled within Ardis. Please look at the wall over there. Probably not noticing Ardis's feelings, the priest pointed to a wall. It's a depiction of the War of Gods. The priest pointed to a giant face of wall covered with murals. On it, a mural of a war. However, it wasn't a depiction of a war between humans. It was one of the gods. A war between the goddess protecting the world and the evil god destroying the world. There's a separation between good and evil that even a child would make out easily. The largest drawing is the goddess in a pure white clothing holding a sword that was glowing in her hands. Surrounding her were the angels. That was the description of the holy army. On the other side, the creature, what the church refers as the evil god, together with the demons, were drawn. It's the scene of the showdown between the goddess and the evil god. If the goddess didn't defeat the evil god, I'm sure our world would have been enveloped in darkness. The world might be already destroyed as we know it. Ardis looked at the drawing of the evil god next. It was a drawing that inspired horror. The demon's mouth split till their cheeks and sharp fangs gleamed. The pupils that had evilness scrawling in them. The sharp elongated claws. The dark skin like a beast's fur. Having 10 arms grown from his back, each of them holding a completely different type of weapon like swords, spears and axes. All of them had blood dripping. That figure will definitely cause an instinctual repulse in whoever who saw it. Always making up stories as they like. Ardis desperately suppressed his destructive instincts. Nothing will change even if he did so. He would only have the church on his back. Even if he understood that, the humiliation that Ardis had to bear was hard for him. What's the matter? No, nothing. Is that so? Sister Salt is still waiting for us. Let's hurry up. Seemingly not noticing the anger residing in Ardis's eyes, the priest resumed his steps once again. Chapter 87. Chapter 87. Sister Salt. The mercenary has arrived. The room seemed like it was a dining hall for the church people, with a long table that could fit 20 people at once. The chairs with a modest design lined up both sides neatly. Inside the room, decorated with the unique atmosphere of the church, there was a single girl who welcomed Ardis and the priest. Thank you very much. Sorry for the bother. No, it's not something to be thanked for. The priest with the plump ears replied to the girl's thanks and left the room. Please have a seat. Sorry to have you come to such a place. The girl offered Ardis a seat. She is short enough for people to have an impression that she would get blown away if the wind blew. Her pupils with a shade of red seemed be in unease. It's been a while. Let me thank you again for saving me on that occasion. As Ardis lowered himself onto the chair, the girl opposite of the table lowered her head. The cherry blossom hair that was tied up behind her head shook lightly. I have already received more than enough appreciation that time. Rather than that, let's cut to the chase. The girl, Salt, was someone Ardis met before in the Sorcerer's Forest. There were 5 students including her who had entered Sorcerer's Forest recklessly, and were saved by Ardis and Ted and the others in the cave they hid in. Having accepted the request and compensated for it is more than enough for a mercenary. Of course, the one getting saved might be different. At the very least, the girl seemed to be grateful to Ardis for saving her. That is why Ardis had decided to hear her situation out at the very least despite his reluctance. Unlike the stuck-up brat of some noble that wouldn't ever utter the words of appreciation, the impression that the girl had was of course much better. Yes, after a troubling expression appeared on her face because of Ardis's words, the girl with the monastic clothing sat back down. I heard it from Jeanne that it's an escort request. Don't tell me that you're planning to enter another forest or something. Number. That's not the case. At Ardis's words, Salt panically denied. Well, Ardis expected that it couldn't be the case already though. It's a task from the church this time. A task? Yes. Ardis-san knows about the mines in the north of the capital, right? Recently, The Nagara's kingdom had been allocating manpower in developing the lands in the valley in the north. Since it is a land rich with veins of heavy metal, it is a very profitable place for the kingdom. Yeah, I've heard about it. There's nothing to hide about. After all, it's Ardis himself who had subjugated the demonics being, Bellchaser, that had been nested there before. The fact that mines can be built there is all thanks to Ardis, or rather, the consequences of his actions. There are a few settlements there at the heavy metal mines now, but there aren't any churches there. There isn't even a priest assigned there yet. Well, that's natural. That's why the kingdom would send out priests and sisters from the church to the settlements regularly, and the ones to be dispatched are according to a rotation. So, it's probably Solt's turn this time around. But aren't you still an apprentice and a student? It's exactly because of that. Solt had a bitter smile. After all, Solt, who was expected to be a Saintess candidate in the future, are treated specially and sent to a different academy than the other sisters. It's still special treatment no matter how you see it, and so, she must fulfill her tasks much earlier than the others. The others seem to think so, and she herself seems to regard it as natural as well. Being a Saintess candidate sucks to her. Ardis said so without interest, and the girl who was the candidate smiled wryly. And so I'm supposed to escort you on the way? That, strictly speaking, it's not an escort. Solt's voice softened from the middle. Even her last few words are barely audible. Eh? What was that? I can't hear you if you speak so soft. That, not an escort but a baggage carrier. Carrier? Ardis's eyes turned round at the unexpected role he was given. Only if it's a baggage carrier, then you can hire another one. That's what the priest said. What? Are you going without an escort? There must be a limit to recklessness. Is the priest that guy just now? No, it's another person. Solt panically denied. That, there are escorts already. The church had already hired them. But that, I knew it's going to be the case ever since I'm in the church, but the escorts are somehow scary. It seems like Solt had already met the escorts, and it seems that they had somehow made her feel uneasy. Then wouldn't request a change of personnel work? Ardis gave his suggestion, but Solt shook her head. It'll cause a lot of trouble changing the escorts now. But since they said that it'll be fine if I chose another person to hire as a baggage carrier, then why not ask those student bunch you know? They're people you're familiar with, right? Certainly. There was another girl in that bunch. After that incident last time, we were all forbidden from getting out of the town till graduation. Ah, that's how it is, huh? Well, that was a big incident after all. After all, the compensation to save the 5 students including Solt was at 500 gold. Even if it was for some idiotic child of a noble or a Saintess candidate, it's not an amount to be scoffed at. It's natural that they would get some penalty of some sort after that. This time, it's specially permitted by the church, but since other students other than my classmates aren't keen on fighting, but even if she agreed, bringing her together would be a little. And so you requested me, huh? Yes. Rumors about Ardis-san had even reached the academy. I understand now. But aren't you just being overly conscious about it? Since they're escorts hired by the church, there's no way they're some thugs, right? It's the escort request formally issued by the church, and it was to escort the future Saintess candidate. Even the church probably wouldn't have cheaped out the compensation and hired some nameless bunch. Ardis's words, which suggested that he could not care less, had left Solt no choice but with an expression on the verge of crying. I beg you, I will carry all the baggage myself. Please just come with me. If Ardis-san refuses, I don't have anyone else to ask. There's no time to issue another request, and there's the last meetup before departing later today. But I'm too scared to go alone. It was a girl begging with wet eyes. Even Ardis couldn't bear to refuse her outright. After vaguely agreeing to accompany her to the meetup, Ardis still reminded her that, it doesn't mean I have agreed to your request. With a child who is desperately asking for his help while seemingly anxious and scared, even Ardis wasn't that cruel to refuse her coldly. An hour after that, the mercenary that are Solt's escorts arrived. Ardis, who had accompanied Solt in the dining hall for the meetup, appraised them, and thought that something was not right. A total of 5 mercenaries in the party, with a swordsman that's smiling with a dimple in the middle, 2 axe wielders, and the other 2 who seems to be an archer and magician. At Ardis's appraisal at their equipment, The fact that they're well equipped and their actions didn't seem like they're amateurs. They surely have some strength backing them up. But the problem wasn't that. What made Ardis's wrinkles to appear on his forehead is that the party only consisted of young men. Salt is a young girl, and on top of that, she has the beauty and looks that is even the talk in the capital, and for escorts for such a person to not even have a single female amongst them is weird. If the escorted targets also consist of men, then it wouldn't matter. But since only Salt is going, it's not normal that the escort party has no females in it. Where Salt is heading is the mines developing in the north, and just like its name, it's currently under development. It's natural that there are no such facilities as inns built yet. It should be expected that camping out on the streets is normal. And all them are young men in this situation. It was almost like a situation where a lamb is waiting to be eaten up by a pack of wolves. You're, the baggage carrier. Seriously, we don't need someone like you at all. The men seem to have regard Ardis as someone bothering them. Yup. There's not much baggage at all. Why not leave everything to us, Sister San? The men had a smile and started conversing with Salt in a friendly way. But, Ardis saw through them. Their eyes weren't like what escort have towards their employer, but rather eyes towards prey. It was so obvious that even Ardis, a man, can notice. And needless to say, being a girl meant that she is more sensitive to such gazes. Salt must have noticed it too. That's the reason why Salt is anxious and didn't dare to ask her female classmates to accompany her. Kiddo, it's your last chance here. It's not a playground we're going. You might even lose your life. Towards Ardis, the man with the dimple said while exuding pressure. Their age seems to be around 20 to 25. It's natural that they're treating Ardis, who only looks like a 15-year-old boy, as a kid. Not kiddo. It's Ardis. I'm a mercenary too. HMPH. Some runaway magician. Why not take off those swords that you won't even use and wear some proper defensive gear? Looking at Ardis's equipment, the dimple man judged that Ardis is a magician by himself. But at the same time, Ardis found out something as well. After the subjugation of the three great demons, Ardis is kind of a celebrity in the capital. Even for people that had never met him before, they would identify the person with black hair and named Ardis as the sword magic user. But it seems that the mercenaries here didn't even react after hearing Ardis's name and looking at the swords that can be said as his trademark. It's highly probable that they've just arrived in the capital not long ago, or some party that was based in another town. Weird. Ardis had concluded as such. Exactly because that they're in the capital, there were more mercenaries here than other towns. It would be different if they're famed mercenaries, but there were no reason to hire these people as escorts. Ardis couldn't understand what the people in the church was thinking when they hired such bunch. I can't leave it like this. Ardis sighed in his mind, and asked Salt, who seemed to be afraid of the men while being surrounded. Then, when's the departure? Meet-up place? Ardis-san. Then, there was joy in Salt's eyes when she heard that. No choice. The request as a baggage carrier, I shall accept that. Chapter 88. Chapter 88. 2 days after that, the escort, known as a baggage carrier, Ardis and Salt, together with the mercenary escorts, had departed from the capital. Their destination is the 3 villages that had just been constructed newly at the northern mines. The northern area is originally filled with dangerous wild beasts, but ever since Ardis had subjugated the demonics, being named Bellchaser, the kingdom which had sorted a large number of soldiers, and the mercenaries had gone around the valley and hunted, the danger around there isn't that high now. It still isn't completely safe, but it's tolerable for any mercenary who has moderate skill. From what Ardis sees, the mercenaries' skills were worse than he expected, but they still can fight to the extent of repelling beasts that came their way. Don't worry, Sister Salt-san, we can protect you just fine. Even though it's obvious that they have their own motives behind their smiles, they're still doing their job as escorts properly. Then, the 7th day after going around the villages, finally it's the end. Yes, I'm glad nothing happened. Salt, who finished her work at the last village, smiled towards Ardis. Without really encountering any troubles, Salt, who had completed her tasks, seemed to have something heavy lifted off her chest. Having said so, her tasks weren't that big of a deal. Organizing prayer sessions, chatting with the villagers, and looking after the children and preach them the teachings in her free time. They were all ordinary agendas. Although Ardis didn't have the slightest goodwill towards the church, the impression he got from Salt doing her best to help the people out wasn't bad. Didn't you have free time in the village? Why not join the praying session on this occasion? The words that came from the woman who was referred to eventually as Saintess by everyone didn't have any ill intentions, but that was enough to make any kind of expression on Ardis's face to disappear. Pray me? To that woman? What a bad joke. You're saying such things again. Salt sighed with her shoulders drooping. Why is Ardis-san is so stubborn about it? Could it be a hardship in the past? The face that still has elements of a young girl turned to that of a preacher. Certainly Goddess Sama would give trials that are sometimes accompanied with hardships to us. But that doesn't mean she did it with the intentions of making us suffer. It's her wish for us to break through the hardships. The words of preaching came from her small mouth. But the words that came out only made Ardis's mood worsen one after another. There's also the argument that the Goddess Sama should save us from such trials, but there's no point if we don't conquer them ourselves. She is surely watching over Ardis-san, and she definitely doesn't mean ill. Salt probably meant goodwill for Ardis and said it because she didn't know anything about Ardis. Albeit so, those words were poison to Ardis. For Ardis, the goddess is the culprit of everything. Stop it. It's for the sake of both of us. It was a scenario that had repeated many times ever since they had visited the first village. The first time was when Salt called out to Ardis with hesitation when he was slacking under the tree shadows since he had nothing to do. Since then, Salt had been trying to convince Ardis about it, but, naturally, their talks always ended up on bad ends. Ardis didn't have any complaints towards Salt as a person, but he wouldn't budge on this matter no matter what. By now, Ardis had already given up stopping her from trying to preach, as he thought that it's natural that nothing can go through someone who believes in the goddess blindly. But, why, Sister Chan, regarding the departure time tomorrow. The village chief is calling you. There was a beckon for Salt from afar. Yes, I will be right there. The girl turned around and panically replied. There isn't any fear in her expression now. Ardis-san, let's talk again later. Leaving behind the words that wouldn't mean anything to Ardis, Salt left. Her cherry blossom hair fluttered as she turned around, and she went close to the mercenary escorts. Few days had passed since their departure. There was quite a change in Ardis's and Salt's relationship. Ardis, who had come after agreeing on Salt's request, was affected by his views of the goddess and a gap formed between them. Contrarily, Salt only became closer to the mercenaries. Salt, who was scared of them at first, became less careful at the mercenary escorts. Now, she can even accompany them by herself without having Ardis by her. Is it inexperience of her age, or is it due to her monastic occupation? Ardis didn't know whether she was getting familiar or careless with the mercenaries. At the very least, Ardis hadn't let his guard up a moment. He had promised to help if something did happen to Salt after all. Our request is to escort the sister. So, there's no reason for us to protect you. After all, the mercenaries who would speak of such things without a second thought when Salt isn't around couldn't possibly make Ardis lower his guard. Whatever. If nothing happens, then so be it. The church in capital, Gran. The priest with plump ears who greeted Ardis before was confused. What do you mean? Even if you ask, I'm not clear either. The priest was surrounded by 5 mercenaries. We came and accepted the request officially. And you say that the person to be escorted already departed? The young man who seemed to be the leader thrusted out the request letter to the priest. It's certainly. There's nothing wrong with the request letter. But the mercenaries here are the mercenaries who are supposed to escort Sister Salt to the mines in the north. There's no doubt that they're hired by the church officially. The letter states that the departure date is today, right? Are you saying that I made a mistake? The young man had a composed tone. He's holding back his other comrades behind him, but it's obvious that even himself is irritated by the situation. That's natural. From their perspective, it was the church who went against the request contract. Please wait for a moment. I shall verify at this instant. Sorry, but please wait for a while. The priests panically held the mercenaries back and grabbed the letter and hurried to another priest's room. Priest Dread. The priest whose name is Dread was at his desk doing paperwork. The priest raised his head and asked the other priest with a surprised expression. What's the matter suddenly? Is it about extending the praying session again? No, it isn't something like that. Please take a look at this first. Handing over the request letter to Dread, the priest explained the situation. After hearing the situation, Dread stood up and went to the shelves in the corner and took out a file. Opening it up, and taking out a single letter, Dread had wrinkles on his forehead as he verified with the other priest again. Fume. Sister Salt had already departed with the escorts before? Yes, that's true. The letter you brought in just now, there's certainly the genuine seal from the church on them. But the letter from the other day, they moved their gaze to the document that was taken out. The other mercenaries that came before didn't look like they had a forged letter. Just as Dread said, the mercenary escorts that had departed together with Salt had request letter that had the church's genuine seal on them. We wouldn't know unless we asked the ones who issued the letter, but it's probably just a mistake on our part. Contrary to Dread's positive judgment, the plum-eared priest didn't seem to be convinced. Priest Dread, it might be over-worrying, but couldn't there be insolent fools around who seek to harm Sister Salt? Salt is a widely known church figure, after all. She was highly regarded as the future saintess candidate. Of course, there were many admiration gazes that are directed to her. However, there were those that had envy in them as well. Isn't that just being over-suspicious? There couldn't be anyone who seeks to harm the goddess's love child. It might be so, but there were some bad rumors going around now. Bad rumors, huh? Yes, the lots that don't respect nor fear the goddess. The people who would go against the goddess. There were rumors about the evil god believers who should have been wiped out during the War of Gods. The rumor about the evil god cult's existence, even if it isn't credible. The priest felt anger just at the thoughts or someone being disrespectful to the goddess. Come to think of it, the mercenaries who came before didn't have a good impression either, having not a single female member amongst them despite knowing their escort target is just Salt alone. And they were even too casual in their attitude. That's why even Salt felt uneasy at their presence, and requested to recruit another person as a baggage carrier. But recalling the baggage carrier, the priest noticed some strange points. Not just having no respect towards the goddess, he even felt malice from the baggage carrier. Because of the priest's standing, he couldn't show his anger to one who doesn't believe in the goddess. But it didn't mean he would forgive anyone who took such an attitude to the goddess. It was Salt herself who named the baggage carrier. But if he wasn't wrong, Salt and the baggage carrier only met once before. It might even be that their encounter was even planned by the baggage carrier. I heard about that as well, but aren't you just thinking too much? It's natural to think that something went wrong when the letter was issued. The mercenaries that came today, well, as an apology, they would probably be satisfied if we paid them half the compensation. After deciding their action, Dread called someone over and gave instructions. That would be good if that's the case. Muttering in a voice that only himself could listen, the plum-eared priest couldn't help but be worried in his mind. It would be the best if it was just a small mistake on the church's part. What he can do now is to pray to the goddess for Salt's safety. Chapter 89. Chapter 89. In the grasslands dyed in the color of sunset, the sword that stopped the sharp slash that came without any notice let out a ringing noise. The young man who was on the defense swung his sword, but it was buried by the other middle-aged man with the short hair easily. Even as his stance broke, the young man that had black hair continued his assault with the swords flying by his side. Too late. They were all struck into the dirt in a single swing. Surrounding the middle-aged man were more than 10 swords of various sizes floating in the air. On the other hand, the young man only had 4. It was a clear disadvantage. It would have been fine if the young man could manipulate more, but all he can handle was only 4. If so, he could only use what he has now. The young man advanced despite knowing his disadvantage, stopping the movement of his opponent using the sword in his right hand, then immediately aiming for the throat with the sword in his left hand. At the same time, leaving only one sword behind for defense, he manipulated the remaining 3 flying swords and circled them to his opponent's back. The middle-aged man lightly dodged the attacks that came horizontally, and defended against the thrust by forming a shield made from 3 flying swords. The swords that made a triangular shape with a gap in the middle stopped the young man's attack right in the eye, and it started spinning the next moment, entangling the blade. Using another 5 flying swords to defend against the 3 swords that came from behind, the middle-aged man finally switched onto the offense. Easily sending the last sword that the young man had in the air for defense flying, the middle-aged man smiled as he continued his attacks on the young man who only had the 2 swords in his hands. Continuing the attack without any pauses in between, one of the middle-aged man's swords stuck itself onto the ground. The young man was startled by the unexpected action and glanced at the ground for a moment, but it seems like the opponent was aiming for that. as the sword that was stuck in the ground suddenly shoveled a bunch of dirt onto the young man's face. The gap. When the young man covered his face from the dirt, the middle-aged man wouldn't possibly let it go. Dealing a blow with his awl, the sword that the young man held in his hands was blew away. The young man, who lost his balance, panically tried to get back up but stopped when he felt the cold blade at his neck. Contrary to the young man, who glared with a frustrated look, the middle-aged man who won the fight dispelled his serious mood and started talking casually. Still too naive, Ardis. While saying so, he patted the young man's head with the sword's side. You're too dependent on numbers. Even if you had 2 swords in your hand, what you can exert is lesser than 1 sword. There's no choice. I can't control that much flying swords, Ardis retorted sharply. The man sighed deeply, putting his swords back in their scabbards, and crouched down in front of Ardis. Ardis, how long has it been since you came? 7, 8 years. During that, what did you see? Seriously, only your body size grew. With a lamenting expression, the man plopped himself on the ground. Even if you added 1 or 2 more half-boiled attack, it doesn't mean much to the opponent. Rather than that, you're just creating more gaps in your stance. But, what? I can't use magic as well as everyone, and the bow too. Listen here. It isn't a matter if you can use strong magic or what. If that's the case, why do you think we have an army to fight? Isn't it so that we can cover each other? It's not like you can't use them at all. It's enough if you understand the principle of magic. Because of that I can only manipulate 4 swords at once. It's hatefully pathetic. 4 is enough. More doesn't mean better here. You will just get beat up if you're that conscious about numbers. Rather than useless tricks, polish your sword skills more. I told you before. But you're more suited to swordsmanship. Ardis, who still seemed unconvinced, tried to talk back to the middle-aged man, but during that time, angry voices interrupted. Oigres, don't just take someone else's sword simply. Ah, that guy. He even used mine. If I find any marks on my blade, the sharpening fees will be on you. As if retorting back to the voices, the middle-aged man turned around and yelled back angrily, noisy. Just have it on yourselves if you don't want it to be taken. I won't give a single damn even if it's nicked. Seeing the man's hair that had a mix of white, Ardis felt powerless. He was the one who made Ardis into a pancake the first time they met. Having told that you're 10 years early to win, Ardis had requested teachings, stolen techniques, imitated styles, and chased after his figure, but it's still unknown if their gap had narrowed at all. There's only about 2 or 3 years left, a short time that Ardis wondered if he could surpass the man. Now then, Gras, who finished his yelling, faced back to Ardis. Listen here, Ardis. Don't play fairly. What? You want me to use a cowardly trick like the one just now? Ardis asked with displeasure, disagreeing. He was referring to the act that the man had stabbed a sword into the ground and flipped dirt into his face to blind Ardis temporarily. Something like that is not even close to cowardly. Something truly cowardly would be more underhanded than that. With dirt that you're standing on, and if your face is covered in it, anyone could understand if they thought a little. And it's your own carelessness to have not guarded against that. Gras drew one of his flying swords closer. Don't send your swords out like an idiot. Mask the numbers. Attack from a blind spot. Even better, might as well paint it with some color and camouflage it like a piece of wood, or use some kind of needle that no one would think it can be used like a sword, or conceal some daggers in your clothes, whatnot. While swinging around his hands and legs as if showing an example, Ardis still had an unconvinced expression on his face. Ardis, seemingly having some discontent in his eyes, Gras became serious. If you want to die with that fair and pretty fight of yours, then scram and be a knight and die. A battlefield for us mercenaries isn't so easy for you to be surviving by fighting with cavalry. I don't need someone who will die uselessly because of that. No matter how pathetic and ugly, or how underhandedly, what I need is someone who would struggle to survive no matter what. Gras asked with a slightly loosened expression. What will you do if you died? At the very least, she needs you around. You understand that as well, right? If I died, then you, of course I will look after her. But Ardis, for me, Wu is just another subordinate. But Wu isn't like that to you, right? The same for the other way. The young man with black hair couldn't think of anything to say back. Ardis, fight more underhandedly. Don't narrow down your choices to win. Throw away useless pride for the sake of surviving. Someone who can't even protect himself is dreaming of protecting his girl? I'm not convinced yet, but I will keep that in mind. Ardis compromised with a bitter face. Hearing that, Grass stood up after nodding satisfied. Good. The teaching is over. We will move to another fight tomorrow. Quickly go eat something and sleep. Grass seemed to remember something when he turned around and see Ardis starting to nod off while lying on the grass. Right, Ardis. Don't you have something to do? Huh? What the heck you're doing? Wake up quickly. It's not somewhere you can nod off. Grass raised the sword still in its scabbard and swung down onto Ardis with strength. Right? Ardis, who took the swing from Grass, woke up at the overwhelming killing intent and rolled to his side. TCH. Woke up already? There was a man's voice in the dark. Ardis grasped the situation immediately. He's in the camping tent. And there were two other shadows besides Ardis. Just a fluke. Although he couldn't see their faces, their voices were familiar. It's the mercenary escorts that had been around Salt for the past few days. Quickly finish here. I don't want to be late for the main event. After going around all the settlement as required by the church, Ardis and the others had been on the way back since yesterday, the second night after the departure from the last settlement. They camped in the night as usual. In the darkness, Ardis had understood the situation by using mana detection on the two mercenaries. He couldn't sense anyone else other than the two in front of him near the camp. The three remaining mercenaries and Salt are somewhere further. So you've revealed your true colors finally, huh? Ardis's voice reverberated inside the dark tent. If you're attacking someone in his sleep, then I'm sure you have the resolve to be on the receiving end. Ha! A mere baggage carrier getting carried away. Don't think you have any chance at winning against true mercenaries, Ardis declared in a really fed-up voice. Don't call yourself a mercenary if you can't even gauge someone's strength. What? Before the mercenaries could rush at him with anger, Ardis cut off the rope that was supporting the tent with his magic. As the rope was cut, the tent, which had lost its support, collapsed. The tent covered the two mercenaries, but Ardis had dodged it easily. What? Shit. This tent. In front of Ardis, there was the two figures squirming around in the now collapsed tent. After looking at them with a cold glance for a moment, Ardis finished them off with springtime mist and moon's blizzard. Gah. After verifying that blood had spilled and wet the tent, Ardis searched the surrounding with mana again. Crap. There were a few beasts in his radius, and the 4 human-sized mana signature he detected were still there. They had left the route that they had planned for return and went into the forest about 200 meters deep. There was where Salt and the remaining 3 mercenaries are at. It isn't that much of a distance, but the problem was there is another new mana signature that Ardis had detected now. It wasn't the just a few moments ago, it had just popped up in his radius in his second detection. It was about a human size like the others, but it was evidently different in league than Salt and even the mercenaries. On top of that, it is moving towards Salt and the others now. Demonic Being. Chapter 90. Chapter 90. Thanks to Sprite24 for supporting OncoFit. Sorry for the trouble this late, Sister Chan. Since everyone had been a huge help so far, please don't mind it. Salt was walking together with the leader of the escorts a little ways from the campsite. That really helps. After all, we would need to carry him out of the forest immediately. Normally, Salt was woken up in the middle of the night by the mercenaries in request of her help. She heard that one of the mercenaries was hurt when fighting against a beast. We thought it would be a good to fight the beasts further away to not involve Sister Chan, but we really failures in escorts that it became like this. The man seemed to be down. Salt shook her head and denied. No. Please don't think so. It's thanks to everyone that we've made it so far safely. It's just bad luck this time around. Fortunately, I'm confident in my healing magic. I will make sure that he can walk normally again. That would be great. Really great. The man who answered in such a way made Salt felt uneasy for a moment, but she decided to dismiss it the next moment. Salt was afraid and suspected the mercenaries because of their attitudes and actions before. That's why she had requested Ardis to come along with her. But so far, the mercenaries had been carrying out the escort request finally. There weren't any big troubles. Their attitudes are still too casual as usual, but it might be that's just their natural personality. The gazes they had for Salt as well, they were those of young men directed to the opposite gender. She recalled a conversation she had about that with a senior sister in the church. With that, Salt thought that she might just be too overly suspicious as the journey went on. It would be Salt's fault if she treated them wrongly just because she was suspicious of them. Even if she never spoke of it, it probably showed on her attitude. and that might have hurt the mercenaries' feelings. That would be a misconduct. As someone who believes and executes under the name of the goddess, Sol thought that it was shameful. That's why she decided to interact with the mercenaries the best she can during the journey. Certainly, she still felt uneasy somewhere in her heart. But Sol still felt that it was her inexperience to let her feelings affect her judgment. But, wouldn't it be better if Ardis-san and the others accompanied us? The girl continued. Even if she never spoke it loudly, the fear residing in her heart seemed to be swelling. Don't worry too much. Those two will watch over him surely, and leaving the baggage carrier Kun at the safe campsite would be better. 2 mercenary escorts stayed behind in the campsite together with Ardis. The man explained that it would just endanger them more if they had to protect another non-combatant. It would be easier for them as escorts as well. He added on. Sol doubted it would be better if they split their combative forces up, but she felt hesitation to dispute a mercenary who had fought more occasions than her. Is that so? And it's not like it's that far. We're soon there. Just as the man said so, there were figures of humans started to be seen. 2 men standing in the darkness, and the lantern in their hands lighted up the surrounding trees dimly. But why? Seeing that, Sol unconsciously asked, "What's the matter, Sister Chan?" "No. Isn't his legs injured?" One of the mercenaries had their legs injured fighting with beasts. Because the injury was fatal, they couldn't return to the tent. That's why Salt was called out here to heal him. It was supposed to be that. She doubted if she understood wrongly, as her legs stopped. The 2 mercenaries ahead were standing on their feet, with no signs of injury anywhere. And when the 2 had walked here, the uneasiness that Salt had suppressed so far started to spill forth again. What could this mean? Although she couldn't see properly in the darkness, it was evident that the 2 mercenaries walking her way didn't show any signs of injury on their legs. At the question asked by the girl with trembling voice, the mercenary leader behind laughed. Cuckoo. Cuckoo. What a naive little miss. Don't you understand just by seeing? Salt, who turned around, saw the man who laughed sarcastically with a hateful expression. He seemed more like a predator than a human as he looked over the girl from top to bottom. Man, I thought it was going to be super hard since you had your guard in the beginning, but you just trusted us after we just moved a little. Seriously. As expected of the future Saintess Sama, her naivety is top-notch. His voice increased in volume as he added on gestures with his body. What do you mean? The same question came from the girl's mouth. Needless to say, Salt, who is already 15 years old, could understand that it wasn't a good situation. But could it be that her mind refused to accept reality, or her wish that it was just some misunderstanding caused her to repeat her question? NN, still don't get it? Well, it would be a pity if you died without knowing anything. Died? Salt's shoulders jumped at that words. In short, there are some people who really want Sister Chan dead even if it costed them a fortune. Seeing Salt, who lost her words, the man added on with a look of satisfaction. Don't be so upset over it. It's not like you're dying now. At the very least, you will be alive until we get tired of you. From the start, It was like this. The girl who managed to squeeze out a few words was replied with of course from the mercenaries. Salt, who heard that, felt her vision turn dark immediately. The uneasiness and fear she felt so far wasn't wrong. It was the result brought forth by dismissing her own senses and instincts. Salt regretted over her judgment and her own foolishness, weighing the teaching of the church that one should treat all fairly too much. It was none other than herself who brought this predicament upon her. Oi, quickly move. It's only 7 days. We can play around with how much food we have. One of the mercenaries prompted to hurry. With those words as the trigger, Salt immediately turned around and started to run. Whoa, we can't have the main heroine escape now. The leader grasped her arm tightly. No, please let go. Don't be so loud. Let's just have some fun together. No, let go. Salt desperately swung her hand in attempt to shake the man off, but the difference in strength was evident. Even if Salt is talented, she was still a young girl that couldn't escape from the grasp of a mercenary that had trained their body by fighting against beasts. Someone help. Ardis-san. Haha. That baggage carrier had probably gone ahead first in his sleep. Wah, just give up, will ya? It's not like anyone would come even if you screamed. One of the mercenaries held down Salt's hands, and the remaining 2 only smiled despicably. No, stop it. Just stay put. You will feel good soon enough. The moment when the man finally managed to grab on Salt's clothes, A cold voice reverberated from somewhere. Seriously, I don't really have any interest in some other species' reproductive activities, but it's being a bother to my ears. It was a voice that seemed like it belonged to a boy with a tinge of femininity. The way the voice spoke had a sense of lisping in it, giving it an impression of someone young. The mercenaries who heard it took up a stance immediately. Something spoke. The leader who bound Soul tasked the other two mercenaries, but it seems like the ones being asked had no idea as they tilted their head. One of them surveyed the surrounding with fear. The light from the lantern under the trees where no starlight could reach only added on to the creepy silence. That moment, wind blew. The wind that came between the trees came at the mercenary who was looking around. Gwa. The next moment, Soul saw a headless body soaked in blood. It was still a person a moment before, but now it had collapsed onto the ground with blood spewing out of his neck. Enemy, demonic being. Releasing his hands that was holding Soul on the ground, the mercenary leader drew the sword from his waist and took a stance. Look out, it's fast. Hey guy. Before the leader's warning even arrived, the other mercenary had his stomach gouged open even before he drew his weapon. From where? The leader, who was speechless, was looking at the one who gouged his comrade's stomach out. Its body was about a meter long. The forelegs that looked strong. The triangular ears on its head, however, the sharp fangs in its mouth that pierced through the mercenary's armor showed that it's a strong carnivorous beast, along with a thick and large tail that didn't seem to fit its body size. Its whole body shone in a golden color under the lantern light. Help. Gofu. The mercenary who had its stomach gouged out spilled out blood from his mouth. Shit. This bastard. As if drawing away the demonic's being, the mercenary leader swung his sword towards the golden mass. Rather than avoiding it, the demonic being tossed up the mercenary body into the trajectory of the sword swing. With the leader's sword sinking into his comrade's body, a dull sound was heard before a leg was severed. To use him as a shield? The way it fought as if it had intelligence shocked the man. The next moment, where he looked, only had the two corpses of his past comrades. The demonic being which he had glared at a moment ago had disappeared somewhere along the way. Where? The man looked around in fear. The way he swung around the sword randomly in fear would have earned him the title of a comedian if one didn't know the situation. But there were no audience to this comedy show. The only ones there were the one mercenary performing the show, the fearful demonic being which took out two mercenaries in a few moments, and a girl who had forgotten herself in the sudden development. The situation didn't continue for long. The end came eventually. Soul saw the man who was swinging around wildly had his body split into two at his stomach, and the demonic being in golden which did that. It had looked at Soul with eyes that seemed to have sadness in them. Chapter 91. Chapter 91. Ardis recalled springtime mist and moon's blizzard back into his hands and immediately dashed. There was a total of 5 mana signatures 200 meters away. They were all about the size of a human's, most likely Soul's and the 3 mercenaries. But the problem remains with the 5th signature. It moved. The moment when the 5th, which had the largest signature, moved, one of the other signatures vanished. Ardis couldn't tell whether that was Soul's mana signature or the mercenaries. As if ridiculing at Ardis's worries, another signature vanished. Even though it's a distance within seconds if the trees weren't blocking his way, the mere 200 meters felt extremely long for Ardis. Just before Ardis finally got through the trees and arrived at the destination, another signature disappeared. Ardis sent out springtime mist and moon's blizzard first. The 2 swords flew out in a straight line towards the signature that was thought to be a demonic's being's. It was dodged, but the 2 swords were stabbed into the ground mercilessly. It seems that the opponent is fairly proficient in their senses. Dodging the swords that Ardis sent out from a distance, it took a distance from another mana signature. Ardis finally arrived belatedly after the swords. While keeping his guard up at the demonic being which should be still around, Ardis quickly surveyed the surrounding. There was one corpse with no head, another that had lost one of his leg and died of bleeding, and another who had his body gouged out and died. All of them were the mercenaries, and at the side, there was the girl in the monastic clothing on the ground. Still safe, huh? Without showing on his face, Ardis felt relief. But he couldn't let his guard down a moment. After all, the demonic being which was responsible for the deaths of all 3 mercenaries in a moment was still hiding between the trees. It is capable of even dodging Ardis's surprise attack with the flying swords, Ardis could never let his guard down. It seems that the opponent doesn't have the intentions to back off. Under the lantern's dim light, Ardis still felt the enormous mana signature behind the trees. "If you don't come, I will go." The pale yellowish green and white blades moved with Ardis's words as the trigger towards where the demonic being hid. Ardis's swords drew an arc from both directions. Of course, Ardis didn't expect it would hit at all. He planned to recall the swords when the demonic being leapt out and stab it from the back swiftly. Wow! Contrary to his expectations, Ardis was surprised. Ardis reflexively drew skies of myriad colors and guarded. There was a quadrupedal beast with golden fur bearing its fangs towards Ardis. With its mouth biting the sword that Ardis swung out, its claw tried to swing at Ardis' stomach. Ho! Ardis immediately let go of skies of myriad colors and retreated. Taking a distance, Ardis faced against the beast with golden fur. Although skies of myriad colors was taken away, Ardis still had many ways he can attack. But Ardis didn't use any magic, nor recalled his flying swords. He only stared at the beast. It wasn't eyes that are filled with bloodlust like normal demonic beings. Ardis felt that there was intelligence behind them. On top of all, the beast felt familiar to Ardis. The way its tail that's larger than its body waved around, and the golden fur that covered its whole body. The few seconds that the both stared at each other, Ardis opened his mouth first. Could you be Rona?" The beast's body reacted. After a short moment of weird silence, the golden beast released its python skis of myriad colors. The sword fell onto the ground with a loud clank. The beast narrowed its already narrow eyes. It seems that it's surprised at Ardis's words. Eventually, it talked with its mouth that had sharp fangs. "I don't remember having given my name to a children like you." That was a human speaking. A demonic being spoke. Solt's eyes became round from the surprise. Without giving a single glance to her, Ardis continued his contact with the beast. "It's me, Ardis. Don't tell me you've forgotten." "Ardis." The beast was obviously skeptical about it as it looked at Ardis. "The Ardis I know doesn't look like you though." "Oi, that's cruel of you. We've been together for so many years. The smell certainly resembles Al." "I'm saying that I'm Ardis." The beast sniffed and was still suspecting Ardis's claim. "If you're really Ardis, then, third whites of the second, you understand?" "I don't really mind, but who's the white?" "Of course." The beast seemed to have smiled, then leapt. "It's to my decide." "Oi, that's dirty," Ardis complained as he deployed a magical barrier to defend. And the beast released a magic. A light train started to appear in the darkness and poured down on Ardis. They were like fireworks as they collided with Ardis's barrier. "Wasn't it 3 turns?" "It's your fault for lowering your guard." Floating in the air, the beast was smiling as if enjoying the fight. "Oi, Solt." "Why yes." "Go elsewhere. Yell if you are in danger." "Sorry, but I don't have time to be watching you now." Without waiting for Solt's answer, Ardis had stood on one of the tallest trees around after lifting himself up with mana. "Sorry for the wait." "Don't mind. It's not my interest to involve some spectator as well. Who knows? The Rona I know is an inconsiderable kid. He's not one to see his surroundings when he gets into a fight." "Shut up." Could it be that it was irritated after being pointed out? The golden beast muttered grumpily and countless icicles appeared by its tails. The icicle reached at top speed without even a sound, and came at Ardis. Ardis lifted himself up again, and dodged from the targeted area. Having saw the tree that he was standing on just a moment ago vanished, the young man transformed the mana he was gathering into a single spear. The beast seemed to be ready for the attack head-on. Just before the spear of magic hit itself, the beast slapped it away with its forefoot. Following on, deflecting the fireball that came its way, it also deployed a wall of water to delay the remaining attacks. The beast seemed to have avoided all the attacks when the dusts settled. "It's about my turn." The beast's ear peaked and suddenly the atmosphere and the air changed. The mass that appeared above the beast's head was making a whirlpool in the space. With the compressing space, a huge amount of air was sucked in as it compressed. "Take this." With a yell, the beast manifested a crescent blade, 3 from the front, and 1 each from the sides. With a weird ringing sound in its wake, the blades accelerated and came at Ardis. This much. It wasn't a speed that Ardis can't dodge. Making a foothold invisible to the A's in the air, Ardis leapt from it and dodged the crescent blades. Too bad. As if a kid succeeding in his prank, the beast laughed at Ardis. The crescent blades that Ardis dodged came around in a curve and chased after him. Ardis stretched out his hand, and deployed a barrier with his mana. It was the triple-fold magical barrier that defended against Nir's magic before. But the moment when the crescent blades touched the barrier, Ardis immediately regretted. Ardis expected it to be deflected after clashing with the barrier, but the outcome wasn't that. It sticks. Not even having an impact when it clashed against the barrier, it didn't get deflected but became a liquid consistency and stuck to Ardis's barrier. The blades that seemed hard and sharp just now suddenly became a thin film that covered Ardis's barrier and blocked his sight. That was your aim, huh? Sensing a huge amount of mana gathering at the direction of the beast, Ardis readied himself. It was an attack stronger than any before. It was in a degree way above incomparable to Nir's light ball. The unbelievably huge amount of energy circulated around. Ardis changed the vector of the magic barrier outwards, and used his mana to blast away the sticky film that covered his sight. So easy. The beast laughed again. Accompanied by small explosions, Ardis's view opened up. But that seemed to be well within the beast's expectations. The moment the explosion happened, Ardis noticed the mana that was like a rope that bound his hands and legs. It seems like during the explosion, the sticky attack had changed shape and came at Ardis to bind him. The rope-shaped mana had tangled around Ardis's limbs, dulling his movements. Finally, the one who casted all this magic, something visible started converging on its tail. Now, the finisher. As the beast pulled its tail, Ardis felt the rope bound more tightly on him. The beast started to need mana happily. Suppressing and compressing the strong mana that was on its head, it seemed to be waiting for the moment it struck the unescapable prey it had caught. But Ardis didn't seem to be panicking. "It's convenient that you connected yourself to me." Saying so, Ardis started to change his mana attribute. His body started to crackle with small pops, and its numbers slowly increased. With the frequency increasing, along with the sound of crackling, there were countless lights that looked like fireworks manifesting. Eventually, when Ardis's entire body was covered in a mite of lightning, Ardis smiled smugly towards the beast. The beast that seemed composed before suddenly hardened. Wait. Number. Stop. Not the biri dash. With the beast trying to sever the rope of mana quickly, the black-haired young man declared mercilessly. Unfortunately, too late. Just as he finished so, the electricity charged up in Ardis's body flowed through the rope of mana that bound himself to the beast. It seems that it is more than just effective. Although the beast had an absurd resistance towards magic, Ardis knew that Rona hated lightning-attributed attacks the most. That much probably wouldn't injure it at all, but being fine and dislike wasn't the same after all. Well then, Rona, still want some more? You are. Al is so mean. You knew that I hated that the most, yet that means you finally understands who am I? Ardis's question was met with the beast's nod reluctantly. Mew. I don't really know, but only Al would have known the password. I'm glad that you understand. I have mountain loads of stuff that I need to ask. For the time being, let's go down and group up with Salt. You got anything to do? Rona shook its head. Not really. I also have many things to ask Al. Good, it's decided then. They both landed back on the ground, and the one waiting for them there was a lone girl. With no ability to comprehend the unbelievable scene that had just unfolded, it was Salt who stared at blank air stunned. Chapter 92. Chapter 92. Divine Beast Summer. How about some dried fruits? Looks nice. Give me some. Why yes. Here, under the light of the campfire, Ardis was witnessing a weird development. A girl is offering dried fruits on her hands and the beast that was consuming it all without thinking twice. It looked like she was feeding her unusually sized pet, but the reality was far from that. The girl stretched her hands out seemingly in fear, and the beast was speaking in human language like tastes good, or it's sweat. In the first place, a beast that can speak like a human is already out of place. Although there are certainly demonic beings that have intelligence, there weren't any that could understand human speech and communicate with it. With that kind of out-of-common sense of an existence here, the conclusion that Salt came up with to convince herself was that Rona is a divine beast. Overwhelming strength, talking in human language, punishing the evildoers. I'm sure it's the apostle of God Asama. No. This is just your run-of-the-mill beast. The golden shining fur, and the orange pupil that represents nobility. The proud stance it has. I can feel the divine aura. Wait, aren't you afraid of me just now? At the future saintess candidate who became more and more heated, Ardis and Rona retorted calmly. In any case, It's fortunate that Salt isn't afraid of Rona now. It's probably because Rona is someone Ardis knew, and Rona being able to speak as well. On top of that, it was her savior after all. Rona's strength probably still left some elements of fear in Salt, but it seems like she confined herself if she divinified Rona. The way that Ardis conversed casually with Rona after the mock battle probably helped to calm her down too. Biri is against the rules, Al. Even though I thought to use my short kill skill. Short kill? Oi, don't go kill off your past partner in a mock battle. Wouldn't Al be just fine? Probably. Don't use probably that lightly. I would have been in danger if your rope wasn't connected. I will remember not to use them the next time then. That's not the problem. I'm not full yet, so I will go hunt some. Ready the fire for me. Oi Rona. The talk isn't finished. Seeing such a scene, it seems that even Salts is fine with Rona now. After that, Salt had concluded with her own weird thinking circuit and promoted Rona from a demonic being into a divine beast. After Rona finished devouring even the newly caught prey, the saintess candidate was offering food to the divine beast. There's still time before dawn. Better sleep now. Ardis prompted Salt to get some rest. Salt seemed to be a little hesitating, but she couldn't say anything when Ardis pointed out that her fatigue would interrupt their return trip. After seeing Salt entering the tent, Ardis asked Rona once again. Well, where should I start? There are too many things Ardis wanted to know. The fact that he was suddenly thrown into an unknown world during the past year and a half, the fact that he couldn't find a single hint as to why, the intertwining scenes that played out in his mind. With so much confusion surrounding his head, what came out of Ardis's mouth was the thing he wanted to know most. After that, what happened? Is there anyone who survived? Rona shook its head covered in golden fur. No one returned after that. Is that so? Wiped out? Such unacceptable conclusion came to Ardis's mind. Seeing his expression, Rona panically tried to cheer up his past partner. But they might still be fighting. They might return in the future. That's impossible. It's already a year, you know. They would have returned long ago. Ardis replied to Rona weakly, and it was met with a confused expression. A year? Al, it's only 2 days. Since that though? 2 days? What? Isn't it already a year and a half since we last met? The golden-furred beast blinked its eyes twice with confusion. We rushed into the Vixen woman's castle yesterday though. Al, alright? Now Ardis is the one shocked. Leaning out, Ardis confirmed without hiding his shock. Wait. What did you say? Rona, did you meet with me yesterday? Isn't that a given? No, it's not like that for me. It's already a year and a half since then. For me. Huh? With question marks on both their heads, Ardis decided to share everything he got with Rona. The 2 days that Rona experienced, and the year and a half that Ardis experienced. So basically the war that happened yesterday for me happened a year and a half ago for Ardis? Seems like it. Makes zero sense. True. They had already recognized each other as their old partners, but that is exactly why they felt extreme confusion at the discrepancy of time. Come to think of it, why your child form? How would I know? After that, I became like this before I knew it. The reason as to why his body regressed into his adolescenthood wasn't something he knows. He got used to his form now, but it didn't mean that he could accept it as his. So there's no knowing what happened right now. By the way, Al, you noticed that you became weaker, right? I know, Ardis replied with displeasure. Isn't it because you became small? Well, whatever. Rona sighed lightly and gazed up at the sky. The amber eyes were gazing at the completely dark sky. It's a different world from where we came from. Well, looking at this night sky is enough to tell that the never-ending darkness that continued to the horizon, and the bright ovular part that splits it apart. Thanks to the countless small dots that were giving out light, the night wasn't completely in darkness. Leaving that aside, that crazy woman is the goddess Samaha. Quite the unfunny joke though. Yeah, same for me. And Grass is the evil god? That might be interesting by itself. Sorry, but it's not something I can tolerate. Well, for Al that is. Although it would be something unacceptable for Ardis if it came from someone else, the atmosphere around the two were calm. It was exactly because it was Rona that such joke can be made. So, what is Al going to do now? Well, I wasn't able to find any clues till now, but Since Rona is here, that woman might be here too. That might be true. That's why I have to repay her my share of debts. I won't let her die just yet. I will make sure she tastes all sufferings that he, Rona interrupted Ardis. Looking into Ardis's eyes seriously, Rona reminded Ardis strongly. I understand your feelings, but can you win against that vixen on your own? Especially with you now, ... I know that. Seeing Ardis's bitter smile, Rona's expression loosened. It's fine if you know. It's the same for me. I have some debts to settle with that woman. Let me lend you a hand when the fight happens. ... Yeah, sorry. Don't mind it. Al is an important friend to me too. That's why, Al. Suddenly, an intense flame of revenge burned in Rona's eyes. I will let you finish the rest, but leave the part of gouging her eyes out to me. That was undeniably the eyes of someone who held the same ambition as Ardis. Yeah, I can give you the chance for that much. Thanks. Returning to his normal expression, Rona thanked Ardis lightly. Though, that's after we verify if that woman is really in this world or not. Thanks to Rona, Ardis, who was able to calm down, lied on the ground with both his hands behind his head. The lumps of light spreading across the night sky were still shining. Ardis would have traveled all over the world to find out where the goddess would be with no hesitation a year ago. But it wasn't the case now. There were people waiting for Ardis in the forest near the capital. The self-titled servant would be fine even if he left her alone, but the twin sisters is different. The saving hand that he offered out once, he couldn't give up his responsibilities now. At the very least, Ardis decided that he would watch over the twins until they can both stand on their own. That's why that Ardis would probably continue working as a mercenary for a while as he collects information. He didn't have the confidence to hold himself back if the goddess appeared, but he didn't have the intentions to abandon the twins for the sake of finding someone who isn't even confirmed to exist in this world. Rona, what about you? Since Al is here after all, I guess I will stay here for a bit before I return. Isn't it fine? I see. I don't really mind. Something caught Ardis's mind, as he suddenly sat back up. Oi Rona, you just said return? Yeah? The golden beast nodded. What do you mean? It's like you're saying that you can return back to that side whenever? Ardis asked, but Rona asked back in confusion. Huh? Al can't return? How? Ardis grabbed onto Rona. Rona was surprised by Ardis, but nonetheless tried to convey something with a confused expression. How? Like this? You just drill a hole in the space like Sapon, and dive in it like Gin? What's with that explanation? Ardis couldn't understand a thing with that kind of explanation. In the end, until dawn, Rona used up all his words, but Ardis couldn't understand a single thing explained with pure instincts. Is it because there's race gap, or is it just Rona plainly bad at explaining? There wasn't anyone there who could tell that. Chapter 93. Ardis, who had his reunion with Rona, headed back to the capital along with Salt. Rona, who can only be described as a gigantic beast, would only draw attention. They already had a trouble at the gate with the soldiers, but thanks to Salt's identity as the Saintess candidate, they were allowed to pass somehow. The fact that Ardis, whose name is known in the capital, is the one who brought the beast here probably helped as well. While pulling Rona along, who seemed like he would run off at any time thanks to the attractive smell of the food stalls lining up the streets of the capital, they sent Salt back to the church. Is that so? I'm terribly sorry that Sister Salt had to experience such horrible things. The one who came to receive them from the church's side was the priest with plump ears that guided Ardis before. Inside the empty dining hall of the church, Salt and Ardis sat on one side with the plump-eared priest on the other, and Rona curled on the ground. Oh, goddess, please forgive me for my inexperience. Finishing the explanation about Salt getting assaulted by the mercenary escorts, the priest held his hands together and begged for mercy from the goddess. Aren't you messing up who you're supposed to beg for forgiveness? Ardis thought, but since it felt like it's going to spell troubles if he said it, and having known that the goddess believers are all bunch like him, Ardis kept it to himself. I came back fine, so please don't blame yourself so much. On top of all, Salt herself was saying such. Ardis, being the third party, decided not to interrupt. Then, what happened to him in the end? From how the situation transpired and what the mercenaries said, the chances of someone behind them giving them the orders to harm Salt are high. From what the priest says, It seems that the mercenaries had even forged the request letter. The mercenaries had taken on the escort role after bringing the forged letter to the church, although many argued that it was just a slight mistake on the church's part. The plum-eared priest still felt uneasy and investigated on his own, successfully finding out the truth and catching the forger. Don't know. The one who wrote the letter in question was already apprehended. Since there were originally only a few people who were responsible for issuing out request letters in the church, we were able to determine the culprit easily. But, the motive is unknown. The people who interrogated him concluded that it's probably that he wanted money, but it's unlikely that it's a coincidence that the forged letter is used for harming Sister Salt in mind. The person's own confession. The priest shook his head. He never did speak anything from the start. But, now that it's revealed that Sister Salt is harmed in the process, the interrogation would probably resume, even more harshly. He will probably spit out everything in 3 days, but who knows what kind of reason he would give. At the very least, it doesn't seem like he can get away with just a misconduct punishment. In other words, Ardis sent a questioning gaze. It's possible that there are others who are linked to this case. At the very least, I'm suspecting such. Ardis felt that those eyes changed to ones with caution. I see. Ardis ended that topic by cutting his reply short. Well, now it's clear what happened. I guess, rather than clear, it's now clear that you guys don't know anything. Either way, it's the church's problem from now on. It's not something I can say or do anything about. Ardis, who heard what he wanted to ask, stood up. Please wait for a moment. Ardis, who was leaving, was stopped by Salt. The completion compensation hasn't been paid yet. Priest Sama, the compensation for the request? Yes, I have it here with me. As Salt looked over and confirmed with him, the priest with the plump ears held up the leather pouch that he had with him. Don't need it. Leaving behind Salt, who was confused at what he was saying, Ardis started making his way to the entrance of the dining hall. Wait please. It's the compensation for the escort, I mean, the baggage carrying. Please accept it. I don't want it, so I won't take it. But why? Salt caught up with Ardis and held him by his wrist. I don't have the right to take it. Ardis revealed the reason to Salt, who didn't want him to leave. There's no way you don't have the right. The fact that I was able to return safely is thanks to Ardis-san too. It's just a coincidence you're safe. I might have been late if Rona wasn't there. It's my mistake to endanger the escort target. That's why I won't accept any compensation. But it's my fault for following them out on my own. Then it's my responsibility for allowing that happen. Ardis, who wouldn't compromise the least, and Salt, who wouldn't give up. Although the Saintess candidate with the cherry blossom hair was frowning, Ardis didn't have any intentions of accepting it. With an unreachable answer in sight, Salt let out an unusual yell. No, you will take the compensation. No matter what, I've returned safely. Ardis-san had watched over me the entire time. It's moral to repay favors. Ardis-san has the obligation to take it. Even Ardis seemed a little surprised at such stubborn Salt, but then decided that it would be trouble to refuse any longer. Ardis decided to compromise while sighing. Then the compensation, give it to Rona. To Devi, Rona-sama? Salt corrected herself, who almost spurted out Divine Beast-sama. Rona by himself is already an attention grabber. On top of that, if the Saintess candidate were to call him as Divine Beast-sama, the consequences can't be imagined. That's why Ardis had reminded her countless times to not call Rona as Divine Beast-sama but just Rona, but it seems that her habits still stuck. That's right. It was Rona who helped you out when you were in danger. Rona has the right to take it. If Ardis-san is saying so. Salt seemed confused even as she agreed. Is that fine? With such question marks on her head, Salt received the pouch from the priest and stood in front of Rona. Then, Rona-sama, please receive this. Rona cried out as he received the pouch. The golden beast bit onto the pouch it was handed over to and faced Ardis. I guess it's time to go. Ardis-san, despite the urgent request this time, you've helped me again. If Ardis-san has any troubles, I will do my best to help, so please do visit again. Yeah. When I'm feeling it. Ardis would have said that he would excuse himself for coming to a place that worships the goddess for another time, but even Ardis understood that he shouldn't speak such on an occasion like this. After replying vaguely to Salt, Ardis left some words to the plum-eared priest. Don't loosen up the guards for Salt for a while. The priest, who received such gaze from Ardis' face on, returned a challenging gaze back to Ardis. I will do so without you reminding. It was kinda unpleasant. Ardis and Rona, who exited the church, walked out on the streets lined with stalls. As expected, they couldn't talk openly in a street filled with people. That's why they're conversing in a soft voice. That's expected. It's not like we will ever meet again. Don't need to care. I guess so. Well, meeting with Salt is fine though. That priest guy was really unpleasant. He totally looks at Al with suspicions. Did you do something? Nothing that I recall. I mean, he wouldn't be glaring at you like that if you didn't do anything. Ah, that looks good. Hey Al, buy that for me. I have some money on me. Here, biting by the pouch that had the compensation in it. By the time Ardis noticed, Rona stretched it out towards Ardis. Rona was looking at a food stall. There were meat skewers roasting by the fire. The fragrance was spreading all over the street. It's roasted momo skewers. Ardis bought the roasted momo skewers in place of Rona, and handed it to his partner, who is acting as a normal beast. He bought one for himself as well, although it was flavored simple with just salt. The juicy meat and the umami unfolded in his mouth. Is it because of the ingredients, or is it a difference in skill? Ardis couldn't roast something this delicious. By the time Ardis finished savoring one-person portion of the skewer, Rona had already leveled 5 persons worth. Al had always been easy to make enemies. It's like you're always going around making enemies, or you just plainly don't care if anyone's your enemy. With stains around his mouth, Rona continued the talk from before. I didn't have the intentions to do so though. Then that's an even bigger problem. It's your aptitude to make enemies easily. That's already bad by itself, you know. Couldn't you put more effort in avoiding that? Shut up. Ardis had an expression like he'd heard enough. The reason behind that expression with fatigue wasn't because of Rona's words. Gress said it too right. Lessen your foes before the war is what a good general would do. Al would be better off making less enemies. I know at least that much. The reason why Ardis, who is known as the subjugator of the 3 great demons, was showing such an expression was, it's Al's bad habit to reply without thinking like that. Ah, that looks good too. Al, buy it for me please. It was because Rona would suddenly pause and ask him to buy more food. Because of that, they haven't advanced much. The destination they had to arrive was still far away. The crispy sweet candy, and freshly picked fruits, and meat roll with fragrant sauce on them. All of them are cheap by themselves, but the amount that Rona consumes is incomparably more than others. The silver coins that had filled the pouch had gone more and more into the pockets of the stall owners. Well, the priest guy hasn't taken you as an enemy completely. He probably thinks that Al is a bunch with those mercenaries. Ardis laughed at that absurd conjecture. That doesn't make sense. In the first place, Salt was the one who brought the request onto me. On top of that, the one time I've met her before was several months ago. If it wasn't a nominated request from Salt, I wouldn't even set foot near the church. People like them don't see far. In the first place, there couldn't be any upstanding ones worshipping that crazy woman. I'm on the same for that one, but with that logic, Salt is also the same? Ardis asked teasingly, but Rona replied as if it's natural. Salt is different though. She gives me candy. Don't judge someone differently because they give you candy or not. You're just too trusting. Salt is a good kid though, even without the candy. What's the basis of that? The black-haired young man threw out that question, seemingly he's about to sigh. And Rona replied seriously, my wild instincts, I guess. Ardis was staring at Rona surprised. Wild instincts, huh? The golden beast was carrying a large shopping bag over its neck. His partner, who would get excited at the food from the stalls and stop, Al, buy that for me please. Since Ardis was getting irritated by the fact they couldn't advance because of that, he suggested you can buy more, but leave the eating for later, and got a shopping bag on Rona's neck, putting all the food Rona bought in there. Thanks to that, they moved a little faster than before. But the bag around Rona's neck only grew in size. The reason why the food wouldn't spill out from the bag is thanks to Rona taking a bite at them every so often. Walk, talk, and sticking his head in the bag, eat, and walk. The way he looks as he walked down the street eating seemed like he's a useless son of some rich family. Where could the beast's wild instincts came from? With a cold gaze, Ardis snorted. There's no convincing factor behind that. Chapter 94. Chapter 94. Not living in the city. Isn't it more convenient to be in the city? On the road back to the house in the forest, Rona asked uninterestingly. It was like that before. But, since there was a problem, I'm living in the forest for the time being. Don't tell me you're wanted over here too? No, it wasn't like that, but there are kids that are discriminated against. Living in the city would be troubles. Ardis started out by denying, but his reply lost its power as it went on. HNNN. Then those following us now, should I chase them away? There were people tailing Ardis as usual as he left the capital. Rona, who noticed it, looked like he's totally excited to get into a fight with them immediately. Leave them. They don't have the ability to get through the forest after all. I see. Then that's good. Rona, who heard that, suddenly lost his interest. Shoving his head back into the bag hanging from his neck, Rona started chewing on the candy and fruits that were bought in the capital. Don't just keep eating when we're walking. Oi, Rona. Ardis looked like he's had enough but suddenly realized something, and called out to Rona. What? Where did you keep the compensation pouch? Ardis's suspicion was natural. After all, Rona wasn't carrying anything except the bag full of food hanging from his neck. Rona didn't have any pockets like a person, nor he was carrying a backpack. Ardis thought that Rona might have put it into the food bag, but he recalled that Rona kept pushing the pouch out to Ardis to buy more food even when the bag was filled. I have it right here with me. What's wrong? Rona said so as he bit on the pouch and showed Ardis. Just now. Where did you take it out from? Ardis, who lost his words for a moment, eventually asked. After all, Ardis just saw the pouch suddenly manifested in Rona's mouth. Where? From the other side. Other side? Yeah, the other world. Huh? The young boy let out a strange noise. Wait. You're saying that? It's troublesome to bring it around, so you placed it in the other world? Something like that is possible. Ardis swallowed his words back. If what Rona said is real, then it's possible for Ardis to travel between his original world and this world. But Ardis, who can't manage to do it, couldn't judge if what Rona said was true. But if it's the truth, then it should be possible to let Rona transport himself over rather than something inanimate. Of course, Ardis didn't doubt Rona, and Rona didn't seem like he's spouting lies, and there's no reason at all for Rona to do so. By the way, where would the stuff you sent end up? At my lair. Al knows where is it, right? The cave near the foot of the White Mountain Range. Yeah, I went there once. Saying that, after a long silence, Ardis asked again. Hey, Rona? What? Is it only items you can send over? What about a person? If that's possible, then Ardis would be able to return to Otherworld with Rona's help. Now would not be possible, but in the future, when the twins graduate from his care, there's no reason for him to keep staying in this world. Having the choice of returning or not will affect his plans in the future greatly. However, what Rona said disappointed Ardis. The size I can manage with my hand is probably a baby at most. Anything larger than that would be a number. The hole is too small for Al to go through. Is that so? The hope that came up suddenly deflated in the next moment. Ardis's voice lost strength. But since I'm able to do it, Ardis can do it too. I will teach you how. So try and learn. Rona said some words of console loudly. Even if you said you're going to teach. After all, Ardis had recalled Rona's explanation on how to return to the other side during their reunion night. While sensing the presences following them getting further away as they entered the forest, Ardis guided Rona back to the house. And the ones who welcomed them was Nia, who didn't show any reaction at the follower, and the twin sisters, who seemed to be afraid of Rona's size. However, it seems that the twins are doing better since Ardis is around. Eventually their caution seemed to turn into curiosity at Rona. Amazing. It's Mofu. Philia and Rihanna started to fiddle around Rona's fluffy fur. It seems like they started by trying to feel the fur, but now they're already hugging Rona tightly. The fox-san is so big. It's a doggy? It seems like Rona decided to act a normal animal. For Ardis, he didn't really mind having Nia or the twins know about Rona. But if Rona didn't seem like doing it, then he's not going to say anything about it. Having said so, Ardis doubted if the cry that Rona made was even remotely close to any breed of dog. The twins had completely fallen prey to Rona's fur, but Nia seemed calm as usual. Even if Ardis introduced Rona as his past partner, it totally felt like Nia would just respond with "I see," So? It might because that Rona was acting like a normal animal, but, of course, Rona couldn't possibly be a normal animal with his size. The twins, they're adorable. Together with the just an animal Rona. It was after the four's dinner. The twins who had clung onto Rona like he's a toy or something had gone into the bedroom earlier than usual, most probably due to fatigue. As Rona and Ardis were chatting, Nia were together with the twins as they fell asleep. Rona, are you going to keep pretending like a normal animal? I'm just appraising the situation today. In the first place, those three, how much do they know about Al? It's not like I can say anything on my own accord, right? At the unexpected question, Ardis thought for a while, and answered. The twins don't know about anything. Nia don't know anything about the other world either. It's true that it'll be a bother if you exposed it. Simply, if they knew I can talk, wouldn't I be asked for our past? If Al is fine with telling it, it would be another matter, but if you're planning to hide about the other world, wouldn't it be better if I can't talk? Rona's words were justified. Ardis hadn't talked much about himself to Nia. It might be because that Nia never asked him about it, and Ardis himself didn't have the confidence to explain everything. Just like how Ardis felt something in Nia, Nia probably thought about Ardis's true self as well. But even if he trusts Nia now, he hasn't talked anything about his past. Before, there was the occasion that Ardis told the truth about the information that he got from Mariida in Riatan, since it was obtained with her hair. He thought that he would have to talk about his past because of that, but, in the end, Mariida only revealed that she can see the future with her special ability. The fact that Ardis didn't understand fully about his experiences is also one of the reasons why he had held back from telling anyone. I didn't think you are so considerate. Well, socializing is a trouble. Without a care for Ardis, who seemed to be impressed, Rona revealed his true intentions. Oi Rona, is that the real reason? With a hard expression, Rona seemed to be snickering as he cried. It seems like Rona had decided to act a doggy whenever it's trouble. No, I think I need to have to slow serious talk with you. Nope, I'm already tired, so I'm going to sleep. Leave it for next time. The girl is returning soon too. Rona, who was glared at, spoke his real intentions tiredly. As if supporting his intentions, there were footsteps coming out of the twins' bedroom, coming nearer. Please rest for the day. I'm sure the both of you are already tired. The servant, who now has a short ice blue hair, came to Ardis. It's Nia's usual expression, which lacked expression, but Ardis felt there was a slight caution in her eyes today. How about it? If my master is going to stay up for a little longer, shall I bring some snacks over? No, I will be resting soon. Alright. By the way, my master, where should this guy rest? Nia, who seemed satisfied with her master's words, moved her gaze towards Rona and asked. Rona, huh? Let's see, anywhere where the weather wouldn't get to him would be fine. After replying a short acknowledged, Nia started walking outside the house for some reason. I shall guide the way. Please follow me. Leaving that behind for Rona, Nia started walking out the house without waiting for a reply. Although she said she will be guiding Rona to his sleeping place, the fighting spirit surrounding her, Ardis could guess what Nia was thinking. She's surprisingly a pushy person. Rona, who muttered after seeing Nia disappear from the doorway, spoke. Then, I will be going for a while. Remember to hold back a little. I know, it's just a small play. Chapter 95. Rona, who got outside, saw Nia's figure standing under the illumination of the starlight. Nia, who stood in the middle of the garden, gave off a mysterious aura. Follow me. After throwing out a short rude reply, Nia started walking into the forest. Rona didn't ask for her intentions but followed behind quietly. Here should be good, Nia muttered to herself before stopping, and turned around and looked at Rona. They're already quite a distance away from the house. Although there aren't many beasts' presences around the house, it's different now. Rona felt there were predators around spying on them, albeit weak presences. So, what matter do you have? Rona, who didn't have the intentions of hiding his identity, asked straightly. The fact that Rona isn't an average beast, his opponent had probably seen through that long ago. There's no point for Rona to be pretending now. Fume. It'll be quick if you understand human speech. You don't seem surprised. Sorry, but I'm not that unknowing to be surprised at something of this kind. The strange fact that a beast is speaking human language. Nia wasn't surprised at the slightest but scoffed at it. Whatever. On the other hand, Rona didn't seem like he cared as he returned to the topic. So, I will ask again. What do you have with me? With the intonation closer to interrogation than asking, Rona's pupils that had the same color as his golden fur stared at the sky-colored eyes. "Isn't it your side that has business with me?" Rona reacted at Nia, who said it as a matter of fact. "What are you saying? You're the one who told me to follow you to this place? Aren't you misunderstanding something? Since you looked like you had some opinions with me, I led you here because I didn't want it to happen in front of Master's eyes. If you don't have anything to spill, then I shall return now." That's commendable. Should I be thanking for your consideration? I don't need it. If you don't have anything, of course I have. Saying so, Rona dropped and lowered his stance. Nia continued to logic at Rona, who seemed to be about to leap at her at any time. "If you're not an instinctual creature, if you have the intelligence, it's better to speak your intentions than baring your fangs. Attacking someone else without a reason is not what an upstanding person would do, even if you asked that from a mere beast." Rona narrowed his eyes, and retorted without giving a second thought. "I'm not asking for the impossible from you. If you wish to fight me, then go ahead and I'll respond. But a fight without reason is not what I wish." Nia asked again. "Do you not trust me, thinking that I'm someone to be disposed? Someone that's dangerous?" Without hiding irritation on his face, Rona had a difficult expression. "Not really. I can't judge if you're someone to be disposed. But, if you're talking about trust, I don't know you well enough to judge. My master has quite some trust in me. How about that? There was sure to be some time spent between you and my master. Would you not trust my master's trust? Well, that Al had given charge of the house to you for many months. I'm sure there's some." Uninteresting. Rona's expression seemed to have revealed that. 2 days? No, it's half a year for Al. Rona corrected himself. "Al doesn't seem like who he was. I'm sure that you guys are the one who affected him. I'm quite thankful to you guys. Al is able to return to his old self a little." "Then why are you doing the opposite, and eager to fight now?" "Of course." Nia wouldn't get it. That's because Rona wasn't being logical. It wasn't as if he could trust Nia as a person or not. After all, there's suddenly a woman servant following behind his partner. It wasn't a pleasant feeling for Rona. "That's my place." Rona's reason was only that. Is it the instincts of a beast, the displeasure of losing his place, or the feeling of being left out? Rona himself couldn't quite understand it as well. That's why Rona had chosen the most effective way to get rid of the irritating feeling in him. It was none other than Rona who made this situation. Nia just accompanied him because she had felt his intentions. While laying as low as his body could go, the irritated tone reverberated in the quiet forest. "Nope. That's that, and this is this." "But," the golden beast continued, "isn't it better that I teach the hierarchy to a newcomer?" With that as the trigger, the golden beast strongly kicked against the ground. Slashes from Rona's claw came at Nia at a frightening speed. However, only a few strands of hair were caught as Nia avoided it gracefully. Rona continued reaching out his fangs onto Nia's legs, who dodged the attack before with minimal movement. Before the fangs reached the thin legs, Rona felt something resisting against his fangs. But Rona's prided fangs weren't something that can be stopped just with that. Immediately shattering the invisible resisting factor, Rona's jaws closed like an alligator chomping. It was only a single moment the fangs were stopped, but that time was enough for Nia to draw her weapon, and even dish out a counterattack. Holding the dagger that she pulled out from her pocket in a reverse grip, Nia stabbed at Rona, who stopped for a moment during the chomp. Of course, Rona had expected it, and retreated enough of a distance for Nia's attack to not reach. It's undesirable for a servant to be pointing a blade towards a guest, but I'm sure there's no problem if I just strip the guest's fangs off. Suddenly, Nia's surrounding lit up. Bunch of light balls that appeared without a chant came at Rona in streaks. With the streaks of light coming at Rona from all directions, the golden beast weaved through the trees, and rushed towards Nia without ever stopping. Although the streaks seemed like they would have burnt Rona's body when it landed, there wasn't a single mark on his body even when they hit. "I don't need your consideration." Laughing as someone who holds the upper hand, Rona compressed the surrounding air and manifested countless invisible blades. "Then it's my turn now." Rona's ears peaked. Along with that movement, the magic that's specialized in rupturing everything flew at Nia. They were blades that sucked in the surrounding leaves and branches and turned them to dust. But Nia didn't show any sign of defending against it. only rushing at Rona with just a dagger in her hands. "That's good senses," Rona commented like a teacher as he prepared to receive Nia's dagger. Nia, who closed the distance in a moment, swung her dagger down. Rona, who tried to sidestep that, was disrupted by Nia, losing his foothold as Nia swiped at his feet. Anya, along with a yell of surprise, Rona lost balance and ate Nia's attack that came at him from the front without mercy. However, there was something like a ringing sound, that of something hard colliding. In the heat, Rona, who judged that avoiding would be infeasible, instead bit on the dagger. Of course, that's even with Nia's barrier halting some of its momentum. However, Nia's dagger was stopped by the beast's teeth easily. It was only a single moment. "Caught you." Just managing to fend against Nia's fierce dagger attack, there was a finger pointing towards Rona's head, who was still biting the dagger now. A small dot of light can be seen at the end of the fingertip, but the radiance it gave off was strong enough to make one cover their eyes. Rona started to have cold sweat as the light reminded him of the summer sun. Panically letting go of the dagger in his mouth, Rona retreated and deployed a barrier of his own. "I wonder if you can block it?" With an emotionless declaration, the light that was compressed to the utmost at Nia's fingertip shot out. Eek! Quickly giving up trying to defend against it frontally, Rona prioritized getting out of the trajectory. The light pierced through all the layers of barrier that Rona managed to put up, and grazed Rona's tail. Hot. The originally fluffy golden tail now has a miserable burnt scar to it. Fume. "You did well avoiding it." "Ah, my tail." Contrary to Nia's calm tone, Rona, who noticed his own miserable tail, was angered. "How dare you!" "Don't blame me for getting serious." Now Mana started gathering around Rona quickly. Then I shall prepare the same too." That calm face, "I will make it into a crying one." While saying so, Rona started to twist the surrounding space with his enormous mana. The light that was in the middle of the forest was silent, but the murderous aura it emitted covered the entire area. Preparing for Rona's attack, Nia had advanced her counterattack whilst deploying barriers. The expanding atmosphere filled with an enormous amount of mana. There wasn't even a sound from insects in fear of Nia and Rona's overwhelming presence. As if drawing back a bow, just when Rona was about to release the arrow from his tail, suddenly something fell down from the sky, stabbing into the ground and covering Rona's sight. "That's enough, Rona." It was a white short sword that was stabbed into the ground, and the owner of the voice was Rona's past partner and also Nia's master. "Are you planning to blow away the twins and even my house?" "Mew. Don't interfere, Al. It's my turn now." "Isn't Nia's strength clear enough now?" "But the match isn't over. What's the need for deciding the match?" Seriously, Ardis had his hand on his forehead with such Rona. "I mean, I'm the stronger one, and I've always been with Al. I know more about Al. I'm the one, of course I know about that. But there's no need to fight seriously with Nia, right?" "But." "No buts." "What did I say just now?" "Hold back a little." Rona, who was pouting just now, recalled and became silent. "Good boy. Remember now? Let's return back peacefully, or..." Ardis drew his sword from his waist. The blade that reminds one of the autumn sky started to crackle with Rona's most hated lightning. I got it. Let's return peacefully, quickly." On the receiving end of Ardis's might, Rona panically dispersed the mana he collected. That would have been the right choice from the start. "Seriously, Nia?" "I have no objections from the beginning." Putting back the dagger into her pocket, Nia followed behind Ardis as a matter of fact. That was too natural, and too graceful. That's probably the reason why Rona was irritated. With clear displeasure or oozing out of him, Rona had left Ardis and Nia behind and headed back to the house in advance. Chapter 96. Chapter 96. "So, have you calmed down yet?" "Not a bit. I was so close to winning." Rona, who found himself a place in Ardis's bedroom, had a grumpy look. The owner of the bedroom was lying on the bed, while a golden beast was sitting on the chair with its head flat on the table lazily. "There's no need to decide the outcome since Nia isn't an enemy. Exactly because she's not a foe that I have to teach her the hierarchy." Rona raised his head and retorted. Is it his beastly innate trait, or just Rona's personal trait? Rona seemed really displeased. In any case, it would be troubling if he went all out just for the sake of gauging Nia. Rona and Nia are both important to Ardis. If Rona is going to accompany Ardis from now on, he would need to recognize Nia as well. "I told you to hold back though." You are." But having pointed out again, Rona couldn't say anything back. "Nia's the one helping me so far, watching over the twins in the house. She has the capability and there's no one else I can leave that task to now." It would be a trouble if Nia is injured and driven out because of Rona. The world is too discriminating against twins. There needs to be someone who takes care of them if Ardis chose to not abandon them. Since Ardis can't be around all day, someone who can take care of them must be capable enough to ensure their safety, and also someone who can tolerate and accept the presence of the twins. Well, it would be different if you're willing to stay here and watch over the twins. The only ones that Ardis would trust to leave the twins to are only Nia and the members of Bright Stars of White Knight. Of course, Ardis knows Rona's strength, and his personality as well. If Rona is willing to, Ardis can leave it to his past partner. But unfortunately, Rona isn't someone who would stay in a single place for a long time. No way. That's too boring for me. Immediately, Rona refused. Then endure it. Nia was the one who invited you out, but isn't it Rona who wanted to have a bout from what happened just now? Since Rona seemed eager to fight, Nia just responded to his wish. Boo! Rona, who had nothing to say back, still made a noise of disapproving. That woman, who is she? It felt like she's weak but awfully used to fighting. Rona and Nia. The difference in strength is clear. Physical strength, stamina, and mana. Rona overwhelms her in all aspects. But because of Rona's natural aptitude, his dexterity isn't good. During the reunion mock battle, Rona's use of the sticky crescent blade and binding mana rope are not his normal fighting style. That's why Ardis was able to take advantage of it. On the other hand, Nia excels in fighting. The way she can achieve most effectiveness with the least effort, the timing of her attacks, the way she takes advantage of gaps, all of her actions showed skills and techniques. It's clear that she's proficient in fighting. Nia is probably better than Rona in the aspect of techniques and skills. Who knows? I heard she was being a wandering mercenary before I met her, but I know that she's not just that simple. Even if Rona asked Ardis about Nia, Ardis could only reply nothing. Ardis and Nia both didn't try to find out each other's past. Although they never forbidden each other to do so, there was an invisible pact that formed between them somehow. Both her origin and purpose aren't clear, but at the very least, the ones who can stand side by side with Ardis and fight is only Nia, excluding Rona now. Let me tell you first, Nia is considerably strong in this world. Don't judge her based on the other side's standard. With just that much? Rona had an unbelieving expression. I know what you're thinking, but, Ardis continued, I've met many mercenaries for the past year, and Nia is the strongest one that I've met. The soldiers here are also terrible. With just 3 Nebulos here, destruction of 1 or 2 countries is definite. A whole country with just 3 Nebulos? That's a little too weak. Nebulo is a species of carnivore that resides in Ardis and Rona's original world. Their fertility and adaptiveness are high. They would appear everywhere from snowy regions all the way to deserts. They're beasts that have 6 feet. Their skin is hard as metal sheet armor. Their claws can easily rip through iron armor and shields. They can even breathe fire from their mouth. There's also a fast-acting paralyzing poison on the middle nail of their claws. But that is all. Their tough skin can still be cut with mana-imbued weapon. As long as you can dodge the flames and paralyzing poison, they're not tough foes. That's why Nebulos are often used as a gauging apparatus for new mercenaries over there. It's a proof of strength for a mercenary if they can take on a Nebulo by themselves. In that sense, Nebulo's role is replaced by despairs in this world. But the similarity stops at their roles. If even a single Nebulo were to appear in this world for real, they would immediately be recognized as a disaster-class Demonix being. It's a beast that Ardis had defeated many times in his original world before. Although it was different when he was still starting out, it's not an opponent Ardis would fear now. That's why for Ardis, the demonic beings that are classified as dangerous creatures in this world only felt like a trivial hunt. Ardis always felt complicated since he's constantly being praised as a strong swordsman from all sides just because of that. It's not like they're weak. It's more like that's the normal standard here. Rona would understand if you stayed here a while. Nia is just an exception to that. So? That's why Al didn't have any troubles even with your form now. Although he's now in his younger form, Ardis has the confidence to annihilate 5 Nebulos by himself. In comparison with a Nebulo, the despairs crowned as the despair of the grasslands can be said as adorable. Yeah, in that sense, I might have been lucky. What? I mean, I would have gone to the afterlife immediately if the standard was the same, right? After all, it's the same concept as someone from this world thrown into Ardis's original world that had disaster-class creatures roaming all around. they wouldn't be able to survive even a single day. Ah, got it. Rona, who understood Ardis, reconfirmed the strength of his opponent that he faced just a while ago. But, that girl just now, she can win against 3 Nebulos? Probably. Yeah, shouldn't be a problem. In fact, Nia by herself could have dealt with the grinder in Thoria. Nia was assisting Ardis at that time, but, now that he thought about it, Nia wouldn't had any troubles dealing it by herself. If what Al says is true, then wouldn't she be an abnormality in this world too? Certainly, it's that way. Even for the bright stars of White Night known widely in Thoria that can be said as the second capital of the Nagara's kingdom aren't strong as her. It's clear that Nia's strength is obviously out of the standard of this world. So whose is she actually? Who knows? The reply to Rona's question was short. What? Who knows? If you're leaving the house to her, why don't you have even a little interest? The 4 swords that leaned at the wall beside the bed. Ardis looked at one of the swords. He had conveyed everything he had got from Mariida in Riatan to Nia. But there wasn't anything regarding Ardis's past in there. At the same time, there was another thing that Ardis hadn't told Nia about. The crimson sword that he discovered in the ruins of the forest with Kyril. The illusion that looked like Nia that appeared from the sword during Riatan's defense battle. Mariida said that Nia's hair is needed to calm the crimson sword, but even herself didn't know why must it be her hair. Mariida only knew that Nia's hair was needed through her dreams. The crimson sword that was covered in Nia's hair gave birth to an illusion that looked just like Nia. There's no way that it's all pure coincidence at this point. Ardis had lost the timing after debating by himself whether to tell Nia what he had saw or not. Ardis, who gazed at the crimson sword for just a while, turned around and faced Rona before talking again. I do have interest, but you see, I have mountain loads of stuff I want to hide as well. It would be too much if I just asked her to reveal everything when I'm the one hiding all. Al doesn't have the plan to tell? For now. None. That's why I won't ask for Nia's identity as well. But you're going to trust her? I will. The fact that Ardis answered I will rather than I can showed how persistent he was on this matter. Fine. If Al is going so far, then I have nothing to say. I will just bite off her throat if she comes to betray Al. With a disturbing statement as the last, Rona started to curl up and went into sleep. Who? Huh? Ardis muttered while sprawled out on the bed, staring up at the ceiling. It might have been different if Nia would talk about her by herself. But having not understand his situation himself, Ardis didn't have the leeway to find out about someone else. There were a few things that he understood now after meeting Rona again. However, the unknowns are still many. Why did he not die? Why is he in a younger form? And why did he come to another world? He had no right to wonder about Nia, since he's the true Huyu in this world. If someone can tell me that, that would really be great though. Chapter 97. Chapter 97. Few days had passed since Ardis had returned home with Rona tagging along. Sometimes enjoying a nap on the porch, sometimes getting caught in the playful acts of the twins and Rona, Ardis was having a good time. There were times that he goes into the forest together with Nia to procure food or sometimes with Rona to hunt. And every single time when they did that, Rona's competitiveness would resurface, and Ardis would have to stop him from overkilling too much animals in the forest. By the way, the fact that Rona could speak was immediately found out by the twins shortly after the incident with Nia. Although Rona said that he will pretend as a normal beast for a while, he couldn't keep that up when he got bored and was chatting with Nia. He was found out when he was playing with the twins in a similar fashion as well. Hey, Al. NN, what? It was about the time when the sun reaches overhead. It was when Ardis, who was bathing in the warm sun, felt Rona's paw pushing on his cheeks. Let's go hunting? It's already been 2 days before since I went already. NN, leave it for next time. You said that yesterday already. With a dissatisfied voice, Rona started knocking on Ardis's head with his paws. Didn't we go 3 days before? It's already 3 days since. I mean, you can go by yourself. It's boring to go by myself. There are no strong ones anywhere here. They all run away when I get close. Even if they're still around the outskirts, it's still considered in the middle of a dangerous forest. It isn't a place where normal mercenaries could reach. Rona's words would make mercenaries in the capital doubt their ears if they heard it. It went on a while with Rona trying to drag Ardis along, but it seems his efforts was fruitless as the young man preferred a nap instead. With that kind of exchange going nowhere, Nia, who came out of the house, gave an advice. My master, it's good to rest well for the sake of health, but Overdoing it is sloth. That's too harsh of you. I'm not being lazy. I'm just taking advantage of the time that I can use effectively for sleep to sleep. Ardis's objection was immediately met with Nir's retort. Is that not the definition of sloth? That's right. You're a lazy bum. And Rona just rode with the flow. With such gazes from the self-titled servant and even his own partner, Ardis finally lifted his heavy body. Since Ardis had no choice but to now accompany Rona for a walk in the Gorsa's forest, he figured that he would head to the capital to procure on some supplies as well. There was enough in reserve, but the mouth of this guy consumed much more than expected. There will only be tasteless food if this goes on, Nir said so as she shifted her gaze to Rona. If it's just for filling up his stomach, Rona can achieve that by going into the forest by himself. But rather than tasteless raw meat, it seems that Rona prefers Nir's cooking. Unfortunately, sweet things are scarce here in the forest. As the result, the flour and sugar in the kitchen all disappeared at an amazing pace. It seems that Rona is supporting the idea as well, since he will be the most devastated if he can't have delicious meals. Then let's go shopping. Hey, Al. Let's go buy some sweets. At least try to hold yourself back. Rather than that. Do you even have any money left? Certainly. Rona had received the compensation reward from Salt, but on the day of returning home, Rona had been splurging on all the stalls for food. Ardis thought that it couldn't be all used up yet, but there probably isn't much left. Then let's earn some money with subjugation request too. Just by hunting, earn money, and even the food from the stalls. Amazing. As such, Ardis, who was resting peacefully for a while, was forced to start working again. 2 hours approximately after that, Ardis and Rona are now walking down the streets of Gran. Al. Let's have that. Oi, remember to keep your voice down. There were appetizing smells coming from the stalls that lined up in all directions. Rona seemed like he couldn't hold back as his tail waved around furiously, forming an unnatural gale. The pedestrians around who turned to see what's going on saw Rona's size and paled. Let's get to a dining hall first. You'll just waste time if we bought these. Dining hall? Are the tasty stuff there? Yeah, normally. Ardis's words were vague and there was a moment when some hesitation formed on his face. Normally, meaning? Rona asked it curiously, but Ardis just cut it short and rushed on. Don't mind it, let's go first. Wait up, Al. Bringing along Rona, who seemed a little pouty, Ardis headed towards his frequented inn in the capital, Swordsman Inn. It's an inn prided for its affordable food. The dining hall there was food that are well in the copper coins range. The two had arrived at the front of Swordsman Inn without any particular events. Rona sniffed his nose. There's a good smell coming. I'll come here often. Yeah, it's not comparable to Nir's cooking, but the stuff they serve here are pretty good. Usually. At Ardis's words that had a deep meaning, Rona couldn't quite understand it. Well, you'll see once we get in. Ardis, who gave up on explaining, stepped into the inn. Isn't it Ardis-san? Welcome. Hi. The signboard girl Miller, who saw Ardis's face, welcomed him, but it changed into a scream halfway. Yo, Miller, I've come here for some food. What is that? Ardis-san. The reason lies within the giant golden beast beside Ardis. This guy? He's Rona, my partner. Oh, I see. Can he not enter? Although Ardis brought Rona here thinking it would be quicker than spending time at the stalls on the streets, come to think of it, the dining hall is where normal people have their meals. Bringing a beast like Rona here is definitely inappropriate. On top of that, Rona wasn't like a normal beast. His length was over a meter. The fangs that peeked from Rona's mouth, it was the proof that he's a carnivorous beast. Without ever venturing out of the capital in her life, Miller was shocked when she saw Rona for the first time. It won't jump at anyone, right? Miller had suddenly taken up the tray in her hands and used it as a shield substitute, and asked as her eyes peeked out anxiously. But only her face was covered, everything else is unguarded. There wasn't a single meaning to her action. Smiling bitterly, Ardis patted Rona and answered to calm her down. No problem. If no one really finds any trouble with him, Rona wouldn't be doing anything. He would follow the rules as well. This guy is smarter than many people out there. Right, Rona? Rona agreed with a reply that didn't fit his size. If that's so. There are less guests now. If you don't mind sitting a little way from the entrance, then it'll be fine. Great. Having the approval from the signboard girl, Ardis went to a table in one of the corners of the dining hall. Just like what Miller said, there were only two groups of people around since lunchtime had passed. They were surprised when they saw Rona but probably felt alright after seeing Miller and Ardis's exchange. It's only to the degree of looking over here with interest and muttering among themselves. That's the sword magic, the guy that did in the Three Great. Then that much is, from what Ardis is able to catch, it seems like the people around knows Ardis. Surprisingly, it might be that they had complaints but wouldn't dare to speak out in front of Ardis. Ardis-san, what do you like? Miller asked for their order now that she had calmed down. Her professionalism showed as she smiled, albeit seeming a little afraid at Rona's presence even as she did her work. Is your father in today? Yes. My mom is taking a rest now, but father is still in the kitchen. It seems like it's a safe day today. Then, please serve us 6 persons worth of full course. S6? Muller's eyes were round at the unexpected order. Yeah, 1 for me. The other 5 will be for Rona. It should be fine even if they're all the same. Alright. I will prepare it now. Please wait for a little. Leaving those words behind, Miller had walked away with big strides. Why is everyone so afraid of me? After confirming no one is paying attention to him, Rona muttered confusedly. It's natural though. For those that lives in the city, they probably never seen any beast that's as big as you. Well, that's fine. Rather than that, will the food come quick? Oi, you're making dusts fly, so stop waving your tail around. Ardis complained at Rona, who seemed sloppy with his tongue out and his tail waving around. Oops, my bad. But there's no one around anyways. Miller-chan, did Ardis come here? Oh. There. A man's voice that had interrupted the two that was waiting on their food came from the entrance. Jean. Ardis recognized the voice's owner. It was a man in his 40s. He's a familiar person for any mercenaries around here, since he's often the one introducing requests. It seems like he was originally a skillful mercenary, but ever since he got a deep injury on his leg, he retired from being a mercenary. That was what Ardis had heard from the information broker Cesar. Apparently he had good looks and abilities, and even had fans amongst his female mercenaries friends and other citizens, but that are all in the past. Now, he's at most referred as a good father. He didn't seem like a playboy who is fawned by everyone. The hair that had a little gray, it showed the age he experienced. Just good. I found you a really suitable Joa. What's that? Jean, who saw Ardis in the corner, came around but was shocked at Rona. No need to worry. This guy's my company. He won't do anything if you don't mess with him, so rest easy. Is that so? Well, if Ardis is saying so, it should be fine. He's a retired mercenary. Different than Miller. He didn't show as much fear as she did and came to the table where Ardis and Rona were at. The way he walks peculiarly by dragging one leg with him, it's probably because of the injury he suffered in his mercenary days. Anyways, it's quite a lively beast. Leaning front from the chair beside Ardis's, Jean was staring Rona while looking at Rona, who was yawning with his mouth wide open. The man tilted his head. But was there such creature like this? Jean, who was muttering by himself, was hushed by Ardis. So, what is it? The job that suits me? Right. Oops, my bad. Jean's work face returned as he turned around to Ardis. It's a new request that just came in. The destination is a little tricky and I can't leave it to the other mercenaries. After all, Jean had come out to find Ardis especially. The request should be something not suitable for an average mercenary. Apparently the request is about an investigation. The compensation is 50 gold coins. 50? Just investigating? Ardis was surprised at the amount. Yeah, just investigating. But, I think the compensation is fitting. Meaning? The destination of investigation is a small island in the south of the capital. Ardis, who had recalled something at Jan's words, frowned. That's, yeah, the island where the Four-Winged was subjugated by a certain awkward mercenary is one of the 3 great demons. Chapter 98. Chapter 98. Jean had brought over a job request for Ardis, and there, the name of the demonic being, Four-Winged, that Ardis subjugated before was heard. What's wrong with that island now? I heard from Cesar, but isn't that just an ordinary island? Ardis asked straightly at what he thought was strange. Yeah, right. It's not about the island itself. The problem is there are apparently witnesses of a huge demonic being there, despite the fact that Ardis had subjugated the Four-Winged there. Could it be that there are people who are suspecting me about the subjugation of Four-Winged? Don't worry, it's the minority. The others think otherwise. Another huge demonic being probably came and nested at that island once the former owner was gone. Such thinking is more widely believed. But the reality might be different. You wouldn't know if you didn't investigate, right? So that's why the request? Yeah. They wanted to send the soldiers over originally, but since it was where the four-winged stayed before, if the new demonic being is something on par with the four-winged, the soldiers would just die pointlessly. That aside, the 50 gold compensation is an enormous amount considering it's just an investigation. Isn't there some hidden agenda behind that? It's an official request from the country. It's unlikely there's something like that, right? In the first place, Ardis wouldn't care even if there was, right? Jean shrugged as he said so. Well, hearing from the officer, it's highly probable that you will encounter it and a fight will break out. So might as well subjugate it, isn't it something like that? If accounting the subjugation compensation, 50 gold isn't that much though? Certainly, just like what Jan said, if he really did encounter the demonic being, 9 out of 10 outcomes would be a battle. Whether subjugating it or escaping from it, since it's a lone island that no help can be expected, the difficulty would skyrocket. Unlike Ardis who can fly using his sword magic, the normal soldiers can only reach the island by ships. It's probably 50 gold coins after accounting all of that. Well, if it includes the subjugation, then 50 gold coins isn't really that much, huh? Right? Having said so, there's only Ardis around the capital who can do this. The others have heavy baggage after all. Certainly, if they're going by ships to the island, they would have to include the necessities for the two-way trip. It's a little difficult for normal mercenaries. In the first place, it's doubtful if there were any sailors who are willing to sail their ship out. Although they knew it was subjugated, the people that lived by the sea haven't forgotten their fear of the four-winged. Regarding that, Ardis wouldn't need any ship, and he can escape just fine if he needs to. Got it. Since I was going to earn some money with subjugation requests, that request, I will accept it. After thinking about it for a few moments, Ardis decided to accept the request. Then, while the food is being served, they heard the details of the request from Jean. After finishing the explanation, Jean waved his hand lightly. I will leave it up to you, thanks, and left the dining hall. It's your favorite, a subjugation request, Rona. Its strength is ungauged but, the compensation is good at the very least. It'll be nice if it's really strong. By the way, how strong was that four-winged? I wonder. It didn't have any lasting impression. I think it's weaker than an Edgilo. What a letdown. Why not have 100 of those at once? Rona continued on his meal as he mentioned some disturbing things. The 5 portions of food had already lost half its volume in front of Rona. You know, where will the compensation come from if the country vanished? And even if you had money, if no one's around to tend to the food stalls, how are you going to spend them? It's all fine. 100 of them would only take 2-3 minutes for me to clean up. That's not the problem here. Ardis sighed unintentionally. The next day, after having breakfast at the Sesragian, Ardis and Rona started walking towards the beach that had no one around. Then after gaining altitude, they headed south while seeing the fishermen returning to the capital with their morning haul. Eventually, they arrived at the small island where the four-winged used to live. That's the island in question? Yeah. Rona was looking down at the island where Ardis visited to subjugate the four-winged. It's a small island that a lap around its coastline wouldn't take more than half a day, but the island is full of greenery and life. There isn't much change to its appearance. Even though the owner of the island was disposed of, the island didn't change much than last he saw. Hey Al, noticed? Yeah. It's a little unexpected. The request was to investigate the island. If there's a new dangerous demonic being that had nested in the island, it would be to identify it and its threatening level and report it to the kingdom. If it's some threatening demonic's being, Ardis thought that he would just subjugate it. However, it seems like the opponent wasn't something that easy for Ardis to deal with. Where did something like that came from? The mana it has is on a different scale. They were still flying in the sky, but the enormous mana that can't be compared to the four-winged can be felt even at a distance. Hey, can I just get in now? Rona hushed as if he's running out of patience. The reason why his tail was waving around furiously definitely isn't due to the wind. Why so eager to subjugate it? It's just an investigation. There's no need to fight at all. That's just too boring. While dragging along Rona who seemed peeved, Ardis approached the island. If it was any demonic being about the level of the four-winged, then he would have gone ahead and subjugated it incidentally, but the mana he felt wasn't something that he could incidentally subjugate it. To scout out their opponents first, Ardis and Rona landed at the coastline of the island before slowly approaching their opponent. It wasn't that big of an island. Ardis expected to find the figure of the demonic being in question if they ventured for about 30 minutes. But an hour had passed since then. Strange. Ardis, who had been walking so far, tilted his head. They had landed on the ground and headed in the direction that they felt the mana was all this time, but they still hadn't reached the source. It's not like the source was moving at high speeds, but they still couldn't shorten the distance. When they tried to take the right route, it would go the left route, and vice versa. The source had kept a distance up between them. It seems that the opponent is avoiding them according to their own movement. It moved around the island avoiding Ardis and Rona. Could it be that it knows where we are? As expected, with the same situation continuing for a while, Ardis had no other explanation than that. It could be that the opponent holds a similar mana detection skill as Ardis, and knowing that the ones coming for itself are dangerous, in this case Ardis and Rona. The demonic being is avoiding direct contact at all cost. Ardis had thought to approach the demonic being slowly to not startle it, but there's no use if they are already found out. If they had more people around, then they could slowly encircle the demonic being but, unfortunately, it's only Rona and Ardis around. It would just be a waste of time if this continues. I guess we should be a little aggressive. As Ardis was about to suggest that, Rona, who had already reached his limit, yelled, "Ah, enough." So annoying. Don't keep running away. Crying out such, Rona had already started dashing towards the mana source. Ah, hey, Rona, wait. Ardis panically chased after. Could it be that it sensed Rona's mana coming closer quickly? It seems like it had started running away in a panic, but it wasn't enough to outpace Rona at his best. On top of that, they were at a remote island with little space to run around. It can't possibly escape Rona. Even if it tried to hide, it wouldn't be able to hide from Rona, who can sense its mana. Chasing after Rona, Ardis came closer to the demonic being as well. "I'll let you taste this." With his fur-covered ears peeking, Rona manifested invisible blades with his mana. There were two of them created with the intentions of being potent. They flew through the forest accompanied with a strong storm. Even when trees were obstructing it, its power didn't seem like dropping as it mowed down anything in its path straight to where the demonic being was. With that much effect, an average demonic being wouldn't be able to dodge it at all. Even the four-winged would become filets if it was on the receiving end. Oi! It's an investigation request we're on. The request they've got this time was only an investigation. It would be fine if they subjugated it as a result, but it would definitely be a problem if the opponent just turned into chunks of meat before they had even seen its figure. No way would the kingdom accept a report of the target was subjugated but it wasn't identified. Please let the head remain at the very least. Ardis prayed so. Although it was to his wish, something else unexpected happened. Before Rona's magic hit it, the demonic being's mana seemed like it expanded for a moment, and a tough barrier was formed then, and Rona's prided blades that only specialized in damage scattered in all directions crashing into it. Impossible? Rona's confused monologue was even heard by Ardis. Rona probably didn't go all out yet, but even so, the blades that Rona shot out still had enormous power behind them. It might have been possible if it was deflected like what Nia could accomplish with her superior techniques, but defending against it frontally would be impossible. In just an instant, Ardis's alert flew through the roof. The mana he had felt from the demonic being wasn't that powerful, but it seems that he had misjudged his opponent. He would be the one in pain if he only judged his opponent based on the mana he managed to sense. Mew. Then how about this? Rona, who had his attack blocked the first time, unleashed the sequel of his magic. The countless numbers of blades that manifested around Rona could only be described as a barrage, as they were all released towards the direction of the demonic's being. If that was directed to Ardis, even he would have suffered a few fractures with that power and number. Rona's magic that couldn't be imagined having blocked completely destroyed the surrounding trees, but something unexpected happened again. Please stop. I don't like painful things. There was a weak-sounding voice that came from the middle of the barrage target. And then, following that, there were countless sounds of Rona's blades getting deflected away by mana barriers. Even Rona, who had unleashed the barrage, was confused at the unexpected response. Eventually, When the aftermath of dust clouds had finally settled down, the owner of the voice was revealed. It was a quadrupedal beast behind the dusts with black fur. Although it looked like a carnivorous wolf, the size was evidently different. It was at least 7 meters long. Even his jaws alone can fit an entire human. I beg you. Please don't kill me. Help me. Although its mouth had sharp fangs, a weak voice was heard from it. Having felt enormous power in that huge body, the fact that it was surrendering and begging for life was somewhat pathetic. Chapter 99. Chapter 99. It was a black-colored beast that Ardis and Rona had been chasing around the island all this time. Contrary to its fierce appearance, it was showing a pathetic side to Ardis and Rona. Eh? What? Surrendering already? Isn't that too early? Please. Apparently that pathetic sight was enough to shake Rona from his heated battle-hungry state. Rona then dispelled the mana that he had gathered for the sake of his offensive spell, albeit confused. What? So boring. Even though I thought it would be a good fight. Hi or forgive me please. At Rona's monologue complaint, the black demonic being seemed to be cowering in fear, and the fact that they couldn't sense any other mana signatures around pretty much confirms that the black beast was indeed the one that had blocked Rona's blades before. However, they never expected that the opponent was not hostile. Come to think of it, it had only been on the defense so far without ever unleashing its attack towards Ardis nor Rona. Ardis thought that he would have to subjugate it since it might bring harm to other people, but it totally looks like Ardis and Rona are the bad guys here. How cowardly are you? At the very least, it seems that the black beast doesn't have any intentions of harming them. On top of that, it seems like the beast is sentient. Ardis and Rona came not for the reason of subjugating from the beginning. There's no need for them to engage in a fight. Rona, since we can converse, it's better not to fight. That's so boring. Either way, it wouldn't be fun fighting someone who doesn't want to fight, right? Well, that's true. Leaving aside Rona, who seemed a little peeved, Ardis moved his gaze towards the black beast who was peeking over here while curled up in a ball. It shook when Ardis's eyes met with its own. Despite the size of its pupils, there was evidently fear that didn't suit them residing. But Ardis suddenly had a question for the black beast. Wouldn't you be a claw? Claw? It was Rona who responded to Ardis's words first. The black beast only showed an expression of surprise mixed with an expression of unrest and fear. There was a slight ray of hope in its eyes as well. By claw, you mean the claw race? Having enormous mana and tough body, although with generous and warm personality, their bravery is commendable. The claw that are praised for their intelligence? You mean this guy? As if Rona's words were invisible blades, the black beast seemed to be receiving damage as it curled up more. On the receiving end of Rona's suspecting gaze, it felt like the beast's expression turned dark in stages. Haven't you seen a claw before? Certainly, I heard that they had black fur and are quadrupedal. While answering Ardis's question, Rona was staring intently at the black beast. Then Ardis would have met them before if you're saying like this, huh? Even I only saw them from afar once. But their figure looks similar. He doesn't look strong at all though. Even claws have their own individual personality. At the very least, the one I met seemed very strong. Leaving aside one-on-one, I would definitely excuse myself from facing a group of them. Whatever. So, what do we do now? With this guy? Let's see. It's good that we identified it, but, in the first place, why would there be a claw here? After all, claws are something that lives in the world where Ardis and Rona came from originally. At the very least, they've never heard the tribe of claws existed in this world before. If there were such creatures that had such a strong mana existed before, then it would have definitely been passed down as disaster-class black-furred demonic beings in a human's folklore. The four-winged was still around a few months ago, so the claw probably arrived here not long ago. The question was that did it came on its own accord, and how did it arrive here? Did you came here by yourself? Where is here? Although he had hoped for another hint to return to his own home world when he asked, what came back was of course another undesired response. I'm wrong, huh? For the claw that didn't even grasp its own position, it probably wouldn't have the method to return to its own world. Ardis dispelled his disappointment that manifested for a moment, and told the truth about the different world they're into the claw. At first, the claw had an expression of surprise when it heard that, then it started crying all of a sudden. While calming down Rona, who seemed really fed up about the situation, Ardis had patiently heard about the claw's circumstances when it came here a little while ago. there were red humans that came. Red humans? They were chasing me. Lupus was running away from them alone, and arrived here by the time Lupus noticed. Ardis couldn't understand what it was talking about. The red humans, could it be that it was describing a group of people wearing red clothes or armor that came? Just like how a human wouldn't be able to discern individuals of the claws apart, claws can't discern humans apart as well. A group of red people. Ardis couldn't recall any kind of organization wearing fully red. At the very least, there wasn't any matching kind of organization that Ardis encountered before. He confirmed with Rona just in case, but, as expected, a don't know returned. No one was around, and there were only unknown creatures around. Even the fishes are all kinds Lupus never seen before. Lupus seems to be the claw's name. Ardis could understand its feelings after getting thrown out into an unknown world suddenly, but its figure curling up into a ball and crying had made Ardis felt annoyance. Rather than empathy, Ardis was fed up with the pathetic creature in front of him. If Lupus were to be serious, not just the four-winged, even a grinder would be turned into nothingness. It might be only Ardis and Rona around in this world that can stand against it. And such a strong creature was curling up into a ball and crying loudly. It was like a hilarious scene, but it's not like it was appropriate for them to laugh either. What are your plans? I want to return to where everyone is. But I don't know how. Lupus's answer was well expected. But if it was that easy, Ardis wouldn't be so troubled for the past year. Unlike Rona, who came here on his own accord, it didn't have the means to return. Rona, how about you teach your method to this guy? So troublesome. Rona, who was the only one who had the means to do so, might be able to help. But Rona didn't seem like he's willing to do so at all. I mean, it's not like we can leave this guy here, right? The reason why Ardis had concerned himself so much was because that he found himself too relatable to Lupus's current situation. Having suddenly thrown out into an unknown world with no means of returning to his own world, with no familiar faces around, nor anyone he could rely on. Even for Ardis, it would be a lie to say that he didn't felt uneasy at all. And the ones Ardis had met for the first time in this world that he knew nothing about was the members of Bright Stars of White Knight, Ted and the others. If he hadn't met them who had taken care of him, who didn't knew anything at the time, he would have suffered even more. With himself receiving the grace of others, it would be too cruel of him to ignore someone in the same predicament. Please. Fine. Buy me some nice food when we get back to the capital, you hear me? Ardis asked unusually. Even Rona agreed, albeit a little reluctant and adding on a condition. But even so, although Lupus, who was still cowering in fear, heard Rona's explanation about the way to return, it was still a concept Ardis couldn't understand at all, no matter how many times he heard. By the time Rona's explanation ended, there were only question marks flying around Lupus' head. In the end, there seems to be no way of understanding Rona's explanation. Seriously, what should we do? The voice that Ardis let out while his fingers were on his forehead was plainly filled with sadness. Since it's difficult to deal with, why not just kill it here? Rona's bright idea that was also disturbing at the same time caused Lupus to retreat many steps in an instant. Stop that, Rona. The request is to just investigate. It's fine if we just identified it. That decide what to do about the investigation report. If he reported simply, Lupus would be regarded as a threatening element and a subjugation force would be formed. And if a subjugation would occur, what will be its outcome? Lupus seemed really powerless now, but, as a claw, the strength Lupus has definitely isn't little. If they were to fight at all, the soldiers wouldn't even amount to a single candle in front of Lupus. But the question still lies within Lupus whether he had any intentions of fighting. From what Ardis had saw a while ago, Lupus didn't seem likely to cause troubles. Someone that can be conversed. Abandoning someone who came from the same place would be a little difficult for Ardis to bear. But even so, there was no way for them to send Lupus back to his original world. He thought about bringing him back home, but there's the twins there. With that personality of Lupus, it's unimaginable that he would harm the twins, but the probability that it's only putting up a fake front wasn't zero. Even if not accounting the danger element, that house wasn't suitable for such a huge creature to live in. Although the front garden was quite wide, as expected, it's not where a 7-meter-long creature could fit. In the first place, with that personality, it's almost decided that it would be a shut-in. Imagining the scene of a single room filled to the top with black fur, Ardis immediately scrapped the idea. In other words, This guy have to stay here without being designated something dangerous by the kingdom. Huh? Wouldn't it be just fine if we told them that this guy can talk? That by itself is already. There will surely be fools that wish to make use of Rupus in a bad way, and Rupus's personality didn't seem like he's the type that's well versed in communicating. If they knew Rupus is someone like this, the people would definitely sweeten their words and try to make use of Rupus. It's probable that it would cause a shift in the balance of power in this world if they handled it improperly. It's not dangerous normally, but it will bite back if you tried anything on it. I suppose that's what we need to give the kingdom. Phew, and being a human is tough, huh? Ardis, why not kill it already? Hey, Rona, who had been listening to Ardis uninterestedly, went on and teased Rupus. Don't play with others like that, Rona. Well, it's too fun to let up on. Although Rona had been saying it like a joke, but Rupus's fear didn't seem like it would fade anytime soon. As if scared of a golden beast that's smaller than its own size in several magnitude, Rupus was hiding away using Ardis as a shield. Of course, Ardis's body wasn't big enough to cover a claw's huge body. Rupus was only able to hide from Rona's gaze. Sigh, what to do? With the difficult question to answer, Ardis didn't try to hide his exhaustion. Chapter 100. Chapter 100. W0. Are we in 3-digit era now? 10 days had passed since they went on an expedition to investigate the island. Ardis and Rona are heading towards the island once again. What differed from last time they visited the island was they had company with them. Ardis-san, is it really safe? With what you said, there were only the bare minimum number of combatants here. They're all experienced veterans, but isn't it still lacking to go against a demonic being? The official that wore a pair of glasses that was responsible for the expedition this time asked Ardis worryingly. Don't worry, it'll be fine if we don't provoke it. It's the same answer that Ardis had repeated countless times after departing from the capital. Currently, Ardis is heading south on a small sailing ship towards the island. The ones that are on board are the sailors from the kingdom's army, but they hadn't come here prepared for a fight. They're just accompanying as sailors who can operate the ship. On top of that, there was even an officer that looked like someone that wouldn't survive on a battlefield no matter from which angle you looked at together. It's obvious that the expedition wasn't prepared for a battle. If you're going to be so afraid of demonic beings, just don't come, will ya? Another man who was standing beside the officer said so jokingly. He's a head higher than Ardis. With the body full of muscles standing beside the officer's thin body, he was more than sticking out. He's only wearing light equipment now because they're on a ship now, but there's a sword at his waist. Captain, do you think I had a choice? Having heard that, the officer was glaring at the man. The man who was called Captain had a surprised face as he stared back. Was I mistaken? I totally thought that you tagged along like me because there's a red demonix being. Of course not. Don't think I'm like Captain. I wouldn't have come here with that kind of a vague reason. The officer was yelling. Then why did Kyle came? You're the one asking that? Isn't it because that Captain threw away all his responsibilities on the approval documents and the work is on hold that I have to be here? The officer, whose name is Kyle, had veins floating on his forehead as he howled at the captain. The captain seemed to be in thought for a moment, and asked again. That's that. Why is that a reason? There's still no reason anywhere for Kyle to be following us out here though. With wrinkles on his forehead, Kyle sighed loudly. It can't be helped since Captain had went through the official procedures and accepted this task. Fortunately, it's not a subjugation job this time. It wouldn't take much time if it's just verifying a report. But we still have work after verifying the demonix being. Meaning? It's my work to restrain Captain after the work is over, and drag you back to your post. Ardis, who somehow became stuck in the position of having to listen to the two's exchange. It seems like the captain person here, albeit with his position, he has quite the free personality. Oi, why are you treating someone like a horse with a collar? If you're a horse, then you will come back on your own after 2 or 3 days. That would have been all fine, but there's the order from the vice captain that I should never let my eyes off Captain as well. It's like you all are treating me like a problematic kid. Don't tell me Captain never had self-awareness. Are you serious? Don't you know the other platoons are laughing at you from behind, like eternal kid general or 29 years old child? If it continues like this, even a 30 years old child is possible at this point. Is that really fine? Kyle, it's said that a boy only becomes a man after his 30s. Rather than that, it's honorable that someone is calling me a 30 years old child. No way that's the case. In the first place, Why is someone with the position of a captain is going out on an investigation party? A small expedition like this can be left to anyone else. No, I mean, it might be too scary for the others. However, enough of this already. Let's just quickly return after checking on the demonic's being. I've said it just now, but something like let's take a break on your own accord after this is never allowed. Isn't it fine? A soldier being able to play around is the proof of a safe era though. Please leave that after Captain worked for his salary. If you try to escape, I will have the 3 great demons subjugate or here drag you back. Please stay put if you don't want to experience pain. What? Isn't him here only for guiding us? I would think that he wouldn't care less about anything troublesome. That's not in the request though. By the way, the request contents this time for Ardis-san is to escort us to the small island in question, and the period is until everyone returns to the capital. Especially Captain, you're given the highest priority in bringing back to the capital. So please rest assured. Was it like that? Ardis recalled the contents of the request. Ardis finally understood the meaning behind the clause securely escort the related officers back to the capital after the investigation is complete. Rather than escorting, the securely part is more important it seems. It seems like the request had also taken account to take care of the 29-year-old child to not go missing and bring him back to the capital. In front of Ardis, the two were still arguing amongst themselves, having sandwiched between the soldiers that had no sense of dignity. Ardis, who had a weird expression, was called out by Rona, who was lying at the ground. Hey, Ardis, is this really fine? It's not going to solve everything at once, but, at the very least, we should make sure Upus is going to be safe for the time being. To ensure Upus's livelihood, it's not something that can be done with just brute force alone. First, he had to come up with the correct way to report to the country. If he just reported that there's a dangerous demonic being there, of course a subjugation force would be organized. Having said so, reporting that it's safe would be a problem as well, since other people would start coming to the island then. After all, it's a precious fishing grounds for the fishermen here. There are going to be treasure hunters or mercenaries who wish to explore the island since it was inaccessible due to the four-winged before. Upus will be the one troubled with outsider presences. Upus's mild personality would mean that he might get hunted by humans after all. Even if he did fight back, it will just mean that a subjugation force will be formed after that. The best outcome is a non-interference policy. That's the island? Yeah, that. With the captain pointing over at the small island which is their destination, Ardis replied shortly. Is it really fine if we get this close? Yeah. There's no chance for it to be hostile if we don't engage it first. Kyle seemed a little anxious, but Ardis reassured him. Now then, it'll be good if Upus moves according to plan. Having a slight sense of unrest, Ardis looked at the island where Upus was supposed to be waiting. Their aim is to keep away humans from the island, and also so that Upus wouldn't be designated a dangerous element for the humans. That's why Ardis had discovered a large beast that is stronger than the four-winged. However, it is very tame and will not be hostile if not provoked. There's no problem if they don't go close. So, no subjugation will be needed. But there might be danger if you messed with it. So have a warning to not let people get close to the island. Ardis had conveyed such to the request officer. Of course, the management wouldn't be able to judge with just a single report from a mercenary, and so it became that an official investigation squad will be issued by the kingdom in order to verify the truth in Ardis's report. Of course, the fact that Ardis was the one who's guiding them has credibility as well. And until now, it had all been going as his expectations. And all that's left is to show Upus's strength in front of the investigation party, and to make them understand that Upus isn't a threat. That's why Ardis had given Upus instructions beforehand. Oi, there. What's that? A wolf? So big. The sailors who were keeping a lookout for the surroundings were surprised. After all, there was a huge black beast standing on the coastline of the small island at the end of their gaze. Upus might be trembling inside actually, but, at the very least, he seems undeniably majestic from the outside. Judging that there's no problem at Upus's appearance, Ardis whispered to Rona. Rona, the thing I asked for? It's a perfectly lively one is waiting over there. Good, let's go. Okay. Together with Rona's reply, suddenly, there was something that came closer from the right side of the island after raising a gigantic wave in its wake. It's a Pasheval. Now a Pasheval came out. What? At the sudden appearing threat, The Navy soldiers were at alert. "I'm surprised you found something like that." He. "Don't hold back on your praises. It was a huge trouble to bring it here without injuring it, you know." On the chaotic deck of the ship, Ardis was whispering to Rona. "It's a demonic being with the name of Pasheval that's heading here. Its had 8 legs with a mollusk upper body. With its sharp mouth, it easily preyed on other aquatic creatures around. Although its habitat isn't well understood, it appears without regard to fresh water or the sea. From that perspective, it might have been a land-based demonic being after all. For the Pasheval that's floating on the surface of the water, the humans on the boat probably seemed really tasty for a meal. The sailors can't possibly handle it by themselves, and the passengers on the ship had sailed out with the expectation of not meeting any demonic beings after all. The Pasheval's strength can't be underestimated. It's 1 rank lower if compared to the grinder that was subjugated in Thoria. However, if they would have to fight it on the shaky ship with limited movement, for any normal mercenaries and the sailors, the difficulty will be on par with fighting a grinder. Of course, it is like a death god looming over the 10-man investigation squad that had no hope of winning against. "Stop the investigation. Retreat. Quick." Avoiding maneuver, the captain who was taking it slow till now immediately gave his instructions. As if woken up forcibly by that call, the sailors immediately went back to their positions. It's uncertain whether we can make it in time, huh?" the captain muttered while his gaze was fixed on the Pasheval moving on the surface of the sea in a high speed. "It was that time, Captain." The demonic being on the island before. The officer Kyle pointed towards the island and yelled. Captain, who was prompted, moved his gaze back. Of course he would be confused. After all, the black beast that was standing at the coastline of the island, Upus, suddenly leapt out and started running on the sea with a frightening speed. Upus didn't even give a single glance to Ardis and the others on the ship, but only rushed in a straight line towards the Pasheval. "What is it doing?" With an expression decorated with question marks, the captain was chasing after Upus with his gaze. Eventually, when the path of Upus and the Pasheval intersected, the moment they crashed into each other, with an intense wave produced, there was fresh blood dyeing the sea. The Pasheval had left a shrill dying cry that ringed in everyone's ears. The one that had robbed the Pasheval of its life in a single moment was unbelievably strong. Seeing the ginormous wolf that was starting to feast on the prey it had caught right on the sea, the sailors forgot to breathe. The Pasheval, which are said to have a less than 10% survival rate for those who encounter it, and Upus, who managed to finish it off with a single strike, had made the entire ship shrouded in silence. It's going back." Upus, who eventually finished the Pasheval, had started walking on the sea back to the small island, and its course had Ardis and the others who were on the boat in the middle. "What are you all doing? Quickly get the ship out of the way." "It's fine. It's not going to attack us." With the captain howling at the sailors, Ardis said that composedly. "Where is the proof of that? It doesn't think humans are its prey. It wouldn't do anything if we don't do anything. It was like that the last time I came also. If it does attack us, then I will take care of it. It might be stronger than the four-winged, but I still have confidence I can win, so rest assured." In the first place, Upus wouldn't ever dare to attack them. After all, Upus is probably already shivering and desperately trying to hold back himself from running away by now, all while continuing with the scenario that Ardis thought up of. "Fine, I will put some trust on the 3 great demons subjugator. If it does come and attack us, then you will have to cooperate with us even if it doesn't match the initial request." "Yeah, no problem." After staring straight into Ardis's eyes for a moment, the captain gave out standby instructions to the sailors. "Listen up, definitely don't do anything stupid. You there, put that arrow down." The captain was yelling at the sailors. Even the sailors and the officer Kyle, all of them had green faces. Of course, the captain himself should be the same, but it seems like he has the guts to suppress that, to not let it show on his face. "I see. He can deceive himself in a good way, huh?" As expected of someone who managed to be a captain at his age. Recalling what he had heard from the information broker Cesare, Ardis was judging the captain in front of him. Eventually, Upus, who walked on top of the water slowly, finally approached the ship. It was the sound of one of the sailors shrieking. As if responding to the noise, Upus turned around. It was 10 meters distance apart. Seeing Upus's length, which was more than 7 meters, it's a distance he can close in a single moment. There was a chilling air blowing on the ship. The time that the sailors thought was long eventually had its end. Upus turned the other way as if losing his interest, and slowly made his way back to the small island. "We are saved." With that sentence, there were sighs of relief all around. Seeing Lupus's figure that is gradually becoming smaller from the ship, Ardis was commending "well done" with a smile on his face, showing Lupus's overwhelming strength and the fact that it wouldn't attack humans simply to the investigation squad from the kingdom. For that to happen, Lupus had to show himself and hunt some scapegoat that they had prepared in advance. In other words, it was a perfectly no-compromise act that Ardis and Rona had thought up of. With Lupus's strength and the fact that it has no interest in humans known, at the very least, there wouldn't be any subjugation force formed for the time being. The second day after they had arrived back in the capital, receiving the request completion compensation, Ardis was satisfied with the result that he had gotten from Ches 3 days later. "So, how did it go?" With candies stuffed in his cheeks, Rona asked. Since they are in the inn's room with no one around to look out for, Rona spoke out loud without limiting his voice. "Good. Just like we intended. The kingdom had put down a non-interference policy with Lupus. They haven't forbidden people to get close to the island, but they had already decided to notify the mercenaries, fishermen and explorers to never land on the island, and to never disturb the ginormous black wolf if they ever encounter it. With that, for the time being, Lupus's safety is guaranteed. But, is that much enough? Even if the country announces that, it's not like everyone will follow it. There will probably be some people who ignores that and wish to hunt Lupus eventually. Even I won't think that it will last like this forever. It's just buying time to find somewhere that Lupus can settle down after all." In the first place, the fear of the four-winged still lingers in the people's heart. And if they knew there's something even stronger than the four-winged there shouldn't be any idiots going to head there on their own. Of course, there wouldn't be a subjugation force from the kingdom, as it would just be wasting military power. "Good then. Where Lupus can live, you have any clue?" "Well, it's to be determined now on. If it's the Sorcerer's forest, then no mercenaries or explorers goes in there in the first place, so finding a spot to simply and bring Lupus there should be fine." Ardis had his hand on his chin as he thought. That's a good idea. We got the money in the end, but I didn't get to have fun. Is there anyone strong in this Sorcerer's forest? I wonder. Stronger than Pashaval's ... Was there? I think they just excel in their numbers though. Numbers are good. Right, I will be right back. ... Remember to not overdo it. Recalling the fact that he had caused the appearance of a grinder on the grasslands in the past, Ardis had a complicated expression as he tried to advise self-restraint to his partner. Chapter 101. Chapter 101. Change. Heavy metal heavy iron. 4 years had passed since Ardis met Rona again. After finding a reasonable spot for Lupus in the Sorcerer's forest and bringing him over, they had been accepting subjugation requests and traveling to various places to earn their living funds. There wasn't any opponent that could stand against the pair. Without ever forming a party, the black-haired young man that is widely known as the sword magic user and the 3 great demon subjugator had cleared difficult subjugation requests with a golden beast one after another. Nothing today as well? Yeah, it's sad. The streets of the capital, Gran? Rona asked. While walking, Ardis replied simply without giving much thought into it. In this 4 year, Ardis had brought Rona around, and investigated all kind of documents and ruins as well as interviewing people. Still, he hadn't found the clue that could assist in his return to his home world. He couldn't hide his disappointment already. If there's no concrete proof that Ardis can't cross back to his own world, he would never give up. On the other hand, Rona doesn't look that much down compared to Ardis. That's natural. Unlike Ardis, Rona is able to return to their home world whenever he liked. He would sometimes vanish after leaving behind something like "I'm returning for a while," a light greeting before coming back half a month or so later. Although Rona says that "I came back here as soon as possible," it seems like the flow of time is totally different with the two worlds. If Ardis's calculations are correct, it would be a year here before a day passes on the other side. That was the reason why there was a discrepancy 4 years ago when they reunited. Aren't we pretty much finished investigating the entire kingdom as well as the coalition? Where will be the next? I guess the Empire would be the next. Ardis's base of operation is in the capital of the Nagra's kingdom, Gran. The coalition is at the west of Nagra's kingdom, and its relationship with the kingdom is considered on the better side. That's why travelers and information about them come into the kingdom often. But, The story's different with the Elmania Empire located southeast of the kingdom. The two countries had already clashed many times for the sake of land, leaving aside merchants and mercenaries who are always traveling around. The traffic between Nagara's kingdom and Elmania Empire is virtually zero. If the exchange between the two countries are little to begin with, the information they share are of course nothing. Worse, what Ardis is looking for isn't any normal information. If he wants to have a chance at finding what he wants, there's no choice but to visit the place in question and investigate. The North. Was it the Bronchel Republic? We can go there anytime. But the Empire is different. In terms of distance, the kingdom is nearer to the Republic than the Empire. But for Ardis and Rona, who can move swiftly without depending on long journeys and carriages, the distance didn't matter much. However, if they're talking about the western side of the entire continent, then it would be different. But there wasn't much difference between the distance of the Empire and the Republic. The problem is with the situation. Since the two countries had been on bad terms originally, the worst can only come in the future. The trigger was the new development of the heavy iron mines in the northern area of the capital. After all, the kingdom which had to gather heavy iron in the mines near the Empire previously can now obtain the same thing near their capital. Heavy iron is a kind of metal that's unlike its name. It is light compared to normal iron. If refining is done properly, it will attain a hardness stronger than steel. Although they're used in various tools, necessities and building materials, the most effective use for them is in the equipment of the soldiers. With 4 years that the kingdom had time to mass-produce equipment using heavy iron, the balance between the two countries' military prowess is beginning to tip. The one on edge is the Empire. For them, the longer period they stay put, the stronger the kingdom would be able to get. There's no way the Empire is going to sit back and watch their opposing country gaining on power steadily. The speculations at this point are not will there be a war but when will the war happen. If a war does start, then gathering information will be difficult. Better if we head for the Empire first. Well, there's not much we can do at this point, right? That's true, but why don't you feel even a little remorse at what you did? In the first place, one of the reasons that they prioritized the coalition instead of the Empire was because of Rona. The coalition, which had a large gathering of unusual food ingredients from all around the continent, was a prime target for Rona, who has an insatiable appetite. The situation had become like this because Rona was really insisting on investigating the coalition first. Probably because of his appetite. Certainly, during that time, the strain between the kingdom and the Empire wasn't as bad as now. That aside, Ardis agreed to it as well, so there's not much to complain now. Ah, we're nearing the gate, time to be quiet. With nearing the northern gate of the capital as an excuse, Rona said so lightly, don't just return to being a beast when it's not looking well for you. Under Ardis's irritated gaze, the golden beast cried out like a normal dog. Ardis-san? Isn't that Ardis-san? Going past the gate, Ardis, who was walking on the highway of the capital Gran, was called to a stop. Ardis, who turned around to look for the owner of the voice, found a young man calling out to him. The young man had a good-looking pair of clothes on him. The pearl-white hair was longer than Ardis's hair by half a head. He didn't look barbaric at all, but it didn't seem that he's a noble as well. He didn't look like a mercenary, noble or even a commoner. He had an impression of someone living in a city for his whole life. His impression is closer to being a normal citizen. It's been a while. Kyril. Yes, I'm Kyril. I'm glad. I almost thought you'd forgotten me. A certain apprentice that worked under a merchant association in Riaton of the coalition. That's Kyril. 4 years ago, Ardis had saved Kyril by coincidence in the Corsair's forest. After that, Ardis had participated with the defense battle facing against the army of beasts and demonic beings, but the trigger of all that was this person. Yeah, it's been a while. 2 years. Was it? Yes. I think that's about the time since we last met. Kyril confirmed with a voice that had undergone his adolescent change. You gained quite the height again. Ardis muttered as if jealous at Kyril's growth. Ardis met Kyril for the first time when he was still 12. That time, their height had a huge difference, but, as of now, the difference only amounted to a half a head at most. Well, the reason behind why their height difference had narrowed was not just because of Kyril's growth though. That aside, you're in the capital for business? Unlike 4 years prior, Kyril is no longer a child. Although he's still not fully experienced, there's ought to be some task given to him. Or it might because that a certain someone had told him to come here. Actually, I will be attending the academy in the capital from tomorrow. Huh? Academy? Is it the Mariule's academy? Yes, Ardis asked again since it was unexpected. Studying in the academy? Yes. I mean, what about your work? Rather than that, you've enough funds to attend the academy? Even if the Mariule's academy has commoners attending, the tuition fees till graduation is not something to be scoffed at. Unless they're from a rich family, there's no way for one to attend the academy normally. On top of that, for Kyril who is an apprentice, it probably wouldn't be possible for him to afford it, and above all, he still had to work as an apprentice at the association. Mariida-san is willing to pay for the tuition fees. That Mariida? Hearing that name from Kyril, Ardis slightly frowned. Mariida. That is the name of a certain woman with a playful attitude and peculiar speaking habits. At the same time, she's a successful merchant having the title of president of a large merchant association with her young age. Yes. When Ardis-san came to Reitan last time, didn't we talked about what happened in the capital? Recalling what Kyril said, Ardis became speechless as his hand was on his chin. The one with the shaman old man? That you have the aptitude to become a magician. What he managed to recall was the occasion when he brought Kyril into the shaman's shop after returning from the Gorsa's forest. The shaman at that time saw the 12-year-old Kyril and told him he had the aptitude to become a magician. Come to think of it, Ardis did mention it 3 years ago when he visited Reitan again and had an occasion to talk with Mariida and Kyril. That's right. Mariida-san seemed to remember that. If you have the aptitude, then it'll be better to nurture your talent, she said. Even if the shaman said that Kyril had the aptitude, it's not like the shaman was anyone famous. Usually, no one would take it for real. Even if they trusted the shaman, it's unthinkable that someone who is working at a merchant association would be given permission to thread the path of a magician. That aside, Mariida had an extraordinary ability. It was to select the future that she selected in her dreams. The reason why Ardis found Kyril, and the reason why Ardis participated in the defense battle, it was all possible because of Mariida's ability, or it's inevitable because of her ability. Did she see some kind of dream again? Ardis thought. Since only the person herself could know what happened in her dream, Ardis couldn't guess. But, could it be a scene that Kyril becoming a magician, or is it Kyril living in the capital? Then, she convinced our president and Nasan. Apparently she's waiving all the fees. For Kyril's president, Mariida is the benefactor who had saved their merchant association from certain ruin. And for his sister, the president's daughter whom he refers as Nasan, Mariida is still a benefactor on top of the fact that they're childhood friends. If Mariida managed to convince them, then Kyril attending the academy wasn't that strange. But, as the compensation, she gave me an order to bring back a silver award no matter what. His tone changed suddenly. Kyril seemed really stressed as his shoulders drooped. The silver award that Kyril just mentioned is the award given to the most excellent student in the Mariule's academy during the graduation year. In other words, Mariida's bring back the silver award meant that Kyril is to graduate as the top student. Certainly, Kyril seemed like a clever boy when Ardis first met him. But even so, it's not an easy position to get considering it's the Mariule's academy. Recalling the heavy task that was given to him even before he admitted the academy, Ardis decided to console him, albeit a little awkwardly. Fight on. Nothing I can really say other than that. Yes. As if to turn away the dark clouds forming above Kyril's head, Ardis changed the topic. Then, are you preparing for the admittance today? Yes. And I will be looking for work as I study. Even if Mariida-san is willing to fund my studies, I still need money to buy some necessities. Work, huh? Hearing that, Ardis's brows jumped. Recently, he had some troubles that he needed to solve, and he thought that why not hire this young man? Hey, if you're interested, want to be employed by me? By Ardis-san? With the unexpected offer, Kyril was surprised. Yeah. As for the details, let's see, we will talk it over a meal. I will treat you, so come with me. Yes. You have any shops that you need to go? I will leave that to Ardis-san. I'm still not familiar with the capital. The shops are still all new for me. Ardis gave him the name of the inn he frequented. Then, let's go to the Sezragi Inn, I guess. Sezragi Inn? It seems like that name still remained in Kyril's memories. Even if he couldn't remember the name, he will surely remember the incident that he wouldn't ever forget. Still remember? It's the inn we stayed in 4 years ago when we first met. With that as the trigger, Kyril seemed to recall something. but his face turned blue the next moment. After all, he recalled Muller's creative dishes that was served to him grandly, the day that he forced himself to eat tea that in. It was a face on the verge of crying. "What's the matter? Let's go." "Why yes." With Ardis hushing on, Kyril started following behind, albeit seemingly hesitating. It was a voice that was much more depressed than the talk with the silver award before. Chapter 102. Chapter 102. And, what could it be? The dining hall on the first floor of the Sesragi Inn, occupying one table. Ardis and Kyril was having their late lunch, and at the table's side, there was Rona pretending to be a normal dog while leveling 5 persons worth of food. Kyril had round eyes the first time he saw Rona, but, in the end somehow convinced with the mysterious justification of, well, it's Ardis-san after all. Although Ardis felt a little strange at the omnipotent excuse of because it's Ardis, it's not like he could gain anything even if he drilled down the reason. Thinking that there's no downside since Kyril is fine around Rona because of that, Ardis decided to get into the topic without thinking much more about that. "I need a home tutor." While biting down the black rabbit pie, Ardis answered, "The dishes that the inn owner, Muller's father, make are unlike the strategic weapon born from his daughter. They were fulfilling and the most importantly gave a sense of relief." "Home tutor ... is it?" "There were children with special circumstances staying in my house. I was looking for a tutor for them, but it's really hard to find someone suitable for the job. But I'm a mere merchant apprentice, you know. I mean, I'm going to enroll in the academy to study magic, but I haven't received a good education. I don't think I have anything to teach though." "It's not like I'm asking you to teach magic or anything. I just need you to teach them common knowledge and vocabularies." "Ah, if that's so. But then there are many others who you can find in the capital, right?" "There's no way there isn't any suitable ones." "I said they have circumstances all right. Age are 12, and they're both girls." "I don't see any problem with it though." "What if I told you they're twins?" Ardis just said it simply, but Kyril jumped up in shock. "TW." Kyril let out a loud noise accidentally but suddenly covered his mouth and looked around. Fortunately, there aren't many guests around. Since there weren't anyone looking at himself, he seemed to sigh relievedly. "That's the case. I can't really hire anyone as their home tutor, can I?" "Kyril can at least tell that much, right?" Seeing Kyril had calmed down, Ardis continued. "Albeit his stepsister, his admired Nasan, is the one half of a twin. There's no way Kyril will discriminate twins. That's some circumstances all right. But wouldn't Ardis-san teach them be enough?" Kyril's question was justified. "But, despite looking like this, I'm not often around in my house, so it's difficult." Ardis couldn't keep staying with the twins forever. In fact, Nia as his servant was looking after the twins as his substitute. Normally thinking, she would be taking the educator role as well. "I mean, there's someone looking after them, but there's still some problem." With an inexplicable expression, Ardis seemed hesitant to speak of it. "That might have been funny." A suppressed laughter came from Rona, who was lying under the table. 2 hours after that, Ardis and the 2 others who had left the Sesragi Inn is now heading towards the house in the forest. "I didn't think I would be entering this forest again." "Don't worry, we're not going that deep today." Kyril probably recalled the time 4 years ago, with Kyril surveying the surroundings anxiously. He had followed behind Ardis closely. Come to think of it, Ardis recalled the time when he first met Kyril. The twins that were 8 4 years ago are now 12. They're just about Kyril's age when Ardis first met him. Comparing the present twins now with the past Kyril, Ardis felt the twins' childishness once again. Without ever having a chance to enter the town, it can't be helped that they don't have friends of similar age. It might be that they were too treasured. The 12-year-old Kyril was already able to cross the country border, hire mercenaries, and even daring to enter the forest with countless demonic beings lurking. Is something like that even remotely possible for Philia and Rihanna now? Even if leaving aside the fact that they're twins, there wouldn't be any good outcome if it continues like this. Ardis had begun to think like that. Seeing the children in the town, Ardis had felt the twins were more childish. When was it that Ardis started thinking about the twins' education? The trigger was their speaking. There was a change in the way they talked. "Ardis, did you bring something today?" It was this year when he started noticing there are weird suffixes with their innocent but unique speaking style. He was just putting it off before. But the decisive factor was the people of Bright Stars of White Night visiting a few months back. It was when the two 12-year-old twins making a strong face and said, You are Ardis as the acting guardian was looking for a hole to dive in. The reason was obvious. Philia, there's a lack of grace in the way you eat. There is no good if you so choose not to correct it. Even if Ardis was the one providing shelter for the twins, he couldn't be with them at all times. In that sense, Nia was the one who accompanied them to Longest. They are living in a forest far from any human presences, only by themselves. And the twins still had many things to learn, especially in their growing period. Naturally, Nia's influence would be huge. In this regard, it can be said that their honest personality backfired. By the time he realized, the twins were speaking in Nia's fashion. Who are you, young man? Fume. You are Ardis's companion? Ardis and Kyril, who arrived at the home, was met with Philia questioning the new presence and Rihanna with curious eyes. They had both grown in the course of 4 years. Their childish face had already shown signs of maturity. They didn't have the fear facing others like before. They would even welcome guests that Ardis brought over sometimes. Although their adorableness didn't vanish through the span of time, Ardis felt a little pity at that recently. Philia and Rihanna is Rihanna and Philia. It was because Nia's way of speaking had corrupted all of it. Nia, who looks like an ideal maiden, but once her mouth opens, she wouldn't hold back in anything. Without discriminating the twins, she would disperse the demonic beings in the forest. She would clean up the house, and even her cooking is the best. Although she was the perfect person to take care of the twins, Ardis started thinking differently after her way of speaking caught on to the twins. That's quite the way of speaking. Philia is the left one, Rihanna is the right one. Kyril was expressing his opinion with confusion while Ardis held his temple and introduced the twins. Philia-chan and Rihanna-chan is it. I'm Kyril. Nice to meet you. Good seeing you. It's good in a way that they aren't afraid meeting someone for the first time. At least, they could greet ... kind of. Nevertheless, the way they speak cannot be left alone. In a few more years, they would be grown-ups and would be able to live on their own. It would be bad if it continues like this. Even if leaving aside they are twins, they are still sticking out in a way. It might not be too late to fix that habit now. Hoping such, Ardis was looking for a tutor for them. Well, it's like this. I will leave their education in your hands. Certainly, the way they speak, it would be a trouble if it rooted. After meeting with the twins in person, Kyril seemed to understand the graveness of the problem. As a bonus, they don't know much about the world's common knowledge. It was alright until now, but they would have to face the outside world in the future too. It's a good time to teach them. But, if so, Kyril's gaze switched to the woman preparing tea in the kitchen. With her graceful movement as she poured the tea, it was a figure that screamed nobility. Wouldn't she do fine? Ah, you thought so, huh? But Ardis's reply wasn't positive. As they were having this exchange, Nia had brought over 5 portions of tea. After glancing Kyril with her sky-colored eyes for a single moment, she turned around and faced Ardis. My master. Since you had been conversing with honored guest for some time, I'm sure master and honored guest are already thirsty by now. How about some drinks? Kyril's eyes became round. Here, guests shouldn't be reserved. Nia's way of speaking, which was unexpected for Kyril, made him speechless as he turned around and faced Ardis. It seems like the clever Kyril had already grasped the situation without explaining anything. That's how it is. I understand. An hour after that, Ardis and Kyril had organized the details regarding the period and compensation of the request. It wasn't difficult for them to reach a consensus. In fact, Ardis's compensation that was offered was an absurd amount. For Kyril, who needed money to attend the Mariule's Academy, there wasn't anything better than this. He had more things to take care of than other home tutors, but still it was at a price at least 5 times more, even when it's only teaching common sense and basic knowledge. There's no reason for him to refuse. Well, for Ardis, it was an amount taking account into the fact of making Kyril keep the secret, and it wasn't a large expenditure anyways, considering the sum that Ardis and Rona are able to rack up with subjugation requests. On the afternoon of my rest days, how about that? Yeah, it should be fine for the time being. For the time being? Kyril tilted his head. Let's have you teach them for an hour for the time being, and the left-over time can be used on Kyril's training. Huh? Training? Mine? For what? Hearing the unexpected word, Kyril's expression was not without question marks. What are you saying? I'm around for a while, but I would be going out eventually. Kyril would have to come here by yourself, you know. He. Kyril, who finally understood Ardis's meaning, stood up in surprise. It's natural, right? It's not like I can fetch you here and there every time. It'll be troubling for me if you can't handle at least 1 or 2 Ruktors by yourself within 2 months. Alrig, wait. That's impossible. It's fine. You will get used to it soon if we train seriously. No. Well, you might be on the edge dying for the first few times though. Leaving aside Kyril, which had completely lost his speaking ability, Ardis was muttering something disturbing softly. Chapter 103. Chapter 103. Kyril, who was out of breath, still ran with his all. The forest that wasn't terraformed by the hands of human wasn't helping at all. The roots of some trees that peeked through the ground, there were natural traps that would catch anyone's legs if they weren't careful. The shorter tree's branch would always stand in his way, forcing him to slow down. If he would step into the mud hidden by the leaves, all his momentum will be stopped instantly at his legs. Why, did this? Kyril, who had been learning all these for the past few days, desperately moved his legs while asking no one. There were footsteps pursuing Kyril from behind. The sounds were becoming louder by the second. It was the undeniable proof that their distance is closing. The moment his gaze turned back as if to ascertain the distance unintentionally, he was punished for not looking straight at his path. Ouch! Having his foot caught on a small rock that protruded from the ground, Kyril dived headfirst into a bush. The pursuer wouldn't let this chance pass. Easily narrowing the distance, leaping towards Kyril, who still tried to get himself up. Yuak! The one who came for Kyril pounced on him. It was going to be a deathly pinch originally, but the sound that came from its mouth was unexpectedly strange. Kyril looked at the creature who held himself down. It was a 1-meter-long quadrupedal beast, with golden fur covering its entire body. The tip of its nose was in his view, the sharp fangs that peeked through the opened mouth, and the triangular ears that was on its head. I guess 15 minutes or so is your limit, huh? Kyril, who was still gasping for air and calming down when there was another man's voice from above. Dis-san. Kyril turned around to the voice, and Ardis jumped down and landed on the ground nimbly. Your first stride is slow. Don't just use your legs. Swing your entire body. Use that momentum to gain the initial speed. Ardis was starting to give advice to Kyril. Don't turn around. You will only make it worse if you dull your movements. Don't try to look for the pursuer but to feel its presence. Even if you say so. Something like presence. The sounds at your ears. The vibration on the ground. If you have your focus in your senses, they're natural to perceive. You can instinctually recognize a phenomenon that was caused by something else other than yourself. Even if you said so. Kyril was almost crying. Certainly, Ardis would be able to do that. He's one of the most famous mercenaries in the world. He would have the skills to sense danger. But even so, asking Kyril, who had no prior experience in anything regarding fighting, was too much. After all, Kyril was still a student that barely touched the M in magic. If training had piled up, he might be able to sense presences like what Ardis said, but it's an impossible task for the current Kyril. Well, I won't say that you can do it immediately. For the time being, you're still lacking in stamina. You need to be able to run like that for at least an hour, if not you won't be able to get through this forest by your own. Do I just have to keep running? Kyril, who had finally regained his breath, asked reservedly. There's no need for you to win or fight. It's not like you got any subjugation request after all. The point is for you to get through the forest safely, and for that, stamina and the capability to escape dangers will be the most important. Although Kyril understood Ardis's words in his mind, he still seemed a little reluctant at accepting that just running away will be enough. After all, he is a young man who admired the strong. Seeing Kyril, who replied unenergetically, Ardis had a bitter smile as he sat down on the ground and continued. Let's rest for a while. As if responding to it, the beast with the name Rona curled up beside him after a cry. How about the academy? Did you fit in? Ardis was talking about the Mariul's academy that Kyril had enrolled in recently. I'm fine. It's still the same that it took my all just to follow the course. Isn't it pretty much the same for the others? Even if commoners are the majority there, there's still some nobility. The others who came from fortunate family had already learnt some magic before admitting in the academy. I'm desperately trying not to get left behind now. Of course, There were children that had received magic lessons from young and could already use the basic magic spells upon entering the academy. Even more so for the nobilities, they needed to keep their reputation, so they would already have the required knowledge and techniques drilled into them way before admittance. As for Kyril, who only thought about entering the academy half a year ago, their starting point are different. A sigh came out unintentionally. I really envy those who have talent. If talent is all you need to become strong, no one would suffer. Of course, if you had to catch up to someone with talent, just the same effort won't be enough. Ardis's words of consoling came out for some reason. Yes, I must put in twice the effort. I guess that's also one of the reasons why I'm being chased around in this forest. Don't be like that. There's not much difference even if you have talent or not. Of course, if you have it, it'll be better, but there are also difficult things for those that has it. Talent is like rain. Sometimes it is a blessing, sometimes it is a disaster, sometimes giving hope, sometimes being the shackles that hold you down. That's why, the talented have the talented ways, and the talentless have the talentless ways, it seems. What's that? Someone I knew said that. He's someone with enviable amount of talent, though he's the only talented guy I knew that would say something like that. Even more gifted than Ardis-san. Me? I was desperately trying not to drag down my comrades. I fully know how talentless I am. That would be overly humble, Kyril thought. He could suppress any and every beasts or demonic beings like they were all ants. If Ardis, who was referred as the three great demons subjugator in Nagara's kingdom, has no talent, then would there even be anyone talented in this entire world? Well, even if you don't have talent, as long as you study well, the techniques to fight will naturally come to you. What's important is to keep a balance between confidence in your own strength, and to not overestimate your own strength. Ardis stood up and lightly patted Kyril. But that's also after you have the basics in you. You had enough rest by now, right? There's still an hour left for today. Let's continue the chase with Rona. You, again? Of course. Kyril was shaky as he lifted his heavy body. Starting from his calf, every fiber in his body is screaming in pain. He can still move today, but he could imagine the scene tomorrow where he suffers. Recalling that there will be the practical basics class for him in the morning, Kyril ran in the forest for another hour anxiously. The capital of Nagara's kingdom, Gran. There are two main education institutions in the capital. The first is the Royal Academy. It is the institution reserved for the royalty and nobles. Ethics, discipline, knowledge, and behavior. It's an academy that was built with the intentions of teaching their students that, of course, only nobles are allowed to enroll. On the other hand, Mariul's Academy. It's an institution founded by Mariuls, who was a royal court magician. Different than the purpose of the Royal Academy, it gathered all talented and developed them for the purpose of the kingdom's prosperity. That is why, the Academy accepts anyone who are excellent. But of course, for commoners, it's hard for them to bear the cost of enrollment. Even if they had talent, there are many that are deterred because of the high cost. If Mariida wasn't supporting him, Kyril would most probably be the same. As he thought so, Kyril exited the dormitory of the academy and headed his way to the lecture hall. He tried his best moving the legs that didn't felt like his, all while enduring the electrifying pain that came in every step. He managed to creep his way to the lecture hall and collapsed on a seat nearest to the entrance. Oi, Kyril. There's no need to sit so close to the entrance, right? Why not sit over there together? Ray I. As if a machine on the verge of breaking turning around, Kyril looked at the owner of the voice. There was a lively-looking young man with a yellowish-green hair. He was looking at Kyril as he commented with a tired gaze. Again, you have a dead person's face today. I will stay here. I can't move yet. When the answer to that question came late, the young man whose name is Ray I sat down beside him. Home tutor again? I'm fine here. Ray I can sit wherever you like. Then I will choose this seat. But it doesn't make sense. Why being a home tutor makes you look like this? Taking up on Kyril's offer easily, Ray I took the seat beside Kyril and started taking out his textbooks. It doesn't make sense, right? Why me? Why are my muscles screaming in pain when it's just being a home tutor? Ha ha ha. Kyril had a dry laugh. That's right. Kyril's job was supposed to be teaching common sense and normal speaking to the twins under Ardis's shelter. Then why is he running away from a fierce-looking predator, Rona, every single day? Kyril couldn't stop questioning himself every time. Is he even working as a home tutor, or is he undergoing some hellish trial? By the way Kyril, there's the Practical Basics class later though. I just want to forget it all. Practical Basics is one of the classes that train their fighting techniques. Even though everyone here aimed to study in the academy, all of them had different ambitions. Some who wishes to become merchants, some who wants to learn medical techniques, some who wants to become famous through literature, some who wants to succeed through management, and those who are walking the path of martial. Those who are in the martial section are compulsory to learn fighting techniques, but for the others, it's optional. If they even had time to train their body, they should instead spend it to read more books and deepen their wisdom. Of course, the academy understood that well. That's why the classes each student took was different depending on their ambitions. Those who pursue martials, most with the intentions of becoming a general in the royal army, or to join the private army of some nobles, more than half of their curriculum were practical training or exercising. The young man named Rai falls into this category precisely. On the other hand, Kyril is walking the path of a magician. Magicians needs to have a broad range of knowledge. Leaving aside the vast knowledge required to learn magic, there's still ancient language, spells, and medicinal studies for them. Of course, magicians needed to be familiar with the systems of magic as well. They couldn't avoid the study on the evolution and history of magic. Kyril, who just enrolled in the academy, was dizzy at the amount of curriculum he had to attend. That's why the majority of magicians wouldn't spend time on unneeded courses like ethics and morals. In fact, amongst the students who study magic like Kyril, there are many that are out of the ordinary. If they weren't so, it can be said that they wouldn't ever succeed as a magician. The moment when they are recognized for their abilities and become court magicians or noble magicians, they would have to be able to handle stuffs other than magic as well, such as the difference in ethics of different social hierarchies. It's natural they have to suffer through this now. Regarding that, Kyril had already experienced it when he was an apprentice merchant. Magicians who excel in interpersonal communication are quite rare. Those that are would often be treated with courtesy. Being a magician is tough too. Rai was sympathizing Kyril as he said so. Magicians are scholars as well as researchers, and also are competent at the same time. That is why they are expected to learn everything and the bare minimum to fight in the academy. The lesson will get more specialized as their year progresses, and the senior students can choose their own combat specializations. But Kyril, who had just enrolled in the academy, had no choice. Under the pretense of learning the basics, they are forced to partake in the Practical Basics class. Although it's a practical class, it wasn't anything difficult for their year like using magic or sparring. They are just plainly running and building up their muscles. Rai and Kyril would be participating in that class despite Rai aiming to become a warrior and Kyril aiming to become a magician. After all, physical strength is useful for both. Needless to say, it is a class unpopular with the magicians, regardless of if they're graduates or students. Tomorrow, I can finally get some rest. In any case, after the Practical Basics class today and the home tutor work, in name but actually some kind of training, Kyril would be able to rest for tomorrow. If it's a day off on the academy as well as his work, he would be able to rest for the whole day. Strange. It was different than what was agreed upon. Kyril suddenly realized it was supposed to be on the afternoons when he has no class. Then how come Kyril is getting Ardis's training every day after his class is over? Well, it'll be hard to proceed if Kyril can't get here by himself after all. The black-haired demonic instructor said. For Ardis, it seems like Kyril being trained is more prioritized than being a home tutor. In the end, it became that he would undergo the hellish training every day except for the days when he was supposed to work as a home tutor. Kyril objected at first, saying that I won't make it in time after my classes are over. After all, there was a 2-hour walk in the forest. Despite so, Ardis would fetch him 2 ways, and the problem was solved somehow. To think that he can fly in the sky. Ardis would carry Kyril up in the air, and flew the entire distance, making the 2-hour journey into 10 minutes. At Ardis's unexpected recklessness, Kyril was holding his head again. What about the sky? No, it's nothing. As the round-trip time that was needed reduced to almost nothing, Kyril had nowhere to run. After that, he had to take part in Ardis and Rona's training in consecutive days. On top of that, it was 2 hours a day. Strange. Kyril thought that he heard the schedule was an hour for home tutor and another for training. Where did the home tutor work went? Kyril's question that he had put aside deliberately came at him again. There was only a single day that there's no class. Come to think of it, Kyril had no reminiscence of having went out anywhere on that day. Maybe it was a total mistake of his to have accepted the home tutor work. Kyril had started thinking like that. Although he was undergoing their training every day, the wage of his home tutor work was still being paid. It is the only saving grace. Oh, the lecturer's here. The male lecturer had entered the hall. The time that he could bury himself in the desk was over. Even if his whole body is screaming in pain, he couldn't betray Mary Ida, who is willing to help out in his studies, and Ellie, who is his Nisan. Talentless have the talentless way. Recalling the words that came from Ardis, Kyril was somehow able to get his heavy body up. Chapter 104. Chapter 104. Inside the grounds of the Mariules Academy, the practical class site where no other buildings are nearby, a wide area that would take a 30 minutes walk from one end to the other. It accommodates not just martial arts, magic practical lessons are also included. After all, the magic spells that have little control fired from the inexperienced students are something that the academy would like to isolate at all cost. Of course, the academy has their reason for doing so. Maybe they were thinking that the students will not be distracted during class in this wide field. However, for the students, especially the freshmen, the wide field is nothing but a curse. Ora, keep up your pace. Run properly, freshman. It was the angry howling of the practical basics instructor. Under the pretense of a practical class, the students were forced to run for an extended period of time. More than half of them had already become rags. Now, Kyril and the other freshmen are undergoing this exact class. Practical basics sounds like an easy class, but its true identity is just harsh exercising to build up the body's basic functions. Before having a chance to undergo the combat lessons, students such as Kyril and the others have to take part in this grateful yet hated program by the academy. It's the tradition referred as the ritual of baptism by the seniors and graduates. Today, they're using the wide grounds provided by the academy and had been running ever since the class started. It wouldn't have changed anything even if the site were smaller, since they have to run the same duration. But still, human senses are deceiving. The unreachable wall at the other end of the site is physiologically painful. The students who were left in this barren land had the same thoughts. Now, everyone is wholeheartedly hating the excessive size of the site. Good gracious. How long does that instructor wants us to keep running for? Kyril's partner in the class, Ray, was sighing as he complained. Honestly right, Kyril agreed shortly. Running in the forest, now he even had to run in the academy. He started to wonder whether he was getting the lessons of becoming a magician or a marathon runner. Anyways, you look quite relaxed still, Kyril. Something like that, not possible. Of course it's possible, just look around. Isn't Kyril the only one from the magician's course still on their feet? Looking around as Ray prompted, Kyril realized that everyone that is still running so far are students from the warrior course. Kyril is the last one remaining from the magician's course that can still run. The practical basics class are mandatory for all students, disregarding their courses. In the first place, a majority of the students that are undertaking the warrior's course are aiming to enter the army. In that sense, the practical basics class makes sense for them the most. On the other hand, people who pursue the mysteries are often knowledge hungry. There are almost none of them who thought to train their physical body. In the end, the most harmed ones in this practical basics class are the magician students like Kyril. Kyril, who was still an apprentice in the Merchant Association last year, didn't spend any time in training his body but instead used it all to be better in trading. That's why he shouldn't have any remarkable physical abilities. The scholars and liberal students who are exempted from this course are enviable. There are even students from our course already down for the race, but Kyril from the magician's course can still have such a relaxed face. Doesn't that just show your capability? You flatter me. Compared to Ray, who can still converse like it's nothing even after running so much, Kyril wasn't that great. For Kyril, he thought that it would be inappropriate if he didn't reply when he was talked to, so he did so with short replies, but actually, it already took his all to reply shortly. Don't speak to me for now, please. That is what Kyril was thinking. Rather than that, Ray, my pace, there's no need to match it. Kyril, who said so intermittently, was met with Ray's refreshing smile. It's okay, running at this pace is quite comfortable. I feel quite refreshed. It seems that Ray is intending to match with Kyril's pace till the end. Is that so? If so, Kyril had nothing left to say. He had decided to use his mouth for the intended purpose, that is to prioritize replenishing his depleting oxygen. Kyril didn't have that much leeway, like Rai said. The only reason why he could stay running so far is because that he had been chased around the entire forest by Rona recently, gaining some stamina. Not to mention, the environment here is better too. The foothold didn't have bumps all over the place. There were no leaves and branches ahead of his vision at all times. There were no bushes that blocks his way. With no one pursuing him, he wouldn't even have to look for an escape route. Compared to the training where he would be chased by Rona over the entire forest, only running like this is much easier. Although it wasn't in any way joyous for him because of his fatigued muscles, it's a level he could manage somehow if he kept his pace. "All right, that's enough." The instructor's voice reverberated in the training grounds. The students who heard that rejoiced before plopping on the ground. Finally unbeaten were what all the students said. The instructor had left them a few minutes to take a breather before speaking in front of the fatigued students. "Just as what I expected. Majority from the warrior course made it. As for the magicians, well, it's also expected. Having just one person made it is already shocking enough though," the instructor was commenting while looking at Kyril. The students from the magician course couldn't run after just the first 10 minutes. There were even some that had retired in the first 3 minutes. Amidst that, there was Kyril, who didn't look fitter than anyone but ran the whole 30 minutes. It was unexpected for the instructor. "Was it Kyril? Your name?" Yes. "That wasn't bad. You didn't push yourself too hard, and your pace was steady till the end." "Did you do some similar training before you enrolled?" "No, not really." "He's undergoing the training by Ardis now, but that is after the enrollment." "I see. In any case, it's good to have stamina. The others should learn from this lesson and train yourself, especially for the magician students. Don't think it's unneeded. In a war, the magicians are always aimed at first. If you don't have the stamina to even escape when that happens, you will be the one dying first." The instructor, who was a part of the royal army and a mercenary before, his words held weight for the magician students. Certainly, many of the magicians would become mercenaries or enter the army in the future, but it's not like everyone here would choose that path as their first choice. Many of the students here probably aim to become a government official or some noble's private magician. They probably didn't even think they would hurl themselves into a dangerous fight, and they wouldn't wish for that too. In fact, there were many magicians who lived their life without ever standing in a battlefield. The magician students who heard the instructor's advice were all either expressionless or made a face like they had something bitter. There were students that had determined expression. They would probably be the ones who heed the instructor's advice. "That's all for today. Dismissed." With the instructor's words, the practical basics class was over. "Kyril, let's go get some food." Yeah, but I need to change before that." "Wait, Rai, don't pull me." Thanks to Rai, who was eager to eat, Kyril once again had to run with his trembling legs. That is why the person himself always had the thought, "Why am I always running ever since I came to this academy?" even as he was dragged along to the dining hall. That's what happened today. "It's too much today already, running now." When that day's classes were over, Kyril was brought to Ardis's house in the forest as usual. Kyril, who had spent more energy than usual thanks to the practical basics class today, insisted that the training that they did usually is impossible. "But I see. That's good then. Then let's have a training on what to do to have the highest chance of surviving when you're all spent on stamina today. The realism would help you." "How about calling off the training?" Even if Kyril is tired or injured, the beasts in the forest won't give a single thought at that. Actually, wouldn't they just rush in at the chance? The things that you can do when your body is in perfect condition aren't possible when fatigue caught up. Isn't it a perfect chance for you to learn that? Right. At the more than expected cruelty of the black-haired instructor, Kyril felt like his soul had come out together with his sigh. "Don't make that face. It's true that you can't improve much even if we extended the training period today. Let's call it off after 30 minutes today. I'm not a demon after all." No, you're being too humble. You're enough of a demonic instructor." Those were the words that Kyril managed to swallow back, at the very least. The instructor at the academy would only ask the students to run 30 minutes only if they're at their peak. Of course, Kyril himself wasn't at his peak, but that's because of his activities outside the academy. Leaving aside Kyril, The other students could attend the practical basics class under a perfect state. On the other hand, Ardis would use the fact that Kyril is already all beaten up and say that that's good then, and make him run in the forest for another 30 minutes. Who is really the cruel one? It is obvious enough. In the end, Kyril was caught by Rona a total of 8 times. Rona was doing the predator part, but, in other words, he would have died 8 times in 30 minutes if a real threat was going for him. The result was disappointing for Kyril, but, unexpectedly, Ardis commented, "Not bad at that number. I thought you would die 10 times in 30 minutes, but you exceeded my expectations. Excellent work, only dying 8 times. Ha, is that really the case?" Regarding that, Kyril's response was without any energy. If it wasn't a training, then he would have died 8 times in that short period. It wasn't quite something he would be proud of. Let's leave it for today. As for the remaining time, how about chatting with the twins? It would be good if their habit can be fixed over time. In any case, his legs had completely melted at this point. Kyril, who heard that, was relieved in a sense. Chapter 105. Chapter 105. With his motive of being able to rest as soon as possible cheering him on, Kyril made his way back to the house in the forest. The moment he finally found a chair, he collapsed on the table knowingly. It is rude. What happened, Kyril? Tired, Kyril? The twins who came here running asked teasingly. Lifting up his heavy head, there were 2 pairs of eyes with different color of blue and light green staring at him. They're the twins that Ardis had sheltered since 4 years ago. It's almost a month since Kyril was first introduced to the twins, although he still couldn't tell them apart. Their names are Philia and Rihanna. From Ardis's story, they're 12. It's an age when the normal city dwellers' girls would be maturing, but Kyril still felt their mental age are younger than they look. Kyril is now considered a young man. With the twins showing a lovely smile, Kyril couldn't get angry even when they're teasing him. Kyril intuitively felt like the silky platinum blonde hair would escape if he ever tried to reach out to it. Their large eyes highlighted their loveliness, with a small nose perfecting the balance. Their expressions are gentle yet cheerful. The boys at the town would surely send admiring gazes to them. If not for the fact that they're twins, it's unthinkable that they're targets of discrimination. In fact, their first meeting was much better than he thought. They weren't afraid of Kyril, who they met for the first time. It was the definite proof that they are able to live happily under Ardis's shelter. Take this and dry off your sweat. The twins had a big smile as they pushed out a towel to Kyril. Thanks, Philia-chan. Receiving the towel, Kyril was a little hesitant as he called out her name. However, the girl grinned widely. Correct. Fortunately, his guess was on the mark. Wiping off the sweat at his neck and face with the towel, there was a fragrant smell of herbs coming from the kitchen. My master, shall I prepare some warm tea? I'm fine either way, but can you give Kyril a cold one? Of course. A woman appeared along with that voice. She was introduced along with the twins by Ardis. Her name is Nia. She is also one of the main reason why Kyril is working as a home tutor in this house. She looks a little older than Kyril himself. The ideal proportions that the artistic students in the arts course would want to see. Although her lack of expression and her cold gaze dimmed it a little, her looks are more than enough to compensate that. There are herbs with relaxing effect in them. It will be good for recovery. Yes. With her movements as she bent over to place down the drink, Nia's long hair dropped on her shoulders in front of the mesmerized Kyril. The elegant hair flowed behind her back. Nia was arranging the cups one by one on the table. Kyril could almost smell a sweet fragrance from her hair. Nia took the now empty tray under her arm and went back into the kitchen. Kyril was looking at her mysterious figure that somehow felt a little lacking in realism absent-mindedly. Are you not drinking, Kyril? Yes. Kyril, who was called back by Ardis, panically gave a reply. There's the cup that Nia had left on the table a while back in front of him. The cooling tea had a refreshing herby fragrance. Itadaki monsieur, with water droplets forming on the sides of the cup. Kyril could tell that it would be cold. Kyril, who was reminded of his thirst by that, immediately downed the cup of cold tea. He could feel the coldness of the tea diffusing into his body from the insides. Phew! After downing the cup in a single breath, Kyril, who opened his eyes, found that the long hair entered his vision once again. The bluish color that is closer to white than blue. Alice Blue. The owner of such hair color is none other than Nia. It'll be good if you drank more slowly for the seconds. As if already calculated the timing, She offered another new cup of tea to Kyril. "Tea, thank you." The person herself introduced herself as Ardis's servant, but Kyril felt a little strange at that. Although Kyril himself never seen any servants serving their masters before, as a merchant apprentice, he had seen many attendees and servants themselves before. Although there are some that aren't as upstanding as they seem, but he had also encountered many that can be said as experts. As for Nia, she wasn't in any way inferior than those experts. Beside her lord, her capability would surely outshine them. Not just that, if she would wear something better, not just being a servant, a beautiful flower would better describe her. Even her figure as she silently sat beside the twins and drank the tea, it is the manifestation of the ideal maiden in the minds of artists. The aura exuded from her would more than enough convince anyone if she was introduced as a noble's daughter. It is certain that she had affected the twins' growth as well. After all, looking closely, the twins' movements, they weren't like uneducated children at all. Even the way they picked up their cups was well trained, even if they didn't go anywhere. They already seemed well educated enough. But is it because of Nia taught them so, or did the twins just imitate her? That wasn't clear. But at the very least, that's only possible since they were living together. "Nia, it's a little hot, don't be so eager. Try to hold the cup well in your hand and sense its heat first. It's not befitting to be flustered by the heat of mere tea." Seeing the twins who had troubled face after taking a sip at the tea, Nia was showing an example. "Like this? Best if it's subtle." Seeing that, Kyril whispered to Ardis, "Who is Nia-san actually? Who knows?" Kyril's question was natural, but Ardis didn't have a clear answer to that. "There isn't much thing I can do except the talking part though." Leaving aside the way she speaks, it seemed perfectly fine to leave the other aspects of the twins' education to her. It would be good if that's the case. "Well, just don't think too much and teach them the normal way to speak and the common knowledge for now." As Kyril couldn't really get a sense of his role here, his reply is vague. Kyril, there's still a lot time today." The twins had leaned out and asked. Although Kyril's training is prioritized now, the main purpose Kyril is here is to educate the twins anyways. Leaving aside when would the lessons start for real, Kyril had used the short time before his training to chat with them about the town and the events in his academy. For the twins that had never left the forest for the past 4 years, Kyril's story was really refreshing for them. That was too effective, as the twins would now pester Kyril for more stories about the outside world. Let's see. I've bought a storybook from a bookstore in the academy today. There are many stories that girls seem to like. Let's read it later. Good. With stories that had a female protagonist, Kyril judged that the book would be able to teach them the normal way to talk naturally. With the innocent twins rejoicing over that, Kyril felt like some of the weight on his body had lessened. "Then I shall prepare for the dinner, albeit a little early." "Kyril should join us too. Since you don't have class tomorrow, it's fine even if it's a little late, right?" Just as Ardis said, Kyril has a rest day tomorrow. There's no reason for him to return to the dorm immediately. I guess so. I will take up that offer." Kyril, who knew Nia's skills, didn't think twice before accepting Ardis's offer. After finishing the early dinner, Kyril started reading the stories to the twins. It seems that Nia had taught them the bare minimum of reading, but, for some reason, the twins liked it better when Kyril read it to them. Philia flips the pages too quick. Isn't it Rihanna just slow at reading? It seems like the twins have different reading speed, so they weren't happy reading together, with Kyril reading it to them. The two were able to find a compromise. Sitting on the carpet on the ground, the twins were at Kyril's side as he read the story. Since that, quite some time had passed. After reading 2 short stories, Kyril realized the light coming in through the window had weakened quite a lot. It's already this time, The reddish sky of the sunset had already gone by. The sky seen through the window is light grayish. Even though the sky is in gray, there were countless small lights littered all over it. While flickering like waves hitting the shore, the lights only illuminated the world quietly. The people would refer it as the twilight. It is the scene that announced the end of the day and the start of the night. Now that Kyril's narrating had stopped, the house is enveloped in silence. Only the rustling of the leaves and some insects' sound could be heard. At the table, Nia was pouring freshly brewed tea from a pot into a cup. The flowing water sound into the cup was the only man-made sound around in the room. Sitting between Nia and the table, there was Ardis resting as he supported his chin with his arm. That person, He would go sleep whenever Kyril felt a little impressed at that. Kyril, look, the night. There. It's coming. Looking outside at the twins' prompt, the twilight was slowly getting overtaken by the night sky. The border between the twilight sky and the night sky was slowly encroached by darkness. As if black ink was spilled onto a wet cloth, the pale glowing sky slowly became black. Eventually, the black had dominated till the western sky. Only a small hole remained as the twilight sky. It felt like it was desperately fighting back the darkness. The only light source that illuminates in the sky wrapped in darkness, the moon. Nay, Kyril. Why does the night not get the moon? Why? It's been like that since the olden days though. Kyril, who didn't have a real answer, tried to cloud it over but, certainly why? Come to think of it, I've asked the same question to the president in the past. Recalling the same curiosity that he had as a child, Kyril had a nostalgic smile. I see, Kyril don't know Then Nia knows. With the twins now judged that Kyril couldn't answer, they switched their target to Nia. Nia carried the steaming cup to her mouth and, after confirming the scent, she opened his mouth. It's useless hoping for a non-existent object. But that is exactly a human's nature to do so. Even if it meant a self-sacrificing act. Could that possibly had answered the twins' question? Kyril, who couldn't understand it, had one of his brows rising. Of course, the twins had the same question mark above their heads as they looked at each other. Rihanna, understood? Number. How about Philia? Philia can't get it either. They were tilting their heads in confusion. Kyril was looking at the twins with the same emotions, but suddenly, he noticed a golden shine moved at the side of his vision and looked over there. At the end of the gaze that didn't have any meaning, there was the figure of Rona, who had been curling up beside Ardis looking at Nia interestingly. Chapter 106. Chapter 106. 3 months had passed since the hellish training started. During that, excluding the days that Kyril didn't have class, he was getting the training every day. It was to acquire the basic skills required to break through the forest on his own. Escape arts, but its true form was nothing like that. Recently, he felt that the practical basics that he was undergoing in the academy are child's play. Kyril ran between the trees while catching his breath. He was escaping from the pursuer from behind. Just that, it was clearly different than 2 months ago. The one pursuing him wasn't Rona, but a wild beast in the flesh. It was making noise as it crawled on the ground. It is a 6-foot arthropod-type beast with glossy black shell covering its body. Because of its characteristics that has fangs curving inwards that resemble the pair of blades, it is commonly known as the twin swords. Although its body is only about 80 centimeters in size, the twin sword's name is proof that its fangs aren't just decorations. It had enough power to easily sever 1 or 2 human limbs. Although it's considered the weaker bunch in this forest, they're still many levels above other beasts. For Kyril, who didn't have any combat experience, it is an undeniable fact that the twin swords might end his life here. Its movement isn't all that quick, but unlike Kyril, who is moving slower due to the bad foothold in the forest is its natural habitat. Even the soft patches of ground and overgrown bush wouldn't stop its momentum at all. If it's like this, it will catch on. Kyril, who judged so, started chanting as he ran. The penetrating babble of because he had to concentrate on the chanting, his legs were slower. Unwavering heroism of the night dash. Kyril heard the loud footsteps that indicated that the twin swords was rushing in from behind. Just as the sound was about to reach Kyril's back, Tissel, Earth, Kyril unleashed his magic as he turned around. From beneath the twin swords that closed the distance in a furious momentum, a spear of rock manifested. Without having a chance to react to the attack that came from its blind spot, the twin swords took a stab right in its vulnerable stomach. But as expected, the magic he casted without looking properly was lacking in precision. It wasn't able to deal critical damage. Although the twin swords is already punctured in its stomach and had its bodily fluids leaking from the insides, it didn't seem to have any intentions of giving up on Kyril. While gasping for air, Kyril started calculating his chances now meticulously. The distance is almost nothing. It is a distance that would be fatal for Kyril, who is unfamiliar with close quarters combat. On the other hand, the twin swords is already injured. Although its greatest weapon was still in good shape, 2 of its 6 legs were already crushed. Seeing the fluids leaking out of its body, Kyril thought that it wouldn't last long. Time will be his best friend. Kyril thought more. He might be able to shave away at the twin sword's stamina if he kept it up. But when would its stamina actually give out? After all, arthropod-type beasts are often tougher than they looked. If he wasted time for it to run out of stamina, there's the possibility that some other beast might come too. Then will the better choice be finish it off quickly and get away? For that, Kyril, who is a magician, must chant once again to cast another magic spell. But their distance is too close. His chant might agitate the twin swords, becoming the trigger to pounce on him. Could he really defend against the twin swords as he chanted? Normally, it would be a distance too dangerous to face off the twin swords with its deadly blade attacks. But now that its 2 feet is crushed, the damage on it wasn't little. How much effect would that have on its mobility? Kyril, who was a novice in fighting, couldn't estimate that. The short time that seemed long continued flowing. The first that moved was the twin swords. With a soft rustling sound, the twin swords that still had its 4 legs started to close the distance. The penetrating babble of the Kyril, who judged that there's no longer any time remaining to think about anything, immediately started to chant, but it became the gap that the twin swords aimed for. Dodging the fangs of the twin swords that came at him, Kyril threw himself to the left. The location where Kyril was at just a moment ago, the twin sword's black body dived in there. In order to dodge the twin swords that leapt at him, Kyril rolled into dirt and fallen leaves and took distance. The penetrating babble of the unwavering heroism of the night dash, Tissel, Earth, verifying that he had took enough distance, Kyril immediately moved on to the next attack. But the twin swords is the same, that it had recovered a little. With an agility that's unthinkable for something injured, it leapt in a straight line to Kyril. As for Kyril's attack magic, it had magnificently broken apart the branches that was beside the twin swords. Kyril was more than understood that his last effort was meaningless. Crap! With the twin swords leaping towards him, the 2 fangs started a wide trajectory. They were trying to take Kyril's neck off. Kyril's entire body's muscles tensed up, as coldness crawled up his back. Where did he make a mistake? The moment where his life was about to end without even knowing the answer. What he heard was a dry sound of the air bursting apart. And the next moment, the twin swords had disappeared from his vision, and something hit the ground. Kyril, who was petrified, moved his gaze downwards. With a single short sword piercing through it, the twin swords was magnificently affixed to the ground. Ardis-san. Kyril had an idea of the sword's owner as he called out his name. At the same time, his waist gave out and he collapsed on the ground. How many times had he come so close to death, under the pretense of live combat, for the sake that he could break through the forest by himself? Kyril was receiving the training unbefitting for a magician as usual. Ardis was watching just in case something went wrong, but he would only interfere in the last of the last moments. Although there was definite growth for Kyril being chased down to the last moment every day, Kyril himself felt that his lifespan was decreasing each time. Ardis walked to Kyril's side and started commenting on the training session today. It was really close. Switching to offense while you were running away itself wasn't wrong. But it's a little too late, I suppose. About 10 seconds earlier, you would have had time to aim properly. Although Ardis's training main objective was to make Kyril capable of escaping from the beasts in the forest, only and only escaping isn't the best solution every time. Occasions he wouldn't be able to escape, occasions that attacking the opponent to weaken its mobility to increase his chances, or occasions that Kyril himself decides that he can take on a fight are well within topic. Though, even the weakest creature in the forest, the twin swords is a handful for Kyril. Even if there was only one of them, it would be troubling for me if you can't take on a Ruktra or 2. Ardis, who said so, was asking the impossible. Kyril, who now had the knowledge gained in the academy, understood well. The first attack being Dissel was good, but, as for the second attack, when you were being closed in, rather than that, it might have been better to use Sleeping Haze. It's effective on beasts like twin swords. Not just able to incapacitate it in one go, it'll be fine even if your aim is off a little. It's worthy to give it a try. By the way, Sleeping Haze is also effective for Uktars. Better if you remember it. But if there wasn't any effect, then it would have come right at me though. Well, true. That's why you need to differentiate when to use it best. As for that, just experience more fight and it will naturally come to you. Kyril had a complicated feeling. After all, if he had to continue experience more fights like this, he would have to come close to death than ever before every time. The huge sigh that almost came out again, Kyril managed to hold it in. Although Ardis didn't knew it, Kyril is still one of the best students, having good grades in the academy. With his natural earnestness, He was able to learn through the lectures without any difficulties, and getting a good score on the regular examinations wasn't hard for him. Even his practical skills were above average there, as commended by the instructors. But, whatever confidence he would gain in the academy, without even able to feel proud of what he did, he would be struck to the earth on the exact same day. After all, he was running around the forest chased by some carnivorous beast every day. Even if he had a little confidence, it's natural that all of it would disperse together with his stamina as he ran through the forest. Today is the same. Kyril had lost his confidence again, and Ardis was patting his head. You've gotten enough stamina now, and the magic you can use is good enough for live combat. I'm not asking you to face off a demonic being at this point. As long as you get used to it, a twin swords or a Rukta wouldn't be an issue at all. Wouldn't be an issue, right? Although he wasn't so sure about twin swords. Ruktas are taught as dangerous beasts that can't be defeated by anyone but veteran mercenaries in the academy. At the very least, students like Kyril weren't expected to even put up a fight against it. They were constantly reminded not to ever get in areas that are known to have Ruktas inhabiting unless with excellent escorts. It seems like there was a case in the past where students in the academy went into the Courser's forest without any escorts, and caused troubles all over the place. In the end, they were all saved by mercenaries who accepted the search and rescue request, but it seems that the price for that was huge. It was the story that his classmates who loved rumors told. Not even an escort. What am I actually doing here by myself? Kyril muttered so unintentionally, and Ardis reacted to that. NN, what about escort? No, it's nothing. Even if he told Ardis about it, there wasn't any slight chance that Ardis would change anything. Let's stop thinking about unproductive things. Kyril decided to not think about the common sense of the forest that was taught in the academy. Chapter 107. Chapter 107. Mariul's Academy's Magician's Course. It is one of the only few ways to gain knowledge and skills for the commoners who aspired to become a magician. Of course, even if they enrolled in it, not everyone can succeed in their career. Those who dropped out of their studies weren't little, and not all that graduates would be able to fulfill their ambitions. That's why all the students are trying their best to study as much as they can in the academy to be the best. Alright everyone, today's class will be firing your magic at the targets over there. In the training grounds of the Mariul's Academy, there were about 20 people gathered in a particular corner. They were all young men and girls in their tens. There was a woman in her 30s who had the students' gazes. The nature of the magic will be up to you. Please use magic that is obvious when it hit. Magic like sleeping haze that has vague effect is off limits. Kyril belonged to the first-year magician's course. The first year's curriculum is focused on the theory sides of magic and the basics of activating a spell. In that timetable, almost 80% of their time is occupied by lectures. Only a few practical lessons are ever conducted. Then please start by yourself. However, take care not to overexert, okay? At the female instructor's signal, the students started aiming for the targets and casted spells. Some used flame magic, some wind. There was even some that shot out light balls that could do nothing but illuminate. In any case, the spells casted weren't very impressive. The striking bullet, that is the vanguard of the noble spirit dash, felt. Ice block, The burning flames, that is their proof of mind strength, graced. Fireball. With their chance flimsy, even the power of their magic spells would be weak. Less than half of them are actually capable of hitting the target with their messy control. Even for those that managed to hit somehow, the power of their spell was obvious. That's natural. Leaving aside the nobles who had already received elite education before enrolling in the academy, they're all students that had only recently came in touch with magic. With a bunch of total amateurs able to use actual spells, it was good enough for the academy's sides. As for the training for the sake of live combat, it will be after their second year, and for fighting against beasts, it would be after the fourth year, and only volunteers would receive that training. On top of that, it would be conducted under the watch of instructors, lecturers and even mercenaries. Hey, Kyril-kun, it's a precious practical class. Quickly get started instead of spacing out. Kyril, who was looking around, was warned by the female instructor. Yes, sorry. Kyril panically faced to his own target, before raising the wooden staff in his hands. The staff wouldn't affect a magician's spell in any shape or form, It is more like a formal setting. It's the same reason behind why merchants would wear special clothing for occasions when they had serious business talk. It's only for the sake of hoping to help their users concentrate better. Even if it didn't have any sorts of effects, it is an important factor that helps calming down the inexperienced magicians. Every time they had a practical class with magic training, students are advised to use a staff. In front of Kyril's sight, there was a small mountain of something that looked like hemp bags stuffed with dirt. There was only one hemp bag with a different color on the top. They're probably supposed to aim there. The distance is about 20 meters. It's a distance that Kyril considered close. With that kind of distance, the hemp bags that are as wide as a human's torso wouldn't pose any issues for him. At the topic that was much easier than what was given by Ardis, Kyril felt confused. Looking around, there were students all around that took more than a minute to even chant the most basic spells. In other words, they would need a minute to even cast a single spell against an enemy at that range. Let's imagine the target as a twin swords. Although twin swords aren't agile, 20 meters are nothing for it at all. A swordsman would be able to unsheath their sword and prepare for the assault with leftover time, but a magician like Kyril would barely be able to cast a single spell. Taking the staff lacquer in his hands, Kyril quickly chanted Earth, the penetrating pebble of the unwavering heroism of the night dash, Tissel. Earth. If the target was a twin swords coming at him, he would have just barely made it in time. Just as Kyril's chants ended, the earth around the target shook. A spear shot out of the ground as the effect of the earth spell, piercing through the middle of the small mountain. A twin swords would have a tough shell, but its abdomen is very vulnerable. Aim for the abdomen. Flip it over if you can't see it. Following the advice from Ardis, Kyril attacked while imagining the target as a twin swords, the penetrating pebble of the unwavering heroism of the night dash, Tissel. He unleashed the second blow without rest. This time, the earth aimed straight at the bag with a different color. With the earth magic magnificently struck the colored bag in the middle, the bag was blown away refreshingly. Alright. Kyril was satisfied with his own performance as he muttered noddingly. That small voice unexpectedly reverberated quite clearly. After all, the students were all quiet for some reason. Huh? Kyril, who noticed the change in the atmosphere, looked around. With everyone's gazes including the instructors fixed on him, he was confused. Students started murmuring one after another. What? Those hemp bags are magically reinforced, right? How are they broken? Wait. What was that speed? It was consecutively. The first one missed the target but the second one came immediately after. Forgotten that it was their time to have practical class, they were conversing with each other. Hey, enough of chatting. Don't waste precious time. Concentrate please. Clapping her hands, the female instructor called the students to start their practice once again. After all, the first-year students' practical class time are limited. Although they were still surprised by Kyril's spells, the students that had remembered so went back to their targets and started chanting. But, what to do now? A target is gone. After seeing the students go back to their work, the instructor went beside Kyril and had a hand on her cheeks as she commented on the unfortunate target. Was it bad to break it? I guess it would be bad, but, in the first place, the academy didn't expect it would be destroyed by a first-year student. I don't think they will get mad or anything. Kyril, who heard that reassurance, was relieved. But, that was quite powerful. Almost to the point that it doesn't look like you just started 3 months ago. The chant speed is already out of the standards of the students here. But the first spell, wasn't it on purpose? Yes. Phew. I see. As expected of an instructor teaching in the academy, she saw through the nature of the first attack. With that much accuracy, wouldn't it be better that you aimed correctly with the first spell? That would be good if the opponent can't move, but I don't have confidence to hit something that's still moving with that much precision. That's why. 20 meters, the enemy approaching, the first thing to do would be sealing its movements. You based it off a real enemy, I see. She had understood Kyril's intention with that short conversation. Although she speaks in a gentle tone, it seems like she's not someone to be underestimated. I guess for a genius that has top-class performance right after enrolling, it would be humiliating to aim for a non-moving target. The female instructor smiled bitterly. Can you hold back a little on the power next time? The training equipment department would be noisy if the equipment gets broken so often. Just spend the remaining time as you wish. The female instructor left Kyril after saying that. "I'm not a genius though." Kyril's knowledge on magic was zero before he enrolled, but, for the past 3 months since learning in the academy, he is standing at the top, easily learning the basic spells that other students would get stuck on. Even his theory scores are one of the best. Rumors has it that he is the rising star in the academy that had the hopes from many instructors and lecturers. But Kyril wasn't all that aware, facing against death every day in the forest, recalling the days that he ran away from the beasts pathetically. He couldn't possibly think that he is a genius at this. After all, just beside Kyril, there is a truly strong person, Ardis. Compared to that bunch of madness, he thought that his performance was just a little better since he can learn faster. But those people that didn't know Ardis couldn't possibly understand that. Without knowing that he was chased around by twin swords and Ruktors every day, they would just title Kyril as a genius. Sometimes that had let people respect him, but there were also times that it caused him troubles. Your name is Kyril, right? I have something to talk with you." Finishing the practical class, Kyril, who was heading towards the lecture hall for his next class, was met with a female student in the same magician's course with a somewhat grumpy face. Chapter 108. Chapter 108. Kyril arrived at the lecture hall, found a seat and sat down, and was called out suddenly. As he turned around reflexively, there was a female student in the same magician's course as Kyril. Her honey-colored hair stretched to her shoulders was curled at the end, making it look fluffy. Her appearance should have suggested that she's a gentle person, but unfortunately, her eyes weren't that. An arrogant-looking girl, that's what the students in the academy recognized her as. Milmus-sama. Realizing the person that called him out, Kyril panically stood up. What is the matter?" I said. "I have something to do with you." The female student seemed a little angry as Kyril made her repeat. At the same time, her eyes glared straight into Kyril's, making him flinch. "And, can you stop calling me by my family name?" "But, it's not courteous to call a noble by their given name." Even if they're the same students studying in the academy, even if they're at the same position here, their social standings didn't change. To call a nobility daughter by her first name, any commoner with the slightest common sense wouldn't dare do that. "The noble is my father, not me. I just so happen to be born into such a family. So, stop that annoying treatment." Kyril was troubled as to how to handle the female student that seemed peeved. Although there were many students in the magician's course who had prestigious background, the girl in front of Kyril stood out from them. Many of them would look down upon commoners, but she is different in another sense. Elnoa of the Milmuis Viscount family. That's her name. Although a viscount isn't a high position in the aristocracy society, it's still a position that commoners like Kyril can't hope to match. If possible, she's someone that Kyril wants to avoid at all cost. But since the opposite side had looked for him, he must respond somehow. Yes, albeit so, Kyril was still hesitating to call her by her given name. His reply came out weak. "Good that you understand." Luckily, she left that part of the talk behind and moved into the real business that she had. The practical class just now, the first one was unfortunate, but the second one came immediately after. The technique to cover your mistake was nothing short of amazement. "Yeah, thanks." Although the instructor was able to see through Kyril's thoughts, the other students probably thought that Kyril missed. The chant was fast, but the precision is off. That is probably what the majority though. She would be the same. It seems that she is interested in Kyril's chant. "So, how did you finish the chant in such a short time? Is there some trick? Any idea how much training that I need to achieve that kind of speed?" With her body leaning out towards Kyril fiercely, Kyril, who was standing still, shrunk back at the sudden question. "And isn't fire magic what you specialize in?" Why was it not greatest fireball, but Diesel Earth? Even twice. Unexpectedly, she knew the element that Kyril is most well versed in. Not to mention, she's a nobility daughter. Any normal nobles wouldn't have looked at their commoner classmates as beings on their same level. He thought that she would be the same as the others. Kyril was genuinely surprised, since he thought that she wouldn't have any interest in him at all. Without caring for Kyril, who was thinking so, she seemed a little impatient as she drew even closer and asked again. The dark grey pupils were staring straight at Kyril. "Nay, why?" No, that's." With his body even more bent back, Kyril avoided the girl's gaze. The sweet fragrance that came from her made Kyril's face red. probably because that he doesn't have much experience with girls of his age. In any case, Kyril thought that he must think of some believable answer for her or else he would be held so forever. But the problem was the answer. The only reason why Kyril didn't cast Greyest Fireball was because he simulated a battle inside the forest. If it's someone as skillful as Ardis, then their fireball would be totally under control, but for Kyril, who is still inexperienced, he didn't have the confidence to do so. As a precaution not to burn the forest, Kyril had always used Diesel Earth in the forest. But as expected, he couldn't say that simulating a real fight has a nice ring to it, but, in other words, he was raising the difficulty all by himself. As it was an action totally out of the scope of the curriculum, it might irritate the other students who tried their best too. The worst case would be a commoner acting so arrogant, the noble students would condemn him for that. Fortunately, the female instructor didn't really care what Kyril did, but the person in front of him now might not be the same. Now thinking about it, Kyril reflected upon himself that it was still somehow rude to the instructor. I thought that since my earth magic isn't really on par with my flames, it would be a good chance for me to try accomplishing the task with earth magic. After his gaze swam all around the place, it was a plain answer that Kyril managed to come up with. Is that so? Well, good that you're ambitious. I guess having the top position ever since admittance is not just for show. But even so, she seemed to accept that answer. Retracting her leaned-out body, she seemed to mutter by herself, I will need to work hard too. It was only a short moment when Kyril thought he was let off the hook. And what kind of practice are you on normally? You would teach it to me, right? No way you would refuse a request from a classmate, mercilessly, right? Leaning out again, Kyril felt cold sweat was trickling down his back. No, not really any special practice. Liar. That quick of a chant. No way you didn't practice. Even I can't do that. Kyril, who didn't want any association with the noble, tried to end the talk early, but she wouldn't let him. It's not a training meant for nobilities. Training? Not practice but training? The enthusiasm is totally different. I shall train instead of practicing from now on. What's the content? I don't think it's something Milmuas-sama would. I said not to call me by my family name, right? Sorry, I am me. I'm not Milmuas but Elnoa. I hope you can call me by my given name instead. Pay extra attention not to do that again. It seems like she's really insistent on Kyril not calling her by her family name, but as a commoner, Kyril couldn't simply do that. Got it. Then, Hoju-sama, please stop that. It makes me feel like I'm at my house. The female student complained like she really had enough of it. Did you listen properly? My name is Elnoa. How can you even get into the top 10 with that kind of memory? He didn't think that she was being serious on Kyril calling her by her given name. Kyril felt a little troubled. So? The training, how is it done normally? Can I do it too? Ardis's training that Kyril was undergoing, it was not for the purpose of polishing magic skills. He's only running around the Sorcerer's forest avoiding beasts and demonic beings. It would never be anything the female student could have think of. It would be a huge trouble if she tried it anyways. If she really rushed into the Sorcerer's forest after hearing it, Kyril might really become a criminal because of that. It's not a training that a noble-sama would. My name, it isn't something like noble-sama. Are you doing it on purpose? It's not like that. But the training I'm undergoing isn't for magic. It's something else. Something else? Something unrelated with magic? Even though you're studying magic? Why did you do something like that? Even if you ask why, that is a question that Kyril wants to ask himself. Just that, the act of running away from beasts with less chances of casting spells, it forces the user to practice more control over their spell. Also, the training I'm undergoing is super dangerous. I acknowledge there will be some danger associated with it since you said it was a training. But a first-rate magician wouldn't back away from it. No, it's not just some danger. In the Sorcerer's forest that's referred as a hellscape, getting chased around by beasts and demonic beings isn't a level that can be described with some danger. As for Kyril, Ardis and Rona would come for him if he is for sure going to die. That's why he's still breathing and studying in the academy now, just by himself. He wouldn't even have half the guts to enter the forest and get chased around. What? Are you saying that it's impossible since I'm a girl? It's not because of that or nobility at all actually though. The one who rescued Kyril from this predicament was a familiar face. The lecture will start soon. what have you two been talking for a while now? Moving his gaze, it is Kyril's most close friend in the academy. Ah, Rai, who are you? You're not someone from the magician's course, right? With a sudden interrupter, the nobility daughter glared at him for a little. Me? I'm this guy's friend. Friend? You seem like someone from the warrior's course, but a friend with him from magician's course? As if looking at some strange specimen, the girl inspected Rai from top to bottom. Is it strange, saying that you're friends with someone from the magician's course? Of course it's strange. The girl raised her voice and started spouting some inexplicable logic. From her words, it seems like she firmly believes that everyone from the magician's course has loose screws and couldn't possibly have any real friendship. No, you're saying that despite you being one yourself? I'm aware. About what? You. At Rai's merciless retort, the girl had nothing to say back. Magicians having a real friendship is a misunderstanding in the first place. That is the normal thinking in this society. Of course, since she's studying magic as well, she isn't excluded from that. Although they had interacted not for long, Kyril also got the vibes that she is somewhat peculiar. Even though she is a nobility, she wouldn't look down on commoners. Rather than that, she seemed to despise being treated as one. Exactly because of her peculiarity, she didn't go to the Royal Academy, but here, with her not able to say anything back to Rai's retort, it seems like she's aware that she doesn't have any friends. The girl looked like she was looking for something to say back while keeping silence, but luckily, the bell sound indicating the start of the lecture class changed that silent atmosphere. All right, please take your seat everyone. The lecture will start now. The lecturer who just entered the hall announced. The noble girl sat back down, albeit reluctantly. She had secured a seat just behind Kyril. During the entire class, Kyril felt a glare coming from her direction. Hey, Rai, did I do something wrong? She's glaring continuously my way. Isn't it great? Though the gaze is a little harsh, why not appreciate that a pretty girl is staring at you? Trying to get help from Rai beside him in a soft voice. That was the answer Kyril received. Then you help me explain to her that the training she's thinking of isn't possible at all. Since Rai seemed skillful at talking after all, but Rai just gave Kyril a shrug. Unfortunately, she has interest in you, not me. I bet she wouldn't listen to me at all. That's why you have to be the one. No way. A piece of paper folded neatly was thrown to him from behind as he was whining. Opening it, there was a warning written on it with a neat handwriting. Listen to the lecture seriously. As for who wrote it, there's no need to turn around to know. Still sensing the great gaze from his back, Kyril unintentionally sighed. Chapter 109. Chapter 109. Strong personality doesn't suit Kyril. A coward would probably describe him the best. That is why, Kyril found his current situation a little, considerably uncomfortable. Kyril, there are 3 open seats over there. Rai isn't here yet, so let's take a seat for him too. The reason is with the nobility daughter beside him. There's no need for 3 seats for me and Rai. Are you planning on excluding me? Isn't that being too cold to a fellow classmate? The dark grey pupils had anger in them as they glared at Kyril. Different from her face, her gaze was unbelievably cold. It is the exact reason why she was promoted from a cool beauty to a nice beauty. Noah of the Milmuis Viscount family. Their first interaction was when she called out to Kyril after seeing his spell in the practical class about half a month ago. At first, he thought a troublesome person had found faults with him, but it didn't seem like that after conversing with her for a while. Although her words still had thorns in them, they didn't have the overbearing tone that other nobilities had. She only wanted to ask Kyril, what kind of practice did you do to improve that much? Ever since then, Noah had been following around Kyril. She seems determined to expose his secrets behind his skills by keeping an eye on him. It's good that she's eager to improve, but having each and every action of his analyzed and commented on wasn't comfortable. It was as if he's under constant surveillance. Kyril always felt like there's a cloud above his head since then. Even so, Noah isn't a bad person. After talking with her for a bit, Kyril understood that she wasn't the same as other nobilities that discriminates against people who are lower than their social positions. Although she would be pushy sometimes, she wouldn't ever flaunt her power and force him, and she never had looked down on Kyril just because he's a commoner. As for Kyril, there's an awkward sense of distance as he's still indecisive whether it would be fine to interact with her friend Lily. After all, because of her presence around Kyril, The surrounding gazes had become harsh. "I didn't meant that, Noah-sama. How many times have I said not to call me with Sama?" "I would think that you had understood that by now though." For the past half-month, it is the same lines that had been exchanged many times. Noah seemed to be fixated over something. She hates being treated like a noble. If anyone called her by her family name or with honorifics, she would never miss demanding a correction. However, that's exactly what had been troubling Kyril. Although Noah didn't seem like she minded, the surrounding people might not be the same. Especially the majority of the magician students who are nobilities. There are quite a few of them who frowns at interacting with commoners. In fact, there were thorny gazes coming at him even now. If he really did call her by her given name without any honorifics, the gazes might turn into more troublesome things. With the nobility daughter and the surrounding gazes sandwiching him, while Kyril was cooked in between, Rei from the warriors course came in. "Yo, Kyril. Noah is here too, huh? Could it be this seat is for me?" "Thanks though." Rei would call both their first names without any reservations at all, and no honorifics to top it all. Look, even Rei would do it properly. Noah seemed a little happy saying it. But the gazes from the surrounding noble students towards Rei were cold. Could it be that she doesn't notice that? What? Still on the name stuff? Kyril is just thinking too much. There's no use getting so uptight with a classmate, right? It's as Rei said. No, the only ones who think so are only you two. Kyril couldn't say that out loud. Unlike Kyril who had put up a wall against Noah because of common sense, Rei is strangely on good terms with her for the past half-month. No, I think Rei is just too carefree though. No such thing. No such thing. While saying so, Rei sat down beside Kyril. So cramp. Noah, can you shift to the side a little? Kyril, you two. The three-person is seating in the row, in an arrangement of Rei, Kyril and Noah. Because Rei was pushing against Kyril, it became that Kyril was pushing against Noah. "Hey, what are you doing?" Sorry. Kyril apologized reflexively, but Noah's complaint wasn't only at him. "I don't have much space here too, you know." "Isn't it not because it's cramp, but just your size?" Although Rei is not anywhere close to be a macho, he probably still looks bigger than the skinny magician students here because of his muscles. "Isn't it a given for anyone from the warriors class?" Actually, the seats in this hall is just too small. Beside Kyril who still had a line drawn against Noah, Rei is talking with her so casually. "There's no one your size in the magician's course." "It would be enough normally." "Why are you in this lecture if you have complaints?" "In the first place, what is a warrior doing in this magic study class?" Although she was complaining a lot, it was Noah who proposed to secure a seat for Rei. Even though she's saying things like that, she definitely wasn't unsatisfied with Rei's presence. "If there's no chance for me to go against a magician in my whole life, why would I even choose to attend this bothersome lecture?" "Basically, you're here only so that you can grasp what an enemy might do?" "Yeah, that's about it." At Kyril's question, Rei replied affirmatively. Certainly, there are no rules that specified students from the warriors course must attend magic studies lecture. Although most students here taking the magic studies lecture are mostly magicians, there isn't anything preventing students from taking lectures cross-course. However, the lectures that are compulsory are already a handful for majority of the students. There aren't many who have any remaining effort to attend lectures of another course. In fact, the students in this hall right now are all magicians except for Rei. Attending the magic studies lecture despite a warrior himself, only Rei would be so knowledge-hungry to do so. "I can't use magic, but it's natural that my opponent might use it, right? When that happens, how do I close the distance? What kind of timing to attack would be the best? What to look out for when moving? I can't possibly make any strategy if I have no idea about magic." "Usually, isn't that something you learn from experience with live combat?" Kyril interrupted, but Rei questioned him back. "That's under the pretense you will survive after fighting against a magician, right? What happens if you face against a strong magician even before you had any experience? Dying before learning would mean nothing." "Phew. You think much more than you appear, huh?" Noah seemed convinced as she saw Rei in a new light. "Well, it's what my uncle taught me anyways." "Uncle?" Kyril was interested since Rei almost never talked about himself. "Yeah, well, he's my uncle but our age is only about 10 apart." "My pop's younger brother. He'd been my playmate since I was a kid. Someone from the army? No. He's not like that. I guess a mercenary would best describe him, although Rai said it with a clear tone, but somehow the end of it became a question. I see. An advice from someone who had been on the battlefield is precious, right? Although normal nobilities would shun at mercenaries, but Elnoa didn't seem like that. Just with that, she would be enough of an oddball out of the other nobilities. Rai's uncle. What kind of person is he? My uncle, huh? At Kyril's question, Rai was looking at the ceiling for a while. Although he looks carefree normally, he's really dependable when the situation needs it. I haven't met him much ever since enrolling, but I heard he's always traveling around. Although he really likes messing around and teasing others. He's knowledgeable, you just can't come to hate him. And also, stupidly strong. I guess so. Mercenaries are strong after all. No. It's even doubtful to even say he's strong. He's an entire level of monstrosity. Rai's voice increased in steps of intensity. Even though he can't use any magic like me, he can win against two demonic beings with just sword skill, even while protecting me, that is. If what Rai said while being so excited is true, then his uncle's strength is not normal. Leaving aside beasts, demonic beings are dangerous foes even one by themselves. Being able to subjugate demonic beings with a small party, it would be the proof of strength amongst the mercenaries. In other words, even the strong mercenaries would need multiple people in order to take down a demonic being. And against that kind of demonic being, two of them, it's natural that Elnoa was frowning as she said, aren't you just over-exaggerating? Are you doubting the witness claims now? As expected, taking out two demonic beings by himself, that's unbelievable. Kyril gets her feelings. Kyril wouldn't have believed Rai's story, that is if he never met Ardis. I believe it though. After all, about 4 years ago during the defense battle in Raiton, Ardis by himself took down close to 100 demonic beings by himself. It wasn't as if Kyril saw it first-handedly, but just that, recalling Ardis's ridiculousness that he'd seen many times already. Ardis can even take on 5 or 10 demonic beings at the same time by himself. He wouldn't even be surprised if the real story was like that. At least Kyril would trust me. Well, I know a mercenary as ridiculous as that after all. Sometimes, I even suspect if he's something else wearing a human's skin. I see, Kyril knows someone like that too, huh? Yeah, there are really people out there that makes you doubt if they're really humans, huh? Beside the two who had a distant gaze, Elnoa was looking at them like some unknown specimen. Why are you two reaching a consensus? I can't seem to understand why. I see, Elnoa don't get it, huh? Well, can't blame her. Yeah, I mean, it's monstrosity that you can't believe unless seen yourself. Looking at each other, Rai and Kyril was saying so. But somehow that had touched Elnoa's nerves. What? Acting with camaraderie. What's the meaning? Well, Elnoa, you will come to learn of it in the future too. Rather than that, it's blessed that you don't know. I'm saying the way you two are acting is irritating. A heated discussion between young students had unfolded in one corner of the lecture hall without the lecturer. Though, it seems like there were students who aren't all right with it. While the three were still saying similar things to each other, a sudden yell interrupted. You bastards! Enough already. The three people sealed their mouth at the same time, and a sudden silence assaulted the lecture hall. The owner of the voice was immediately found. There were few people in Kyril's sight. Standing in the front, with a luxurious-looking robe on him, a quite famous student among the first-year students was glaring at Kyril and Rai. As for the person who thought to avoid any involvement with the noble at all cost for his peace days, the hostility was clearly directed towards him. Chapter 110. In the silent lecture hall, Kyril noticed the owner of the voice before panically stood up and apologized immediately. I'm really sorry. Were we too noisy? Who said you can speak? Commoner? You ugh. A man same age with Kyril was looking down on him. The freckles on his nose and plump cheeks was drawing attention in a bad sense. He is also a student studying magic like Kyril. There's no one who doesn't know of his name in this academy. After all, among all of the nobilities studying in this academy, his family has the highest peerage. Although he's not in any way good looking, every item on his body looked expensive. One look is enough to determine that he's from a noble house. With several others around him, they all had the same unfriendly gaze towards Kyril and the two others. With that overwhelming attitude stopping his words, Elnoa stood up and interrupted. covering for Kyril. Leon Sama. I do however think that is too much against a classmate studying in the same field. You keep quiet. The reason why he can be even so rude against El Noah from a Viscount family is because his family. Leon is the fourth son of a Count family. El Noah, who was immediately told to shut up, didn't say anything, but Kyril could see her cold gaze narrowing in the corner of his vision. As for the man who was on the receiving end of the chilling gaze, he had already switched his target back to Kyril. He continued tossing the irritating voice of his, seemingly not noticed El Noah's expression. I had heard it clearly. To not respect a noble to this degree, daring to call a noble without honorifics, learn to know your place. It has no business with you though. With a totally different reason than why Kyril stood up in the first place, Rai stood up with a challenging glint in his eyes. He didn't seem to give a damn if the opponent is a noble. Hey Rai, don't do that. Ignoring Kyril, who tried to stop him, Rai continued on the offense against the man named Leon. I don't care if you're a noble whatnot. Your concern in others' relationship is unneeded. In the first place, the person herself is saying to not use it, so it's not any of your business. Rai said it like a challenge, but Kyril could only feel cold sweat. Insolent bastard, what is that rudeness against Leon Sama? Rai's rudeness made the man's underlings angry. All of them launched slurs at Rai. With that much support fire from his allies, Leon didn't try to hold back his words anymore. Filthy peasants can do whatever they want, but don't try to drag El Noah down with you. She isn't someone you peasants can talk with so lightly. In the first place, peasants aren't even allowed in the same room with nobles. The complete opposite of El Noah, who is in a sense an oddball of nobilities. He is the type of noble who would flaunt his position, truly a prime example of a noble hated by their people. Not only the commoner students were frowning, even some from noble families were cringing at his words. Even if they're all from noble families, it's not like everyone has the same values as him. Kyril was a little relieved. El Noah, you have problems. To allow peasants to call yourself so friendly, do you not have the pride of being a noble? The spearhead was directed towards El Noah without mercy. For Leon, it seems like he can't forgive El Noah, who is a noble but would allow commoners to call her without honorifics. I do have my pride. I'm quite sure the pride I'm thinking of is totally different than what Leon Sama has in mind. But El Noah didn't back away, facing him head-on. It's a noble's role to understand the difference in position. We are born superior and must make good use of the inferiors. Being friendly with them will only grow their ego. Excuse me, but Leon Sama seems to have illusions with being a nobleman. Illusions? He couldn't let that one go. Leon's face turned ugly. Whether nobles or commoners, they eat the same, look the same, bleed when stabbed. Everyone will eventually die. I don't think there any difference. Just coincidentally born in a prestigious family, being proud of it is a little lame if I would say so. The conversation was flowing in a weird direction. The hostility directed to Kyril and Rai went on to El Noah somehow. Do you take me for a fool? Oops. It was rude of me. I didn't mean it. With a chilly smile, El Noah is only apologizing for the sake of apologizing. Having a peerage is the proof that we are more superior. Superiors are meant to topple over the inferiors. People with abilities lead the way. I agree with that. But I'm not quite sure if having a peerage automatically means that you have abilities. A mere girl from a Viscount family. Are you trying to go against me? Leon's voice is now filled with anger. Although El Noah is the eldest daughter in the Milmois family, she is an illegitimate child. But of course, Leon here is the same in that sense that he's not a legitimate child. But he's flaunting his family's peerage. Although he's the fourth son, he's still the son of a count. On the other hand, El Noah is a daughter of a viscount. Normally, any other nobles would have kept quiet and bear with whatever Leon said. But unfortunately for the majority in the hall, El Noah is not someone who conforms to the noble standards. The one who is a count is Leon Sama's father. In no case that Leon Sama has any peerage. According to the kingdom's law, me and Leon Sama is the same. We do not have any special privileges. We're only raised by someone who does. What? El Noah's words made Leon yell angrily. Leon Sama, what was the score of the regular examination you received the other day? That has nothing to do with this. Lightly brushing away Leon's words, El Noah pushed out Kyril. Kyril here had a total of 937 points and got the third place in the entire first year. But what about Leon Sama, who brags superiority? Oh, By the way, I got 890 points. Leon's words were stuck. Kyril and Elnoa had always gotten the top part of the grades ranking list ever since they've enrolled. Leaving aside Kyril, Elnoa, who scored 890 points, is already very excellent. In fact, there aren't many students that are above her in the rankings. And among those who are above her, Leon's name was definitely found nowhere. Oh right, Kyril got a 97 out of 100 in the practical test as well. Well then, how about Leon-sama? That's Leon was not incapable in any way. Originating from a family that is said to excel in magic, he'd even received early studies before entering the academy. Of course his rankings weren't low, but that's only if compared with other students. Kyril overwhelms that by a large margin. It will be a shame to even compare them both. Just to describe, according to Leon-sama's words just now, where the superiors will rule over the inferiors, Kyril and I, who has better rankings, would be above Leon-sama. Outrageous. The lackeys were disturbed at Elnoa's words that denied their nobilities, but the person herself seemed calm and collected. Huh? I thought it would make total sense thinking from that perspective of yours. Be bullshit. At Elnoa's otherworldly correlation, Leon, who was stupefied for a short while, regained himself and shouted, "Those practical rankings are meaningless. Blindly following the textbook mean nothing. The stronger one will win in an actual fight." In other words, Leon-sama has the confidence to win in an actual fight? That's a given. Elnoa gained momentum every time they exchanged words, while Leon was only dragged along with the flow. Kyril and Rai were dumbfounded at the two's exchanges that had forgotten their surroundings. If it's just bragging, isn't that the definition of meaningless? If you so wish for it, I shall personally show the difference in our strength. Your arrogant thinking and words can only be quelled with pain. Then that offer, I will accept it wholeheartedly. It is now bustling in the lecture hall. Of all things, a supposed gentleman of a noble student challenged a lady, and the lady had accepted that challenge of his. Kyril was already shaken by the sudden evolving matter, but became more so when Elnoa's next sentence came out. Kyril's true ability. Taste it with your best. Huh? Kyril doubted his ears. If Kyril defeats you, then do not ever put a hand in our business again. Even if Kyril or I leave out my honorifics, I will have you refrain from interfering again. That rude mouth of yours, I will make you never able to speak again. Wait with your neck clean. Pointing sharply at Kyril, who was still confused, Leon took his lackeys and returned to their own seats. No, wait. Wah. Kyril, whose thoughts were halted for a moment, suddenly felt hands on both his shoulders. Kyril, you must win. Good for you, Kyril. If it's an official match, make no regards whether he's a noble or not, blow him into dusts. Yeah, do it. The warrior and nobility daughter friend of his were cheering him on. Why me? Wasn't Elnoa-sama the one who accepted his challenge? What are you saying? How can you leave such a dangerous task to a weak girl? No. If it wasn't Elnoa-sama's provocation, it wouldn't have. Rai, something like this is best left up to Rai. Rai, help me out. Even if I went out there, it doesn't look like he would be convinced of his defeat because I'm a warrior though. And no way. As if indicating that his time is up, the starting bell of the lecture rang. Chapter 111. And so I would become the representative in the match 5 days later for some unknown reason. Well, that's unfortunate. Kyril's weak voice was answered by Ardis smiling bitterly. Forced into a match with the fourth son of a count that he didn't start, Kyril whined while at Ardis's house as usual. The news about it had already spread throughout the academy. The event in 5 days is already set in stone. Although nothing can be done even if he complained, he still couldn't just take it without saying anything. As such, Ardis is now answering the wish of someone who wished to grumble about his troubles. Well, even though it's a fight, it's not like it will cost your life, it's more like a practice session, right? How about not mind about whether you will win or not? Think of it as a good training experience and enjoy it. At least one person really wants me to win though. The eyes that peeked between her honey-colored hair, he recalled the dark gray pupils that glared at him. Got it, Kyril. It will be the battle where we obtain what we want with our own hands, against a noble who is deluded and couldn't see the reality properly. And you're our representative. Absolutely. Defeat is not allowed. Recalling the nobility daughter who wouldn't forgive him if he lost, Kyril shook. Isn't the opponent a student from your year? If it's just up against grayest or Dissel spells, It wouldn't be a trouble for you though. But he wields special arts. Special arts? Ardis was interested in it. There's a secret art passed down in the Classel family. It's quite a famous story, you know. Leon Sama is the fourth son, but he would have definitely inherited that too. What kind of arts is that? It's apparently a wind element arts on par with Stege element blades of fierce strike. But the chant is very short. It can be casted as quick as basic spells, as fast as basic spells. If he took the first step, then I would be forced to defend against his spells. Kyril was hugging his head without a clue of what to do. The first-year students of the magician's course mostly have lectures in their curriculum. Even in the few practical classes that I held, they're only for the sake of training them physically and practicing their control over basic spells. That's why until they advance a year, there's no chance for the special magic to show its power. And for students like Leon that had learned a special art that is specialized for combat, their performance in the academy would increase if there are more practical classes. That is the current situation in the academy. Leon's the stronger one will win in an actual fight wasn't baseless brag. Certainly, Kyril would have better scores since the first year's curriculum is on the basic spells. But in the future, when practical aspects are focused in their curriculum, Leon's special magic would see the day of light. Unlike the basics practical classes that they have now, where they can chant slowly, if it's a fight where the speed of chanting will decide the outcome, there's no need to see who holds the advantage. If only I can emit the chant like Ardis. Kyril was thinking such unrealistic things. 4 years ago, the first time when Ardis met Kyril, he had seen that Ardis casted magic without chants, and he thought that that was the norm. But after admitting into the academy, he had come to learn how much of that concept is detached from reality. In the first place, casting a spell without a chant is more like a myth in the world. Even his close friend, Ray, I wouldn't take him seriously. That's an interesting story. Kyril, are magic and arts different? Rihanna, who was hearing from the side, asked curiously. Rihanna's tilted head peeked from below as Kyril was facing the ground. They're similar, but they're categorized differently. For the time being, Kyril paused his grumbling, and started explaining to the twins in a gentle tone. Arts and magic, they can both bring about the same effect, like manifesting a fireball and a gust of wind. But arts are only usable by a small portion of people. Unlike magic, they can only be used by special people. Just like Ardis sword magic, it's a type of arts to be precise. Of course, arts can be taught to other people as well, but special or strong arts, most of them are kept secret or only passed down in a tribe or family for the sake of monopolizing its strength. The Classel family is one such example. On the other hand, there are arts that can't be taught to others too. Limited to the user's specialization or unique circumstances, there are arts that are only usable by the owner, and those who has such arts are called and revered as unique holders. Other than those, there are also spells that are made through coincidence. As their reproducibility are low, they're also referred as arts. On the other hand, magic are what anyone can use as long as they have mana. The chants and the activation method of magic spells can be taught. If one follows the procedure correctly, whoever uses doesn't matter. The effect would be the same. Well, to be precise, there are compatibilities with elements. It's not like anyone can use any magic. However, the activation chant and the procedures are well known. That is the big difference between magic and arts. Of course, although it's well known, it's not taught anywhere else other than institutions that specially teaches magic, and those who have no mana can't use it. Also, the effects of the spell might be the same, but its power might not. Even if the spell is the same fireball, the power may differ greatly depending on the user. For a beginner, fireball might only be able to leave a burn mark on a tree branch, but, for an experienced magician, their fireball can easily hold enough power to level 2 or 3 trees. In short, with its procedure known properly and registered in the magic spell list are magic. Those that are not are arts. In a sense, they're all arts, and among many arts, those with their procedures and activation methods well documented are labeled magic. Their fundamental nature is the same. Then Kyril won't use arts. Can't use? For now, all I can use is magic. A day might come where he comes up with his original art, but at the very least, the academy didn't teach any arts. So, for the time being, he would be stuck with familiarizing himself with magic. Ardis can use arts, right? Philia was clinging onto Ardis from behind, with her arms circled to his front. She looked like she was trying to pull him backwards, but the 12-year-old girl didn't have enough strength to shake Ardis. "I guess so," shortly replying to Philia. Ardis ruffled the smooth platinum hair a little violently. "Of course, Ardis is using arts. Sword magic is considered an art as no one else is able to use it. It's a prime example of arts." However, Ardis, who answered Philia's question, suddenly added on a but, with a complicated expression. "I guessed it would be something like that, but the academy really teaches like that, huh? That's why everyone is using the same technique, fighting in a similar style." "Eh? What do you mean?" At the unexpected comment, Kyril asked curiously. "For me, Kyril, and what the other magicians use are all arts, including Graced Fireball, and Furnace Taganov. Flames of Purgatory, though. But Fireball and Flames of Purgatory are both well-known magic. Magic isn't something that manifests a phenomenon. It's a cause and effect by utilizing mana." "Why yes?" Unable to understand the meaning behind the words, Kyril had round eyes as Ardis continued. "The key is the flow of mana. The result depends on how you move your mana. As long as you understand the laws, just using mana will be enough to control fire or ice or anything at will. The effects caused by controlling mana correctly, the phenomenon manifested, will be arts, at the very least. That's how I'm taught." At Ardis's explanation that was totally unthinkable, Kyril's thoughts were late by many steps. Wait a second. What was that, Ardis-san? In simple terms, magic is what you understand. Arts is what manifested. In other words, exactly because magic isn't understood, that magicians would have to manifest arts by following the predetermined steps and chants. The ways they can apply their spells are awfully limited thanks to this. Kyril lost his words. According to the history behind magic that he learned in the academy, the modern magic system is already defined more than 1,000 years ago. During that long period, magic studies should have progressed, albeit slowly. The technology behind it must have improved over its long history. Although it would be hard for Kyril, who is still a student, to say, if what Ardis said is true, it would be overturning the entire magic system. It is the worst revelation that all the seniors who had walked in the path of magic and put their lives into it were all facing the wrong direction. But, Kyril thought, if that's true, Ardis's unique magic would make sense. Sword magic is a unique magic that isn't recorded even in a long history of magic, and the fact of omitting chance as well. If people can manifest the phenomenon known as arts without understanding the process known as magic, the process of using magic is vastly simplified. In other words, magicians can be mass-produced. It might be like this now because quantity was prioritized than quality. Ardis made his guess at the origin of modern magic. Ardis-san. What? If that's really true, could it be casting spells without chance? There are people other than Ardis-san that can use that? Yeah. Nier can use magic without chance too. Eh? What? You didn't know? Nier can use magic. I heard it for the first time. At the onslaught of unknown information, Kyril's already troubled expression had more frowns than before. But even while suppressing his confused emotions, his thoughts didn't stop. Then, chantless magic, will I be able to learn it too? The problem that he's facing right now, it felt like a slight ray of hope is shining upon him. The match is in 5 days. But reality isn't that simple. Kyril's hope crumbled away easily. Nope, as expected, 5 days is too short of a time to learn that. Normally, it would take 2 or 3 years. As for Kyril, since you have experience with magic already, it might be possible in a shorter time, but it would probably still take a year or so. Is that so? Consoling the depressed Kyril, Ardis said, it's not like you can't fight without chantless magic. Even if your opponent wields special arts, it's the same for both of you lacking experience. I bet his balance wouldn't be good. Why not try grabbing onto his feet and make him fall to gain the upper hand or something? Kyril's shoulders are at an all-time low. There were 2 other voices that cheered him on. Fight, Kyril, Desu. Don't lose, Kyril, Desu. Chapter 112. The day of the match. The trial grounds inside the academy grounds were filled with people. It is an area originally intended not only for training, but also various events and mock battles. In the academy, there is a spectator area prepared. Of course, since it isn't any kind of entertainment, there were no special seats for spectators. There were only steps outwards from the middle of the trial grounds. The spectators would sit on the steps or have their own folding chairs. The circular center of the arena is about 50 meters in diameter. and is surrounded by a wall about 3 meters high. It's like this inside the arena, huh? Rai seemed a little impressed with the arena beside Kyril. But Kyril wasn't the same like him. He didn't think the situation would evolve like this. To go against a count's son, Kyril didn't have the slightest intention. Moreover, there were many spectators looking. Kyril, who was already feeling down because of the outcome, became more depressed. Why did it become like this? Recently, such grumble of his had become commonplace. It's unavoidable. One side is a genius even the instructors are impressed with. Another is the son of a noble with the highest peerage around in the academy. And two of them will go against each other to prove their beliefs. Of course people would be interested. No. The one who made this challenge and the one who accepted isn't me though. Considering his own position, Kyril was retorting, albeit a little weak. Even if he never said it, it will become like this eventually. Isn't it good to take care of the most troublesome guy early on? If you manage to beat in that count's son, then he will never bother us again. Elnoa said violent things that weren't suit for a nobility daughter. Her tone was as if she had hoped for this development in the first place. Don't tell me, you intended it to be like both sides. To the center. Kyril, who asked for her real thoughts, was dismissed by the judge's signal. Hey, Kyril. The judge is calling. Since I've prepared such a brilliant stage, win it even if you can't. Getting hushed by the two who added on more irresponsible words, Kyril reluctantly advanced to the center of the playing field. His opponent, the fourth son of a count, Leon, and the judge were waiting there. Kyril, who stepped out, was showered with gazes from the entire arena. Although the majority of the spectators are students, it seems like there are even some outsiders mixed in it. The reason why there are so many people watching a match between first-year students is because that Kyril's opponent is a count's son, and also the serving judge is quite a famous figure. The person who was serving as the judge had flaming red eyes that glanced at Kyril. She is one of the few famous explorers that had actual results with discovering ruins. Not just her fame, she has the beauty that is wasteful for being an explorer. There isn't a lack of fans amongst the nobles and commoners. Her personality is pure and fierce. She didn't like roundabout things, because that she's merciless towards anyone no matter who there. She had a lot of enemies, but at the same time, many friends too. Her trait of not bending under anyone's coerce, that's why everyone knew that she would be fair. There isn't anyone else better suited for the role of a judge. Why would someone like her serving as a judge in a fight between students? The answer to that was made clear by Elnoa. Nobles. They like to think that they would win naturally. Of course, there are those that don't think so too. At the very least, they aren't willing to lose to commoners. The judge might invalidate the result, or even be bribed beforehand. But she would be fine. Elnoa said so. The female explorer whose nerves are so thick that even big nobles can't affect her judgment. Even if a count did pressure her, there's no chance that she would be biased. Furthermore, with her abilities as an explorer known, there aren't any who doubts her judgments. That is why Elnoa had recommended the judge before the count's son did. Of course, being a famous explorer, she is a busy person. There's no chance she would have come to judge a match between students, but according to Elnoa, I begged her, and somehow was able to get her promise. Although it would have been fine to do so under the name of her father, the Mulmuis Viscount family, but Elnoa seemed to have seek her out by herself. Kyril thought it was strange how a nobility daughter like her was able to move around so freely. How long are you intending to make a person from a count family to wait? I know that it's useless to ask commoners for courtesy, but there's a limit to anything. Sorry. As Kyril made his way closer, the count's son, Leon, was being overbearing again. After seeing Kyril apologize, his arrogance raised. In the first place, now that I've thought of it, why am I on the same stage with some ruffian like you? Rather, you should put your head on the ground and beg for forgiveness. It's not too late now. If you are willing to kiss the ground and beg for forgiveness here and leave the academy, I shall forgive you. Although that arrogant attitude ticked Kyril's nerve a little, he couldn't go along with the opponent's provocation. I can't exactly do that. I have my reasons too. Mainly though, some nobility daughter wouldn't ever allow him to do so. Kyril rejected his offer a little reservedly, but Leon wouldn't allow him to refuse in the first place. To go against someone of a count family, Leon, who got heated in the moment, tried to approach Kyril, but, thanks to the judge, she raised her hand and stopped him. Although I recognize words are a form of weapon as well, but Please refrain from excessive provocation before the match starts. Any more than this will be penalties. Are you not aware who I am? Leon, who turned his target to the judge, but the female explorer replied without a single concern. Yes, I am fully aware. Fourth son of the Classel Count family, Leon Donor, right? So, what is the matter? Such imbecile words despite knowing you are here as one of the participants today. I am the judge. Is there anything else more? I am here fulfilling my role as the judge. If you still choose to not refrain, shall I disqualify you right now? Remember this. It seems like even Leon would want to avoid being disqualified. After glaring at the judge with hatred, Leon backed off. Kyril sighed in his heart. Certainly, it was the right choice to have her as the judge. If it's someone who doesn't faze at Leon's threats, he can look forward to a fair fight. Although Leon is still glaring at her with hatred, the female judge didn't mind it at all, and said, I think both sides would have understood the rules already, but I will go through them again. Kyril and Leon both nodded without saying anything at the judge. The duration would be 15 minutes. The outcome will be decided with a talisman for mock battles. It will form a protective barrier around the one who has it. It would lose its effect if more than a certain degree of damage is inflicted. In any case, the outcome will be decided when the talisman loses its effect. Of course, the side that loses the effect is the loser. The judge took out the talisman and handed one each to Kyril and Leon. Kyril received the talisman and fastened it to his clothes. Striking the opponent who had lost the effect of their talisman is forbidden. Any attempts at attacking after the outcome is decided will be seen as breaking the rules. Since it's not any real fight, don't think about finishing off your opponent. The talisman is designed to release light particles in about a meter in radius when it loses its effect. Even if they shoved it into their pockets, the moment when it loses its effect would still be obvious. Although the spectator area has its own barrier, any intentional attacks towards that area is forbidden. And, receiving any help from outside is similarly not allowed. Any attacks with magic spells are allowed except for some. The disallowed spells are such as poison, curses and anything alike. Use of weapons with these effects is also prohibited. That's all. Clear? The rule is as he heard beforehand. There's nothing to complain about. Then, both sides, please head to your starting position. Hearing the judge's words, Kyril moved to the standing position marked in the center of the stage, and tilted his head. What is the matter? Kyril unintentionally raised his voice, and the female judge asked, that the starting position is here? Yes, there's no mistake. Kyril stood on the line engraved in the ground, and his opponent, Leon, is similar standing on the line. But the distance between them is closer than what Kyril thought. Is it really fine with this distance? The female explorer judge narrowed her eyes. She seems to have understood Kyril's words, but she just shook her head, and didn't say anything else. On the other hand, the other person who was standing on the same line was grinning widely. Peasant, are you getting cold feet now? If you're scared of getting shot with magic at this range, why not surrender already? No, if it's not a mistake, then there's no problem. It's fine here. The reason why Kyril confirmed with the judge, it's because the opponent is only 20 meters apart. Even the practical magic class has the same 20 meters. It seems like the academy thinks that 20 meters is a proper distance in a battle. But that's only for the normal magicians. Kyril, who was trained in the forest under Ardis, 20 meters isn't a long distance for him at all. Even for the slow twin swords, it's a distance enough for him to only cast a single spell before it catches him. Simply saying, it's a distance that makes Kyril conscious that there would be a need for close quarters fight. He would need to escape from the beast in the forest all while casting magic to hope it would slow the beast. Kyril, who can do that now comfortably. In other words, he could do the reverse and close the distance while firing magic. With this distance, Kyril muttered in a soft voice inaudible to anyone. As expected, even the demonic instructor would call off the training yesterday, knowing that there would be a match today. That's why he didn't have any concerns with his body today. Kyril recalled the words "swipe at his legs" or something from Ardis, and constructed the flow of the fight after the start signal fired in his head. Then, start. Just as Kyril finished organizing his thoughts, it was about the same time the judge announced the start of the match. Chapter 113. Receiving the signal to start from the judge, the Count's son, Leon started chanting standing on the position where he started. It's nothing strange, after all, a student of the magician's course, Of course he would choose to attack using a spell. But on the other hand, the other participant, Kyril's movements are full of surprises for the spectators. At the same time when the starting signal was called, he had been running towards his opponent, Leon. Leon, who saw that, seemed to have stopped his chant for a moment. After all, Kyril's movement was out of his expectations. Leon must have thought Kyril would do the same as him, standing still at the starting position and chant. Without minding what Leon was thinking, Kyril was sprinting across the shortest distance. Compared to the forest where Kyril used to run in, the flat and opened view of the stage is much easier. There had been many occasions that he would slow down the Ruktas or twin swords chasing behind him in the forest by throwing spells behind him. Compared to that, running and hurling spells forward is much easier. He wouldn't need to take care of his steps as much after all. The penetrating babble of the unwavering heroism of the night dash, Tissel, Earth. Kyril, who ran the moment the match started, had casted his first spell when the distance between them had halved. Dusts blew in the mere 10 meters separating Leon and Kyril. Seeing that he casted a spell while on the move, the spectators had gasps of surprise. Kyril's magic didn't hit his target, Leon, but impacted the ground right in front of him. After casting the Tissel that was not for an offensive purpose but only to hide his path, Kyril shifted his path a little diagonally. Where? Cough. Leon's voice that had confusion at missing his target reached Kyril's ears. Kyril had already circled around to Leon's back, although it's the same situation with Kyril that he can't see that well because of the dusts. It was easy for him since his opponent hadn't moved from his starting position yet. Kyril, who closed the distance in a breath, came from Leon's side. No way, will I? Leon tensed up and tried to ready himself just as he heard Kyril's footsteps. But it's already too late. Kyril had already closed the distance to within an arm reach, kicking at Leon's feet while he couldn't handle the sudden approach. Just as his balance broke, Kyril followed with a strike with his fist. Unlike Rai from the warrior class, Kyril hadn't received any kind of martial arts class, but his opponent was someone who didn't even know the first step in a close quarters fight. Although it was a straightforward simple fist thrown, he wasn't able to avoid Kyril's fist that was forged under Ardis's training and evasion techniques. Leon, who had gotten a fist right in his chest, spun around on the ground. Of course, that was not the end. Kyril's aim was a close quarter fight where there will be no time to chant. Against Leon, who has his family special arts, Kyril only had the advantage of experience through actual combat and adaptiveness. Throwing off Leon, who was used to chant at a safe distance while standing, he made use of the advantage fighting at a distance that he was used to, but the opponent isn't. It is the development Kyril managed to lead to with his first surprise move. There was the figure of Leon on his butt with a surprised face in front of him. It is a distance so close that he could almost see himself in Leon's eyes. Kyril's tension raised as the development was just as he intended as he held the upper hand now. The method to fight at a distance reachable within an arm. Something like that. A magician studying in the academy didn't learn that. Leaving aside mercenaries who has actual combat experience, the common students couldn't possibly handle it. But Kyril was different. He even experienced evading from a Rukta that came flying at him in the forest during his training. There was even one time his legs were almost disconnected from the fangs of a twin swords. He had already experienced undergoing such situation all while chanting a spell. Against students from the magician's course that had never received training for a close quarter fight, he could advance the fight in his favor. In order to not let go of the perfect opportunity, he decided to end the match with the fire element basic spell that he's most familiar with. With a direct attack landing at this range, even a basic spell can destroy the talisman's barrier. The burning flames, that is. Activate 6215. Leon, whose body trembled as a response to Kyril's chant, suddenly started spurting out inexplicable stuff. Could that be the special arts? Kyril thought about it, but even if so, there's no change in Kyril's schedule now to decide the outcome by activating his spell faster than Leon's chant. It is just that. The proof of mind strength, graced, fireball, passcode times exclamation mark. With a speed at chanting that could be said as the best in the academy, Kyril finished casting his spell earlier. The fire spark that manifested at Kyril's palm aiming at Leon, expanded and hurled to his target, with the fireball almost 2 heads wide sinking into Leon's chest while leaving behind a red trail of mana. His figure disappeared the next moment. At the same time, a ringing sound like a hard metal rod was broken in half was heard, and light particles appeared centering Leon. It is the proof that Kyril's spell had broken Leon's protective barrier, and rendered the talisman useless. And no way, at the unthinkable result, Leon lost his words. That's it, Victor, Kyril. With the judge announcing Kyril's victory, about 70% was cheering, 20% were murmuring, with the rest shrouded in confusion. The cheering ones are obviously the commoner students oppressed by nobilities often. The one murmurings would be people who holds special arts like the Clarsel family or those that didn't expect Leon would be defeated by a commoner, and the other confused ones are probably those that are shocked at Kyril's fighting style despite being a magician. Phew. I won somehow. Kyril, who was sighing in relief, suddenly had his expression tightened. What? Kyril looked upwards at the source of discomfort, and swallowed his breath. What Kyril felt was the distortion that was spreading out above Kyril. The distortion seemed to materialize by the moment. He could even feel the discomfort at his ears. The shaking air. Wind was blowing. The sound of something crackling in the air happened more often. A spell was activated. As its appearance became clearer, the cheering and confused audience turned into unrest instead. What is that? Who did that? That's the Clarsels. With the exchanges thrown around, he heard the Clarsel name. Kyril immediately grasped the situation. The special arts inherited in the Clarsel Count family. That probably refers to this. The unfamiliar words that Leon chanted just now. Since it was a chant he'd never heard before. Moreover, the few words at the end was gibberish. He thought that the activation was failed, but that was his misunderstanding. The magic arts had already activated. Kyril looked at Leon, who is still on his butt. Leon had a weak voice while shaking his head with a fearful face. Take care, it's going out of control. The judge gave her warning. Going. Muttering, Kyril looked upwards again. Certainly, the phenomenon occurring above him right now would be best describing as going out of control. Looking at the caster, Leon's, it was clear that it wasn't a result of his intentions at all. In addition, the time lag between casting and the effect of magic is too long, because his chant was interrupted midway with the fireball, or Leon's control over the arts failed, or some other reason that was unknown. In any case, Kyril himself wasn't so sure if it is really dangerous for himself. The arts was increasing in momentum by the moment. It looked like it is on the verge of exploding. Get back. The female explorer of the judge raised her voice. In a moment, the arts above his head that was gaining in ferocity showed movement. The wind that had been rotating like a ball suddenly took the shape of sharp blades and flew towards Kyril. It was originally an arts fired at Kyril as the target. It's natural that Kyril would still be its target. But now, the arts is going out of control. The evident proof was that it was aiming at its target, Kyril, without any regards for its caster, Leon. Kyril would be fine. Since the protective talisman is still in effect, he could stand against some degree of damage. But Leon, who was still on the ground before Kyril, was different. His talisman had already rendered useless from Kyril's fireball. If he took the arts front on, he wouldn't leave this unscathed. The severed black sky, isolated white waves, vest of toughness, feel manina, magic barrier. Immediately coming to a conclusion, Kyril stood still there and deployed a magic's barrier of his own, even though it wasn't someone friendly. He didn't wish to hurt his opponent in the first place. He didn't know how his magic barrier would stand against the Count family's secret arts, but avoiding by himself for his own sake, Kyril himself wouldn't have allowed that. Although he felt anxious casting the magic barrier that he'd just learned recently, luckily, his mouth moved steadily. At the same time the chant was completed, there was a light purplish equal hexagon film appeared above Kyril's head. The deploying of the barrier was late. The wind darts had already arrived. The wind made of countless violent blades crashed into the barrier. The sounds of explosions continuously rang. Each time, bluish-white light would appear on the surface of the barrier, and disappear. Hold on please. It would be good if he could deploy triple-fold magic barrier like Hardis, but, as expected, Kyril couldn't do that. While feeling cold sweat on his cheeks, Kyril did his best in maintaining the barrier. How much longer would he need to hold out for? The time that felt long riled up his frustration, but what Kyril can do now is to endure. The sounds of clashing winds against the barrier lessened eventually. With the sound happening rapidly at the start slowly dying out, It's obvious that the spell was losing its intensity. Eventually, the rampaging arts stopped. Did it? Somehow, Kyril collapsed on his knees with fatigue. Wiping the sweat on his forehead unconsciously, he was about to turn around and verify Leon's safety. "Are you?" before losing his words. What Kyril witnessed. It was the fourth son of a count unconscious, with eyes of white, and a wet crotch. Chapter 114. Chapter 114. Defending against the uncontrolled spell. Kyril, who verified his own and Leon's safety, sighed big. Good work. It was an overwhelming victory. Rai. It was Rai who called out to Kyril on the ground. Noah was beside Rai as well. Can you stand? Grabbing onto Rai's outstretched hand, Kyril felt dizzy while standing up. Since the outcome had already been decided, there's no problem even if an outsider helped him. The entire arena was buried with voices of various volume. Majority of them were showering praises to Kyril, but there were some who were laughing at Leon as well. That's natural. There was too much of a difference in ability between someone birth of nobility and someone of commoner. Even more so for magicians who will need a high degree of education. Born in a blessed environment of a count family, and lost to Kyril all while having the secret arts of his family. Moreover, passing out right after being defeated. The final nail to the coffin was he even wet himself. He would be the filth of nobility for the nobles, but for the commoner students, it would be a serves you right. What a pathetic man. Sending a cold glance to Leon, who was still on the ground with the lower part of his robe wet, Noah said with a given up tone. It would have been fine even if you left that alone. She faced Kyril next. The Viscount daughter was having a little fed-up face. I couldn't exactly do that. For Noah, he was a person that had no value to be protected. But even so, Kyril couldn't see him die. Hey, your words again. Well, whatever now. She seemed like she wanted to comment on Kyril's courteousness again, but immediately lost her interest and looked at the spectators area. What happened? No time for Kyril's thoughts to become a question. Noah sucked in a big breath and said, everyone who had spectated. Just as you saw, Kyril from the same magician's course had defeated Leon Sama. Kyril was surprised at the sudden action. Many of you would have known this already, but the reason behind this match was because that Leon Sama had objections with how my friend calls me. To yell like this in a public space, it was an act unbefitting of a nobility daughter. In fact, there were many students suspected to be nobilities frowning. But for the majority of the students who are commoners, they wouldn't know or care about such thing with nobles. Kyril was the same. He's just surprised by her actions. And Rai, who is at Kyril's side, was grinning as if he's enjoying the situation. If Kyril won, Leon Sama would not ever interfere in my friendships. As such, from now on, even if Kyril calls me by my given name without honorifics, any interference is unneeded. Anyone who has complained. Noah paused his words a little, and pointed at the pathetic-looking Leon. Please do get beaten up by Kyril just like that. For the students who are originally commoners, it's a boring announcement. Although there are still quite some nobility students that didn't look quite happy, it's not like they have the confidence to beat Kyril even if they challenged him. Even Leon was overwhelmed without able to do anything. Among those that had the same intentions as him, there aren't any noble students that had better abilities than Leon. Since the chance of winning is slim even if they challenged, becoming like Leon's state now would make them the laughingstock of the aristocratic world. Of course, they had no choice but to bite their lips. Verifying that there aren't any voices of objections from the crowd, Noah nodded satisfied and turned around to Kyril. It was an expression full of I did it-ness. Kyril, Rai. With this, no one would say anything even if you left out the honorifics. Rai seemed as carefree as usual, but Kyril seemed gloomy on the other hand. With that kind of public speech in front of such a crowd, how troublesome would his academy life be from tomorrow onwards? It's not like anything can be done even if he complained to Rai. Noah paid no mind to such depressed Kyril. As for Rai, his expression was it's going to be fun now. The other students didn't look like they would approach them at all. Kyril had no one who would listen to his grumbles in this academy. Coming to a realization, Kyril felt the pain that no one understood him well in the academy. In the end, he would grumble to the black-haired instructor in his house. Why did she declare it so grandiosely like that? Kyril was half crying while he complained weakly. Finishing his match with Leon, Kyril, who ended his schedule in the academy, headed to Ardis's house as usual. Kyril had completely let loose whatever happened in the academy. Yoshi Yoshi tilde. Yoshi Yoshi tilde. Besides such depressed Kyril were Philia and Rihanna. It seems that they are trying to console Kyril. But Kyril, it's not like that girl didn't think of anything when she did so. Meaning? Kyril, who didn't expect that, asked. Not everyone there knew what was going on, right? There should only be a small portion of them who knows the truth. If your opponent is a noble's son, then he might pull some strings behind. Maybe I was trying to judge the peasant trying to lead a noble down the wrong path, or I was trying to save the noble girl who had her weakness held by the peasant. If something like that happened, Kyril would suddenly be the bad person. Expulsion might be on the way. No way, just what he speaks can't do that much though. Certainly, there were many nobilities that liked to flaunt their position, and would be rude to commoners. But would they take it so far just because of a trifle between students? Kyril's imagination couldn't picture that. Don't underestimate the nobles. They're not gracious nor virtuous. Rather, they're not much different than the back alley thugs in the sense they're very conscious about reputation. The only difference between the nobles and them is they have power and position. But they will do the same if it concerns their reputation. Is that so? The twins were patting him. Their hands were ruffling up Kyril's hair. The neatly combed hair was tangled all over the place. It was like his bed hair, but Kyril didn't notice that as he was concentrated in the talk with Ardis. That's why that girl had tried to involve the entire crowd. With the truth known, even if some noble tried to set something up, the entire crowd was the witness. Whatever they come up with won't have much effect. It was an act after considering that much. Is that it? Yeah, that's how I see it. Although it's a little forced. Didn't she put a check on them? Well, the stuff with the honorifics is different though. It seems like Noah isn't just a simple-minded girl. Certainly, she had invited a judge in advance as a guard against Leon cheating. She had thought many things of her own. After the match was over, according to Ardis's opinion, it was something needed to not let the opponents have a chance to plan something behind his back. But even so, Kyril's face was hurting. Just like what Ardis said, calling her by her given name without honorifics is a different matter. Now, Kyril, you don't need to be conscious calling my name. Hey, do it properly already. Kyril wants her to spare chasing him around the matter of calling her first name without honorifics. After all, he didn't really want to do that, nor did he want to get involved in the aristocrat world. Of course, thinking about the rival merchant association that had taken care of him for a long time, a connection with a noble family isn't bad in any case. But Noah doesn't look like a proper noble at all. He couldn't think that she can help him with connections there. With Kyril deep in his thoughts, Ardis called him out. Kyril. What is it? Kyril kept his thoughts to later and returned his focus. Actually, I thought I would be leaving far quite soon. Leaving far? Ardis continued while Kyril had a question mark on his head. Yeah, I didn't really get to accept any long-term request with fetching Kyril these days, but I thought I would be visiting the Empire with Rona in a while. Eh? Then what about me? Don't tell me you're saying that I have to come here by my own. Every time Kyril headed here from the capital, it was with Ardis carrying him across the sky. If Ardis is to be away from the house for a while, of course he couldn't help Kyril with that. Since Kyril couldn't use such an unrealistic way of flying in the sky, he could only arrive here by going through the forest, with a future that he didn't want to imagine much about. Kyril, who was hoping for a denial, was hit in the face. No. Wasn't that the plan? No way. It's impossible for me alone. Of course not impossible. Running full speed while chanting, handling close quarters combat, and magic barrier at a moment's notice. You will be fine with that much. There's only a few trainings left for you, and you would be alright coming here. Certainly, Kyril was aware that he's much more capable than before he entered the academy, but that's on the level of being a student in the academy. Only an actual combat where he would bet his life in the forest, he wasn't strong enough to get through it easily. It feels unreal to me though. It's not like you're going to hunt Director or something. Think about it more openly, Ardis said, but for Kyril, it wasn't a matter as easy as, yeah, I should do that. After all, it's the Hellscape Courser's forest. Although it's the outskirts, it's not a place where students should enter. Even the academy warned them, don't ever enter the Courser's forest even if it's the outskirts. Explaining such to Ardis, He showed a dumbfounded expression. That's just too over-exaggerating. There were some students from the Mariule's Academy that entered the forest before, and Ardis had the chance to meet them before. Get some self-confidence. Ardis was smiling bitterly, but Kyril didn't know what to say. With his complicated heart shown on his face, he didn't have a reply. As for the twins that had made a mess out of Kyril's hair, they had already moved their interest elsewhere, chatting with Nia now. The complete opposite of the laughing noises of the twins from the kitchen. Kyril's heart sank even more than after the match with Leon. Chapter 115. Chapter 115. The match between students in Mariule's Academy. After receiving her share of wage being a judge from the Academy, the female explorer lurked around the city before returning to her inn. Waiting for the night to fall, she entered the tavern across of her inn, and occupied the same table near the counter she always had. You're early today. The woman turned around at the voice after her second glass of wine. There was a man there, a man wearing a thin leather armor and sword by his waist reflected in the woman's eyes. Good work out there. After greeting the familiar man as usual, the woman continued. It's not like I had any late work outside today. I don't have to wait until it gets crowded before finding a place, right? You had that job with the academy today, right? The man who knew what work she accepted nodded, and sat opposite of the woman. It seems like they will share a meal. The man is a familiar acquaintance, he's also a fellow explorer. Even if she allowed his company, there's no reason it would ruin her mood. Yeah, it was to be a judge for a match. Quickly ordering beer and his usual stewed food, the man fired his own question. An explorer of your caliber, being a judge for a match between students? It's not like the reward was big or anything. I wasn't up for it initially though. But having asked so enthusiastically, I wasn't able to refuse it after all. The one who requested the woman to be a judge wasn't the academy. It was actually a girl, classmate of one of the participants of the match. The woman refused the girl at first. That's natural. Leaving aside if it's the academy requesting a third party to judge, it was a request coming from one of the contenders' side. They were probably looking for a judge beneficial for their side. That's why the woman had refused with an expressionless face. Rather than facing head-on fairly, manipulating from behind the scenes wasn't something that she tolerates. Although she didn't yell at the girl because it was only a young girl, her gaze was definitely chilling. But after hearing the girl's story, it seems like it was her misunderstanding. The girl was requesting the woman to be a judge that will judge the match fairly without any behind-the-scenes manipulation. It seems that the girl's friend's opponent was a son from a count family. The girl wanted to recommend a judge earlier than the son could send someone of their sides. Certainly, if the match is between a noble and a commoner, it's hard for the match to be fair in the first place. Nobles had the power and fortune commoners don't have, and they have invisible string they can pull outside of the match. Even more so if, according to the girl's story, the commoner's side is stronger. There were more than enough chances that the noble side would hire a judge that is on their sides for the match. The girl who thought of that wasn't wrong. That is why the girl wanted the woman to accept the request of being a judge. Certainly, the woman didn't intend to head the just because one of the contenders is a noble. If she was like that, her life wouldn't be so tough. On top of that, the woman is known as a famous explorer. If the woman became the judge, there probably wouldn't be any snakes able to cheat from the back. Not even requested by the contender, the girl who came out on her own to find a fair judge for her friend, it moved the woman slightly. In her extended silence, the woman who was debating if she would accept the request being a judge, the girl who named herself as Elnoa of a Viscount family bowed her head in the public. That surprised the woman. Even though she herself isn't someone who holds a peerage, she is still a daughter of nobility. On the other hand, an explorer's standing in the society is low. It sounds good to be a meritocratic occupation, but, in fact, they're not too different than mercenaries in the sense that they don't have any other choices to live other than being one, the lowest position in the society. They are often laughed as cleaners of ruins. Most of the nobilities scorn the explorers. It's even usual for some normal citizens avoiding explorers in the city. With the woman's contribution and results, she wouldn't be ignored by nobles, but standing on the same level was still difficult, and such young girl had lowered her head to the woman, asking with sincerity. Moreover, the request was to be a judge that would judge fairly without any bias. The reward would only be the normal amount paid by the academy. It was insignificant, but in any case, That was all the demerits she could think of. The woman had no reason to refuse. The woman would be doing nothing if she would refuse anyways. After all, she planned to take a break in the capital for a while. It would be a good change of mood to see some students match, and so the woman accepted the young girl's request. "You look too good of a mood to just be that though." After all, she said it as if she had no choice but to accept it. That's why the man's question was natural. "Am I making a face like that?" Well, I guess the match between the students was kinda interesting. Interesting? As if caught by her words, the man poured half of the mug's content that it was just served by the waiter and prompted her to continue with his face. "The match between the students, with both of them magicians. I thought they would be shooting magic at each other at the starting position though. When the real match started, it was a development unexpected. Despite being a magician, the commoner rushed straight to his opponent just as the match started. On top of running while chanting, he even dived into his opponent's abdomen and delivered a firm punch. Even though that was enough of a surprise already, he gave his opponent no leeway and fired a spell at point blank. The surprise attack right after the match started, the physical prowess unbefitting of a magician. The spell at a short distance, it was a way of fighting that was attuned to an actual fight that couldn't be thought of from a student. Well, that must have been interesting to watch. Was that guy really a student? The man's suspect was founded. Certainly, among the explorers, there are magicians that fight with that style too. If it's a mercenary who is always on a battlefield with allies and enemies all over the place, they can probably do the same. I think he's really just a student though. Although he looks to be accustomed to fighting, not mentioning his power, it's probably just a difference in experience, is what I think. On one hand, the noble student was standing still to cast a powerful spell. Contrarily, the commoner student took magic as only a tool for him to fight. In fact, the spells that he casted was only the basic spells, earth and fireball. But he had synergized his moves and spells, and thought not just one step but multiple steps ahead. Without being fixated of casting spells to defeat his opponent, he used all his means to pave a path for his victory. He gave off such an impression. The way he strategized showed his clear intentions. With so many magicians only fixated on their spells, leaving aside the magicians who are mercenaries or explorers, it was a fighting style that was unbefitting of a young man in the academy. On top of that, as she was receiving her compensation, she heard that the young man is only a first year and enrolled just 4 months ago. Since he's a commoner, it's unlikely he had received early education. He had probably experienced certain extent of actual combat before he enrolled. Children that are raised while gaining experience from their mercenary parents. There were some such precedents. Also, I found someone interesting as well. The woman who finished talking about the match changed the topic. It was when the commoner student, Kyril, put up a magic barrier to defend against the rampaging arts. Since that time the outcome had already been decided. The woman was about to warn the two young men to get out of there and dive in to defend against the arts. At the very least, she should protect the noble young man who had lost his protection talisman. The moment when the woman thought to move was when she caught it. The short moment when the woman was looking at the rampaging arts, there was another magic barrier casted on the noble young man. The barrier that looked like it was casted in an instant. It looked really tough to the woman. It was a barrier that was put up in the time that the woman switched her gaze from the materialized rampaging arts to the noble young man. The person that could have casted that wasn't normal. The woman who tried to look for the caster found her gaze on a young man with black hair and black eyes in the spectator area. It might even be more fitting to describe him as a teen. He didn't seem much older than the other students, but the calm expression he had when looking the rampaging arts without any fear wasn't anything like his age. With a short purple robe, there was a violet cloth as a headband on his forehead. Black hair and black eyes, short purple robe. The man probably had an idea to that appearance. The man put down the mug on the table, and leaned out. Yes, I think he would be the rumored sword magic user. The man was about to say it, when the woman said it first. Although they had never met him, it's a mercenary's nickname that is well known in the capital. Whether truth or lie, he's a supposed monster that had subjugated the 3 great demons that had been troubling the kingdom for a long time. Why would he be in there? Not really sure. It might be that he's hired by the Count's son for some measures, but he didn't do anything during the match, and the barrier he put up was also after the match, so it's not like he's interfering in it. If he would have ignored the rules and supported the contenders during the match, Even if her opponent is the three great demons subjugator, she would spare no effort in calling him out. But luckily, the sword magic user didn't actually do anything during the match. The reason why he put up the barrier was to ensure the contenders' safety. It was after the outcome had been decided. It wasn't anything she as judge could see trouble in. In any case, the woman continued. It's not like I'm really sure that the barrier was casted by him though. But the woman was strangely confident that the barrier was definitely casted by sword magic user in such a short time. Moreover, from the spectator seat all the way to the contenders, he had put up a barrier at that range. His power is not ordinary. Even if in the capital with many talented magicians, it's not like that many skilled magicians are walking around in the city. Three great demons subjugator and sword magic user. His name was Ardis if she recalled correctly. I would like to meet with him once and talk with him. The woman thought so as she toppled the glass. Chapter 116. Chapter 116. 3 months after the match with the Count's son Leon. Thanks to the training that he continued after the match, Kyril was able to fight a Rukta in the forest without any real problems. As expected, 2 at the same time is still too much for him, but, in the first place, his aim was not to subjugate them. It's fine as long as he can make it through the forest. He was also evaluated by Ardis already. Seeing Kyril who had learnt to be able to get through the forest from the capital, Ardis and Rona had went on to the Empire. That was a story 2 months ago. The 2 months when Ardis had been gone was interesting as well. There was a time where he barely made it alive against 3 Ruktas. There was also a time he had fought off a demonic being that came around with Nia. It was just yesterday that he had participated in a friendly annual match with the Royal Academy as one of the representatives. Although it was a packed schedule unimaginable for any normal students, at the same time, they were all fulfilling days. Kyril had been following the original contract, heading over to Ardis's house in the forest on the morning of every rest days, and had been tutoring the twins until the afternoon. He was also helping with buying supplies from town every time. He felt a little conscious being a gopher, but it's not like he doesn't understand Nia and the twins' circumstances. What's the date today? Philia-chan. Today's 29th. Kyril's question was answered by Philia energetically. That's right. What about tomorrow? Rihanna-chan. Tomorrow is the 30th. Rihanna replied with a somewhat flimsy voice, losing to Philia. Correct. Then the day after. Kyril asked the third question to the two. 31st. No. First. Although it was her mistake at first, Philia immediately corrected it and answered correctly. Great work. That's right. A month is 30 days. It's the first after the 30th. It's the start of a new month. Okay. Kyril was teaching a common knowledge that anyone would know. Probably 8 years old in the town would know. But it was different for the twins. Their growing environment was vastly different than the other kids. The twins had no clue that one day was 25 hours, and a year is 10 months. It's a knowledge that should have been taught from young. It's not something that would be needed to be explained to a 12-year-old. However, the twins didn't have that natural knowledge. Losing their both parents from young, being raised as nothing, they had no chance to have education. Finally, after they were rescued by Ardis, but comes their caretaker, Nia, who was a little, very much a strange person herself. Was she not aware that the twins didn't even have the basics of common sense? Or was she aware but didn't care? Although 4 years had passed since they lived together with Ardis, there's the matter with living hidden in the forest as well. The twins didn't have the basics of common sense. Ardis, who saw threat in that, hired Kyril as a home tutor. Although Kyril suspected his own usefulness at the start, after few months as he came to know of Nia more, he could understand Ardis's worry. Although he's the twins' home tutor, it actually is something more like a friend of large age gap. The twins, which were being aware of Kyril at first, had now came to familiarize and accept Kyril. Kyril had taken care of them like his little sisters. Maybe his stepsister that had taken care of him felt the same in this way too. Kyril felt happy at the twins' growth, as well as his responsibility as a home tutor leading them the way. 3 of you. The lunch meal is almost done preparing. Nia, who raised a voice from the kitchen, was replied with the twins energetically. Kyril looked outside the window, and saw that the sun had about to reach overhead. It's almost this time already. It seems like quite some time had passed already. Kyril finished the study session, and headed towards the dining table room together with the twins. Entering the room with the dining table, The gentle breeze from the forest filled the room. Soft wings noise can be heard. It seems like there were some insects that entered the room from the opened window. It isn't a rare occurrence, huh? Kyril raised his voice. It was an unnatural breeze that was blowing in the room. What? At the sudden change, Kyril, who looked around, saw the twins. Philia was raising both her hands and looked like she was pushing against the air. It wasn't any particular out-of-place gesture, but Kyril felt strange. It was because the wind in the room felt like it was moving according to Philia's gestures. It's true that wind can be created by fanning with their hands. In any case, Philia's hand fanning couldn't possibly make the wind in the room like this. Philia-chan, what are you doing? I'm making the insects-san go outside. Could it be this wind is caused by Philia-chan? That's right. Kyril's eyes widened. Philia-chan, you can use magic? Kyril thought it was impossible, and asked again to verify. I don't understand, but I always doing. Did it? Kyril's expression is full of surprise. While talking with Philia, the insects that had wandered into the room was already swept by the unnatural current outside the room. But that is no longer what matters to Kyril. Kyril, who is unexperienced, still can't sense the flowing mana. But even so, he could tell that the ability that Philia used just now had mana as the intermediary. In other words, a young girl that had not entered the academy for expert teaching had learned to activate magic without depending on chance. Something like that. No students or teachers in the academy would believe that nonsense. Even for Kyril, if he didn't know Ardis and Nia, it's something he can't fathom as well. Although making bright is still hard. At Kyril, who was petrified with surprise, Rihanna delivered an extra attack. It seems like similar with Philia, Rihanna is able to use magic as well. Kyril lost his words in the room when Nia from the kitchen came. Nia, I made the insects-san go outside with the wind. You are quite skillful. Nia heard Philia's words and praised her, and Philia showed a satisfied smile. It seems like Kyril is the only one confused with this situation. Nia-san, what is it? I saw Philia-chan manipulating the wind with mana just now, but what's wrong? Even me and my master can do it. Even you can do that much, right? Nia retorted as if nothing was strange. No, that's not the problem. Kyril swallowed the words that almost came out of their own. Could it be that Nia-san is teaching magic to them? Fume. There wasn't anything like that, but I answered a few curious questions from these children. They must have gotten the hang of handling mana from that. It was an impossible answer, and no way. No lessons, but somehow learned themselves. Something like that, huh? It's nothing special. At the talk that fully overturned common sense and logic, Kyril was dizzy, and Nia would only question what's wrong with it. The twins were taking a peek at Kyril from left and right, enjoying his stunned face. There was no friend for Kyril at that place. It was only Kyril hugging his head, coming to a realization that the three of them here are detached from any kind of common sense. After that, Kyril continued his lessons on general knowledge after the meal soullessly, and went on his journey back to the capital while it's still bright outside. His mental state is a mess. With an inexpressible feeling grasping his mind the entire day, he trussed himself on the bed when he arrived back to his dorm. That house is strange. It's definitely strange. Everyone there is strange. Crushed by inferiority and powerlessness, Kyril muttered to himself like a mantra to keep his sanity. Kyril felt a different sense of beating than the time when he received training from Ardis. The next day, Kyril somehow was able to get a grip on his mental state, and headed for the academy. The days of lectures and practical classes starts again. The idle chatter with the friends that he came to be close with the past few months. The daily life he planned to live out just as usual, became cloudy thanks to a sudden news. The stone that was thrown at Kyril's peace, it was spread throughout the capital that day. The declaration of war from the neighboring country, Elmania Empire. Chapter 117. Chapter 117. The blood runs deep between the Nagaras Kingdom and Elmania Empire. Their history traces all the way back to the destruction of a certain kingdom that occupied the Corsairs' land. The branch of the royal Corsairs family whose kingdom met its last 200 years ago escaped to the Elmania lands, and built a new country, the now Elmania Empire. And Nagaras was the city-state that had expanded its influence and territory while the ruining of Corsairs' kingdom happened. The southeast territory of the Nagaras kingdom, it was originally Corsairs' kingdom's territory. And according to the Elmania Empire, who claims to be the rightful successor to the ruined Corsairs' kingdom, Nagara's kingdom had unrightfully claimed their territory. On the other hand, Nagara's kingdom took Elmania Empire's claims up for debate. Nagara's that was a city-state during that time. They had sent out their army as a response to the dying citizens during the destruction turmoil. The empire that hadn't maintained security and integrity over the land that time, claiming that it's theirs now, is just absurd. In the first place, the matter being the Corsairs' kingdom's successor is just what the Elmania Empire says. Nagara's kingdom never acknowledged that fact. It might be the truth that the royal blood of the Corsairs' kingdom is still flowing in Elmania Empire, but if so, Nagara's royal family would be the same, thanks to the Corsairs princess that had married into their royal family in the past. Needless to say, Nagara's kingdom and Elmania Empire always collided with each other head-on. Their diplomatic relationship is non-existent. It is already many 10 years they had settled business with force. The two sides that had clashed with each other many times is now already irreconcilable nemesis. Repeating many times of military clashing and a period of peace, thinking that a war will definitely repeat again, Nagara's kingdom didn't sit back looking at the Empire army that had started to be active again for the past few years. With the security around the country border tightened and rumors of war on the horizon, the citizens were not thinking about surprised but actually finally when the Empire declared war. The Empire army that had already crossed the border without wasting time after declaring, they were waiting for the kingdom's army after setting up their formation on the wasteland southeast of the kingdom. There were unexpectedly lack of land for the two large army to clash, and lands that are far from any civilization is even rarer. Of course, for the kingdom, they would avoid a frontal clash near any kind of town or village, and for the empire that claims it as their homeland, they forbidden the act of depriving and slaughtering civilians in the war. As the result of the two sides which strangely had the same opinion, there was only few fields that can be made into a battlefield. About 2 days later than the Empire army, the kingdom's hurriedly put together army had arrived at the battlefield. The Empire had 3,000, and the kingdom had 2,800. Although the Empire holds the upper hand, they have an expeditionary army after all. Their supply lines would be long, and the kingdom which is fighting on their own lands have the advantage. The army upper echelons had judged that their overall power would be about balanced. They would first send out the soldiers. The full-out war will probably after they had drafted more soldiers and hired mercenaries. As for the Empire, their entire army is made of standing army, and doesn't include drafted soldiers or mercenaries. If they were gathering people like that, news of them doing so would definitely reach the kingdom, and the kingdom would have known in advance before the declaration of war. For the element of surprise, the Empire had composed their army to fight on the first forefront from the standing army. That is why, it is thought that the war would only get serious the next forefront. The battlefield this time is only to gauge each other, and to judge each other's competence. The upper echelons had probably judged this as such prelude of the war. But that is just a naive thinking. The kingdom received such painful lesson. The sudden declaration of the war from the empire advancing onto their territory that had tensed up the citizens of the kingdom was suddenly poured cold water a few days after their own army had departed. It was the kingdom's defeat. It was about 10 when the sun had not completely risen when the two factions clashed on the wasteland. There's no meaning in ambush in a wasteland with nothing obstructing their vision. The two armies spread their soldiers, and clashed with each other frontally. It was the first skirmish for the both of them. It was an expenditure of soldiers to test each other, with no reckless movement from every squad, sending the injured soldiers to the rear, and send out backup soldiers to the front. It was a fight totally following the textbook. The situation suddenly changed 4 hours into the start of the battlefield. It was about 2 in the afternoon, when casualties from both sides had long surpassed 100. About the time when the soldiers that had fought from the start of the battle was feeling fatigue along with nervousness, that group suddenly entered the battlefield. It was an armed group riding on unfamiliar beasts, waving the imperial flag of the empire that had attacked the main army of the kingdom while they were in chaos at the sudden intruders. The kingdom army that had continued the war for more than 4 hours already didn't have the power to overturn the situation. Undermining the entire army that was unsteady, together with the Empire Army's full-out attack, the Kingdom Army had been crushed. With the Commander General dead, the entire chain of command was broken. There wasn't any organized resistance they could put up. The kingdom army that had tried to retreat from the forefront was caught by the unknown squad that had crushed the main army, and gotten sandwiched by the main force of the empire. In the end, there was only about 2,000 people that made it out alive. Casualties and missing soldiers are more than 1,000, with more than 1,500 soldiers injured. It was a grand defeat that no one can argue with. And that's why the capital was like a burial ceremony. Kyril, who headed to Ardis's house, had told the story to Nia. 10 days had passed since the defeat of the kingdom army. Preparing for the next frontal fight, various territorial army had been gathered, with drafting citizens and putting up requests to mercenaries still ongoing. In any case, it is a chaos. But because of the pathetic defeat before, the related parties with the army are still down in morale. They couldn't stand up again from the defeat. Well, that is quite the pathetic way to taste defeat. Finishing hearing the long story, Nia commented as if it doesn't bother her. It's not wrong to say that the standing army of the capital is already on brink of ruin. There's still some fight possible with the territorial army from other territories and mercenaries and drafted soldiers, but that's also the same for the empire. The empire, who had won the first clash, one-sidedly stayed on the wasteland while waiting for more of their army to arrive from their home country. There were also deserters from their side, but their number would be few compared to the kingdom. The standing army and the unknown cavalry squad, about 2,000, and their army that had joined later almost surpasses 12,000 in number. The war this time, the empire is seriously trying to settle the debt with the kingdom. It's starting to look that way. Contrarily, the kingdom's military capability to defend against them is weak. There are only about 8,000 gathered from other territories and drafted soldiers. Moreover, the standing army of the capital that is said to be the core of the kingdom's military is on brink of extinction. Although their reorganization is proceeding at a rapid pace, it would be doubtful that people who have light injuries that can fight properly would be more than 1,000. Is Ardis-san all right now though? Kyril was worrying for Ardis, who is currently at the empire. That kind of strong monstrosity of a person, it's highly unimaginable for him to be in a pinch. But even so, it's easy to imagine that it would be much more dangerous since it is the country in war with the kingdom now. There's no problems. Mercenaries are originally non-affiliated with any country. It would most likely not happen for the country to fight you just because your active area is the enemy country. Could it be that Ardis-san had entered the Empire's mercenary squad? Kyril's face turned blue immediately. Facing Ardis as an enemy, Kyril couldn't start to imagine the consequences. That is possible. It's not like my master is particularly fond of this country. It's just a coincidence that he's living here. That's so, but don't worry that much. Certainly, he may not have any reasons to go against the kingdom. He also doesn't have any reason to side with the empire. It's my master we are talking about. Whether it's war or not, in an enemy territory or not, it's sure he will accomplish what he set out to do. Yeah. That's true. That person would even break through a battlefield with a cheerful face. It was more likely to imagine that as something plausible. Kyril's understanding of Ardis is quite deep. Fume. Speaking of the devil, leaving her gaze on Kyril, who seemed convinced at his thinking, Nia looked south with her sky-colored eyes. What's the matter? Kyril asked as he didn't know the reason. Sometime later, Philia and Rihanna's happy voices were heard. He's here, Kyril. It's Ardis and Rona. Who? Ardis and Rona? The twins were looking at a certain direction. Their gazes were a little to the east from south. When his gaze landed on the door of the house entrance, Kyril finally understood. He felt presences on the other side of the door. Is it? Standing up gracefully, Nia had arrived at the entrance and opened the door. There's only a few who knows this location in the dangerous forest. It's also a house with twins that couldn't be seen publicly. Of course, no one would suddenly visit, and Nia wouldn't allow some unknown person to get near the house in the first place. Such a Nia was bowing her head and welcoming the person inside. As far as Kyril knew, it's only one person. Oh, you're here, Kyril. Nice timing. I can save my time handing out souvenirs. The other side of the open door, a beast covered in golden fur and a standing young man. It's a reunion after 3 months. Welcome back, Ardis. The twins that were cheering and leaping into the black-haired young man. Chapter 118. Chapter 118. Ardis sat on the carpet on the ground, and his neck was immediately captured from behind by Philia. As the seat above his crossed legs is still open, Rihanna occupied it quickly. It's a strange scene considering their ages, but it just shows how important Ardis is for the twins. Moreover, it's a reunion in few months. It's as expected. Ardis ruffled such twins' hair. A rough ruffling sound was only heard, but the twins were smiling and giggling, seemingly enjoying it. "My master, are there any progress?" "Still nothing for now. We went around about half of the ruins and are like the but. Since the war happened, there's no time for that." Subjugating the 3 great demons and participating in the Riotans' defense battle. The reason why Ardis is still continuing his work as a mercenary even after earning enough money to last his whole life, was not for money. Although Kyril wasn't clear about it, it seems like Ardis is looking for something. That's what he had read between the lines. After finishing searching inside the kingdom and the West Coalition, the Northern Republic, he was heading for the neighboring empire as the last destination, but the war started. Since he was almost about to get caught into the empire's mercenary squad, he had retreated in panic. "Ardis-san, did you hear that the kingdom army got utterly beaten in the first battle?" "To be precise, it's the capital army that was crushed. It's not the entire kingdom military. But for the masses, the news of defeat, total destruction is making them uneasy. Rather than actual numbers, the psychological damage is harsh." "Yeah, it was a festival in the imperial capital. Singing their long-lasting wish is close to completion. More soldiers are volunteering to join the war. Even the top heads at the empire thought that it is a chance to end it this time. They had even gathered quite strong mercenaries, of course with befitting compensation for them." "What is the cavalry squad riding on unfamiliar beasts that appeared actually? Has the news not reached here yet?" With the country border tightened after the war started, almost no one is traveling between the two countries. Any news in the imperial capital haven't arrived at the kingdom yet. Rather, it's strange how Ardis could return so easily. "I'm not entirely clear either, but it seems like they came from the southern continent." "Southern continent?" The unexpected answer made Kyril's eyes go round. "The south of the Rovers continent where the Nagras kingdom and Elmania empire situates. There are other continents, but it may exist. There isn't any concrete proof. Although there are some who arrive from the southern continent after drifting in the ocean, all of them weren't aiming to sail to Rovers continent in the first place. Although there are many exploratory ships that went out to the south to find the continent in question, there weren't anyone who made it back in one piece. The ships of Rovers continent only sail along the coastlines normally. A continent as the destination which the distance isn't even clear. No one is skillful enough to achieve that." It seems like the empire had allied with a country from the southern continent. The cavalry seems to be their reinforcements. As for the unfamiliar beasts, they're probably from the other continent. That's Kyril's face clouded over. It's unknown whether that cavalry is mercenaries or soldiers, but in any case, they have the technology to send forces through the ocean. If that's so, there's possibility that they will send more men. "Yeah, it's possible." Ardis confirmed Kyril's worries. The power between the kingdom and the empire is in balance. Rather, was in balance. Recently, the kingdom had been gaining in power steadily. It was advantageous in comparison to the empire. If it's one country against another, it will be advantageous. But now it's two countries against one. Of course the kingdom would be inferior. That is why the kingdom had maintained a good relationship with the Republic in the north and the coalition in the west. It is so that their only opponent that they have to worry is the empire. Even the kingdom's top brains didn't expect the slightest that the empire was able to form an alliance with the country outside of the continent. "The kingdom, can we win? Who knows? I heard it was a grand defeat the first time around, but there were still many remaining forces from other territories and also drafted soldiers to consider, including the reinforcements. The empire's power had increased to who knows where, but it's not a situation the kingdom can't get through with proper formation at the important place. In other words, it will be a painful war." It was equal to saying that winning is impossible. "Although, I don't think the kingdom army is so weak that the enemy can even conquer the capital, but, just in case," Ardis continued. "Kyril, wouldn't it be better you return?" Kyril is originally a citizen of Riitan of the coalition. Although he came to the Nagras kingdom's capital to enroll in the academy, there's no reason to continue studying in the academy when the danger of war is so close. Kyril had thought of returning to Riitan as well when the declaration of war happened. But then, although Nir is still here, He didn't felt comfortable escaping by himself with the twins still here while Ardis is still away. There's not really any reason other than that for him to stay despite being unrelated to the war. I thought to do so, but is there something on your mind? Kyril was about to say was asked by Ardis if there was anything. The academy students were ordered to move as well. The prime reason is pathetic defeat of the kingdom. With the standing army of the capital almost on the brink of ruins, the opposing force of the Empire has an overwhelming upper hand. To fill that gap, they hurriedly gathered and drafted soldiers and mercenaries to increase their power. If it wasn't so, Kyril would have no other reason to stay by. In any case, the same order had been passed to the students that had combat capabilities. Are they trying to bring students out to the war too? Ardis frowned. The original vision of the establishment of the academy was apparently to prepare for something like this. In order to make a reason that satisfied the nobles that hated the idea of giving power to commoners, the main founding justification was put to be we are raising assets to be used when the country is in danger, and the military had remembered such fact it seems, although it was only a sentence to make the opposition nobles shut up. In fact, there wasn't any records that students from the academy actually participated in a war. It's probably because the kingdom's power was still in balance with the empire's. The kingdom wasn't so fallen they have to rely on students' strength. There was such pride among the military as well, so the one sentence had been only a form of vision after the establishment. But this time around, the first battle that they had lost so pathetically made the military no longer have any choice. The disadvantageous situation that the enemy is overwhelmingly strong. Their attitude changed 180 degrees around and asked help from the academy. As the vision of establishment was still being sung, the academy couldn't reject them. Although there isn't any official announcement from the academy's side yet, it's suspected that they will send out students from both warrior and magician's course to the front line, and the other students would support the supply line or act as medics. By the way, the one that received the mobilizing order was just the Mariul's academy. The Royal Academy which had nobles in them was of course excluded. In any case, I'm glad you're back. If Ardis-san would have participated the war on the Empire's side, I can't imagine how is it going to be. Kyril's smile that had a shadow was directed to Ardis. Kyril is going somewhere. When returning, Kyril's both arms were pulled by the twins. Let's see. Till when? I'm not entirely sure either. Definitely coming back? The twins' expression was different than usual. Rihanna's expression that had elements of unease was looking at Kyril. It's fine. I will return. Really? Promise? Philia was looking straight into Kyril's eyes with a pure gaze. The blue pupils with a greenish tint reflected his own face. Kyril smiled bitterly at the surprisingly pathetic face of his. Yeah, I promise. He said so, but in his heart, he added, if I can survive. It's a promise. If you lied, then will be 3 storybooks worth of compensation. Properly putting a penalty that would benefit themselves. Kyril was a little happy at their growth. Thanks to the twins, Kyril had somewhat regained his normal face again, while Ardis took out something from his bag and threw it at Kyril. Kyril panically took it into his hands, and the twins beside him seemed curious as well. It was a pair of gloves. Unlike the thick leather gloves that mercenaries usually wear, it was a pair of gloves made from thin fabric that seems to fit well. Since the entire glove is white, it felt like it's something more fitting for a noble's daughter or rich family's daughter. It's my souvenir. Got it from a ruin while I looked around in the Empire. It has quite an interesting trick in it. Kyril, I'll let you have it. Interesting trick? It's a defensive spell. It automatically activates just by wearing it. Remember to have it on when you're out on the battlefield. Anything that's imbued with spells are very expensive. They're items found from ancient ruins, rare items that can't be reproduced with the current technology. A price that would make people drop their eyes can be offered if they took it to a suitable merchant. But he would throw something as precious like this. Kyril renewed his view on Ardis's detachedness from common sense, although it wouldn't be an item taken as lightly as a souvenir, since it's imbued with a defensive spell. For Kyril that is soon going on a battlefield, it's nothing more befitting. Thank you very much. That is why, Kyril accepted Ardis' goodwill and lowered his head. Kyril, raising his head, Ardis was looking straight at him seriously. What is it? You're not a mercenary. You have no relationship with the mercenaries and soldiers on the battlefield, mercenaries that participates in the war. The most important thing for them Do you understand? Kyril wasn't overconfident in his strength. Although he knew that Ardis is a being outside common sense, he wasn't someone that had dreams that normal boys like to have. He wasn't thinking to raise his fame in his first war or anything, and he noticed that Ardis didn't want him to do so as well. That is why Ardis had given him the gloves that had defensive spell imbued in it. With that in mind, Kyril took some time to think what he should be most aware of, and spoke of the conclusion he came to. It's to not die. Good. Ardis had a satisfied smile. Don't think about defeating the enemies or what. Choose the method that ensures your survival rate most. Don't mess up your purpose. Your purpose isn't to win, but to not die. Don't ever forget that. Kyril burnt Ardis's words in his mind. At the same time he felt the mysterious weight behind Ardis's words. He also felt a little strange at why someone that wouldn't be much older than him had such a profound weight. Did he participate in a war before? For a mercenary, a battlefield is something of their nature. But in the past 10 years, there wasn't any war-like war on the Rovers continent. Certainly, Ardis's appearance is young. 4 years ago, he didn't look much older than when Kyril first met him. Ardis looked like a proper adult that time, but, come to think of it, he looked just like a young man that had just become an adult. If he was 15 or 16 then, he would be 20 now. Someone that young experiencing a war. Kyril didn't know anyone like that. Albeit so, it's not anything important to Kyril. The important thing is to not make an enemy of Ardis. Honestly speaking, he wished Ardis would participate the war as a mercenary on the kingdom's side. But Ardis had already amassed a great fortune from the 3 great demons as well as the Raitan's defense battle. There's no reason for him to be risking his life now. That's why Kyril hadn't said anything about Ardis's participation, but just, yes, I understand, keeping the reply short. He nodded. Chapter 119. Chapter 119. Will my master not participate in the war? It's any mercenary's desire to let their names known through war, one suppose. After Kyril went back, Nir asked Ardis. It's not like I became a mercenary because I'm bloodthirsty for war or anything. I thought I wouldn't be involved in this war at all though. You're saying, it's different now? Ardis, who clouded over his words, was asked by Nir again. I mean, is it strange to think that it would be a waste if a home tutor that was trained for the twins died in the war? Ardis was retorting Nir, but she just snorted in response. Although she calls Ardis as her master, her attitude is nothing more than being rude. Oi, fume. Forgive me if I made master upset. There's no need to employ excuses for everything. Isn't it fine to say that Kyril is valued? There's no need to bring the twins in this. Her words shut Ardis up. Isn't it fine to be honest and say that you're worried for Kyril? It was a critical hit. Even the occasion when Kyril was facing off the student of nobility before, didn't my master watch him in secret and took care of him? Well, if you weren't that much, you wouldn't have done such a troublesome thing like going against the Thoria army just for the twins. Nothing could be said against that. Ardis, who was somehow awkwardly displeased, decided to stop thinking about useless attempts at talking back and focused on how the kingdom would go against the empire. The imperial army that was expected to be riding on the victorious momentum and advance their army halted on the wasteland about half a day distance from the border. They're probably waiting for more soldiers from their home country to arrive and group up before pushing into the kingdom. It isn't a good hand to play considering they are sacrificing their momentum, but the imperial troops might be thinking about gathering all their forces before settling the fight for the final time. It's possible they are trying to settle everything in this war. The rest of their army is probably on the way towards the kingdom currently. What could the empire be thinking? Are they trying to hold their horses back so they wouldn't be careless? Or are they overconfident in their power? Ardis couldn't know something that only gods know. Elmania Empire occupies a wide piece of land spanning from east to west on the Rovers continent. It is the country that self-titled as the successor of the Corsairs kingdom that had once wielded 1/3 of the entire continent. The overbearing castle built surrounded with grey walls in the capital spread out in an ovular shape in the middle of the vast castle, leaving aside commoners, a room that even nobles aren't allowed in. 2 figures are on 2 sides of a luxurious-looking table. Your Majesty, the masses are rejoicing at our victory. The days where we regain our past glory after defeating Nagres is within sight. It's a wondrous thing. Though you don't look at one bit joyful, the old-looking emperor pointed out while smiling bitterly. The opposite is a man that looked 2 rounds younger and much stronger. To say something of irony to the highest power in the country, one wouldn't get by unscathed normally. Although the man was being courteous, his expression was not hiding his displeasure. It is because he is the emperor's actual son. It's only possible since he is the crown prince. At his father's teasing words, the son didn't hold back and blurted out all his unsatisfaction. I don't mind a war with the kingdom, even better if we won the war. I am one who will bear the empire in the future. I am aware the weight of our long-lasting mission of reclaiming our old territory. However, he faced the most powerful figure of the empire. It's different if we are talking about inviting some unknown forces into our side. At the crown prince's insistence, the emperor paused 2 breaths before asking back. Are you talking about those that came from the southern continent? Do you really have to ask that? The emperor sighed. The crown prince was referring to the reinforcements from their new ally, San Rogil monarchy, the army that had made the kingdom taste defeat in the most pathetic way during the first battle. The war this time can be won with their help. If we are to only employ the imperial soldiers, it is highly probable that we will just experience the same pain in the past. A report from our military strategists came. I don't know what you are worrying about, but isn't it just thinking too much? I wouldn't be this upset if they are mercenaries. There's no problem at all if they are moving on the intentions of money. But they are a unit that has a country behind them. Moreover, it's a country that we just came to know of its existence a few days prior. San Rogil monarchy is a country located in another continent south of the Rovers continent. It was about half a year ago when the other side had contacted them. After holding the welcoming banquet, it was only a while later that the 2 countries had entered an alliance. Even the nobilities in the empire were confused at the situation and panicked at the sudden development. Due to the empire's location, the only country that is directly adjacent to their territory is the Kingdom of Nagras. The Elmania Empire had always suffered from diplomatic isolation. The coalition in the west of the kingdom and the Bronze Shell Republic are both located centered to the kingdom geographically. Although the empire is not hostile towards them, it's not like the empire can hope for them for an alliance. The east of the Bronze Shell Republic, north of the empire, across the sea, is the Alban Kingdom, which has a huge island as its territory. Although they have a good relationship with the Alban Kingdom, they can't be of help as they are quite far. The dangerous ocean has many water element demonic beings lurking around in the waves separated the Elmania Empire and the Alban Kingdom. Although the Empire's sailing technology is much more advanced than the kingdom's, they still had to sail along the coastline. As they are crossing the sea lines of the Nagras Kingdom, they couldn't send out large fleets. They had only conducted small-scale commercial trading with Alban Kingdom. And naturally, the war with Nagras Kingdom this time, they couldn't hope for Alban Kingdom's reinforcement. The empire neighbors the Nagras Kingdom on the northwest direction. Other than that, all around them is covered with ocean without exceptions. As they couldn't get through the northern seas, they thought the only way was to clash directly with the Nagras Kingdom, but that was a mistake on their part. There was another continent across the southern seas, and the people of San Rogil monarchy from that southern continent had first reached the Elmania Empire. It could be considered the fortune of the empire's location. Welcoming the guests that had no prior appointment from afar, Elmania Empire had signed a military alliance with them in secret. However, because of war happening often with the kingdom ever since their founding days, the empire had not sent a single ambassador to the monarchy. In the first place, unlike the monarchy, the empire didn't have the capability to send their ambassador to the other country across the continent unless riding on their ship. The empire didn't have the technology nor skills in order to cross the vast ocean on their own. We have not a single clue about their country. Are you not aware how dangerous that is? The danger the crown prince sensed. The emperor just ignored it as if it was something not worthy to be considered. It will be fine if the relationship proceeds as now. If the kingdom crumbles, there will be no other forces on the continent able to rival us. We can have the leisure to enjoy as the continent's conqueror. Even the sailing technologies can be learnt from the monarchy. A military alliance with the Alban Kingdom is well in possibility. The reason why the emperor had tied an alliance with the monarchy is after he had taken in consideration of their technology. If they can cross the Northern Ocean and form a route to the Alban Kingdom, The Empire's ally that was only a dream before can be possible. In any case, if they manage to defeat Nagara's kingdom, there is no longer any other factions on the continent able to go against the Empire. But, that's just thinking too positive, the Crown Prince pointed out. Do you really think they would be so kind to donate us reinforcements? The monarchy had the technology to cross the seas as they wished. There's no predicting what they actually have up their sleeves. Thinking from a military perspective, they can attack the Empire at any time, and there's no way for the Empire to defend against that. Fighting against an enemy that is unpredictable where they can come from, thinking about it gives shivers. At the very least, there should have been plans to learn the bare minimum of technology to cross the ocean between continents before asking them for reinforcements. That's what the Crown Prince thought. If he would say so, the Empire is now threading on a very tight rope. But his worries are no concerns for the Emperor. No way they could easily send an army from that far. Although those knights were gallantly strong, the numbers they can send aren't much. If we're down to defend, there's not much to say defending against fatigued soldiers that manage to cross the seas. Rather than that, we must show who is rightfully the owner of the continent. The Empire was in a balance with the kingdom in the past. But recently, the problematic demonic beings around the kingdom had been subjugated. As a result, the new heavy iron mines near their capital allowed them to gain power rapidly. The difference in power was vast. It was showing a little yesterday. They had to not show the San Rogil monarchy in any way they should side with the kingdom. For that, they had to secure an upper hand against the kingdom as soon as possible. The Emperor insisted so strongly. Even if the Crown Prince is someone who succeeds the Emperor, he can only do so few things against the Emperor of the highest power. Showing his opinions, he can reveal his thoughts, but in the end, the Emperor is the one who makes the decision. Although he was still unconvinced with that, he could only silently nod. The Crown Prince, who finished the audience, exited the room, walked down the corridor along with his escort while thinking about his next steps. The danger of inviting the San Rogil monarchy soldiers into their country. The Emperor would have known that by now. But even more so, the Emperor's ambition of becoming the continent's conqueror still weighed out more. The Crown Prince suppressed the dark cloud inside him forcibly, and started thinking about things that he can do with his position one by one. Since the war had already started, there is no turning back. They must win now that it is started. They must also show no gaps to the San Rogil monarchy. Conquering the kingdom, becoming the biggest force on the continent, and eliminating involvement with the monarchy as much as possible. The next day, while envisioning a clash with the monarchy is set in schedule, he had listed up instructions for his own aid. Chapter 120. Chapter 120. It is the 10th of August when the kingdom had finished reorganizing their army and departed from the capital. The reorganized capital army, 1,000, 3,000 totals from various territory, drafted soldiers 3,500, and another 500 mercenaries. The one who is commanding the approximately 8,000 men army is the Nagara's third prince, together with the Royal Army General, Ortra as the Vice General. The Royal Army General would be the actual one giving out command. The third prince is just a decorative commander. But even as a decorative general, someone of the royal background going to war would prove that the current situation is really grave for the kingdom. The presence of a royal member in an army significantly boosts their morale. In compensating the difference in number, morale is indispensable. The rumor has it that the third prince will lead troops of his own. Although he isn't someone who has special abilities, the third prince is known for his benevolence and kindness. And Ardis is participating as one of the mercenaries. Although 500 mercenaries were gathered from the country and outside the country, it's still quite less. The previous loss of the kingdom must have hit hard. Not many mercenaries were willing to stand on the side of the kingdom, which is the losing side. Of course, the kingdom acknowledges the war this time is an important event that concerns the fate of the country. Although the compensation that was given to the mercenaries is a sum that is unprecedented, it's your life that matters the most. Even many mercenaries in Thoria had sided with the Empire. A small-statured archer was joking around as they walked. Then why is Norris on this side? Ardis, who was walking beside him, asked. The kingdom army that had marched near the border, they had already reached the point that only half a day distance separates the two large forces. The Empire that had won the first battle had set up a base and never moved. It seems like they were intending to welcome the kingdom army in its fully prepared state, destroying the kingdom army that has been reorganized, finishing the old fate with the kingdom with this one war, such strong intentions from the Empire can be felt. In fact, if the kingdom lost this war, they would have no longer any power to defend against the Empire. They could only watch the Empire trample on all their territory as they bite their lips. It is truly the war that will decide the fate of the kingdom. That is why the kingdom had been recruiting mercenaries with a huge compensation. But with not anywhere close to 1,000 mercenaries gathered on the kingdom's side, the outcome of the war seems gloomy. Mercenaries that actually participated on the kingdom's side, most of them are with reasons like Ardis, or those that came for the money. As for the Bright Stars of White Knight, that is considered one of the best mercenaries in Thoria, they aren't that troubled with money that their judgment would be clouded by it. But they chose not to side with the Empire no matter what. Why would they side with the kingdom's army? Ardis couldn't figure out a single answer to that. Well, even if the kingdom crumbles, it's not like everyone will die. The point is just don't die, right? The leader, Ted, was saying as if it's nothing. Even the participation compensation that was paid out already was quite big. Of course, to receive the full sum of compensation, they would need to come back alive. They had the confidence and capability to do at least that much. Although Ted says that, we weren't sure what to do at first too. Just that after we came to Capital and Ardis said that he's participating, we thought we would join as well. After all, with Ardis around, we won't be dying anytime soon. Following Ted, the magician, Orphelia and the archer Norris each added on their reasons. Well, and also, Ted had a wide grin. We've been staying in the kingdom for quite the long time already. Maybe a little patriotism budded. The man with a tough-looking face gave an unmercenary-like excuse. Fun. Ardis gave a brushing-off reply, but he felt a little relieved in his heart. Ted and the others of the Bright Stars of White Knight are one of the few Ardis could consider as his friends. Although it's a mercenary's fate in a sense to cross swords with ones they are familiar with, Ardis didn't wish to fight against them. Come to think of it, is Nia not coming? Norris asked about the self-titled Ardis's servant. Yeah, Nia is staying behind. That's natural. It's not like you can leave Philia-chan and Rihanna-chan in the forest by themselves, right? Naturally, Nia would be staying behind to look after the twins. Furthermore, Rona's figure is nowhere to be found beside Ardis. In the first place, it's not like he can bring his partner that looks totally like a beast to a human's war. Rona is on a task to look after Upas, who is still holing up inside the forest. Upas of the same home world with Ardis belongs to the claw species and holds tremendous power. There's no worry of demonic beings in the forest, but it will be different against humans with intelligence. If in a chance the Empire army encountered Upas, they could harm the coward Upas. That is why, before the war is over and peace is returned, Rona is staying by him and looking after him. Would have been all fine even if you ignored him. Al is just too caring. While complaining, he still agreed to Ardis's request of looking over Upas. I thought Ardis wouldn't be participating at all. It's not like you're troubled with money, right? 3 Great Demon Subjugator-san? Norris asked as if teasing. Someone I know is participating. Then, Ardis unusually had a vague tone. Norris was asking more details when another young man's voice covered his. Isn't it Ardis? There were 4 people waving their hands as they came closer. The one taking the front is a tough-looking muscle man. Behind him is a tall man with ash blonde hair, a slender man with his long hair tied up, and a petite woman with red hair. With all of them in armed equipment, they're obviously mercenaries. Ardis was digging in his memories after seeing their faces, and spoke of the name that he thought of. Ralph. You remembered me. I thought I was forgotten. It was a story when Ardis was still in Thoria. They were being attacked by a despair on the grassland and was on the edge when Ardis saved them. Though, faces change. After 4 years, I took some time to recall. They who were novice mercenaries 4 years ago had changed a lot. The childishness from their faces vanished, and now exuded a confidence befitting of experienced mercenaries. And Ardis didn't change at all. It was rather surprising to see little to nothing change at all. Ralph, who was originally already big-statured, became even bigger, and was hitting Ardis's back and laughed. The rumors reached Thoria. Is it true about subjugating the 3 great demons? It's so terrible that you left Thoria without saying anything. Isn't it fine if you told us beforehand? Jao and Konya were reminiscing of the past in this sudden reunion. My bad. There was no time. I left Thoria in a hurry. They didn't know the real reason why Ardis left Thoria, as the news of the soldiers of Thoria storming Ardis's house never spread. Ardis apologized while smiling a little. Ardis. It's been a while. And among 4 of them, it was the leader, Gresh, who greeted him last. "Yeah, glad to see you around." 4 years ago, Ardis and Gresh had a conflict in their opinions, and bid farewell a little awkwardly, but it's not like they hate each other. Gresh, who seems to have a little strange expression, was probably conscious of it, but it's a time to be rejoicing over the reunion. If they're here, they must have chosen to participate in the war on the side of the kingdom. Honestly, you didn't change at all. Seriously, even though it's impossible. Gresh looked up and down at Ardis, and spoke of his honest opinions. "And you all look much more seasoned now. Must have graduated from a novice, huh?" The party of Gresh and the others had faces of experienced mercenaries. Unlike the new mercenaries they were 4 years ago, they showed collection and calmness in their actions. "Ardis is so rude. Even like this, we experienced a lot after that, and was able to get our name quite well known in Thoria. Despair is no longer a threat to us." "I see." "Certainly. They look different than the time when they would get wiped out by a single despair. Having no one retired for 4 years even against dangerous beasts and demonic beings just shows that they have some abilities backing them. But it's great. Ardis is on our side. It would be good that no familiar faces would be separated in faction. It's a little sad seeing some mercenaries from Thoria siding with the Empire. That's what it means to be a mercenary." Ardis just blurted out something suitable as Gresh's words made him uncertain as to what to say. After that, their party chatted with Ardis for a while before finding another group of familiar faces and moved there. "You look like you want to say something, Ardis." Ted, who was beside listening to the conversation just now, called out to Ardis. "No, it's just a little." "Are you worrying about Costas?" "Costas?" At Norris's question, Ardis asked the name that was unfamiliar. That's their party name. They wanted to keep the name of Costa Village, where they are from, and so Costas. It's a simple naming, right?" "Ahaha. Is that so?" Leaving aside the question that was answered, Ardis asked about Gresh's party. How were they doing in Thoria?" They did well. Right?" "Ted, what do you think?" A little hesitant on answering, Norris passed the bat to Ted while fumbling over his words. "They're good guys. They are honest and don't scheme behind others' back. Just like what they said, they have enough strength to not be bothered about a despair. Although there are no bad reviews from requesters, just..." Ted gave his comment on the party after receiving the bat from Norris, and stuck at the end. "Just? They are too good-natured, or just naive?" Beside Ted, who was looking for words to describe them, Orphelia interrupted. "Recently, they were standing out quite a lot, and naturally there are troubles. There are people who would rather leech off others than training themselves, right? They are being harassed sometimes. It's not anything rare though." "Yeah, being harassed that is," Norris continued. "I mean, we are quite a known party. But even so, there are some that would give bad reviews to obstruct us." "By the way, what about Ardis? What would you do if there are people who tries to harm you by manipulating requests?" "It depends on what kind of harm, but I would make sure they wouldn't do it twice. Within the boundaries of law, that is." Ardis, who added on just in case, was laughed by Norris. "Ahaha, yeah right. Ardis is merciless after all." "Ardis is not a demon after all. He wouldn't just cut down everyone who stands in his way. But he would definitely respond if someone is meaning harm for him. His response depends on what kind of harm they are trying to plot, but if they are aiming for his life, he wouldn't hesitate to take their lives. But Costas doesn't do that, you see. It's obvious they're receiving harassment all over the place, but they wouldn't counterattack or take revenge. In any case, they look like they have enough power to cut through any kind of harassment, but it's still a different matter. Those that do things like that, they need to taste a fist, else they would repeat their actions. Can't live by all pretty if you're a mercenary, right? With that kind of naivety, there's no knowing when you will trip over. Mercenaries can't play the good person forever. In the first place, mercenaries are those that predates on others. Those that would take advantage and aim for another's livelihood. Those that would set trap for others aren't rare at all. Even if a mercenary can be a hero, they can't be a saint. To have reached this far without stepping on a nail, Gresh's party might be lucky, or unlucky in another sense. They had managed to come so far somehow. But now, they're heading where they wouldn't be normally, an unfamiliar stage that is a war. While feeling a little unease, Ardis looked at the party of Costas,